Welcome, dear friends, to a peaceful evening by the cozy glow of our fireplace. As the gentle flames dance, let's allow our imaginations to drift into whimsical worlds beyond. Snuggle up and let the soothing narration carry you away on a journey of dreams. We are so grateful for your time and presence, and thank you for choosing to spend these precious moments with us. Story 1. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her hair, a cascade of auburn curls, danced in the wind as she wandered through the village, her eyes reflecting the vibrant hues of the surrounding landscape. The air was crisp and fragrant, carrying the scent of wild thyme and lavender from the fields beyond, a gentle reminder of the world that lay waiting. Lila was a gentle soul, with a heart full of dreams and a spirit that yearned for adventure. Yet, within her, a quiet struggle brewed, a fear of change that kept her rooted in the familiar, much like the ancient oak trees that stood sentinel at the village's edge with their weathered bark and whispering leaves. Each morning, Lila would rise with the sun, its golden rays painting her modest room with warmth and casting playful shadows on the walls. The scent of freshly baked bread wafted through the open window, mingling with the aroma of dew-kissed grass, a comforting reminder of home. Yet despite the village's comforting embrace, Lila felt the pull of the unknown, a tantalizing whisper on the edge of her consciousness, like the distant call of a lark heralding the dawn. One crisp autumn morning, as the air carried the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the sky was a canvas of soft grays and blues, Lila ventured into the nearby forest to gather wildflowers. The forest was a symphony of colors, with leaves rustling like whispered secrets among the branches, and the ground carpeted in hues of amber and gold. It was here, beneath a twisted oak tree whose roots gnarled like ancient hands, that she stumbled upon an old, weathered book. Its cover was embossed with intricate gold patterns that seemed to pulse with a life of their own, glinting like hidden treasures in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, she opened the tome, and a shimmering light engulfed her, transporting her to a realm where magic danced upon the wind, singing melodies only her soul could hear. In this enchanted world, Lila found herself surrounded by whimsical creatures and wondrous sights. The air was alive with the flutter of wings and the scent of blooming moonflowers, their petals glowing softly in the twilight. A kindly old wizard, with twinkling eyes that held the wisdom of centuries, and a long silver beard that flowed like a river of moonlight, approached her. "Welcome, dear child," he said, his voice warm like honey and as soothing as a lullaby. "You have been chosen to embark on a journey of self-discovery." Lila, equal parts amazed and apprehensive, listened intently as the wizard explained that the magical realm mirrored her inner growth. As she faced challenges and learned valuable lessons, the world around her would transform, reflecting her newfound wisdom. She felt a spark of excitement mixed with trepidation, her heart fluttering like a bird on the cusp of flight, eager yet uncertain. With a gentle flick of his wrist, the wizard summoned a friendly sprite named Willow to guide Lila on her quest. Willow's presence was like a burst of sunlight, her laughter infectious and her encouragement unwavering. Her eyes sparkled with mischief and kindness, immediately putting Lila at ease. Together, they ventured forth into the unknown, the path beneath their feet winding through fields of stardust and rivers of liquid silver. Their first challenge arose when they encountered a towering wall of thorns, twisted and impenetrable, stretching as far as the eye could see. The air was heavy with the scent of damp earth and a hint of something ancient and mysterious, like the breath of the forest itself. "This barrier represents your fear of change," Willow explained, her voice gentle yet firm. "To overcome it, you must trust in your own strength and embrace the unknown." Lila's heart raced, her palms damp with anxiety, but Willow's reassuring presence gave her the courage to push forward. Each step was a testament to her determination, and as her confidence grew, the thorns began to wither, their sharp edges softening into blossoms. The wall crumbled, revealing a lush meadow beyond, a symbol of her newfound openness to growth. The air was filled with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers, a scent that spoke of promise and possibility. As they continued their journey, Lila faced trials that tested her patience, her resilience, and her ability to see beauty in unexpected places. She learned to listen to the rhythm of her own heart, finding harmony even when the world seemed discordant. Through it all, Willow remained by her side, offering wisdom and encouragement, her presence a constant reminder that Lila was never truly alone. In a mystical forest, where the trees whispered ancient secrets in a language only the heart could understand, Lila learned the value of listening to her intuition. As she quieted her mind and trusted her instincts, the forest blossomed with vibrant colors, mirroring her inner clarity. The leaves shimmered like emeralds under the dappled sunlight, and the air was alive with the song of hidden creatures. In a shimmering lake, where the waters danced with ethereal lights like a million stars, Lila confronted her doubts and insecurities. The lake's surface was a mirror that both reflected and revealed, challenging her to look deeper. By embracing her unique gifts and believing in herself, the lake transformed into a radiant mirror, reflecting her true, brilliant self. The water's touch was cool and reassuring, a gentle reminder of the strength within her. Yet, there was another test awaiting her, one that lay in the heart of a silent valley cloaked in mist. Here, shadows seemed to move with a life of their own, whispering fears and uncertainties. Lila hesitated on the edge, the mist curling around her like ghostly fingers. "This is the Valley of Doubt," Willow said softly, sensing her hesitation. "To pass through, you must light your own way." Lila took a deep breath, feeling the weight of her fears, then reached within, finding a spark of courage she hadn't known was there. As she stepped forward, a soft glow emanated from her chest, illuminating the path ahead. Each step banished the shadows, and with every movement she felt lighter, her burdens lifting like mist before the sun. With each challenge conquered, Lila's confidence grew, and the magical realm around her flourished with renewed life and wonder. The sky seemed bluer, the air sweeter, and the world more alive, as if responding to the changes within her. Finally, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose that spoke of both endings and beginnings, Lila and Willow found themselves back in the cozy village, standing beneath the twisted oak tree where their journey had begun. The village, bathed in twilight, seemed to hold its breath, waiting to welcome her home. The old wizard appeared once more, his eyes shining with pride like twin stars. "You have grown so much, dear Lila," he said, his voice resonating with warmth. "The magic you witnessed was a reflection of your own inner transformation." Lila looked around, her heart swelling with gratitude. The village seemed more vibrant, more alive, as if infused with the magic she had discovered within herself. The familiar sights and sounds now carried a deeper meaning, a reminder of her journey and the strength she had found. In the days that followed, Lila found herself sharing stories of her adventure with the villagers. They gathered around her, eyes wide with wonder, inspired by her tales of courage and self-discovery. The village, once a place of quiet contentment, now buzzed with dreams of its own. Children played beneath the oak tree, imagining their own quests in far-off lands, while elders spoke of the courage it took to embrace the unknown. Lila's journey had not only transformed her, but had also breathed new life into her community. The villagers began to nurture their own dreams, planting seeds of hope and curiosity that blossomed in unexpected ways. They tended to the gardens with renewed vigor, exchanged stories of distant places, and celebrated the beauty of change with festivals that painted the village in vibrant colors. From that day forward, Lila embraced change with open arms, knowing that each new challenge was an opportunity for growth and self-discovery. The magical realm had taught her that true beauty lies in the journey, and that by facing her fears and trusting in herself, she could blossom into the person she was meant to become. And as she walked through the village, surrounded by the warm glow of newfound wisdom, Lila knew that her adventure had only just begun. With every step, she carried the lessons of the enchanted world within her, a quiet strength that would guide her through all the journeys yet to come, a beacon of light for herself and those around her. Story 2? In the gentle glow of a crescent moon, nestled in a quaint village surrounded by whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Lyra. Her auburn hair caught the moonlight like a halo, and her emerald eyes sparkled with dreams and an insatiable curiosity that danced like the twinkling stars above. Lyra's heart was a tapestry of hopes and stories yet to be told, and her favorite pastime was wandering the edges of her village, where whispers of ancient tales spoke of a hidden path leading to a mysterious, enchanting place known as the Glimmering Glen. Lyra's village was a place where time seemed to stretch and contract like the gentle breathing of the earth itself. The cobblestone streets wound through clusters of thatched-roof cottages, their chimneys releasing tendrils of smoke that mingled with the crisp evening air, carrying the comforting scent of burning wood and the faint aroma of spices from simmering stews. Villagers spoke in hushed tones of the woods that bordered their homes, where the trees whispered secrets that only the most daring hearts dared to uncover. From an early age, Lyra had been captivated by these stories, her imagination fueled by the ancient legends passed down through generations. One evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, a palette of purples and pinks that melded into the horizon, Lyra felt an irresistible pull towards the woods. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of autumn leaves, the forest floor a tapestry of red and gold. A gentle breeze, cool and playful, whispered secrets through the branches, rustling them like a symphony of nature's own making. With a small lantern in hand, its warm glow casting flickering shadows, she followed a narrow trail that wound its way deeper into the forest. The path was lined with ancient trees standing tall and proud, their branches like arms reaching to embrace the night sky. As Lyra ventured further, the forest began to transform before her eyes. The trees shimmered with a silvery sheen, as if dusted with moonlight, and the ground beneath her feet was carpeted with soft, luminescent moss that glowed with each step she took. It was as if the very land was alive, welcoming her with open arms, whispering promises of wonders yet unseen. As she delved deeper into the forest, Lyra's thoughts turned to her family. Her mother, with her gentle hands and kind eyes, always encouraged her daughter's curiosity, while her father, a stern but loving man, often shared stories of his own youthful adventures. Their encouragement and love had instilled in Lyra a sense of wonder and a belief that the world was full of magic waiting to be discovered. Yet, beneath her excitement, Lyra felt a pang of doubt. Would she be brave enough to face the challenges that lay ahead? Suddenly, the forest opened up to a section that was unlike anything Lyra had seen before. The air was filled with the sweet melody of a babbling brook, its waters a soothing lullaby that echoed through the night. In the center of the clearing stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its bark etched with the wisdom of centuries. Its leaves were a cascade of sparkling emerald, shimmering like precious jewels. This was the heart of the Glimmering Glen, and it pulsed with a gentle, inviting light that seemed to echo the beating of Lyra's own heart. As she approached, Lyra noticed a gathering of whimsical creatures. There were tiny, winged fairies with hair like spun gold, their laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells as they flitted about like fireflies. A family of gentle, silver-furred rabbits watched her with curious eyes, their noses twitching inquisitively, while a wise old owl perched upon a branch, its feathers as soft as velvet and eyes as deep as the night sky. "Welcome, dear traveler," hooted the owl in a voice as smooth as the night itself. "We have been expecting you." Lyra's heart fluttered with a mix of excitement and wonder. "Expecting me? But how did you know I would come?" The owl blinked slowly, a knowing smile in its eyes. The Glimmering Glen calls to those who seek its magic with an open heart and a courageous spirit. Feeling a newfound sense of belonging, Lyra wandered the glen, her senses delighting in the symphony of sounds and sights. She danced with the fairies beneath the starlit sky, their laughter a melody that intertwined with the night. She listened as the brook sang tales of old, its waters weaving stories of bravery and friendship, each drop a note in a harmonious symphony. But not all was without challenge. As she wandered, Lyra stumbled upon a patch of brambles that blocked her path, their thorns sharp and unyielding. Determined to continue, she paused, contemplating her next move. She remembered her grandmother's words of wisdom, "Respect the forest, and it shall respect you." Gently, she whispered to the brambles, promising to tread carefully and with respect. To her amazement, the brambles slowly parted, revealing a hidden path that led to a glistening pond. Its surface was as smooth as glass, reflecting the moon and stars in a breathtaking display. Here, Lyra met a wise old turtle who shared with her the secrets of patience and perseverance. In every challenge, the turtle said, lies an opportunity to learn and grow. With each new encounter, Lyra's heart swelled with courage and wonder. The creatures of the glimmering glen became her companions, and together they shared stories and laughter that echoed through the forest. Lyra found herself learning from each of them. A fairy taught her the power of laughter, a rabbit showed her the beauty of gentleness, and the owl imparted the wisdom of the ages. As the night wore on, the sky above the forest began to change. The stars twinkled in a dance of light, and Lyra felt a connection to something much larger than herself. She realized that each creature she met, each story she heard, was a thread in the vast tapestry of life, and she too was a part of this wondrous world. Before she knew it, the first light of dawn began to paint the sky with gentle strokes of amber and rose. Lyra knew it was time to return home. The owl, with its watchful eyes, guided her back to the edge of the forest, where the village lights twinkled in the distance like a warm embrace. Remember, dear Lyra, the owl said softly, the magic of the glimmering glen is always with you, for it lives within the courage of your heart and the joy of your spirit. With a heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom, Lyra made her way back to the village, the path gently illuminated by the fading glow of the glimmering glen. As she nestled into bed, the memories of her adventure wrapped around her like a cozy blanket, and she drifted off to sleep with a smile, dreaming of new journeys yet to come. One such journey would unfold not long after, as Lyra found herself drawn once more into the forest by a persistent whisper that seemed to carry on the wind. This time, the call was more urgent, resonating with an emotion she hadn't felt before, a deep, ancient sorrow that tugged at her heartstrings. Guided by her intuition, Lyra returned to the glimmering glen, where she discovered the vibrant landscape now shrouded in a soft, melancholic haze. The fairies flitted about with a slower grace, their laughter subdued, and the once jubilant brook sang a softer, more somber tune. Concerned, Lyra sought out the wise owl, whose eyes held the weight of untold ages. The glen is in need, the owl confided, its voice now carrying the gravitas of the ages. A shadow has crept into the heart of the forest, and it seeks to dim the light of our sanctuary. A newfound determination welled within Lyra, fueled by the lessons she had learned on her previous visit. She was no longer just a curious girl. She was a guardian, entrusted with the magic of the glimmering glen. With the fairies and creatures by her side, Lyra embarked on a quest to restore the balance, weaving through the tapestry of the forest with courage and compassion. They followed the shadow's trail to a forgotten grove, where a sorrowful spirit lingered, trapped by its own grief. Lyra's heart ached for the spirit, understanding now that its sorrow had cast the shadow over the glen. With gentle words and an open heart, she listened to its tale of lost love and longing, and with each word shared, the shadows began to recede. In that moment, Lyra realized the true power of the glen was not just in its beauty or magic, but in the ability to heal, to connect, and to bring light to the darkest of places. As the spirit found peace and the shadow lifted, the glen's vibrant energy was restored, and its light shone brighter than ever before. Returning to the village once more, Lyra carried with her the knowledge that the magic of adventure and the strength of her spirit could overcome any darkness. Her story became a cherished tale, a reminder that courage and exploration lead to wonders beyond imagination, and that the magic of adventure lies within us all, just waiting to be discovered. Her courage was not just in the bravery to explore the unknown, but in the willingness to listen, to learn, and to understand the world around her, a world that, though vast and mysterious, reflected the light within her own spirit. In the days that followed, Lyra found herself becoming a source of inspiration within her village. She began to share her tales of the glimmering glen with the other children, weaving stories under the ancient oak tree in the village square. Her words painted vivid pictures of the shimmering forest and the whimsical creatures, igniting the imaginations of her young listeners. Encouraged by her newfound role as a storyteller, Lyra started to notice the subtle changes in her village. The villagers, once so focused on the routines of daily life, began to pause and listen to the whispers of the woods more attentively. They would gather in small groups to share their own stories and dreams, fostering a renewed sense of community and wonder. Lyra's father, who had always been a pillar of strength and tradition, found himself intrigued by his daughter's tales. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, he approached Lyra with a thoughtful expression. "You've opened my eyes, my dear," he confessed, his voice tinged with admiration. "I had forgotten the magic of my own youth, but your stories have reminded me." Together, they embarked on their own journey into the forest, hand in hand, exploring the paths Lyra had once walked alone. Her father shared his own childhood adventures, tales of bravery and camaraderie that intertwined with the legends of the Glimmering Glen. As they walked, Lyra discovered a side of her father she had never known, a dreamer, much like herself. Their shared experiences became a bridge between them, strengthening their bond and deepening their understanding of one another. Lyra realized that the magic of the Glimmering Glen was not confined to the forest. It extended into the hearts of those willing to embrace wonder and seek out the unknown. As Lyra continued to grow, the tales of her adventures spread beyond the village, reaching neighboring towns and even travelers who passed through. Her stories became part of the fabric of the land, a timeless reminder that the world was filled with magic, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious spirits. And so, the legend of Lyra and the Glimmering Glen lived on, inspiring generations to come. The whispers of the forest continued to call out to those who would listen, and the village by the Whispering Woods remained a place of wonder and enchantment, a testament to the enduring power of courage, connection, and the magic that resides within us all. Story 3. In the heart of the tranquil Whispering Woods, where the trees spoke in gentle rustles and the streams sang a soft lullaby, there stood a quaint little village known as Moonflower Hollow. The village was famous for its breathtaking moonflowers, which bloomed only at night, casting a silvery glow over everything they touched. Villagers often gathered to admire the ethereal sight, especially during the full moon when the flowers shone brightest. The air in Moonflower Hollow was often filled with the earthy scent of forest moss and the sweet fragrance of night-blooming jasmine. The village itself was a tapestry of cobblestone paths winding between thatched roof cottages, each with its own little garden bursting with color. Lanterns hung from branches, casting a warm, inviting glow that mingled with the moonlight, creating a serene atmosphere where time seemed to slow down. One evening, as the village prepared for their customary moonflower gathering, a peculiar thing happened. The moonflowers failed to bloom. The villagers, wrapped in cozy shawls, stood under the starry sky, puzzled and whispering amongst themselves. This had never happened before, and it left everyone feeling a touch unsettled. The usual chatter and laughter were replaced by murmured speculations and furrowed brows. In a snug cottage on the edge of the village lived an elderly woman named Willow. Her eyes were wise and kind, and her heart brimmed with love for the woods and its creatures. Willow was known for her deep knowledge of the land and her gentle way of solving problems. She had a knack for listening to the whispers of the woods and understanding what lay beneath the surface. Willow's cottage was a haven of warmth, the kind of place where the fire crackled merrily and the smell of freshly baked bread lingered in the air. Her walls were lined with shelves holding jars of herbs and dried flowers, each with a story and purpose of its own. Hearing about the moonflower's reluctance to bloom, Willow decided to investigate. She donned her warmest cloak, its fabric soft as a wisp of cloud, and set out with her lantern that glowed with a warm, inviting light. As Willow wandered through the village, she was joined by her dear friend, a little fox named Thistle. Thistle's eyes twinkled with curiosity, and his presence was as comforting as a soft blanket on a chilly night. Together they made their way to the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the moonflowers grew in abundance. The woods were alive with the gentle hum of nighttime creatures. Crickets serenaded the stars, and owls hooted softly from their perches. Yet, something felt amiss. The air was tinged with a faint shimmer, almost like the breath of a sigh suspended in the cool night air. As Willow and Thistle approached the Moonflower Meadow, they noticed something unusual. The ground was speckled with tiny, shimmering footprints, as if made by the lightest of touches. Willow knelt, her fingers tracing the delicate impressions. "These must belong to the fairy folk," Willow murmured, her voice as soft as the night breeze. "But why would they be here? And why tonight?" Thistle, with his sharp eyes, noticed a flicker of light dancing among the trees. "Look, Willow," he whispered, nodding towards the twinkling glow. Following the light, they soon came upon a gathering of fairies, their wings glistening like dewdrops in the moonlight. The fairies seemed to be in the midst of a lively discussion, their voices a blend of tinkling bells and gentle whispers. Willow approached, bowing her head respectfully. "Greetings, dear fairies. I hope we aren't intruding." One of the fairies, a graceful creature with wings that shimmered like starlight, fluttered forward. "Not at all, wise Willow. We were just discussing the moonflower's slumber." "Do you know why they haven't awoken tonight?" Willow asked, her voice filled with gentle curiosity. The fairy nodded, her expression thoughtful. "We sensed a disturbance in the magic that flows through the woods. It's as if something is missing, something important." Thistle tilted his head, pondering the fairy's words. Could it be that the moon's light isn't reaching the flowers? The fairies exchanged glances, and the leader nodded slowly. Perhaps the moon's light is being blocked or diverted. With a shared look of understanding, Willow, Thistle, and the fairies set off to find the source of the disturbance. They walked deeper into the woods, where the trees grew taller and the shadows danced in the silvery moonlight. It wasn't long before they came upon an old oak tree, its branches heavy with age and wisdom. At its base, they found a peculiar sight, a cluster of moss-covered stones arranged in a circle, each stone humming with a soft, mysterious energy. Willow knelt beside the circle, her fingers brushing the moss. "I've read about these," she mused softly. "They're known as moonstones. They're meant to focus and amplify the moon's light." "But something seems to be misaligned," Thistle observed, his nose twitching with curiosity. The fairies, with their nimble fingers, flitted down to inspect the stones. "Indeed, one of the stones is out of place," one fairy noted, pointing to a stone that sat slightly askew. With gentle care and mindful movements, Willow and the fairies adjusted the stone, aligning it perfectly with the others. As the last stone clicked into place, a soft glow enveloped the circle, and the woods were bathed in a soothing, silvery light. Slowly, the moonflowers began to unfurl their petals, the silken blooms shimmering like the surface of a tranquil lake under the moonlight. The villagers, who had gathered at the edge of the meadow, watched in awe as the flowers awakened, their beauty a balm for the soul. The fairies, grateful for Willow and Thistle's help, danced joyfully in the air, their laughter like a melody that warmed the heart. "Thank you, wise Willow and clever Thistle," the fairy leader said with a radiant smile. "The magic of the woods is restored, and the moonflowers shall bloom once more." Their task complete, Willow and Thistle began to retrace their steps, the path now illuminated by the moon's gentle radiance. As they walked, Willow shared a story about her first encounter with the fairies, how she had stumbled upon them during a summer storm and found shelter under their wings. Thistle listened intently, his eyes wide with wonder at the hidden layers of the wood's history. Upon returning to Moonflower Hollow, they found the villagers gathered in the village square, anxious for news. The moment Willow and Thistle reappeared, the crowd erupted into joyous cheers and applause. The elder of the village, a man with a voice like gravel and eyes that twinkled with youthful mischief, stepped forward to greet them. "Willow, you have once again brought peace to our home," he said with a voice that resonated like the low rumble of thunder. "We are forever in your debt." With humility, Willow waved off the praise. "It is the woods that deserve our gratitude. They remind us that even in silence, there is always a message to be heard." As the night deepened, the villagers celebrated under the moonflower's luminous canopy. Music floated through the air, a melody woven from the strings of fiddles and the soft thump of drums, calling everyone to dance. Willow, though weary, joined in, her heart lightened by the shared joy of her people. Later, as the festivities wound down, Willow found herself by the village well, where the reflection of the moon shimmered like a silver coin at its bottom. She gazed into it, pondering the night's events and the deeper connection she felt with the woods and its ancient magic. Thistle curled beside her, his eyes drooping with contentment. "We did well tonight," he murmured, his voice a sleepy whisper. "Yes, we did," Willow replied softly, her hand resting on his soft fur. "And tomorrow is another day to listen and learn." As the village drifted into a gentle slumber, cradled by the soft, magical glow of the moonflowers that had finally found their light, Willow felt a deep sense of peace. She knew that the connection she had reignited with the fairies in the woods was not just a solution to a problem, but a reminder of the harmony that lay in understanding and unity. Under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Moonflower Hollow slept, its heart beating in rhythm with the woods, while Willow and Thistle dreamed of new adventures and the unending stories whispered by the trees. Yet, as the night wore on, Willow found herself unable to sleep. She tiptoed outside, leaving Thistle snoring softly by the fire, and wandered towards the edge of the village where a gentle brook babbled over smooth stones. The moonlight turned the water into a ribbon of silver, and she paused to listen to its tranquil song. There, she met Rowan, a young villager with a penchant for stargazing. He sat on a fallen log, his eyes fixed on the heavens. "Can't sleep either?" he asked, glancing at Willow with a knowing smile. Willow nodded, joining him on the log. "It's hard to settle down after such a night. What brings you out here?" Rowan pointed to a constellation just visible above the tree line. "I've always believed the stars hold secrets, perhaps even answers to questions we haven't thought to ask." Willow chuckled softly, her breath visible in the cool night air. "The stars, like the woods, have their own language. It's just a matter of learning how to listen." Rowan nodded thoughtfully, his gaze never leaving the star-strewn sky. "Do you think the disturbance tonight was a sign of something more?" Willow pondered his question, her fingers tracing patterns in the dew-dampened grass. "Perhaps. The world is full of mysteries, and sometimes what seems like a simple problem is just the surface of something deeper." They sat in companionable silence, the night wrapping around them like a comforting cloak. Willow felt a sense of kinship with Rowan, recognizing in him the same curiosity and respect for the unknown that had guided her throughout her life. As the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Willow rose, feeling renewed. "Thank you, Rowan. Your company tonight has been a gift." Rowan smiled, his eyes reflecting the dawn's glow. "And yours, Willow. Perhaps one day you'll teach me the language of the woods." With a promise to share what she could, Willow returned to her cottage, the village slowly awakening under the gentle caress of morning light. Thistle stirred as she entered, stretching luxuriously before bounding over to greet her. "Good morning, sleepyhead," Willow laughed, scratching behind his ears. "Ready for another day of adventures?" Thistle wagged his tail, and together they stepped out into the new day, the village alive with the promise of discovery and the unspoken tales whispered by the woods. Later that morning, as the sun bathed Moonflower Hollow in a golden glow, Willow found herself drawn to the village square where a small crowd had gathered. The villagers were abuzz with excitement, huddled around a traveling merchant who had arrived with his cart of peculiar wares. His name was Jasper, a jovial man with a wide-brimmed hat and a knack for storytelling. Jasper's cart was a treasure trove of wonders, filled with shimmering fabrics, exotic spices, and intricate trinkets that caught the sunlight like prisms. As Willow approached, Jasper was in the midst of recounting a tale about a distant land where the sands sang and the stars danced every night. Intrigued, Willow listened as Jasper spoke, his voice weaving a tapestry of adventure and intrigue. His stories were more than mere entertainment. They were bridges to worlds beyond the familiar, igniting imaginations and stirring a yearning for exploration within the hearts of his listeners. As the crowd dispersed, Willow approached Jasper, her curiosity piqued. "Your stories are captivating, Jasper. Have you truly seen these wonders?" Jasper grinned, his eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 tales. "Oh, I've traveled far and wide, dear Willow. The world is vast and full of mysteries waiting to be uncovered." Willow nodded, feeling a spark of inspiration. "Perhaps there is more to learn beyond the woods of Moonflower Hollow. Your tales remind me that there is always more to discover." Jasper chuckled, tipping his hat. Indeed, the journey is as important as the destination. We learn and grow with every step we take. As Willow and Jasper conversed, Thistle nosed through the merchant's wares, his snout nudging a small, intricately carved wooden box. Willow noticed and picked it up, admiring the craftsmanship. "That box holds a secret," Jasper said with a mysterious smile. "It's said to contain a map to a hidden grove, a place of great beauty and ancient wisdom." Willow's eyes widened with intrigue. A hidden grove? What a fascinating notion. Jasper leaned closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "It's a legend, of course, but legends often hold a kernel of truth. Perhaps it's a journey worth considering." Willow's mind raced with possibilities, her heart fluttering with the thrill of a new adventure. She thanked Jasper for sharing his stories and promised to consider the path the map might reveal. As she and Thistle made their way back to the cottage, Willow felt a newfound sense of purpose. The world beyond Moonflower Hollow beckoned, full of secrets and wonders waiting to be uncovered. Yet she knew that whatever lay ahead, the heart of the woods and the moonflowers would always be her true home. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the moonflowers bathed the village in their silvery glow, Willow sat by her hearth, pondering the possibilities of the journey that awaited. With Thistle curled beside her, she traced the delicate carvings on the wooden box, feeling the tug of adventure whispering through the night. Her thoughts drifted to the villagers, to Rowan and his stargazing, to Jasper and his tales, and to the fairies whose presence reminded her of the magic that infused every corner of the world. She realized that the journey she was about to embark upon was not just about discovery, but about connecting with the myriad stories and lives that intertwined beneath the watchful gaze of the moon and stars. With a heart full of anticipation and a spirit ready to embrace the unknown, Willow closed her eyes, letting the gentle lullaby of the whispering woods guide her into a peaceful slumber. Tomorrow she would begin a new chapter, guided by the moonlight and the stories whispered by the trees. Story 4. Under the gentle glow of the moon, a soft blanket of snow covered the sleepy village of Alderwood. Nestled between the whispering pines and the babbling brook, the village was home to a community of kind-hearted folk who lived in tune with the rhythms of nature. Each cottage was a haven of warmth, its windows casting golden squares of light onto the sparkling white landscape. The aroma of pine mingled with the crispness of the cold night air, creating an intoxicating blend that invigorated the senses. The faint sound of laughter and the clinking of mugs drifted on the breeze, hinting at the gatherings of families around their hearths, sharing stories of old. In the heart of this tranquil village stood an old stone tower, its weathered facade cloaked in ivy that rustled softly in the night breeze. This was the home of the village's most beloved resident, a sage named Marin. Marin was known far and wide for his wisdom and kindness, and his home was a gathering place for those seeking guidance or simply a listening ear. His tower, filled with an eclectic collection of books, maps, and peculiar artifacts, was a place of wonder for the villagers, especially the young ones who would sneak peeks through the keyhole in hopes of glimpsing something magical. The scent of parchment and aged leather wafted out, mingling with the fragrant smoke from the hearth. The walls were adorned with tapestries depicting tales of heroism and legends of the forest, each thread woven with care, each story waiting to be told. One frosty evening, as the village prepared for the longest night of the year, Marin sat by the crackling fire, sipping a mug of spiced cider that warmed him from within. His loyal companion, a fluffy white cat named Willow, purred contentedly at his feet, her fur shimmering like the snow outside. Marin's eyes twinkled with the reflection of the flames as he pondered a peculiar object he had recently acquired, a small, intricately carved wooden box with a delicate silver latch that glinted mysteriously in the flickering light. This box, Marin knew, held a secret, a mystery that had puzzled him since it came into his possession. It was said to contain a magical ability, one that could only be unlocked by a heart pure enough to use it wisely. Many had tried to open it, but none had succeeded. Marin, however, was patient. He believed that in time, the right person would come along, someone who could unlock the box's secret and use its power for the good of all. He often found himself wondering about the journey the box had taken to reach him, imagining the hands that had crafted it and the intentions behind its creation. As Marin mused over the box, a soft knock sounded at the tower door. Setting his mug aside, he rose and opened the door to find a young girl standing on the snowy step. She was bundled in a thick woolen cloak, her cheeks rosy from the cold. Her name was Leora, a spirited and curious soul known throughout the village for her insatiable curiosity and compassionate heart. She had a knack for seeing the beauty in the mundane, and often spent her days exploring the woods, collecting stones and leaves that whispered secrets only she could hear. "Good evening, Marin," Leora said, her breath misting in the chill night air. "I hope I'm not disturbing you." "Not at all, my dear," Marin replied warmly, stepping aside to let her in. Come in. It's much too cold to be standing out there." Leora entered the cozy tower, shaking off the snow from her cloak. The warmth of the fire embraced her, and she smiled gratefully. "I was hoping you might have a story to share," she said, her eyes alight with anticipation. "Something to warm the heart on such a cold night." Marin chuckled softly. "Ah, a story. Yes, I believe I have just the one." He gestured for her to sit by the fire and took his place beside her, Willow curling up in his lap. "Have you ever heard of the Whispering Woods?" Marin began, his voice a gentle melody that seemed to blend with the crackling of the fire. Leora shook her head, eyes wide with curiosity. "No, I haven't. What are they?" "The Whispering Woods are a hidden world," Marin explained, "a place within the heart of the forest where magic and nature intertwine. It's said that those who enter with an open heart and a pure spirit can hear the trees whisper secrets of the past, present, and future." Leora listened, captivated by the imagined rustle of leaves and the murmur of ancient voices. "Has anyone from the village ever gone there?" "Ah, that's where our story begins," Marin said, a twinkle in his eye. "Many years ago, a young boy named Finn lived in Alderwood. Much like you, he was curious and kind, with a heart full of wonder. One winter, not unlike this one, Finn stumbled upon a path that led him to the Whispering Woods." Leora leaned in closer, the warmth of the fire and the promise of adventure drawing her into the tale. "Finn loved exploring," Marin continued, "and one day, while wandering near the edge of the village, he discovered a narrow trail hidden beneath the snow. His curiosity piqued. He followed the path, which wound its way deeper into the forest than he had ever ventured before. The trees grew taller and closer together," Marin described, their branches forming a canopy that filtered the moonlight into a silvery glow. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. As Finn walked, he began to hear a soft, melodic whispering. At first he thought it was the wind, but the whispers were too deliberate, too rhythmic to be mere gusts. "What were they saying?" Leora asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Finn couldn't quite make out the words, Marin replied, but he felt a gentle pull, as if the forest itself was inviting him to come closer. He followed the whispers deeper into the woods, until he reached a clearing bathed in moonlight. Leora could almost see it, the silvery glow, the tranquil beauty of the hidden world. What did he find there? In the center of the clearing, Marin said, stood an ancient tree, its trunk gnarled and twisted with age. Its branches stretched upwards, adorned with delicate silver leaves that shimmered in the moonlight. This was the heart tree, the source of the whispers. "The heart tree," Leora repeated, intrigued. "Yes," Marin nodded. "The heart tree is said to be the guardian of the Whispering Woods, a living memory of the forest's history." As Finn approached, he felt a warmth radiating from the tree, a comforting presence that filled him with peace. "And then?" Leora prompted, eager to know more. As Finn stood before the heart tree, Marin continued, he noticed a small shining object nestled among its roots. It was a crystal, clear as ice and pulsing with a gentle light. When Finn picked it up, the whispers grew louder, and he realized they were speaking to him, guiding him. "What did the crystal do?" Leora asked, her eyes wide with wonder. The crystal, Marin explained, was a key, a magical object that allowed Finn to understand the whispers of the forest. With it, he could hear the stories of the trees, learn the secrets of the land, and see the world through nature's eyes. Leora was silent, imagining the possibilities, the knowledge that such a gift could bestow. What did Finn do with the crystal? At first, he simply listened, Marin said. He spent hours in the clearing, learning from the whispers, gaining insights into the natural world and the interconnectedness of all living things. With each visit, he grew more attuned to the forest, more aware of the harmony that existed within its depths. And did he share what he learned with others? Leora asked. He did, Maren nodded, but not in the way you might expect. Finn understood that the knowledge the forest shared was precious, and he chose to use it to help those around him. He became a protector of the woods, ensuring that the village and the forest lived in harmony. Leora smiled, imagining Finn as a guardian, a bridge between the village and the enchanted world of the forest. What happened to Finn in the end? Maren's eyes softened with fondness. Finn grew into a wise and gentle leader, loved by all who knew him. He never forgot the lessons of the heart tree, and he taught others to respect and cherish the natural world. His legacy lived on, and the bond between the village and the forest remained strong. As Maren paused, Leora's mind wandered to the tales of her grandmother. She remembered the stories of the village's founding, of how the first settlers had made a pact with the spirits of the forest, promising to live in harmony with nature. She realized that Finn's story was not just a tale of magic, but a continuation of that ancient promise. Leora sighed contentedly, her heart warmed by the tale. I wish I could find a crystal like Finn did, she said wistfully. Maren smiled and gently placed the wooden box on the table between them. Perhaps one day you might find something even more special. He said, the magic of the world often reveals itself to those who are open to its wonders. Leora looked at the box, her curiosity piqued, but she knew better than to ask to open it. She trusted that its secret would be revealed in time, just as Maren had said. As the fire crackled and the snow continued to fall outside, Maren and Leora sat together, sharing the warmth of friendship and the magic of stories. And in that moment, beneath the gentle gaze of the moon and the watchful eye of the forest, the village of Alderwood felt as if it were part of something much greater, a hidden world where the whispers of the woods could still be heard by those who chose to listen. In the quiet that followed, Leora felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that the magic of the Whispering Woods was not just a story, but a reminder of the beauty and wonder that existed all around her. And with that comforting thought, she bid Maren good night and stepped back into the snowy night, her heart full of dreams and possibilities. As she walked home, she noticed the snowflakes dancing around her, each one unique and beautiful, much like the stories that wove together the fabric of Alderwood. She felt a renewed connection to her village, her heart warmed by the knowledge that magic existed in the simplest of things. As Leora made her way through the snow-laden paths, she paused by the brook, where the water gurgled gently beneath a layer of ice. The moonlight glinted off its surface, and she imagined the brook whispering its own stories, tales of journeys from the mountains to the valleys, carrying the spirit of the forest within its flow. She leaned down, her breath forming clouds in the crisp air, and dipped her fingers into the icy water, feeling the chill that seemed to carry the essence of the Whispering Woods. The village's night watchman, a kindly old man named Eldon, passed by, his lantern casting a warm glow in the dark. Evening, Leora, he said with a nod, his voice a low rumble like the brook. Out for a walk in this magical night? Just visiting Maren, Leora replied, smiling at him. He shared a story with me. Eldon chuckled, his eyes crinkling with mirth. Ah, Maren's stories are treasures in themselves. Did he tell you of Finn and the Whispering Woods? Leora nodded enthusiastically. He did. It felt like I was there, among the whispers. Eldon's gaze softened, and he looked towards the forest. In my youth, I too ventured close to the woods, hoping to catch a whisper or two. Perhaps one day you might hear them for yourself. As Eldon continued his rounds, Leora felt a sense of continuity, as if she were part of an unbroken chain of villagers who shared a love and respect for the forest. She looked back at Maren's tower, its silhouette framed against the star-studded sky, knowing that in its heart lay the stories and mysteries that bound Alderwood to the Whispering Woods. Leora resumed her walk home, the path familiar beneath her feet. She marveled at how the village seemed to glow under the moon, each home a constellation, each light a star in a tapestry woven with tales of old and dreams of new beginnings. She felt the village's heartbeat in the crunch of snow, the wind's caress on her cheeks, and the soft murmur of the brook, a symphony of alderwood, serenading her journey homeward. The next morning, as the dawn painted the sky with soft hues of pink and gold, Leora awoke with a sense of purpose. Inspired by Finn's story, she decided to explore the woods herself. She bundled up in her warmest garments and set out into the crisp morning air, her breath forming delicate clouds that drifted upwards. As she walked, she could hear the village stirring to life. The sound of wood being chopped, the murmur of voices, and the laughter of children playing in the snow filled the air. Leora took a moment to appreciate the beauty around her, the frost-covered trees glistening in the morning light, each branch a delicate sculpture of ice. She soon reached the edge of the forest, where the trees stood tall and proud, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Leora paused, a sense of anticipation bubbling within her. She took a deep breath, allowing the scent of pine and earth to fill her senses, and then stepped onto the path that led into the heart of the woods. The forest enveloped her in its embrace, the air cool and refreshing. The sounds of the village faded away, replaced by the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant call of a bird. Leora felt a thrill of excitement as she ventured deeper, her footsteps leaving a trail in the untouched snow. As she walked, she began to notice the subtle whispers of the forest, the gentle murmur of the trees swaying in the wind. She stopped for a moment, closing her eyes and listening intently. The whispers were faint, like a melody just out of reach, but they filled her with a sense of wonder and curiosity. Leora continued on, her heart light with the promise of discovery. She felt a connection to the land around her, to the stories and secrets hidden within its depths. She knew that the Whispering Woods held many mysteries, and she was determined to uncover them. As she walked, she spotted a clearing up ahead, bathed in the soft glow of the morning sun. Her heart skipped a beat as she approached, her footsteps quickening with excitement. She stepped into the clearing, her breath catching in her throat as she took in the sight before her. In the center of the clearing stood a magnificent tree, its branches reaching towards the sky. The tree was ancient, its trunk gnarled and twisted with age, and its leaves shimmered with a silvery light. Leora knew in her heart that this was the heart tree, the guardian of the Whispering Woods. She approached the tree, her footsteps slow and reverent. As she neared, she felt a warmth radiating from its trunk, a comforting presence that filled her with peace and joy. She reached out, her fingers brushing against the bark, and felt a pulse of energy, a connection to the world around her. Leora stood there for a long time, listening to the whispers of the forest, feeling the magic of the heart tree. She knew that she had found something truly special, a connection to the natural world that would stay with her always. As she made her way back to the village, Leora felt a renewed sense of purpose and wonder. She knew that the Whispering Woods held many secrets, and she was determined to uncover them. She would listen to the whispers, learn from the forest, and share its stories with those around her. And as she walked, her footsteps light and joyful, she knew that the magic of the Whispering Woods was not just a story, but a part of her own journey, a reminder of the beauty and wonder that existed all around her. Story 5. Once upon a time, in a forest where the sunlight dappled through the high, whispering trees and the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and wildflowers, there existed a hidden world of natural creatures. This was a place where the delicate balance of life was maintained by ancient wisdom, passed down through generations, and where the change of seasons painted the forest in vibrant hues of magic. At the heart of this enchanted forest, nestled beneath the protective boughs of a magnificent oak tree, lived a curious young deer named Fawn. Fawn's coat was a mosaic of tawny browns and soft whites, perfectly suited to the forest's shifting shadows. Her eyes, wide and full of wonder, seemed to reflect the very essence of the forest itself, capturing the subtle dance of light and shadow that flickered beneath the canopy. Fawn had grown up listening to stories of the forest's magic from her wise grandmother, Doe. With her gentle voice, Doe would speak of the seasonal dances that influenced every leaf and creature, of the winter's breath that adorned the trees with sparkling frost, and the summer's embrace that coaxed the flowers into full bloom. Most fascinating of all were the tales of the magical phenomena that marked the transition of each season. As the forest whispered its secrets through the rustling of leaves and the murmuring of streams, Fawn felt a longing to witness these wonders for herself. Her heart brimmed with a desire to understand the intricate harmony that governed their world. She often thought of the stories her grandmother told, imagining the forest as a grand tapestry woven with threads of magic, each thread representing a different creature or element, each essential to the whole. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was thick with the rich scent of fallen leaves, and the sky was a deep, endless blue, Fawn decided it was time to embark on an adventure. She wished to see the fabled autumn's veil, a phenomenon said to weave an ethereal tapestry of colors across the forest, a sight only the most patient and observant could behold. "Remember, dear Fawn," Doe advised, her voice as warm and comforting as a woolen blanket on a cold night, "the forest holds its secrets for those who approach with a gentle heart and open eyes. Look beyond what is seen, and you shall find the balance that sustains us all." With these words echoing in her mind, Fawn set off deeper into the forest, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft, leaf-laden earth. As she wandered, she noticed the quiet symphony of life around her, the busy scurry of squirrels gathering acorns, the distant call of a woodpecker echoing through the trees, and the soft rustling of the wind weaving through the branches. The forest was alive, and Fawn felt a deep connection to its rhythms, as if she were a note in its grand melody. As Fawn continued her journey, she encountered a glistening brook that babbled with the sound of 1,000 gentle whispers. The water was so clear that she could see the smooth stones beneath its surface, each one uniquely shaped and colored. She paused at the brook, lowering her head to drink. As the cool, refreshing water touched her lips, she noticed a dragonfly hovering nearby, its iridescent wings a blur of color. It darted gracefully, reminding Fawn of her own desire to explore and understand the world around her. As the sun began its descent, casting long, golden rays that filtered through the canopy, Fawn reached a small clearing. Here, the ground was carpeted with vibrant shades of amber, crimson, and gold. She paused, her breath catching as she felt the presence of something extraordinary. Before her eyes, the autumn's veil began to unfurl. A gentle breeze swept through the clearing, lifting leaves into a swirling dance of colors. They twirled and spun, forming intricate patterns that shimmered with an otherworldly glow. It was as if the forest itself was breathing a sigh of contentment, celebrating the arrival of autumn. Enraptured by the display, Fawn stood perfectly still, feeling the harmony that connected each leaf, each tree, and each creature in the forest. In that moment, she understood the wisdom her grandmother had shared. The balance of the forest was not just in its visible beauty, but in the unseen connections that bound them all together. As the final rays of sunlight faded and the leaves gently settled back to the earth, Fawn felt a deep sense of peace. She knew that she was a part of something far greater than herself, a tapestry woven through time and space, held together by the bonds of nature and magic. As she turned to leave, a soft, plaintive sound reached her ears. Fawn hesitated, scanning the dimming forest. Following the sound, she discovered a young rabbit with its paw caught in a snare. Its eyes were wide with fear, and its small body trembled. Fawn approached slowly, her heart swelling with compassion. The rabbit's predicament mirrored the stories Doe had told of the forest's challenges, where the balance could be disrupted by forces beyond the creature's control. "Stay calm," she whispered, nudging the snare gently with her nose. With careful persistence, she managed to loosen the cruel trap, freeing the rabbit. Grateful and relieved, the rabbit nuzzled Fawn's leg before bounding away into the safety of the underbrush. This encounter deepened Fawn's understanding of her grandmother's words. The forest's magic was not just in its beauty, but in the duty to protect and maintain the harmony among its inhabitants. Continuing her way home, Fawn felt the forest come alive with the sounds of the night. The chirping of crickets filled the air, and the gentle hoot of an owl resonated in the distance. Her journey had not only been a physical one, but an emotional odyssey as well, revealing her potential to be a guardian of the forest's balance. As she made her way back, the forest seemed to whisper its approval. the wind carrying a gentle melody through the trees. She encountered a wise old owl perched on a low branch. Its golden eyes glinted knowingly in the moonlight. "Did you find what you were seeking, young one?" The owl hooted softly, its voice a low, resonant echo of the forest's ancient wisdom. "Yes," Fawn replied, her voice filled with newfound understanding. "I found the balance, the harmony that weaves us all together." The owl nodded, a gentle rustle of feathers in the silence of the night. "Remember this feeling, Fawn. The forest is a living, breathing entity, and each of us has a role to play in its story." With this encounter, Fawn's heart swelled with a sense of belonging and purpose. She knew that her journey was only beginning, that there were countless more wonders to discover, each more intricate and beautiful than the last. Yet for now, she was content, knowing she was a part of the forest's grand narrative, a small but vital thread in its endless tapestry. As the moon climbed higher in the sky, casting a silvery glow across the forest, Fawn finally reached the familiar boughs of the magnificent oak tree. She curled up beside her grandmother, her heart full of gratitude and love. The crackling leaves beneath her formed a cozy bed, and the gentle lullaby of the forest soon lulled her into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of the wonders yet to come. And so, in the embrace of night, Fawn drifted into dreams filled with visions of the forest's magic and the promise of new discoveries. Her journey had only just begun, and she was ready to face whatever lay ahead, her heart forever woven into the tapestry of the forest's eternal story. 6. In the heart of the ancient sylvanwood forest, where the trees stood tall and majestic, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind, a delicate balance of life thrived. The forest was a realm where the natural world and magic danced in harmony, each season bringing its own symphony of wonders. As the first light of dawn gently kissed the forest floor, a serene chorus of birds began to sing, their melodies weaving through the branches like an invisible tapestry. The air was crisp and fragrant with the scent of pine and earth, a reminder of the life teeming just beneath the surface. Among the roots and underbrush, hidden from the eyes of the unobservant, dwelled a community of creatures whose lives intertwined with the rhythm of the forest. At the base of an ancient oak that stood like a wise old guardian, the gentle squirrel named Thistle awoke from her nest of soft moss and leaves. Her fur was a warm chestnut, and her eyes sparkled like morning dew. Thistle was known for her kindness and her knack for finding the ripest of acorns, which she shared generously with those in need. One such recipient of Thistle's generosity was a small, timid mouse named Fennel. With fur the color of moonlit silver, Fennel was a creature of the twilight hours, often scurrying in the soft glow of dusk. His friendship with Thistle was strong, each recognizing the other's gentle heart and quiet courage. As the sun climbed higher, its golden rays filtered through the canopy, illuminating patches of the forest floor where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors. Violets and blues, oranges and yellows, each petal delicate as silk. The air buzzed with the gentle hum of bees diligently collecting nectar to sustain their hives. Today, however, a hush had fallen over the forest, for the creatures knew that something magical was about to unfold. It was the day of the equinox, a time when the balance of night and day was mirrored in the balance of the forest, and an ancient ritual of renewal was set to take place. Thistle and Fennel made their way to the sacred clearing, a hidden glade where the sunlight danced upon a small, sparkling pond. The water was as clear as polished glass, reflecting the vibrant tapestry of the forest around it. Gathered there were creatures from all corners of the forest, wise old owls with feathers the color of twilight, nimble deer whose hooves barely whispered against the earth, and even the elusive fox whose russet fur gleamed in the dappled light. In the center of the clearing stood Elder Willow, a venerable tortoise whose shell was etched with the countless of seasons. Elder Willow was the keeper of the forest's wisdom, her voice rich and soothing, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. She began the ceremony with words that resonated like a melody, speaking of the harmony between all living things and the responsibility each had to maintain it. Just as the sun and moon share the sky, Elder Willow intoned, so must we share this land, each giving and taking in balance. The forest thrives when we respect the old ways, and today we renew our promise to uphold them. As she spoke, a faint shimmer filled the air, a soft glow that seemed to emanate from the very earth itself. It was the magic of the equinox, a reminder of the unseen forces that kept the forest in harmony. The creatures listened with reverence, their hearts swelling with the knowledge passed down through generations. After the ceremony, Thistle and Fennel lingered by the pond, watching as the sun dipped lower in the sky, painting the horizon in hues of amber and rose. The air was cooler now, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke from distant hearths. They spoke in hushed tones of the lessons they had learned, of the importance of friendship and the power of unity in ensuring the forest's future. As twilight descended, wrapping the forest in its gentle embrace, Thistle turned to Fennel, her eyes filled with warmth. "We are all part of something greater," she said softly, "and together we can face whatever challenges come our way." Fennel nodded, feeling a sense of peace flow through him like a gentle stream. It was the peace of knowing that he was never truly alone, that the bonds of friendship and the wisdom of the forest would always guide him. As the first stars began to twinkle in the velvety sky, the creatures of Sylvanwood Forest returned to their nests and burrows, their hearts light and their spirits renewed. The forest settled into a tranquil slumber, its secrets safe beneath the watchful eyes of the moon. And so, in the ancient forest where magic and reality intertwined, the cycle of life continued, each creature playing its part in the grand symphony of existence. The story of the forest was one of harmony and balance, of wisdom shared and friendships nurtured, a story that would be told for generations to come, whispered on the wind and carried in the rustling leaves, a gentle reminder that in unity there is strength, and in kindness there is magic. Story 7. Here is a bedtime story about personal growth and magical transformation. Once upon a time, deep in an enchanted forest, there lived a young deer named Willow. Willow was a gentle and kind creature, but she struggled with fears that held her back from embracing her true self. Every spring when the flowers bloomed, Willow felt a stirring inside, a yearning for something more. But the familiar paths and shady glades felt so safe and comfortable. Even though her spirit longed to explore the mysteries beyond the forest's edge, her hooves felt rooted to the ground. Willow's best friend, a wise old oak tree named Oakley, could sense her inner turmoil. "Dear Willow," he said one sunny morning as she grazed near his sturdy trunk, "I see the questions shining in your eyes. Why do you resist the call to journey forth and discover what wonders await?" "Oh, Oakley," Willow sighed, nestling under the shelter of his broad canopy. "I know there is so much to see and experience out there, but I'm afraid of what lies beyond the safety of our forest home. What if I get lost or hurt? What if I'm not ready?" Oakley's leaves rustled with a gentle, reassuring laugh. "My sweet friend, you were born ready. The metamorphosis you seek is already unfolding within you, just as my buds unfurl into leaves each spring. All you need is courage to spread your wings." Willow blinked in surprise as she looked down at her slender legs. Where there had once been spindly fawn limbs, now emerged graceful shafts of pure light, tipped with dainty golden hooves. Her body began to emanate a soft, warm radiance, like sunbeams filtering through the trees. "What's happening to me?" she gasped with a mixture of wonder and trepidation. "You're becoming your truest self, Willow," Oakley explained, "a beautiful forest spirit who shines her inner light to illuminate the world." Over the next few days and weeks, Willow's transformation blossomed at an unhurried pace, much like the wildflowers carpeting the sun-dappled meadows in their vibrant colors. Her friend Oakley, ever a steady and patient presence, offered boundless wisdom and encouragement. Soon Willow felt an unmistakable sense of confidence and freedom welling up inside her luminous being. One misty dawn, she turned to Oakley with a smile. "I'm ready to explore what lies beyond our forest home," she announced. "Then you must follow your heart, my glowing friend," Oakley replied. "But remember, you can always return here to be revitalized by the strength and serenity of these timeless woods." And so Willow's magical journey of discovery began. Along the way, she encountered many new faces and fascinating lands. There were gorgeous sunlit meadows, rolling hills that brushed the bellies of billowy clouds, and craggy snow-capped peaks that took her breath away. In each new realm, Willow met allies who became treasured friends. like Zephyr, the playful wind sprite whose tickling breezes raised laughter from the deepest wellsprings of joy. Or Ruby, the dragon pup, still mastering her fire breath but overflowing with fierce warmth and loyalty. There were challenges, too, from rushing rivers to cross and winding caves to navigate. Whenever Willow felt her inner light wavering, she remembered Oakley's wisdom and drew strength from the radiant truth of who she was. Though her outer journey eventually looped back to the enchanted forest of her birth, Willow remained ever changed. Her fearful roots loosened, replaced by an expansive sense of wonder. She glowed with a serene confidence born from listening to her heart's call. Most importantly, Willow shared her hard-won gifts with all she encountered, leaving a trail of illumination and uplifting hope. For she realized that, like her, every being in existence had an essential light to uncover and shine forth through embracing their personal metamorphosis. To this day, you can find Willow still journeying and exploring the vast mystical lands and skies, her path ever forward as a luminous forest spirit. She delights in using her light to reveal unseen beauty and warm the souls of any who feel lost or afraid to blossom into their fullest, most magical selves. Story 8. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest, where the trees stood tall and wise, there existed a forgotten glade bathed in perpetual twilight. This place was known only to the creatures of the forest, and a few rare souls who dared to venture beyond the well-trodden paths. The air here was imbued with the scent of pine and earth, carrying the gentle rustling of leaves like a soft lullaby. It was a realm where magic lingered, hiding in plain sight among the shadows and the light. Elliot, a curious young boy with a heart as open as the sky, discovered this hidden world one golden afternoon. His hair, tousled by the wind, glimmered like autumn leaves in the sun. He had been wandering through the forest, drawn by a deep-seated yearning for something he could not name. Elliot loved the forest. Its secrets whispered to him, and its beauty filled him with a profound sense of belonging. As he walked, each step cushioned by a carpet of moss and fallen leaves, he stumbled upon an ancient oak with a hollow that seemed to beckon him closer. Within this hollow, nestled among roots as thick as his arm, lay a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was smooth, worn by time, and etched with symbols that seemed to pulse with a gentle glow. Elliot's fingers brushed over the box, and a warmth spread through him, as if the object were alive. He hesitated for a moment, then carefully lifted it from its resting place. As he did, a soft sighing sound filled the air, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. With the box cradled in his hands, Elliot sat beneath the oak, leaning against its sturdy trunk. The world around him faded into a serene silence, leaving only the gentle hum of nature. He turned the box over, examining it from every angle before finally deciding to open it. Inside, resting on a bed of velvet as dark as midnight, was a small, crystalline orb. It shimmered with an inner light, casting tiny rainbows that danced around Elliot like playful spirits. Mesmerized, Elliot reached out to touch it, and as his fingertips brushed the surface, a tingling sensation raced up his arm. Suddenly, the orb began to glow more brightly, and a soft voice, warm and melodic, filled the air. "Welcome, Seeker," it said, resonating with a kindness that wrapped around Elliot like a comforting embrace. "You have found the heart of the forest, a gift of magic and mystery." Elliot blinked, his eyes wide with wonder. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. "I am the guardian of this glade," the voice replied, "and you, dear child, have been chosen to carry the heart and listen to its song." The orb pulsed gently, and with each pulse, Elliot felt a connection forming, a bond with the forest and its secrets. "What do I do with it?" he asked, curiosity mingling with a sense of responsibility. "Listen," the voice advised. "Learn. The heart will guide you, reveal hidden truths, and teach you the language of the world around you. But remember, true power comes from understanding, not control." Elliot nodded, his mind awhirl with possibilities. He closed the box, feeling the weight of the orb settle within it, and tucked it safely into his satchel. As he rose to his feet, the forest seemed to awaken, the trees whispering encouragement, the leaves rustling with approval. Over the following days, Elliot returned to the glade, drawn to its serenity and the promise of discovery. He spent hours sitting beneath the ancient oak, listening to the heart's gentle murmur and learning the subtle language of the forest. Each day brought new revelations, a hidden path, a secret grove, the laughter of a brook that meandered through sun-dappled glens. One crisp morning, as the first rays of the sun painted the forest in shades of gold, Elliot encountered an unexpected visitor. A fox, its fur as red as flames, emerged from the underbrush. Its eyes, sharp and intelligent, regarded Elliot with curiosity. "Hello there," Elliot said softly, extending a hand in greeting. The fox approached cautiously, its nose twitching as it sniffed the air between them. Sensing no threat, it sat back on its haunches and regarded Elliot with a look of expectation. Elliot remembered the heart and its promise of connection. He retrieved the box from his satchel and opened it, letting the fox see the shimmering orb. The fox tilted its head, eyes reflecting the orb's light, and for a moment, Elliot felt as if he were gazing into a deep well of ancient wisdom. The fox blinked slowly, then trotted forward, brushing against Elliot's leg in a gesture of trust. Elliot smiled, a warmth spreading through him. Here was a friend, unexpected and wondrous, brought to him by the magic of the forest. From that day on, Elliot and the fox were inseparable. They explored the forest together, the fox leading Elliot to hidden places he never would have found on his own. In return, Elliot shared his discoveries and the knowledge imparted by the heart. As the seasons changed, Elliot grew in wisdom and understanding. The forest, once a place of mystery, became a living tapestry of stories and songs. He learned to read the language of the wind, to interpret the dance of the leaves, and to find beauty in the smallest details. But as Elliot's connection with the forest deepened, so too did his awareness of its fragility. He noticed signs of change, trees that stood bare in the wrong season, streams that ran dry, and animals that seemed restless, out of sync with the natural rhythm. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and violet, Elliot sat with the fox by his side, pondering the forest's plight. The heart glowed softly in his lap, its light casting gentle shadows. "What can we do?" Elliot asked aloud, his voice tinged with worry. The fox looked at him, its gaze steady and calm. Elliot felt the heart pulse in response, a silent reassurance that they were not alone. "Together we must find the source of this imbalance." The voice of the guardian spoke, its tone gentle yet resolute. "The forest has chosen you, Elliot, to be its champion. Trust in your bond with the heart and your friendship with the fox. They will guide you." Determined and hopeful, Elliot set out the next morning with the fox at his side. They traveled deeper into the forest than ever before, following signs and whispers that only they could perceive. The journey was long and arduous, but Elliot's heart was buoyed by a sense of purpose and the unwavering companionship of his fox friend. As they ventured onward, the forest revealed more of its wonders. A hidden waterfall that sang with the voices of 1,000 dreams, a glen where flowers bloomed in colors more vibrant than any rainbow. Yet alongside these marvels, Elliot also saw the signs of distress, trees that wept sap like tears, birds that called mournfully to the empty sky. One evening, as they rested beneath a canopy of stars, Elliot felt a shift in the air, a subtle change that sent a shiver down his spine. The fox, ever perceptive, rose to its feet, ears pricked and alert. "We're close," Elliot murmured, sensing that the source of the forest's imbalance lay just ahead. Together they pressed on, their path illuminated by the silvery light of the moon. Finally, they arrived at a clearing unlike any other. Here, in the center, stood a tree of immense size and age, its branches stretching wide like the arms of a guardian embracing the world. But this tree, once the heart of the forest, was withering. Its bark was cracked, its leaves brittle and lifeless. Approaching the tree, Elliot felt the heart in his satchel grow warm, its light pulsing in harmony with the tree's faint heartbeat. He understood then that the heart and the tree were connected, two halves of a greater whole. Elliot knelt before the tree, placing the heart upon the earth at its roots. He closed his eyes, reaching out with his mind and spirit to the guardian voice within the orb. "Please," he whispered, "show me how to help." In response, the heart flared with light, and Elliot found himself enveloped in a vision. He saw the forest as it once was, vibrant and alive, its creatures thriving in harmony. But then a shadow fell over the land, a darkness born of neglect and imbalance, threatening to unravel the delicate weave of life. The vision shifted, and Elliot saw himself, the fox by his side, standing as a beacon of hope. He saw the heart, its light spreading across the forest, mending the fractures and restoring balance. Elliot understood. The heart's power was not his to wield, but to share. To heal the forest, he needed to awaken the magic within every living thing, to remind them of their place in the grand tapestry. With newfound clarity, Elliot rose and turned to the fox, his faithful companion. Together they began to circle the great tree, the heart's light guiding their steps. As they moved, Elliot spoke, his voice carrying the ancient words of the forest, words of renewal and rebirth. The fox joined in, its voice a melody that wove through Elliot's words, binding them with the rhythm of nature. Around them the air shimmered, and the forest seemed to sigh in relief, the shadows retreating as light spread like a healing balm. They continued until the first light of dawn touched the clearing, bathing it in gold. The great tree, once withered, now stood tall and proud, its branches laden with leaves that sang with the wind. The balance had been restored, the forest's heartbeat strong and steady. Elliot felt a deep peace settle within him, a warmth that mirrored the light of the heart. He turned to the fox, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thank you," he said simply, knowing that their friendship had been the key to unlocking the forest's magic. The fox yipped softly, its eyes reflecting the dawn's light, and nuzzled Elliot's hand, a bond unspoken yet deeply felt. Elliot knew that his journey was only beginning. There were more mysteries to uncover, more stories to learn. But he was ready, for the heart of the forest was with him, and the friendship he had forged with the fox was a strength that would guide him through any challenge. As they left the clearing, the forest seemed to embrace them, its song a gentle promise of adventure and discovery. Elliot walked with a light heart, the fox by his side, knowing that together they would keep the magic of the forest alive. And so, beneath the canopy of leaves that whispered secrets only they could hear, Elliot and his fox friend ventured forth, guardians of the hidden world, champions of the magic that danced in the spaces between shadow and light. Together they embraced the mysteries of the forest, finding joy in every step and wonder in every breath. And as the sun rose higher in the sky, painting the world in vibrant hues, they knew that they had found their place in the ever-spinning tapestry of life. Story 9. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had chestnut curls that bounced as she walked, and eyes like polished amber, always alight with curiosity. Her home was a snug little cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that danced with wildflowers. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the fire with her grandmother, a wise woman renowned throughout the village for her knowledge of herbs and lore. The hearth crackled warmly, casting a golden glow over the room, where shadows played gently on the walls. One particular evening, as Lila and her grandmother were preparing to settle down with steaming mugs of chamomile tea, a soft but persistent tapping echoed through the room. It seemed to be coming from the window, which overlooked the garden now blanketed in twilight's embrace. Curious, Lila padded over to the window and pulled back the lace curtain. To her astonishment, she found a small, peculiar creature perched on the windowsill. It was a moonbeam sprite, its delicate wings shimmering faintly in the dim light. The sprite's eyes were wide with worry, its tiny hands clasped together as if in prayer. "Oh, dear Lila," the sprite fluttered its wings, causing a gentle flutter of silvery dust to cascade around it. "Something strange is afoot in the whispering woods. The songbirds have fallen silent, and the fireflies are nowhere to be seen." Lila's grandmother joined her at the window, her expression thoughtful. "These are indeed curious happenings," she murmured, her voice as soft and comforting as a woolen shawl. "Perhaps it is time for a visit to the woods. They have secrets to share if one knows how to listen." The next morning, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon, Lila set off toward the whispering woods. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the earthy scent of dew-kissed leaves. As she entered the woods, the familiar rustle of leaves underfoot welcomed her, though the absence of birdsong was unmistakable. Lila walked deeper into the forest, her senses attuned to the subtle whispers of the trees. She soon came upon a clearing where the ancient oak known as Grandfather Tree stood proudly. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the heavens, and its bark was etched with the wisdom of centuries. "Welcome, young Lila," a voice rumbled softly, resonating from the heart of the oak. It was the tree guardian, an ethereal presence that watched over the woods. "I sense you seek answers." Lila nodded, her voice barely more than a whisper. "The forest feels different. Can you tell me what has happened?" The tree guardian seemed to sigh, a gentle breeze rustling through its leaves. "There is a disturbance in the balance. The nightshade, a mischievous creature, has been playing tricks, drawing the magic away from the woods." Lila listened carefully, her mind already turning with possibilities. "How might we restore the balance?" she asked. The tree guardian's response was a soft rustle. "The nightshade is drawn to its reflection. You must craft a mirror of moonlight to capture its attention and coax it back into harmony." Thanking the tree guardian, Lila set about gathering what she needed. She collected a handful of silvery dew from the petals of moonflowers and a shard of smooth, reflective riverstone. With these, she fashioned a small mirror, its surface gleaming with a pale luminescence. As twilight descended, painting the woods in shades of blue and silver, Lila returned to the clearing. There, she placed the mirror upon a bed of moss, right where the moon's light would touch it. Then she waited, her heart steady and calm. Before long, a shadow flitted across the clearing, a dark, wispy shape that darted about with an impish energy. It was the nightshade, drawn irresistibly to the mirror's glow. The creature paused, entranced by its own reflection. Its antics momentarily ceased. With gentle words woven of kindness and understanding, Lila spoke to the nightshade. She explained how its playful tricks had unbalanced the magic of the woods, and how harmony could be restored if it chose to return to its rightful place among the shadows. The nightshade listened, its form shimmering as if considering her words. Finally, with a playful wink, it vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust. Almost immediately, the woods felt different. The air was lighter, and the soft chirping of crickets resumed its familiar melody. As Lila made her way back to the village, the moon watched over her, casting a gentle glow on her path. She felt a comforting sense of achievement, knowing she had helped restore peace to the woods she loved so dearly. Back at the cottage, her grandmother awaited her with open arms and a warm smile. "You have done well, dear heart," she said, her voice a balm to Lila's soul. "Remember, even the smallest creatures can teach us the greatest lessons." That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, she listened to the soft hum of the forest outside her window. The world was at peace, and so was she, knowing that wisdom and friendship could always light the way, even through the darkest of shadows. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, cradled by the whispers of the woods. Story 10. In a land where the whispering winds carried tales of old, nestled between rolling hills and ancient forests, lay the quaint village of Windlebrook. The village was known for its cobblestone streets lined with quaint cottages, each with a garden bursting with wildflowers and herbs. At the heart of Windlebrook stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching toward the sky like wise, weathered arms. The villagers believed this tree was the guardian of their home, a silent watcher over their peaceful lives. In one of these cottages lived a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of ripe chestnuts, cascading down her back in wild curls, and her eyes sparkled like the morning dew. Lila had a heart as pure as the snow-capped peaks visible on the horizon, and her laughter was as infectious as the melody of the songbirds that gathered in the oak's branches. She lived with her grandmother, a gentle woman named Nana Willow, who often shared stories of magical lands and hidden worlds, igniting Lila's imagination. One balmy summer evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, Nana Willow called Lila to her side. They sat by the fireplace, where a gentle fire crackled, casting a warm glow around the room. Nana Willow held a small, intricately carved box, its surface adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the flickering firelight. "Lila, my dear," Nana Willow began, her voice soft and soothing, "this box has been in our family for generations. It holds a a secret that only reveals itself to those with a true heart and a mind open to wonder. Lila's eyes widened with curiosity as she reached out to touch the box. "What's inside, Nana?" Nana Willow smiled, her eyes twinkling with mystery. "Inside is a key that unlocks the door to a hidden world, a world that exists just beyond the veil of what we know. But remember, Lila, the journey there is not without its challenges. It requires courage, kindness, and above all, friendship." That night, as Lila lay in bed, her mind buzzed with excitement. She clutched the small box to her chest, wondering what adventures awaited her. The rhythmic song of the crickets lulled her to sleep, and in her dreams, she saw a world filled with vibrant colors, strange creatures, and a path that beckoned her forward. The next morning, bathed in the golden light of dawn, Lila set out with the box nestled safely in her satchel. She made her way to the ancient oak, its leaves rustling in a gentle breeze, as if whispering secrets only she could hear. As she approached, the box in her satchel seemed to grow warm, as though it sensed the presence of something magical. With a deep breath, Lila opened the box. Inside lay a beautiful, ornate key, its surface shimmering with a pearlescent glow. She held it in her hand, feeling a tingle of magic run through her fingers. The key seemed to pulse with a life of its own, guiding her gaze to a small, hidden door nestled among the roots of the oak. With a mixture of excitement and trepidation, Lila inserted the key into the lock. The door creaked open, revealing a shimmering portal that glowed with a soft, inviting light. Taking a deep breath, Lila stepped through, feeling a gentle tug at her heart, as if the world on the other side was calling her home. The other side was like nothing Lila had ever seen. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers, and the sky was a brilliant shade of lavender, dotted with fluffy clouds that drifted lazily by. The land stretched out before her in a tapestry of rolling hills, sparkling streams, and lush, verdant forests. As Lila marveled at the beauty around her, a soft chirping sound caught her attention. She turned to see a small creature perched on a nearby branch. It was unlike anything she had ever seen, with fur that shimmered like moonlight and eyes that glowed with a gentle warmth. The creature chirped again, tilting its head as if inviting Lila to follow. Intrigued, Lila followed the creature through the forest, her heart pounding with excitement. They passed under towering trees whose leaves whispered ancient secrets, and across babbling brooks that sang of forgotten times. Along the way, Lila noticed other creatures watching her with curious eyes, their forms as varied and wondrous as the land itself. Eventually, they arrived at a clearing, where a circle of stones stood sentinel around a small pond. The creature chirped once more, then vanished into the trees, leaving Lila alone in the serene silence. She approached the pond, its surface as smooth as glass, reflecting the pastel sky above. As she knelt by the water's edge, Lila noticed a faint glow emanating from beneath the surface. Leaning closer, she saw a beautiful crystal resting at the bottom, its light pulsing gently like a heartbeat. Without hesitation, she reached into the cool water and retrieved the crystal, feeling its warmth spread through her hand. At that moment, the stones surrounding the pond began to hum with a soft melody, a song that resonated deep within Lila's soul. The world around her seemed to come alive, the trees swaying in time with the music, the flowers nodding their heads in gentle agreement. The crystal in Lila's hand grew warm, and a voice, soft and kind, spoke in her mind. "Welcome, seeker of wonder. You have found the heart of the forest, a gift of magic and wisdom. But this world is in need of your help, for darkness threatens to overshadow its light." Lila's heart swelled with a sense of purpose. She knew that she had been brought to this world for a reason, to help restore the balance and protect its beauty. But she also knew she couldn't do it alone. As if in response to her thoughts, the creature that had guided her returned, accompanied by others. They gathered around Lila, their eyes filled with trust and understanding. She realized that these creatures, with their gentle spirits and unwavering courage, were her allies in this journey. Together, they set off into the heart of the forest, guided by the light of the crystal and the melody of the stones. Along the way, Lila learned the names of her new friends, a wise old owl named Auburn, whose feathers shimmered like silver, a mischievous fox named Finn, whose laughter was as bright as the sun, and a gentle deer named Mira, whose eyes held the wisdom of the ages. As they traveled deeper into the forest, Lila discovered that the darkness was not a physical presence, but a shadow cast by fear and misunderstanding. The creatures of the forest had become divided, each retreating into their own corners, wary of those who were different. In the heart of the forest stood a great tree, its branches twisted and gnarled, its leaves darkened with worry. This was the source of the darkness, the place where fear had taken root. Lila approached the tree, her heart filled with determination and compassion. She placed the crystal at the base of the tree, feeling its warmth spread through the earth. The tree shuddered, its branches creaking as the darkness began to recede. Lila closed her eyes, sending out a message of hope and unity to the creatures of the forest. Slowly, the tree began to change. Its leaves brightened, turning a vibrant shade of green, and its branches stretched toward the sky in a gesture of peace. The darkness that had once clouded the forest lifted, replaced by a sense of harmony and understanding. The creatures of the forest emerged from their hiding places, their eyes wide with wonder. They approached the tree, their hearts open to the possibility of friendship and cooperation. Together, they sang a song of renewal, their voices echoing through the forest like a gentle breeze. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the land, Lila knew that her journey had changed her in ways she could never have imagined. She had discovered the power of friendship and kindness, and the strength that came from standing together in the face of adversity. With a heart full of gratitude, Lila bid farewell to her newfound friends, knowing that the bond they shared would never be broken. She returned to the portal, the crystal now a part of her, a reminder of the magic that lay within. As she stepped back into the familiar world of Windlebrook, Lila felt a sense of peace and fulfillment. She knew that the lessons she had learned would guide her throughout her life, helping her to spread light and love wherever she went. And so, as the stars twinkled above and the gentle night breeze whispered through the trees, Lila fell asleep, her dreams filled with the beauty and wonder of the hidden world she had come to know and love. The days passed, and the village of Windlebrook thrived under the watchful eye of the ancient oak. Lila shared her story with the villagers, inspiring young and old alike to look beyond the ordinary and embrace the magic that lay within. The village became known not only for its picturesque beauty, but also for the kindness and unity of its people. Strangers who passed through were greeted with open arms and warm smiles, and the spirit of friendship spread like a gentle breeze across the land. Lila often returned to the ancient oak, her heart filled with gratitude for the journey that had changed her life. She knew that the hidden world was never far away, just beyond the veil of what was known, waiting for those with open hearts and a sense of wonder. And so the story of Lila and her journey into the hidden world became a cherished tale, passed down through generations, a reminder of the power of love, friendship, and the magic that lay within us all. In the heart of Windlebrook, the ancient oak stood tall and proud, its branches whispering secrets of old, its roots entwining with the earth, a testament to the enduring bond between worlds. And in the gentle glow of twilight, as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Lila would often sit beneath the oak, her heart filled with the warmth of cherished memories and the promise of new adventures yet to come. The villagers continued to gather around the oak, sharing stories and dreams, their laughter mingling with the gentle rustle of leaves. It was a place of comfort and connection, where differences were celebrated and kindness reigned supreme. And so, in the land of Windlebrook, where the whispering winds carried tales of wonder, the legacy of Lila and her journey lived on, a beacon of hope and inspiration for all who dared to dream and believe in the magic of the world around them. Story 11. In the quaint village of Elderglen, nestled between rolling hills and meandering streams, the air always seemed to sing with a secret melody. Elderglen was the kind of place where the sun's golden light danced through the leaves, painting dappled patterns on cobblestone paths, and where the whispers of the wind carried stories of old magic. In this charming village lived a young boy named Finn. With his tousled auburn hair and eyes the color of dew-kissed moss, Finn was known for his gentle heart and an insatiable curiosity about the world around him. He was the sort of child who found wonder in the smallest things. A ladybug crawling along a leaf, the way the rain tapped a soothing rhythm on the roof, or the shimmering arc of a rainbow stretching across the sky. Finn's closest friend was a spirited girl named Lila, whose laughter was as bright as the summer sun. Together, they spent their days exploring the woods and fields, their imaginations painting vibrant worlds only they could see. The villagers often watched them with fond smiles, remembering their own days of youthful adventure. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves blazed in hues of amber and crimson, the pair set off on a new journey. They had heard whispers about an ancient oak tree, deep within the heart of the forest, said to be older than the village itself. It was rumored to hold secrets of the past, mysteries untold, and perhaps even a touch of magic. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the air grew cooler, and the light took on a softer, more ethereal quality, filtering through the canopy in delicate, lace-like patterns. The forest seemed to hold its breath, as if anticipating their arrival. After a time, they found themselves standing before the grand oak. Its gnarled trunk was as wide as a small house, and its branches stretched skyward, a majestic crown against the azure heavens. The tree's bark was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Finn and Lila approached the tree with reverence, their hearts thrumming with excitement. As they circled the mighty oak, they noticed something peculiar, a small, hollowed-out nook at the base of the trunk. Within it lay a smooth, polished stone, glistening with an otherworldly light. Drawn to it, Finn gently picked up the stone. As his fingers closed around it, a warm sensation spread through him, as if the stone were alive with a gentle, pulsing energy. The world around them seemed to hold its breath, the forest hushed in anticipation. "Do you feel that?" Lila whispered, her eyes wide with wonder. Finn nodded, his gaze fixed on the stone. "It's like it's speaking to us." As they stood there, the stone began to glow brighter, casting a soft luminescence that enveloped them. The forest around them blurred and shifted, and they found themselves standing in a place both familiar and strange, a realm of twilight and dreams, where shadows danced and the air shimmered with possibility. Before them stood a figure, ancient and wise, with eyes that twinkled like stars. It was the spirit of the oak, a guardian of the forest's secrets. Its voice was like the rustling of leaves, gentle and melodic. "Welcome, young ones," the spirit said, its presence both comforting and awe-inspiring. "You have found the Heartstone, a gift of the forest, a key to its hidden magic." Finn and Lila listened with rapt attention as the spirit spoke of the Heartstone's power, a power that could reveal the hidden world within the natural environment, a world where the mundane and magical intertwined. "But with such gifts come responsibility," the spirit continued, its gaze steady and knowing. "The Heartstone must be used with wisdom and kindness, for it holds the power to change the world around you and within you." Finn felt a surge of determination. "We will use it well," he promised, his voice steady with resolve. Lila nodded in agreement, her hand clasped around Finn's. "Together, we can do anything." With a gentle smile, the spirit of the oak bestowed its blessing upon them, and the world around them shimmered once more. When the light faded, they found themselves back in the forest, the Heartstone resting in Finn's hands, its glow now soft and steady. From that day forward, Finn and Lila discovered wonders beyond their wildest dreams. With the Heartstone, they could see the hidden world within the forest, a world where flowers sang in the breeze, where streams whispered secrets of the earth, and where creatures of legend roamed free. Their adventures brought them closer together, their friendship blossoming like the flowers that carpeted the forest floor. They learned to listen to the whispers of the trees, to understand the language of the wind, and to see the beauty in every leaf and shadow. But as they journeyed through this magical realm, they also discovered challenges to face, creatures in need of help, and places where the balance of nature had been disturbed. With each challenge, they learned the importance of wisdom and kindness, of using the Heartstone's magic not for themselves, but for the good of all. One day, as they sat beneath the grand oak, watching the sun set in a blaze of color, Finn turned to Lila, a thoughtful expression on his face. "Do you ever wonder," he mused, "if the magic was always here, even before we found the Heartstone?" Lila smiled, her eyes reflecting the golden light of the fading day. "I think it was," she replied softly. "The heartstone just helped us see it." And so, in the gentle embrace of the forest, with the heartstone's glow lighting their path, Finn and Lila continued their journey. They grew in wisdom and friendship, their hearts intertwined with the magic of the world around them. As the years passed, they carried the lessons of the heartstone with them, sharing its magic with others, and teaching that true wonder lies not in the stone itself, but in the hearts of those who see the world with eyes of kindness and love. And so, in the village of Elderglen, where the whispers of the wind still sang with stories of old magic, the legend of Finn and Lila lived on, a tale of friendship and discovery, a story of the hidden world within us all. Story 12. In the heart of a small village, nestled between gently rolling hills and lush emerald woodlands, there lived a young girl named Amara. Her days were filled with the sweet symphony of birdsong and the rustling whispers of leaves, as she roamed the vibrant tapestry of nature that enveloped her home. Amara's village was one of those places where the world seemed to spin a little slower, where time was measured by the sun's warm ascent and the moon's silvery descent. Amara's hair was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled like the sunlit sky after a gentle rain. She was known throughout the village for her boundless curiosity and a heart as kind as the summer breeze. Her constant companion was a little squirrel named Pip, who would chatter happily upon her shoulder as they ventured through the woods together. One crisp morning, as the first light of dawn kissed the earth, Amara set out for her usual wanderings. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and dew-kissed grass. Pip scurried ahead, his bushy tail flicking with excitement as they made their way toward the forest, where the trees stood as ancient sentinels watching over the land. As they walked, Amara noticed something peculiar. The forest seemed different that day, as if holding its breath in anticipation. The trees whispered secrets to one another in a language only they understood, and the brook that babbled alongside their path sang a tune she had never heard before. Intrigued, Amara followed the sound, her heart beating in time with the rhythm of nature's melody. Suddenly, the brook veered into a small, hidden glen that Amara had never discovered in all her explorations. The sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dancing patterns of light and shadow upon the forest floor. In the center of the glen stood a magnificent tree unlike any other, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching toward the heavens as if in prayer. Amara approached the tree with reverence, her fingers trailing along the rugged bark. As she circled it, she caught sight of something gleaming at its base, a small, intricately carved wooden box, partially hidden beneath a blanket of fallen leaves. Her heart quickened with curiosity. What secrets might this box hold? With gentle hands, she lifted it from its leafy bed. The box was cool to the touch, its surface adorned with delicate etchings of stars and moons, vines and flowers. Amara sensed a warmth emanating from within, as if the box contained a living heart. She hesitated for a moment, then with a deep breath, she opened it. Inside lay a small, shimmering stone, a crystal that glowed with a soft, ethereal light. As Amara held the stone, she felt a gentle pulse, like the heartbeat of the earth itself. Her surroundings began to shift. The glen transformed, the air shimmering as if made of liquid light. Colors danced around her, vivid greens and blues, golds and purples, and she heard a distant, melodic laughter. In that moment, the hidden world within the natural environment revealed itself to Amara. It was a world where magic flowed like a river, where creatures both wondrous and wise dwelled in harmony. She saw tiny sprites flitting among the flowers, their wings catching the light like fragments of a rainbow. She glimpsed noble deer with antlers woven with vines, and heard the songs of birds that were as old as time. Amara's heart swelled with awe and wonder. She realized that this hidden world had always been there, just beyond the veil of the ordinary, waiting for someone with the heart and eyes to see. The crystal in her hand was a key, a gift that allowed her to step into this realm and witness its beauty. Yet, as magical as this world was, Amara sensed there was something more, something calling to her, asking for her help. She felt a tug at her heart, a gentle pull that led her deeper into the glen. With Pip at her side, she followed the invisible thread that drew her onward until she reached a grove where the trees formed a natural circle. In the center of the grove stood a figure, ethereal and graceful, with hair that cascaded like liquid silver and eyes that held the wisdom of centuries. It was a spirit of the forest, a guardian of this hidden world. The spirit smiled at Amara, a smile that spoke of friendship and trust. "Welcome, Amara," the spirit said, its voice like the rustling of leaves in a soft breeze. "You have found the crystal of understanding, a gift to those who seek with an open heart." Amara bowed her head respectfully, feeling the warmth of the spirit's presence. "I am honored to be here," she replied, her voice filled with wonder. "But I sense there is more to this than just discovery." The spirit nodded, its gaze gentle yet knowing. "Indeed, there is a challenge that only you can help us overcome. Our world, though hidden, is intertwined with yours. But a shadow has fallen, a misunderstanding that has caused a rift between our realms." Amara listened intently, her heart open to the spirit's words. "What must I do to help heal this rift?" "You possess the gift of understanding," the spirit explained. "It allows you to see beyond appearances, to listen and perceive with empathy and love. There is a creature, a guardian of the waters, who has grown distrustful of our intentions. You must find this creature and show it the truth of our harmony." Amara nodded, determination lighting her eyes. "I will do my best. Where can I find this guardian?" The spirit gestured toward a path that wound deeper into the forest, its entrance framed by ancient oak trees. "Follow this path, and you shall find the guardian at the heart of the crystal lake. Remember, Amara, the power of understanding is within you. Trust it, and you will succeed." With a grateful heart, Amara set off along the path, Pip scampering alongside her. The forest embraced them, its fragrance wrapping around them like a comforting shawl. As they journeyed, Amara marveled at the wonders around her. She passed through meadows where wildflowers swayed in the gentle breeze, their colors a tapestry of beauty. She crossed streams that sang with the laughter of water, their surfaces reflecting the sky's endless blue. Finally, she arrived at the crystal lake, a serene expanse of water that shimmered like 1,000 diamonds scattered upon its surface. The air was filled with the soft hum of dragonflies, their wings catching the sunlight as they flitted above the water. In the center of the lake, Amara saw the guardian, a magnificent creature, part dragon, part serpent, with scales that glistened like sapphires and emeralds. The guardian regarded Amara with eyes as deep as the ocean, filled with both suspicion and sadness. Amara approached slowly, her heart open and her mind clear. She remembered the spirit's words and allowed the gift of understanding to guide her. "Guardian of the waters," Amara called softly, her voice carrying across the lake like a gentle ripple. "I come in peace, seeking to bridge the gap between our worlds." The guardian's eyes narrowed, its voice a low rumble that echoed across the water. "Why should I trust you, child of the earth? Your kind has forgotten the old ways, turned away from the harmony that once bound us." Amara met the guardian's gaze, her own eyes shimmering with sincerity. "I understand your pain, for I, too, have seen how our world has changed, but I believe in the bond that connects us, in the beauty that unites us beyond appearances." The guardian listened, its expression softening as it sensed the truth in Amara's words. Slowly it emerged from the water, its form graceful and powerful, and approached the shore where Amara stood. "Show me," the guardian said, its voice now filled with curiosity. "Show me the harmony you speak of." Amara nodded, a gentle smile playing on her lips. She knelt down and placed the crystal in the water. As it touched the surface, a ripple of light spread across the lake, transforming it into a mirror that reflected the hidden world, the sprites, the noble deer, the ancient trees, all living in balance and peace. The guardian watched, its heart touched by the beauty and truth of what it saw. "I see it now," it murmured, a note of awe in its voice. "I see the harmony that was, and what can be again." Amara reached out, her hand gently touching the guardian's snout. "Together we can restore it," she said softly. "With understanding and love, we can heal the rift and make our worlds whole once more." The guardian nodded, a sense of peace washing over it. "Yes, together," it agreed, its voice a promise. "I will open the way, and the magic will flow between our realms once more." With a graceful sweep of its tail, the guardian stirred the water, sending a cascade of shimmering light into the sky. The forest around them seemed to sigh with relief, as if the earth itself recognized the healing that was taking place. Amara and the guardian stood side by side, their hearts united in purpose and hope. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson, the hidden world and the world of humans began to merge, their boundaries dissolving into a tapestry of shared existence. The spirit of the forest appeared once more, its presence a gentle caress upon the breeze. "You have done well, Amara," it said, pride and gratitude woven into its words. "The bond is restored, and the magic flows freely once more." Amara smiled, her heart full of joy and contentment. "I am grateful for the journey," she replied, her voice a whisper of peace, "and for all that I have learned about understanding and friendship." As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Amara knew that the world was a little brighter, a little more connected, because of the journey she had undertaken. And as she made her way back to the village, Pip chattering happily at her side, she carried with her the warmth of the hidden world and the promise of a future where understanding and love would guide the way. And so the village nestled between the hills and woodlands continued to thrive, its people and creatures living in harmony, their lives forever touched by the magic of a young girl's heart and the gift of understanding. And as Amara lay down to sleep that night, beneath a sky sprinkled with stars, she felt the gentle embrace of dreams, woven from the threads of her journey, dreams that promised new adventures and the enduring power of friendship. In the quiet of the night, with the forest whispering lullabies and the stars winking in the velvet sky, Amara drifted into a peaceful slumber, knowing that her world was a little more magical and her heart a little more open, forever transformed by the hidden wonders she had discovered and the friendships she had forged. Story 13. In the gentle glow of a moonlit evening, nestled within the heart of the whispering woods, lay the quaint village of Willoughby. The village was known for its cobblestone paths lined with ivy-clad cottages, their thatched roofs dusted with the softest of moss. Each home was adorned with window boxes overflowing with blooms that seemed to hum with the joy of the earth. The air was sweet, with the scent of honeysuckle and pine, a blend that wrapped around you like a warm, comforting shawl. At the very center of the village stood the great oak, a majestic tree whose branches reached out as if to embrace the stars themselves. It was said that the great oak was as old as time and as wise as the ages. Every evening, the villagers gathered around its sturdy trunk for stories and songs, their laughter mingling with the rustle of leaves, creating a melody known only to the night. But lately, a peculiar series of happenings had stirred the peaceful fabric of Willoughby. It began with whispers on the wind, a strange melodious tune that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere all at once. It was a gentle sound, yet undeniably curious, like the softest bell chime floating on a breeze. The first to notice was young Lila, a bright-eyed girl with a heart full of wonder and a mind as sharp as a new quill. She had been sitting by her favorite spot near the brook, watching the water dance over stones, when she heard it, a faint, lilting song that beckoned her attention. Intrigued, she followed the sound as it wove through the trees, leading her deeper into the woods than she had ever ventured alone. There she met a peculiar sight, a gathering of fireflies, their lights twinkling like tiny stars, hovering in a circle as if in a dance. In the center of this luminescent gathering was a small, shimmering creature, no taller than Lila's hand. Its wings were delicate like gossamer, glowing with an otherworldly hue. "Hello, little one," the creature spoke with a voice that tinkled like silver rain. "I am Zephyr, guardian of melodies and keeper of the unseen." Lila, not one to be easily startled, tilted her head in curiosity. "Why is your song reaching us now, dear Zephyr?" Zephyr fluttered closer, its glow casting a soft halo around them. "Something stirs in the heart of the woods, a mystery that disrupts the harmony of our realm. I sing to guide those who might listen, those who might help restore the balance." Lila's heart swelled with the thrill of adventure. "I shall help you, Zephyr, but I will need the wisdom of my friends." And so, with the fireflies lighting the way, Lila returned to the village. She sought out her closest companions. Oliver, a gentle boy with an uncanny knack for understanding creatures big and small, and Aunt Maud, a wise elder whose stories were as rich as the earth itself. Together they sat beneath the great oak, the night air cool against their cheeks as Zephyr recounted his tale. There is a clearing deep in the woods where the ancient stones lie. Once they sang with the music of the world, connecting land, sky, and sea. But now their song is silenced, and the creatures of the forest are troubled. Aunt Maud, her eyes twinkling with stories untold, nodded thoughtfully. The stones are the heart of our woods. If their silence is new, then something must have changed. Oliver, ever observant, added, "Perhaps something blocks their song. We must see the stones for ourselves." At dawn's first light, the three friends, guided by Zephyr's light, ventured into the woods. The forest was a symphony of sounds, the babble of the brook, the rustle of leaves, and the soft padding of their footsteps on the earthen floor. As they approached the clearing, a sense of stillness enveloped them, a quiet that was both peaceful and expectant. The ancient stones stood in a circle, their surfaces etched with runes that glowed faintly in the light of the rising sun. Yet it was clear something was amiss. A thick, creeping vine had woven itself around the stones, its grip tight and unyielding, its presence almost unnatural in the vibrant greenery of the forest. Lila, recalling her father's tales of the earth's rhythms, whispered, "These vines, they are not from here. They silence the stones." Zephyr hovered close, its light growing brighter. "The vines are a shadow of a forgotten magic, awoken by an unintended wish. We must find the source and gently set it right." Oliver, his eyes wide with understanding, pointed to a small, forlorn flower at the edge of the clearing. "Look, a wish flower. Someone must have made a wish without knowing its power." The wish flower, delicate and rare, held a single bloom that pulsed with a gentle light. It was said that these flowers could grant the deepest desires of the heart, but only if treated with care and understanding. Aunt Maud, her voice soft and soothing, said, "To undo a wish, we must weave a new one of gratitude and harmony." They crafted a circle of their own, holding hands as they spoke their wish aloud. "May the stones sing once more, may the woods find peace, and may our hearts be ever grateful for the mysteries of life." As their words faded into the morning air, the vines began to unwind, retreating into the earth from whence they came. The stones, free from their grasp, shimmered with a new light, and a gentle hum filled the clearing, a melody both ancient and new. Zephyr, his wings aglow with happiness, danced in the air. "The balance is restored, thanks to your kindness and wisdom." With the mystery solved and the harmony of the woods restored, Lila, Oliver, and Aunt Maud returned to Willoughby, their hearts light with the joy of their adventure. That evening, under the watchful gaze of the great oak, they shared their tale with the villagers, their voices weaving a new story into the vibrant tapestry of their lives. As the stars winked down from the velvet night, the village of Willoughby settled once more into peaceful slumber, the gentle hum of the stones a lullaby for all who listened. And Lila, tucked snugly into her bed, drifted into dreams of wondrous melodies and the promise of new adventures to come. In the heart of the whispering woods, where magic danced on the edge of every leaf, the promise of another day lay nestled in the gentle embrace of the night. And as the village dreamed, the great oak watched over all, its branches holding the secrets of the world in a gentle, timeless embrace. Story 14. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang soft lullabies and the streams giggled as they tumbled over smooth stones, there was a quaint little village named Tinkerwood. This village was unlike any other, for it was home to the most whimsical collection of characters one could ever imagine. The air in Tinkerwood was always sweet, with the scent of sugar pine and wildflowers, and the sky above was a riot of pastel colors, painted by the magical breezes that danced through the branches. In this delightful place lived a peculiar inventor named Mr. Snifflewick. Mr. Snifflewick was known for his remarkable knack of creating the most peculiar gadgets and gizmos. With his round spectacles perched on the end of his nose, and his shock of white hair always standing on end, he was a sight to behold. But his most distinctive trait was his sneeze, which often released little puffs of glitter that twinkled in the air. Mr. Snifflewick's best friend was a chatterbox squirrel named Nibbles, whose tail was so bushy it seemed to have a mind of its own. Nibbles loved nothing more than to chatter about the latest happenings in the village, often blending facts with imaginative fiction in the most delightful way. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves rustled in the gentle breeze, Mr. Snifflewick awoke to a rather unusual predicament. Every time he sneezed, which was often due to his sensitive nose, the glitter that usually sparkled harmlessly in the air began to turn into tiny, floating bubbles. These bubbles were not just any ordinary bubbles. They were enchanted. Once they popped, they released a tinkling sound so melodious it could charm the grumpiest of souls. At first, the villagers found the bubbles amusing. Children chased them through the village square, their giggles echoing in the crisp air. But soon, the bubbles began to multiply, filling the streets, floating into houses, and turning everyday tasks into quite the spectacle. The baker, Mrs. Crumble, found her kitchen filled with bubbles that turned her bread into a symphony of sounds every time it was sliced. Even the usually unflappable Mayor Bumblebottom was flustered, as his important speeches were constantly interrupted by the melodic pops. Something had to be done, and so a meeting was called in the village hall, a cozy building with a thatched roof and ivy creeping up its wooden walls. The villagers gathered, their faces a mix of concern and amusement. Mr. Snifflewick stood at the front, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment, as he explained the peculiar situation. "We need a plan," declared the mayor, adjusting his spectacles with a determined nod. "Before these bubbles turn our village into a symphonic chaos." Nibbles, who had been nibbling on an acorn with great enthusiasm, suddenly had an idea. "Why not turn the bubbles into something useful?" he suggested, his eyes twinkling mischievously. "Perhaps, with a little magic and a sprinkle of creativity, we could transform them into something delightful." The idea was met with a chorus of agreement. Mrs. Puddleduck, the village librarian known for her vast collection of spell books, suggested they use an ancient charm to channel the bubbles' magic into something more controllable. With her guidance, the villagers set to work. They gathered in the village square under the twinkling starlight, each contributing a little something to the spell, a dash of laughter, a sprinkle of hope, and a pinch of imagination. As they chanted the incantation, the bubbles began to shimmer with a golden light. Slowly they transformed, taking on new shapes and forms. Some became tiny, twinkling lanterns that floated above the streets, casting a warm, gentle glow. Others turned into musical notes that danced through the air, creating a harmonious melody that filled the village with joy. As the final bubble popped, releasing a shower of golden sparks, the villagers erupted into cheers. Tinkerwood was once again a place of peace and delight, filled with the gentle glow of lanterns and the soothing sound of music. Mr. Snifflewick, grateful for his friend's help and the village's understanding, promised to be more careful with his sneezes. But secretly, he kept a jar of enchanted bubbles, a reminder of the day when creativity and friendship turned a magical mishap into a wondrous gift. And so, under the starlit sky of Tinkerwood, the villagers celebrated with laughter and song, their hearts light and their spirits high. As they drifted to sleep, the soft glow of the lanterns outside their windows and the gentle lull of the musical notes promised them sweet dreams and a tomorrow filled with endless possibilities. Story 15. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed softly with the wind's lullaby, there lay a village named Moon Hollow. Moon Hollow was a quaint place, known for its cobblestone paths and cottages with thatched roofs, where each evening the glow of lanterns made the streets twinkle like the night sky. In this peaceful village lived a young girl named Anwen. She had eyes the color of moss after a rain, and her hair was a cascade of autumn leaves. Anwen was known for her curiosity and her gentle nature, qualities that endeared her to the villagers and the forest creatures alike. Her days were filled with exploration and learning from the wise ones who dwelled in the woods. One crisp morning, as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the canopy, Anwen noticed something peculiar. The village well, from which everyone drew their water, had begun to sing. It wasn't an ordinary song, but a tune that seemed woven with mystery, whispering secrets in a language only the heart could understand. The villagers gathered around the well, their faces a mix of wonder and concern. What could it mean? They murmured to one another, their voices hushed as if afraid to disturb the melody. Determined to unravel the enigma, Anwen decided to seek the counsel of the wise owl, Eldrin, who resided in an ancient oak at the edge of the forest. Eldrin's feathers were a tapestry of silver and gold, and his eyes, deep and knowing, could see beyond the veil of the ordinary. "Ah, young Anwen," Eldrin hooted softly as she approached. "I sense you seek answers." "Indeed, Eldrin," Anwen replied. "The well has begun to sing a strange song, and none can fathom its meaning." Eldrin closed his eyes as if listening to a distant echo. "This melody," he said, "is a song of seeking, a call for something lost. The well is old, and its waters remember. You must look not with your eyes, but with your heart." With Eldrin's cryptic advice in mind, Anwen returned to the village. She sat by the well, listening intently, allowing the song to flow through her. As she pondered, she noticed something unusual, tiny shimmering lights dancing in the water like stars fallen from the sky. Perhaps these lights hold a clue, she mused. Remembering Eldrin's words, she closed her eyes and listened with her heart. Instantly, a vision unfolded in her mind, a time when the well was new, and its waters were blessed by the forest guardian, a gentle spirit who ensured the village's prosperity. But something had disturbed the guardian's slumber, causing the well to sing its lament. Determined to help, Anwen decided to visit Willow, a wise and ancient dryad who lived in the heart of the Whispering Woods. Willow's presence was as soothing as the rustle of leaves, and her wisdom was as deep as the roots of the oldest trees. "Dear Willow," Anwen began, "the well sings a song of sorrow, and I fear the forest guardian is troubled." Willow's eyes were kind and bright as she replied, "The guardian's peace has been disturbed, dear child. A precious stone, the heart of the forest, has gone missing from its resting place in the well. Without it, the harmony of our woods is at risk." Anwen nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. "How might we find it?" she asked. "The heart of the forest is drawn to kindness and light," Willow explained. "In seeking it, you must gather the warmth of friendships and the glow of goodwill." Inspired by Willow's words, Anwen devised a plan. She would enlist the help of her friends, the gentle creatures of the woods. With their guidance, she would search for the missing heart. The next morning, as dawn's fingers painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Anwen set off into the forest. She was joined by a merry band of helpers: Pippin, the mischievous squirrel with a nose for finding things; Lila, the graceful deer whose footsteps were as silent as a whisper; and Nix, the playful fox, known for his cleverness. Together, they combed the forest, guided by Anwen's intuition and the creature's keen senses. They searched beneath the ferns, in the hollow of trees, and along the sparkling brook that wound through Moon Hollow. As the sun dipped low, casting long shadows that danced through the woods, Nix suddenly paused, his ears twitching. He had noticed a faint glow emanating from a cluster of wildflowers, their petals kissed by moonlight. Anwen knelt beside the flowers and gently parted the blooms. There, nestled among the roots, lay a radiant stone pulsing with a soft, gentle light, the heart of the forest. Carefully, Anwen cradled the stone in her hands, feeling its warmth seep into her skin. It was as if the stone responded to her touch, recognizing the purity of her intent. With the heart of the forest safely in her grasp, Anwen and her friends returned to the village well. The villagers, sensing the resolution of the mystery, gathered around, their faces alight with hope and anticipation. Anwen placed the heart gently into the well, and as it touched the water, a serene silence fell over the village. The song ceased, replaced by a deep, resonant hum that reverberated through the air, a melody of harmony restored. The well's waters shimmered with newfound clarity, reflecting the moonlight in dancing patterns that seemed to weave a story of their own. The villagers cheered softly, grateful for the peace that had been returned to their home. The forest guardian, now at rest, sent a gentle breeze through the trees, a whisper of gratitude that caressed Anwen's cheek. She smiled, her heart full of joy and contentment. As the villagers made their way back to their homes, Anwen lingered a moment longer by the well, feeling the soothing presence of the guardian, as if enveloped in a warm embrace. The lesson of the day was clear. In times of mystery and challenge, it is not only sharp eyes that solve the puzzle, but also a kind heart and the strength of friendship. With that thought, Anwen turned towards home, her heart light and her spirit at peace. The village of Moon Hollow settled into the night, surrounded by the gentle hum of the forest, its harmony restored, a place where dreams and reality wove seamlessly together. And so, under the watchful eye of the starry sky, the village of Moonhollow drifted into a slumber, cradled by the whispering woods, where the magic of the night promised sweet dreams and the promise of a new dawn. Story 16. In the heart of a tranquil valley cradled by gentle hills, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of wildflowers and the whispering brook sang a lullaby to the stars, there lay a small village. This village, known as Waverly Glen, was a place where time seemed to pause, allowing the villagers to savor the simple pleasures of life. It was a community where everyone knew each other, and laughter was as common as the golden rays of the sun that bathed the rolling meadows. Nestled on the edge of Waverly Glen was an old, ivy-clad cottage belonging to an elderly woman named Agnes. Her garden was a riot of colors, with roses as red as a robin's breast, daisies that glowed like miniature suns, and lavender that filled the air with its calming fragrance. Agnes was known for her kindness and her penchant for storytelling. Children and adults alike would gather around her hearth on chilly evenings, eager to hear her tales of wonder and whimsy. One such evening, as the fire cast dancing shadows on the walls and the wind gently rustled the leaves outside, Agnes began a story that would soon become the stuff of legend in Waverly Glen. The tale was of a magical object, a small, unassuming stone that glimmered with an ethereal light, rumored to be hidden somewhere within the lush woodlands surrounding the village. This stone, Agnes explained, was said to hold the power to reveal hidden truths and grant insight to those pure of heart. Listening intently to Agnes's tale was a young girl named Lily. With eyes the color of the summer sky and hair as wild as the tangles of the forest, Lily was known for her curiosity and adventurous spirit. The story of the magical stone captivated her imagination, sparking a desire to seek out the truth behind the legend. That night, as she lay in bed beneath the soft quilt her grandmother had made, Lily resolved to find the stone and uncover its secrets. The following morning dawned bright and clear, with the sky painted in hues of pink and gold. Lily set off early, her heart alight with excitement and a satchel packed with provisions slung over her shoulder. She waved goodbye to her family, who, although aware of her adventurous nature, trusted her to return with stories of her own. As she entered the woodland, the world around her transformed into a tapestry of green. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor, where ferns unfurled like emerald fans. The air was alive with the chirping of birds and the soft rustle of leaves, creating a symphony that seemed to urge her onward. Lily's journey took her deeper into the forest than she had ever ventured before, her path winding through thickets of wildflowers and across sparkling streams. Each step was a discovery, each moment a new wonder to behold. The scent of pine mingled with the earthy smell of the forest, wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. As the sun reached its zenith, casting long shadows across her path, Lily paused to rest by a babbling brook. She dipped her toes into the cool water, the gentle current tickling her skin, and allowed herself a moment to reflect on the tale that had brought her here. Her mind wandered to the stories Agnes had told, of adventures and quests, of bravery and wisdom. Lost in her thoughts, Lily almost didn't notice the soft rustling that came from a nearby thicket. Startled, she turned to see a small creature watching her with bright, curious eyes. It was a fox, its russet fur glinting in the sunlight, and its bushy tail flicking playfully behind it. To Lily's surprise, the fox did not flee, but rather approached her with a cautious, almost inquisitive air. "Hello there," Lily said softly, her voice gentle as she extended a hand. The fox sniffed at her fingers, then, as if satisfied, sat back on its haunches and regarded her with an expression that seemed almost intelligent. "You wouldn't happen to know where I might find a magical stone, would you?" Lily asked, half-jokingly. To her astonishment, the fox tilted its head as if considering her question, then stood and began to trot away, pausing to glance back at her expectantly. Heart pounding with a mixture of disbelief and excitement, Lily followed the fox, who led her deeper into the forest. The path they took was narrow and winding, flanked by towering trees whose branches formed a leafy cathedral overhead. The forest grew denser, the air cooler, as shafts of sunlight pierced the canopy like golden spears. Lily's footsteps were muffled by the soft carpet of moss underfoot, and she found herself moving with a hushed reverence, as though entering a sacred place. Eventually, the fox led her to a small clearing, bathed in a pool of sunlight. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches sprawling like the arms of an old guardian. At the base of the tree, nestled among the roots, was a stone unlike any Lily had ever seen. It was small, smooth, and shimmered with a soft, otherworldly glow that seemed to pulse gently like the heartbeat of the earth itself. With bated breath, Lily approached the stone, her fingers tingling with anticipation. As she reached out to touch it, a sense of warmth and peace enveloped her, as if the stone was welcoming her presence. Closing her eyes, Lily let herself be drawn into the stone's light, feeling a connection to the world around her that was deeper and more profound than anything she had ever experienced. Images flashed through her mind, memories of her family, of her friends, of moments of joy and kindness. She saw the village, its people bustling about their daily lives, each carrying their own hopes and dreams. And then she saw herself, not as she was, but as she could be, brave, wise, and compassionate. When she opened her eyes, the fox was still there, watching her with an expression that seemed almost approving. Lily smiled, feeling a new sense of clarity and purpose. She realized that the stone's magic was not about revealing hidden treasures or granting wishes, but rather about unveiling the truth within oneself. It was a reminder that the greatest magic of all lay in understanding and embracing who we truly are. Grateful for the experience, Lily thanked the fox, who gave a soft bark in response, before disappearing back into the forest. With the stone safely tucked into her satchel, Lily began her journey home, her heart lighter and her spirit renewed. As she emerged from the woods and saw the familiar sight of Waverly Glen nestled in the valley below, Lily felt a profound sense of belonging. She knew that her adventure had changed her, not because she had discovered a magical stone, but because she had discovered a deeper understanding of herself and her place in the world. When she returned to the village, she was greeted with warm embraces and eager questions about her journey. As she recounted her tale, she spoke not of magic stones, but of the beauty of the forest, the wisdom of the fox, and the simple joy of discovery. Her story became one of friendship and self-discovery, of the magic that lies in every moment and in every one of us. That night, as the village gathered once more around Agnes's hearth, Lily sat among them, her heart full of gratitude. She realized that the true magic of the world was not in the stones or the legends, but in the connections we make with each other and with the world around us. And so, as the fire crackled and the stars twinkled in the sky above, Waverly Glen was once again wrapped in the warmth of friendship and the gentle glow of newfound wisdom. Story 17. In the quaint village of Windmere, nestled amidst rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a shop that many locals passed by without a second thought. Its sign, weathered by time, read Bramble's Curiosities in faded gold letters. But for those with eyes to see beyond the ordinary, this shop held the promise of wonder. One misty morning, as the sun's gentle rays filtered through the lace curtains of her tiny attic room, young Clara felt the stirrings of an adventure in her heart. She pulled on her woolen sweater, the one her grandmother had knitted with love, and set off down the cobblestone path that led to the village square. Her boots made soft, rhythmic taps on the stones, and the cool air carried the scent of dew-kissed earth and blossoming lilacs. Clara had always been drawn to Bramble's Curiosities, though she had never dared to step inside. Today, however, felt different. A peculiar energy seemed to dance around the shop, as if whispering her name. With a breath of courage, she crossed the threshold, and a delicate chime announced her arrival. The shop was a treasure trove of oddities and marvels. Shelves overflowed with jars of shimmering powders, peculiar trinkets, and dusty tomes. Each item seemed to hum with a life of its own. The air was infused with the scent of old parchment and something floral, like lavender mixed with honey. Behind the counter stood Mr. Bramble himself, a kindly old man with twinkling eyes that seemed to hold the secrets of the universe. His beard was as white as the first snow of winter, and his hands bore the marks of countless years spent tending to his collection of wonders. Ah, Clara, he greeted her warmly, as if he had been expecting her all along. What brings you to my humble shop today? Clara hesitated, her fingers tracing the edge of a nearby shelf. I'm not sure, Mr. Bramble. I just felt like I should come. Mr. Bramble nodded knowingly and gestured for her to follow him. He led her to the very back of the shop, where a small, unassuming box rested on a velvet pillow. It was crafted from a dark, polished wood and inlaid with intricate silver patterns that seemed to shift when the light caught them. This, he said softly, is the box of whispers. It's been here for as long as I can remember, waiting for someone who truly needs it. Clara reached out tentatively and lifted the lid. Inside was a single, delicate feather, no larger than a sprig of thyme. It shimmered with an ethereal glow, as if moonlight had been woven into its very fibers. What does it do? She asked, mesmerized by its beauty. Mr. Bramble smiled gently. The feather holds a magic of its own, but it reveals its secrets only to those who listen with their hearts. Clara took the feather, feeling a warmth spread through her fingers. She thanked Mr. Bramble and carefully placed the feather in her pocket, promising to return with tales of its magic. As she stepped back into the world outside, the village seemed a little more alive, each color a shade brighter, each sound a note clearer. Clara embarked on her journey home, the feather's gentle glow peeking from her pocket like a promise of what was to come. Days passed, and Clara kept the feather with her, waiting for the right moment to discover its magic. She carried it to the meadow where wildflowers danced in the breeze, and to the brook where water sang over smooth stones. But it wasn't until she visited the old oak at the heart of Windmere Forest that the feather truly revealed its wonders. The oak was ancient, its gnarled branches reaching skyward as if in perpetual embrace. Clara sat beneath its sprawling canopy, the feather resting in her palm. She closed her eyes, letting the sounds of the forest envelop her, the rustle of leaves, the chirping of crickets, the distant call of an owl. In that serene moment, she heard the whispers. They were soft and melodic, like the murmur of a gentle stream. The feather spoke of stories long forgotten, of dreams yet to be fulfilled, and of the hidden strength within her heart. It shared tales of courage and friendship, of kindness and wisdom. Clara listened, her heart swelling with hope and understanding. The whispers guided her to see beyond the surface of things, to notice the quiet beauty in the everyday, and to understand the unspoken connections that bind all living things. Through the feather, Clara learned to trust her intuition and to embrace the magic in the world around her. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Clara returned to the village, her spirit alight with newfound wisdom. She shared her experiences with Mr. Bramble, who listened with a satisfied smile. You see, Clara, he said, the true magic lies not in the feather itself, but in the journey it led you on. The wisdom you've gained will guide you throughout your life. Clara nodded, understanding now that the whispers had been within her all along, waiting for the feather to unlock their power. She left the shop with a heart full of gratitude, knowing she had discovered something truly special. In the days that followed, Clara carried the feather close, not for its magic, but as a reminder of the journey and the lessons she had learned. She found joy in simple acts of kindness and strength in the friendships she nurtured. And so, in the gentle embrace of Windmere, where the ordinary danced with the extraordinary, Clara's story unfolded, a tale of discovery, wonder, and the enduring magic of a kind heart. As the village settled into the quiet of the night, the feather glowed softly in her room, a beacon of light and hope in the peaceful stillness. Story 18. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and whispering streams, there lived a gentle shoemaker named Alden. His workshop, a cozy nook tucked between fragrant apple orchards and the vibrant colors of a flower market, was always warm and inviting. The sweet aroma of leather mingled with the scent of blooming lilacs that drifted through the open windows, creating a comforting atmosphere. Alden was known far and wide for crafting the most exquisite shoes, each pair made with meticulous care and a touch of creativity that seemed to breathe life into the leather. He had a kind heart and a gentle spirit, always ready to lend an ear or a helping hand to anyone in need. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves danced down from the trees, Alden discovered an unusual object nestled among the worn tools of his trade. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface polished to a sheen and adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and change when caught by the light. Curious, Alden opened the box to find a pair of shimmering shoelaces, unlike any he had ever seen. They glowed with a soft, warm light, as if woven from threads of moonlight and stardust. Intrigued by this unexpected find, Alden decided to lace them into a pair of his finest shoes, a pair he had crafted just the day before. As he threaded the laces through the eyelets, he felt a gentle hum of energy, a tingling that spread from his fingertips and warmed his heart. With the laces secured, the shoes seemed to radiate a quiet magic, inviting him to try them on. The moment Alden slipped the shoes onto his feet, he felt an extraordinary sensation, as though the shoes had become an extension of himself, guiding each step with grace and assurance. He decided to take a walk through Willowbrook, letting his feet carry him where they wished. As he strolled along the cobblestone streets, Alden marveled at the world around him. The vibrant hues of autumn leaves were more vivid, the chatter of birds more melodious, and the crisp air more invigorating. It was as if the shoelaces had awakened a new sense of wonder within him, opening his eyes to the beauty he had often overlooked. His wanderings soon led him to the edge of the village, where the path wound through a dense forest. The trees stood tall and ancient, their branches forming a canopy that filtered the sunlight into a gentle, dappled glow. As he ventured deeper into the woods, Alden felt a calm assurance that he was exactly where he needed to be. In a clearing bathed in golden light, he encountered a group of woodland creatures gathered around a large, flat stone. There was a wise old owl with eyes like amber lanterns, a mischievous squirrel with a bushy tail that twitched with excitement, and a gentle deer with soft, watchful eyes. They greeted Alden warmly, as if they had been expecting him. "Welcome, kind shoemaker," hooted the owl, his voice deep and resonant. "We are the guardians of the forest, and we have long awaited your arrival." Alden, though surprised, felt no fear. The presence of the creatures was comforting, as if he were among old friends. "I don't understand," he replied, his voice gentle and filled with curiosity. "Why have you been waiting for me?" The squirrel scampered forward, eyes twinkling with mischief. "You have discovered the shoelaces of truth," he chattered. "They have chosen you for a special purpose." The deer stepped gracefully to Alden's side, her gaze serene and knowing. "There is a challenge that lies ahead, one that requires wisdom and a kind heart. We believe you have both." Though puzzled, Alden's heart swelled with a quiet resolve. He had always believed in the power of kindness and friendship, and if these shoelaces had chosen him, he would do his best to be worthy of their trust. The owl nodded approvingly. Further into the forest lies the Grove of Echoes, a place where the past whispers its secrets. There you must listen carefully, for the answers to your journey are within. With that, the woodland creatures led Alden down a hidden path, their companionship a reassuring presence. As they walked, the forest seemed to come alive with a symphony of rustling leaves and the distant call of a brook. Finally, they reached the Grove of Echoes, a serene circle of ancient trees whose trunks were etched with age-old markings. The air was still, save for the gentle rustle of leaves. Alden sat upon a smooth stone, the shoelaces glowing softly in the dim light, and closed his eyes. The whispers of the past began to dance around him, faint echoes of forgotten stories and timeless wisdom. He listened intently, letting the voices weave their tales. One voice, gentle and wise, rose above the rest. It was the voice of an old shoemaker, much like himself, who spoke of a time when the village faced a great division. "There was a misunderstanding among the villagers," the voice said, "a disagreement that threatened to tear the community apart. But through patience, understanding, and the willingness to listen, peace was restored. Remember, Alden, true wisdom lies in the heart that listens and the spirit that embraces unity." As the echoes faded, Alden opened his eyes, feeling a profound sense of clarity and purpose. He understood now that his challenge was not one of force or might, but of bringing understanding and harmony to those around him. With renewed determination, Alden thanked the woodland creatures for their guidance and made his way back through the forest, his heart light and his steps sure. The path seemed shorter now, as if the forest itself had become an ally, guiding him home. Upon returning to Willowbrook, Alden found the villagers gathered in the town square, voices raised in heated debate. He could sense the tension, a stark contrast to the harmony he had experienced in the forest. Taking a deep breath, Alden stepped forward, the magical shoelaces glowing softly at his feet. "My friends," he called, his voice calm and steady, "let us listen to one another, for in understanding we can find peace." The villagers quieted, turning their attention to Alden, drawn by the warmth and sincerity in his voice. He spoke of the Grove of Echoes and the wisdom he had learned there, of the power of unity and the strength found in kindness. As he spoke, a gentle change began to ripple through the crowd. Faces softened, and eyes once filled with discord now held curiosity and hope. Alden's words, like a balm, soothed old wounds and opened hearts to the possibility of reconciliation. With the shoelaces of truth guiding him, Alden helped the villagers find common ground, forging new friendships and understanding. The tension melted away, replaced by a sense of community and togetherness that had long been missing. In the days that followed, Willowbrook thrived as never before. The village bustled with laughter and shared stories, and Alden's workshop became a place where folks gathered not only for shoes, but for warmth and camaraderie. As the seasons turned and the leaves once again began to fall, Alden often reflected on his journey and the unexpected gift of the magical shoelaces. He had learned that true magic lay not in the objects themselves, but in the kindness, wisdom, and love that they inspired. And so, under the gentle glow of the harvest moon, with the crackling of a cozy fire in the hearth, Alden would share his tale with those who visited, a story of discovery and wonder that touched the hearts of all who listened. In the end, Willowbrook remained a village where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, where challenges were met with wisdom, and where the gentle bonds of friendship wove a tapestry of magic more profound than any spell. And in that peaceful village, nestled amidst hills and streams, Alden found his place, content and cherished, with the knowledge that he was part of something truly wondrous. And so, dear one, as the night settles softly around you, let Alden's tale of gentle courage and heartfelt wisdom guide you into dreams as sweet and comforting as the warm embrace of Willowbrook itself. Story 19. In a quiet village, nestled at the edge of an endless forest, there was a little cottage with a roof made of moss and walls that seemed to hum with the whispers of the woods. Inside lived an elderly woman named Maeve, known throughout the village for her gentle heart and wise tales. Maeve had a secret, though, a secret that hung from a simple chain around her neck, a small, unassuming stone that glowed softly with the light of the moon. The stone was a gift from the forest itself, given to Maeve on a night when the stars had aligned just right. It held a magic that allowed her to understand the language of the forest creatures and to peer into the hidden world beneath the leaves, a world where the ordinary was woven with strands of the extraordinary. The villagers often came to Maeve for her counsel, but few knew the true source of her wisdom. One crisp autumn morning, when the leaves danced in the wind like golden butterflies, a young girl named Leora came to Maeve's door. Leora had eyes the color of the sea and a spirit as untamed as the wind. She was known for her curiosity, a trait that often led her into the heart of the forest where she would lose track of time, absorbed by the symphony of nature. "Maeve," Leora began, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves, "I've heard tales of a hidden world within the wood. Is it true? Can you show me?" Maeve smiled, her eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 stories. "Ah, Leora, the forest holds many secrets, but it is not for me to show you. The forest reveals itself only to those who seek with an open heart." Leora pondered Maeve's words, her fingers tracing patterns in the dew-damp earth. "I wish to see it, to know its wonders, but I don't know how." Maeve reached into the folds of her shawl and drew out the glowing stone. Its light flickered like a heartbeat, casting gentle shadows on the walls. "This stone," Maeve said, "is a key. It has guided me through many mysteries. Perhaps it will guide you, too." Leora's eyes widened as she took the stone, feeling its warmth seep into her palm. "Thank you, Maeve. I promise to return it." With Maeve's blessing, Leora set off into the forest, the stone's gentle glow lighting her path. The air was crisp, filled with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft calls of unseen creatures. As Leora walked, she could feel the forest awakening around her, each tree and leaf whispering secrets she had never heard before. The journey was not easy. The path wound through thick underbrush and over babbling brooks, but Leora's determination never wavered. She followed the stone's glow deeper into the heart of the forest, where the light of day barely reached and the air was thick with magic. Finally, she reached a clearing surrounded by ancient oaks that seemed to touch the sky. At its center stood a shimmering pool, its surface like glass, reflecting the light of the stone. Leora knelt by the water's edge, her reflection mingling with the glow of the stone, and as she gazed into the depths, she saw a world unlike any she had known. Beneath the water's surface lay a realm of vibrant colors and graceful creatures, a hidden world where the ordinary laws of nature were but a whisper. Leora watched in awe as fish with iridescent scales danced through coral gardens and birds with feathers of flame soared overhead. Entranced, Leora leaned closer, and as if in response, the stone pulsed with light. She felt a gentle tug, a whisper of invitation, and before she knew it, she was in the water, enveloped in its cool embrace. But instead of sinking, she found herself floating, weightless and free, the stone guiding her deeper into this enchanted realm. The world around her was alive with song. The trees sang with voices like the wind, and the creatures of the forest moved with a grace that left Leora breathless. She swam through the water, her movements as fluid as the currents, her heart soaring with the joy of discovery. As she explored, Leora met creatures she had only dreamed of, like the wise old turtle whose shell glistened with the colors of dawn, and the playful otters who wove stories with their laughter. Each encounter taught her something new, not just about the world around her, but about herself. But as the day wore on, Leora felt a tug at her heart, a reminder of the world she had left behind. The stone, too, seemed to pulse with a gentle urgency, urging her to return. With a sigh, Leora made her way back to the surface, the hidden world fading into memory as she emerged from the pool. As she stepped onto the shore, the stone's glow began to fade, its magic retreating back into the depths of the forest. Leora held it close, her heart full of gratitude and wonder. She knew she had been changed by her journey, her eyes opened to the beauty and mystery that lay hidden in the world around her. When Leora returned to the village, Maeve was waiting for her by the hearth, the warmth of the fire casting a golden glow over her gentle features. Leora placed the stone back into Maeve's hands, her voice filled with awe. "Thank you, Maeve. The world you showed me, it was beyond anything I could have imagined." Maeve smiled, her eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 stories. "It is but one of many wonders in this world, Leora. Remember, the true magic lies not in the stone, but in your heart. Keep it open, and the world will reveal its secrets to you." Leora nodded, her heart full of newfound wisdom. She knew that the journey she had taken was but the beginning, and that the true magic lay in the friendship she had formed and the wisdom she had gained. As the night drew in and the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Leora sat by the fire, her heart full of dreams. She knew that the world was full of wonders waiting to be discovered, and that with each new day, she would find a new adventure. And as she drifted off to sleep, wrapped in the warmth of the fire and the light of the stars, she knew that she was not alone. For the forest and its secrets would always be with her, guiding her on her journey through the world. The stone, now nestled safely in Maeve's hands, glowed softly, a gentle reminder of the magic that lay within the heart of the forest and the heart of a young girl who dared to dream. Story 20. In a realm where the whispers of the wind carried tales from ages past, there was a forest as ancient as time itself. This was not just any forest, but a mystical expanse where the fabric of reality intertwined with magic. It was known as the Verdant Vale, a place where the trees held secrets in their gnarled boughs, and the air was thick with the fragrance of moss and earth, mingling with the sweet scent of wildflowers. As dawn's gentle light filtered through the emerald canopy, a myriad of creatures stirred. The soft cooing of wood doves harmonized with the rustling leaves as a breeze, cool and crisp like a new beginning, swept through the forest. In a burrow snugly nestled at the base of an ancient oak, a family of rabbits began their day. The youngest, a curious and bright-eyed bunny named Willow, peeked out into the world with wonder. Willow's mother, wise and patient, had often told him of the great cycle of seasons and the magic each brought. The forest thrives because every creature, every leaf, and every drop of dew knows its place in the grand tapestry of life, she would say, her voice as soothing as the lull of a distant stream. On this particular day, the forest was abuzz with anticipation. For the first time in many moons, it was the day of the whispering wind, a day when the forest's guardian, the ethereal spirit of seasons, would pass through, restoring balance and harmony with its enchanting presence. It was said that the spirit's arrival could be felt in the gentle hum of the earth and the vibrant colors that painted the sky. Willow, with a heart full of curiosity, decided to venture a little farther than usual. As he hopped through the underbrush, the ground beneath him was soft and springy, the scent of pine needles sharp and invigorating. He was joined by his friend Thistle, a sprightly squirrel with fur the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with mischief. "Let's find the spirit of seasons," Thistle chattered excitedly, her voice a lively melody in the morning air. Together they ventured deeper into the forest, their path illuminated by shafts of sunlight that pierced the canopy like golden arrows. Along the way, they encountered gentle deer with coats as dappled as sunlight through leaves, and butterflies, their wings delicate as lace, flitting from bloom to bloom. As they journeyed, Willow and Thistle came across an ancient tortoise named Elder Moss. His shell was covered with a tapestry of moss and lichen, and his eyes, deep and wise, seemed to hold the knowledge of centuries. "Where are you two heading on this fine day?" Elder Moss asked, his voice a slow, rolling rumble like distant thunder. "We're seeking the spirit of seasons," Willow replied, his voice hopeful. Elder Moss nodded sagely. "Ah, the spirit. A meeting with it is a rare and wondrous thing. Remember, little ones, the spirit teaches us that true harmony comes from understanding and respecting the balance of nature." Willow and Thistle thanked Elder Moss and continued on their way, pondering his words. The forest around them seemed to hum with anticipation, each creature aware of the significance of the day. As they reached a clearing, the air suddenly became still, the usual forest sounds quieting as if the world were holding its breath. Then a gentle breeze began to stir, carrying with it the scent of blooming jasmine and the warmth of the sun. It was a breeze that spoke not with words, but with emotions, and it wrapped around Willow and Thistle like a comforting embrace. In that clearing, bathed in soft, dappled sunlight, the spirit of seasons appeared. It was a being of light and shadow, its form ever changing like the seasons themselves, with a face that was both ancient and young. The spirit's voice was a whisper carried on the wind, echoing with the wisdom of countless years. "Young ones," the spirit began, its presence both serene and awe-inspiring, "you have come seeking harmony. Know that it resides within each of you. The balance of nature is the balance of life itself, and it is sustained by understanding, respect, and love." Willow and Thistle listened intently, their hearts swelling with the truth of the spirit's words. They understood now that their roles, however small, were vital in maintaining the harmony of the verdant vale. With a gentle nod of acknowledgement, the spirit of seasons began to fade, leaving behind an aura of peace and a gentle rustle of leaves. The clearing was once again filled with the sounds of the forest, alive and harmonious. Filled with a newfound sense of purpose, Willow and Thistle made their way back home, the path familiar, yet somehow different, as if seen with new eyes. Along the way, they spread the spirit's message, sharing the wisdom with their fellow creatures, each word a seed of understanding planted in the fertile ground of their community. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Willow returned to his burrow beneath the ancient oak. His mother greeted him with a gentle nuzzle, her eyes warm with pride and love. "What did you learn today, my dear Willow?" she asked softly, her voice a comforting melody. Willow smiled, his heart full of the day's lessons. "I learned that harmony is something we create together by honoring the balance of our world." His mother nodded, her own heart swelling with happiness. "That is a great wisdom, my little one." And so, as the forest settled into the embrace of night, the creatures of the verdant vale drifted into a peaceful slumber, the whispers of the wind carrying promises of new beginnings and the eternal cycle of life. In the gentle glow of moonlight, the forest stood as a testament to the enduring beauty of harmony, a sanctuary where magic and reality danced hand in hand under the vast, starlit sky. Story 21. Once upon a time, in a realm where wonder danced with reality, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her world was a tapestry woven with threads of magic and nature's whispers. Deep within the ancient forest that hugged her village, a secret awaited discovery, a hidden glade where the extraordinary unfolded. It was on a crisp autumn morning that Willow first stumbled upon this enchanted place. Chasing a butterfly through the golden-leaf trees, she found herself at the edge of a clearing unlike any she had seen before. Sunbeams filtered through the canopy, casting a warm glow upon a pristine pond that shimmered with an otherworldly radiance. As Willow stepped closer, her breath caught in her throat. Floating atop the still waters was a crystalline orb, pulsing with an ethereal light that seemed to beckon her forward. Curiosity and wonder intertwined, she reached out and gently cradled the orb in her hands, marveling at its warmth and the way it seemed to hum with ancient secrets. Little did Willow know, this chance encounter would set in motion a journey that would forever change her life. With the orb nestled safely in her satchel, Willow returned to her village, her mind brimming with questions. She sought out her dear friend Rowan, a wise and kind-hearted boy with a deep reverence for nature's mysteries. Together, they pored over ancient tomes and explored the forest's hidden paths, determined to unravel the orb's enigma. As the seasons shifted, their quest deepened, leading them down paths they could have never imagined. The orb revealed itself to be a portal, a gateway to a realm where magic flowed like the gentle currents of a stream, a world within the very heart of their beloved forest. Through the shimmering veil, they discovered a wondrous land where trees whispered ancient lore and creatures of myth roamed freely. Here, they befriended a group of forest sprites, mischievous yet benevolent beings who acted as guardians of this enchanted realm. The sprites, enthralled by Willow and Rowan's unwavering curiosity and respect for nature, entrusted them with a sacred task, to uncover the source of a mysterious blight that threatened to corrupt the very essence of their world. With the orb as their guide, the two friends embarked on an adventure that would test their courage, their friendship, and their belief in the power of hope. Through twisted brambles and over misty hills, they journeyed deeper into the heart of this hidden realm, encountering challenges and wonders alike. They befriended a wise old oak tree whose branches sheltered secrets forgotten by time, and they navigated treacherous swamps where mischievous will-o'-the-wisps danced, leading the unwary astray. Yet, through it all, Willow and Rowan remained steadfast, their bond strengthened by the trials they faced together. They learned to harness the orb's magic, using its radiant glow to illuminate their path and reveal hidden truths. At last, their quest led them to the heart of the Blight, a dark, twisted entity that had taken root in the very core of the enchanted realm. Here they discovered the true nature of their mission: to restore balance and harmony to this world, to heal the wounds inflicted by greed and neglect. With the orb's guidance and the wisdom imparted by their newfound friends, Willow and Rowan wove a tapestry of magic and nature's embrace, banishing the blight and restoring the realm to its former glory. In that moment, they understood the true power of their friendship, a bond that transcended boundaries and defied expectations. As they emerged from the hidden glade, Willow and Rowan found themselves forever changed. The journey had transformed them, igniting a deep reverence for the natural world and the magic that thrived within it. They had become guardians of a secret realm, entrusted with the sacred duty of preserving its wonders for generations to come. From that day forward, Willow and Rowan walked a path of wonder and wisdom, their steps guided by the lessons they had learned and the friendships they had forged. The orb, once a mysterious artifact, had become a symbol of their shared journey, a journey that had taught them the true meaning of courage, friendship, and the profound magic that resides within us all. And so, as night fell, and the stars danced across the velvet sky, Willow and Rowan would gather with their loved ones, sharing tales of their adventures in the hidden realm. Their stories, woven with threads of magic and truth, would inspire others to seek out the wonders that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary, reminding all who listened that the greatest adventures often begin with a single, extraordinary step. Story 22. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the sun's golden rays barely kissed the forest floor, there existed a hidden world. This world was known only to those whose hearts were pure and whose spirits were unyielding in their quest for wonder. It was a place where time moved with the gentle sway of the wind, where the trees whispered secrets, and where the leaves, in 1,000 shades of green, danced to melodies unheard by human ears. In this enchanted forest lived a young girl named Serafina. Her hair was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled like the morning dew. Serafina was no ordinary child. She possessed a rare gift that allowed her to speak with the creatures of the forest. Her gentle soul and kind heart made her beloved by all who called the forest home. Serafina's cottage was nestled in a clearing, its stone walls covered in ivy, and its thatched roof adorned with wildflowers. Every morning as the sun peeked over the horizon, she would wander into the forest, her footsteps light and her spirit eager for the day's adventures. Her closest companion was a wise old owl named Auburn, whose feathers shimmered with a silvery hue. Auburn had been Serafina's friend since she was a child, guiding her with stories of the forest's history and its hidden wonders. One crisp autumn morning, as the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves, Serafina set out on a journey that would change her life forever. Auburn perched on her shoulder, his eyes wide with curiosity. "Today feels different," he hooted softly. "The wind carries a whisper of something new." Serafina smiled, her heart fluttering with anticipation. "Then let us see what the forest has in store for us, dear Auburn," she replied, her voice as gentle as the breeze. They wandered deeper into the forest, the trees growing taller and the shadows longer. As they walked, they came upon a glistening stream, its waters singing a melody that beckoned them to follow. Serafina knew this stream well, but today it seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly glow, as if it held a secret just waiting to be discovered. Following the stream, they soon arrived at a small glade bathed in sunlight. In the center of the glade stood an ancient tree, its trunk twisted and gnarled, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. Hanging from one of the branches was a delicate silver bell, its surface etched with mysterious runes. Serafina approached the bell with a mixture of awe and curiosity. "I've never seen this before, Auburn," she whispered, her fingers brushing the cool metal. Auburn nodded, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. "This is no ordinary bell, Serafina. It's a magical object, one that holds great power, but its purpose is a mystery." Just then, a soft voice filled the glade, warm and melodic like the rustle of leaves. "Welcome, Serafina. You have been chosen to embark on a journey that will test your heart and spirit." Startled but not afraid, Serafina looked around for the source of the voice. It seemed to come from the very air around her. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice steady. The voice answered with gentle laughter. "I am the spirit of this forest, the guardian of its secrets. The bell you see is the bell of whispers, a key to the hidden world within our own. If you choose to ring it, you will enter a place where magic flows freely, and where your true self will be revealed." Serafina's heart beat faster with excitement and trepidation. She glanced at Auburn, who nodded encouragingly. "Your heart has always led you true, Serafina. Trust in it now." With a deep breath, Serafina reached out and gently rang the bell. Its chime was soft yet resonant, echoing through the glade and beyond. As the sound faded, a shimmering portal appeared at the base of the ancient tree, glowing with a light that beckoned and promised. Determined, Serafina stepped forward, her hand clasped around Auburn's tiny talon. Together they crossed the threshold into the hidden world. The world beyond the portal was a place of breathtaking beauty and wonder. The sky was a brilliant tapestry of colors, with clouds that glowed like jewels. Gentle creatures roamed freely, their forms shifting with the light, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers. Serafina and Auburn found themselves in a lush meadow, the grass soft beneath their feet. "Welcome, travelers," said a voice, and a graceful stag with antlers that sparkled like frost emerged from the woods. "I am Lyric, the guardian of this realm. You are here to learn and to grow." Serafina bowed respectfully. Thank you, Lyric. What must I do? Lyric smiled, his eyes wise and kind. You must journey through this land facing the challenges that lie ahead. Each challenge will teach you something about yourself and the world. When your journey is complete, you will have the wisdom to protect both worlds. With Auburn by her side, Seraphina set off on her journey. The path led them through fields of golden flowers, over hills that sang with the wind, and into valleys where rivers flowed like streams of silver. Each step brought new marvels and new challenges. Their first trial came in a forest of crystalline trees, where a mischievous sprite named Faye played tricks on those who entered. Faye appeared before them, her laughter like tinkling bells. Solve my riddle, and I shall let you pass. Seraphina listened carefully as Faye recited her riddle. I speak without a mouth and hear without ears. I have no body, but I come alive with the wind. What am I? Pondering the riddle, Seraphina closed her eyes, letting the sounds of the forest guide her thoughts. A smile spread across her face as she answered, an echo. Faye clapped her hands joyfully. Well done! Clever one! You may continue on your journey. As they traveled, Seraphina and Auburn encountered many such challenges, each teaching them valuable lessons. They learned the importance of patience when helping a family of turtles safely across a busy stream, and discovered the power of kindness when they befriended a lonely dragon who had lost his way. With each challenge, Seraphina's heart grew stronger, and her understanding of the world deepened. She realized that true magic lay not in spells or enchantments, but in the connections forged through love and compassion. Their final trial brought them to a majestic mountain, its peak hidden among the clouds. At its base, they met a wise old tortoise named Tiberius, who guarded the path to the summit. To reach the top, you must answer a question, Tiberius said, his voice as deep as the earth. What is the greatest gift one can give? Seraphina thought for a moment, her mind racing through all she had learned. Then with certainty, she replied, the greatest gift is the gift of oneself, to be present, to listen, and to share one's heart with others. Tiberius nodded, his eyes full of approval. You have learned well, young one. The path is open to you. With Auburn perched on her shoulder, Seraphina climbed the mountain, the air growing thin and crisp. As they reached the summit, the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink. Before them stood a magnificent tree, its branches heavy with golden fruit. This is the tree of wisdom, Auburn said softly. Its fruit holds the knowledge of both worlds. Take it, and your journey will be complete. Seraphina reached out, plucking a single fruit from the tree. As she held it, a warm light enveloped her, filling her with a profound sense of understanding and peace. She knew that her journey had changed her, that she was now ready to protect the hidden world and all its wonders. With a grateful heart, Seraphina and Auburn returned to the portal, stepping back into the familiar embrace of their own world. The bell of whispers chimed softly in farewell, its sound a promise of future adventures. As they made their way home, Seraphina felt a renewed sense of purpose. She knew that her journey was not over, that there were still many lessons to learn and many hearts to touch. In the quiet of her cottage, with the fire crackling warmly in the hearth, Seraphina reflected on all she had experienced. She understood that true magic was not found in far-off lands, but in the love and kindness shared between friends, in the beauty of the natural world, and in the courage to embrace change. As she drifted into sleep, Seraphina dreamed of the hidden world and the adventures yet to come. And in her dreams, the forest sang a lullaby of hope and wonder, a melody that promised that as long as there were hearts willing to listen, the magic would never fade. And so, the story of Seraphina and the hidden world became a cherished tale, passed down through generations. It reminded all who heard it of the power of friendship, the importance of kindness, and the endless possibilities that lay just beyond the edge of the known. In the gentle glow of the morning sun, the forest awoke once more, its secrets safe in the hands of those who dared to dream. And somewhere, in the heart of that ancient forest, the bell of whispers waited patiently for the next brave soul to ring it, ready to embark on a journey of discovery and transformation. Story 23. In the heart of an ancient forest, where time seemed to pause and the whisper of leaves carried secrets of old, there existed a realm unseen by many. This was a place where the air was thick with the scent of pine and moss, and the dappled sunlight danced playfully on the forest floor. Here, the gentle rustle of branches and the soft murmur of a brook created a symphony that lulled the world into a serene embrace. The forest was home to a myriad of creatures, each playing its part in the delicate balance of nature. Among them was a wise old owl named Wren, whose feathers were the color of autumn leaves. Wren was the keeper of stories, his eyes gleaming with the wisdom of ages. Nestled in the hollow of an ancient oak, he watched over the forest with a gentle vigilance, his presence a comforting constant through the changing seasons. As the first blush of spring crept over the land, the forest awoke from its slumber. The air grew warmer, and the scent of blooming flowers and fresh earth mingled in a fragrant embrace. It was during this time that a young squirrel named Fern, with fur as soft as the morning mist, found herself restless and eager to explore the world beyond her cozy burrow. Fern was a curious soul, her bright eyes filled with wonder as she scampered through the underbrush. She loved the feel of the cool, damp earth beneath her paws and the gentle caress of the breeze that carried the songs of birds and the whispers of leaves. Her heart beat in time with the rhythm of the forest, a symphony of life that beckoned her to dance. One day, as Fern ventured deeper into the woods than ever before, she came upon a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood a circle of ancient stones, their surfaces etched with runes that glimmered faintly in the sun. It was a place of magic, where the boundary between the visible and invisible worlds was thin. Fern could feel the energy thrumming in the air, a gentle hum that resonated through her very being. Drawn by a sense of destiny, Fern stepped into the circle, her heart filled with a mixture of trepidation and excitement. As she did, the world around her seemed to shift. The colors grew more vibrant, the sounds more melodious, as if the forest itself was alive with a deeper magic. It was here that Fern met Sylvie, a graceful deer with eyes as deep and mysterious as the forest itself. Sylvie was the guardian of the circle, a being of timeless wisdom who understood the delicate dance of life and magic that sustained the forest. "Welcome, Fern," Sylvie spoke in a voice as gentle as a summer breeze. "You have been chosen to learn the secrets of our land, to understand the balance that keeps our world in harmony." Fern's heart swelled with awe and gratitude. She listened intently as Sylvie shared tales of the forest's history, of the cycles of growth and rest that marked the passage of time. Sylvie taught her of the sacred bond between all living things, a web of life that connected every creature and plant in an unbreakable chain. Under Sylvie's guidance, Fern learned to see the forest not just with her eyes, but with her heart. She discovered the joy of the first raindrop on her nose, the thrill of a sudden breeze that carried the scent of distant lands, and the quiet beauty of moonlight filtering through the canopy. As the days turned into weeks, Fern felt herself becoming a part of the forest. She helped tend to the young saplings, ensuring they received enough light and water. She learned to listen to the calls of the birds, understanding their messages and warnings. And she watched as the seasons changed, each bringing its own magic and challenges. With summer came the vibrant energy of life in full bloom. The forest was alive with the hum of bees and the chatter of creatures, the air thick with the scent of wildflowers. It was a time of abundance, a celebration of the sun's warmth and the earth's bounty. But as the days grew shorter and the leaves began to turn, a new challenge emerged. An unexpected storm darkened the sky, its winds fierce and unrelenting. The forest trembled under the onslaught, and Fern felt a pang of worry for her home and friends. Remembering Sylvie's teachings, Fern knew that balance must be restored. She gathered the creatures of the forest, each offering their unique gifts to help weather the storm. The beavers worked tirelessly to reinforce the riverbanks with their sturdy dams, while the birds took to the skies, guiding the winds away from the most fragile trees. The foxes and badgers dug trenches to redirect the surging waters, and the rabbits burrowed deeper to protect their young. Through their combined efforts, the forest stood resilient against the storm's fury, and when the clouds finally parted, revealing a sky washed clean and bright, a sense of peace settled over the land. The forest had endured, its strength and unity a testament to the power of harmony and cooperation. As autumn arrived, painting the forest in hues of gold and crimson, Fern felt a deep sense of fulfillment. She had learned the true essence of the forest's magic, the interconnectedness of all things, the wisdom in nature's cycles, and the strength found in unity and friendship. With winter's chill came a quiet stillness, a time for reflection and rest. Fern returned to her burrow, her heart full of gratitude for the lessons she had learned and the bonds she had forged. As snowflakes danced gently to the ground, she nestled into her nest, the warmth of the forest's embrace wrapping around her like a cozy blanket. In the heart of the ancient forest, life continued its eternal dance, each creature playing its part in the grand tapestry of existence. The stones in the clearing stood silent and watchful, their runes a reminder of the magic that bound the world together. And high above, in the hollow of the ancient oak, Wren the owl watched with wise eyes, his heart at peace, knowing that the forest's secrets were safe in the hands of a new generation. As the fire crackled softly in the hearth and the shadows danced on the walls, the story of Fern and the forest whispered into the night, a tale of harmony, wisdom, and the gentle magic that weaves through the world, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to listen with their hearts. Story 24. Once upon a time, nestled in a valley surrounded by misty, blue-hued mountains, lay the quaint village of Larkstone. The village was known for its cobblestone streets that glistened like diamonds under the moonlight, and its warm, inviting cottages that exhaled gentle plumes of smoke into the crisp evening sky. The air was always filled with the scent of fresh pine and the sweet melody of a stream that whispered secrets as it wound its way through the fields. In this village lived a young girl named Mira, whose curiosity sparkled like the stars that blanketed the night sky. Mira had a heart as kind as the summer breeze and eyes that twinkled with the promise of adventure. Her best friend was a fluffy, golden retriever named Jasper, who followed her everywhere, his tail wagging like a metronome to the rhythm of their adventures. Mira and Jasper loved to explore the enchanted forest that bordered their village. The forest was a place of wonder, where sunlight danced through the leaves, creating patterns of gold on the forest floor. It was said that if you listened closely, you could hear the trees whispering tales of old, and sometimes, if you were fortunate enough, you might stumble upon the hidden world that lay within. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves tumbled like confetti from the trees, Mira and Jasper set off on one of their many adventures. The air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the distant call of a woodpecker tapping out its rhythmic song. As they wandered deeper into the heart of the forest, Mira noticed something unusual. A soft, glowing light peeked through the thicket, beckoning them closer. Intrigued, Mira pushed aside the branches and found herself standing before a small, shimmering pond. The surface of the water glistened like a field of diamonds, reflecting the vibrant hues of the autumn leaves. At the center of the pond floated a delicate silver lily pad, upon which sat a tiny, ornate box. Mira knelt beside the pond, her breath catching in her throat. The box was unlike anything she had ever seen, with intricate carvings of swirling vines and tiny, sparkling gemstones embedded in its surface. It seemed to hum with a gentle, soothing energy that filled her with warmth and wonder. "What do you think it is, Jasper?" Mira whispered, her fingers brushing the cool surface of the box. Jasper barked softly, his nose twitching with curiosity. With a careful hand, Mira lifted the box from the lily pad. As she opened it, a soft, golden light spilled forth, illuminating the forest around them. Inside, nestled in a bed of velvet, lay a delicate silver key. The key was small, yet it seemed to pulse with a magic all its own. Mira felt a tingling sensation spread through her fingertips and up her arm, as if the key was communicating with her, inviting her to embark on a journey she could scarcely imagine. She slipped the key into her pocket, feeling a gentle warmth radiate from it, and closed the box. "Come on, Jasper," she said with a smile, her heart brimming with excitement. "It looks like we have a mystery to solve." With the key safely tucked away, Mira and Jasper continued their exploration, the forest around them buzzing with a newfound energy. As they wandered, they noticed subtle changes in their surroundings. The air seemed to shimmer with a golden hue, and the birds' songs had taken on a melodious, otherworldly quality. It wasn't long before they stumbled upon something extraordinary. Hidden beneath the arching roots of an ancient oak tree was a small, ornate door, its frame entwined with vines and flowers that seemed to bloom in colors Mira had never seen before. The door was just large enough for Mira and Jasper to pass through, and at its center was a lock that matched the size and shape of the silver key. Mira's heart raced with anticipation. She reached into her pocket and retrieved the key, its surface warm against her skin. With a deep breath, she inserted it into the lock and turned it gently. The door swung open silently, revealing a passageway bathed in soft, golden light. "Are you ready, Jasper?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. The golden retriever wagged his tail, his eyes alight with excitement. Together they stepped through the door and into a world that defied imagination. The air was filled with the heady perfume of blooming flowers, and the sky above shimmered with colors that shifted and danced like the northern lights. Trees with leaves of silver and gold stretched towards the heavens, and a gentle breeze carried the sound of distant laughter and the tinkling of bells. Mira and Jasper wandered through this magical realm, their senses alive with wonder. They soon realized that they were not alone. Creatures of all shapes and sizes greeted them warmly, their eyes twinkling with kindness and curiosity. There were tiny, winged fairies that flitted through the air like fireflies, and gentle giants with eyes like pools of molten gold who nodded in greeting as they passed. As they explored, Mira felt a deep sense of belonging, as if this hidden world had been waiting for her all along. The creatures they met were as diverse as the stars in the sky, yet they all shared a common purpose, a desire to protect and nurture the magic of their realm, ensuring that it remained a place of wonder and harmony. It was in this world that Mira and Jasper learned of the Guardian's Stone, a legendary gem said to hold the essence of the forest's magic. The stone had been hidden away for centuries, its location known only to the guardians of the realm. However, the creatures sensed that Mira's arrival was no mere accident. They believed that she had been chosen to find the stone and help protect their world. With the creature's guidance, Mira and Jasper embarked on a quest to find the Guardian's Stone. Their journey took them through lush meadows that sang with the voices of 1,000 crickets, across crystal-clear streams that sparkled like liquid glass, and into deep, shadowy groves where the air was thick with the scent of pine and moss. As they traveled, Mira marveled at the beauty and diversity of the world around them. She learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to read the language of the leaves, and to understand the songs of the stars. Jasper, too, found joy in their journey, his nose twitching with delight as he uncovered new scents and followed trails that only he could see. Throughout their quest, Mira and Jasper encountered challenges that tested their courage and resolve. They faced swirling mists that threatened to lead them astray, shadowy figures that loomed in the darkness, and puzzles that required all of Mira's wit and ingenuity to solve. But each time they emerged victorious, their bond growing stronger with every trial. Their journey led them to the heart of the forest, where the air was thick with magic and the ground thrummed with a vibrant energy. It was there, beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient tree, that they found the Guardian's Stone. The gem was unlike anything Mira had ever seen, its surface shifting and changing like a living rainbow, casting prismatic light in every direction. As Mira reached out to touch the stone, she felt a surge of warmth and energy flow through her, filling her with a deep sense of peace and purpose. She understood in that moment that the stone was not just a source of magic, but a symbol of the harmony and balance that existed within the hidden world. With the stone in her hands, Mira knew that she had the power to protect the realm and ensure that its magic would continue to thrive. The creatures of the forest gathered around her, their eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. Mira realized that her journey had changed her in profound ways. She had learned the value of friendship and trust, the importance of courage and perseverance, and the beauty of a world that existed just beyond the veil of the ordinary. She knew that she would carry these lessons with her, wherever her path might lead. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm, golden glow over the forest, Mira and Jasper made their way back to the village. The magic of the hidden world lingered in the air, a gentle reminder of the adventure that had forever changed their lives. As they approached the village, the familiar scent of wood smoke and the soft glow of candlelight welcomed them home. Mira paused at the edge of the forest, her heart filled with a sense of peace and contentment. She knew that she would always have a place in the hidden world, a realm of magic and wonder that existed just beyond the ordinary. With a smile, Mira turned to Jasper, her loyal companion and dear friend. "Let's go home, Jasper," she said softly, her voice filled with warmth and love. Together they stepped back into the village, the stars twinkling like diamonds above them, and the promise of new adventures waiting just beyond the horizon. Story 25. In the heart of the vast Andromedan cluster, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds across a pitch-black canvas, there existed a peculiar planet named Luminara. Known for its shimmering trees and luminescent rivers, Luminara was a hub of life and wonder, attracting travelers from all corners of the universe. One particularly crisp evening, as the 3 moons of Luminara cast their gentle glow over the land, a small spacecraft descended from the sky. Its hull reflected the moonlight, casting a soft, silvery shadow on the ground. From its hatch emerged a being named Suri, a gentle, azure-skinned creature from the water-rich planet of Aqualis. With large, curious eyes and fingers that ended in delicate webbing, Suri marveled at the vibrant world around them. The air was laced with the scent of blooming starflowers, and a gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, creating a symphony of whispers. Suri had not ventured far when they encountered a most unusual sight. Nestled within the roots of an ancient, glowing tree was another traveler, but this one was quite unlike anyone Suri had met before. This being, whose name was Taro, hailed from the rocky planet of Terragor. Taro's skin was the color of rich, fertile soil, and their hair sprouted like tufts of moss atop their head. They were solid and sturdy, with eyes that gleamed like polished amber. Initially, Suri and Taro regarded each other with cautious curiosity. Suri's kind was known for their fluid movements and gentle nature, while Taro's people were renowned for their strength and resilience. Their differences were as vast as the distances between their home worlds. "Hello," Suri ventured, their voice as soft as the ripples of a tranquil lake. "Greetings," Taro replied, their voice resonant and deep, like the echo of a distant drum. Their first interactions were marked by misunderstandings. Suri, accustomed to the flowing communication of their aquatic world, often misinterpreted Taro's grounded demeanor as aloofness. Meanwhile, Taro found Suri's fluid expressiveness puzzling, as if trying to grasp water with their hands. Despite these initial hurdles, the two found themselves united by a common goal. Both had traveled to Luminara to witness the rare convergence of the 3 moons, an event said to illuminate the heart of the ancient tree with a light so pure it revealed the true nature of any who stood beneath it. Their journey to the tree's heart, however, proved more challenging than either had anticipated. The path was fraught with obstacles: brambles that entwined like stubborn vines, streams that surged with unexpected force, and patches of ground that shifted beneath their feet like illusions. At one point, they reached a swift river, its waters sparkling with the light of 1,000 stars. Suri, at ease in the water, glided across with grace, but Taro hesitated, their earthy form unsuited for the river's embrace. "Take my hand," Suri offered, extending a webbed hand with a gentle smile. "Together, we can cross." Taro, though hesitant, accepted. As Suri guided them through the water, Taro felt the strength of their friendship budding like a seed in fertile soil. Taro's sturdy presence, in turn, provided Suri with a sense of grounding, a reminder that strength need not always be fluid. As they continued their journey, each step revealed more about the other. Suri shared tales of the serene oceans of Aqualis, where the waves sang lullabies to the moonlit shores. Taro spoke of the mighty forests of Terragor, where trees whispered ancient secrets to those who listened. Through these stories, they discovered shared dreams and fears, hopes and desires. They found in each other a mirror, reflecting both the known and the unknown, and in this reflection they began to understand the true essence of friendship. Finally, as the night deepened and the moons aligned perfectly overhead, they reached the heart of the ancient tree. A soft, ethereal light began to emanate from its core, bathing Suri and Taro in its glow. In that moment, all barriers melted away, leaving only the warmth of understanding and acceptance. The light revealed not only their differences, but also the beauty in these differences. Suri's fluidity complemented Taro's solidity, and Taro's strength balanced Suri's gentleness. They realized that friendship was not about erasing differences, but celebrating them, finding harmony in diversity. As they stood there, hand in hand, beneath the luminescent canopy, they felt a profound sense of peace. The challenges they had faced together had woven their lives into a tapestry of shared experiences and mutual respect. With the convergence complete, the light slowly faded, leaving behind an everlasting bond. As the first rays of dawn kissed the horizon, Suri and Taro knew that their journey together had just begun. No longer just travelers from distant worlds, they had become companions, bound by the threads of friendship that would endure through the ages. And so, beneath the 3 moons of Luminara, Suri and Taro drifted into a gentle slumber, cradled by the comforting embrace of their newfound kinship. The stars above twinkled with approval, as if whispering the promise of more adventures to come, and the ancient tree stood as a steadfast witness to the enduring power of understanding and friendship. Story 26. In a small, hidden village nestled amidst the whispering leaves of the willowwood forest, there lived a young girl named Annabelle. The village was known for its enchanting beauty, where the cobblestone paths were lined with lanterns that glowed with a gentle, golden light, and the air hummed with the soothing melody of rustling leaves and distant, cheerful birdsong. The villagers were kind-hearted and lived in harmony with the magical creatures that called the forest home. Annabelle was a curious and perceptive child, with eyes that sparkled like the morning dew and a heart full of wonder. She loved to explore the forest, her loyal companion, a wise old owl named Sage, perched on her shoulder. Sage was no ordinary owl. His feathers shimmered with an iridescent sheen, and his eyes held the wisdom of ages. One afternoon, as the sun began its gentle descent, painting the sky with hues of pink and orange, Annabelle noticed something peculiar. The lanterns that lined the village paths began flickering erratically, their warm glow dimming and brightening without reason. The villagers, who relied on these lanterns to light their way in the evening, were puzzled and concerned. Annabelle, with her innate sense of curiosity, decided to investigate the mystery. With Sage by her side, she set out into the forest, determined to uncover the source of the strange occurrences. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the air grew cooler, and the earthy scent of moss and pine filled their senses. They soon reached a serene glade where the gentle babbling of a brook provided a soothing soundtrack to their exploration. It was here that Annabelle spotted something unusual, a cluster of tiny, luminescent creatures, fluttering like delicate sparks above the water. These were the willow-wisps, known to inhabit the forest, but rarely seen by human eyes. Sage, with his vast knowledge of the forest, explained that the willow-wisps were usually shy and preferred to remain hidden. Their sudden appearance and the flickering lanterns seemed to be connected, and Annabelle realized that something must have disturbed the wisps, causing them to seek refuge in the village. Determined to help, Annabelle and Sage carefully observed the wisps, noting their patterns and behavior. Sage suggested that perhaps a disruption in their natural habitat had driven them out. Annabelle recalled that a few days ago, a strong windstorm had swept through the forest, possibly damaging the wisps' home. With this new insight, Annabelle and Sage decided to find a way to restore peace to the wisps' habitat. Guided by Sage's wisdom, they ventured further into the forest, navigating through the thick underbrush and beneath the canopy of towering trees. The air was rich with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of forest life. Eventually, they came upon a clearing where the storm had indeed left its mark. Broken branches and fallen leaves littered the ground, and the entrance to a small, hidden grotto was partially blocked. This, they realized, was the wisp's home. With gentle care, Annabelle began to clear the debris, her hands moving deftly as Sage helped by perched nearby, offering guidance. As they worked, their movements were gentle and mindful, ensuring not to disturb the delicate balance of the forest. Once the grotto was restored, Annabelle and Sage stepped back to admire their work. The entrance was now clear, and the soft glow of the wisps began to return to their rightful place, illuminating the grotto with a serene, otherworldly light. Satisfied that they had helped the wisps, Annabelle and Sage returned to the village. As they walked, they noticed that the lanterns had regained their steady glow, casting a warm, reassuring light over the cobblestones. Back in the village, the villagers gathered to thank Annabelle and Sage for their efforts. The village elder, a gentle woman with a voice as soothing as a lullaby, praised Annabelle's curiosity and kindness. She reminded everyone that harmony with nature required understanding and respect, and Annabelle had shown both. As the evening drew to a close, Annabelle sat by the hearth in her cozy cottage, Sage nestled beside her. The flickering fire cast dancing shadows on the walls, and the gentle crackle of burning logs filled the room with warmth. Feeling a sense of accomplishment and peace, Annabelle closed her eyes, lulled by the comforting presence of Sage and the knowledge that the forest and its magical creatures were once again in harmony. The mystery of the flickering lanterns had been solved, not through force or fear, but through gentle curiosity and a willingness to understand. And so, as the stars twinkled in the night sky, Annabelle drifted into a serene slumber, dreaming of new adventures and the wonders of the magical world she called home. Story 27. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the towering trees whispered secrets to the wind and the earth pulsed with life, there lay a hidden realm, known only to those who listened closely to the rustle of leaves and the murmur of streams. This was a world where creatures both great and small lived in a delicate balance, each playing their part in the grand tapestry of nature. The forest was a symphony of sounds and colors, with emerald ferns carpeting the ground and golden shafts of sunlight piercing through the canopy. The air was thick with the scent of pine and the sweet fragrance of wildflowers, while the gentle hum of bees and the distant call of a songbird added to the harmony of the forest. In a cozy burrow nestled beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree lived a wise old hare named Thistle. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and his eyes sparkled with the wisdom of many seasons. Thistle had seen countless changes in the forest and understood the intricate dance of life that sustained it. He often shared his knowledge with the younger creatures, teaching them about the delicate balance that maintained their world. One crisp morning, as the first frost sparkled on the grass, Thistle gathered the young animals around him. There were squirrels with bushy tails, curious fox cubs, and even a timid fawn who had wandered from her mother's side. They settled in a circle around Thistle, their eyes wide with anticipation. "The forest," Thistle began, his voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves, "is a place of magic and mystery. Each season brings its own gifts, and every creature has a role to play in maintaining the harmony of our home." As he spoke, the wind began to stir, carrying with it the scent of snow. The animals shivered, huddling closer together for warmth. Thistle smiled, sensing their unease. "Do not fear the winter, for it is a time of rest and renewal. The trees sleep under a blanket of snow, preparing for the burst of life that spring will bring." The young creatures listened intently, their hearts calmed by Thistle's words. They watched as a family of snowflakes danced through the air, each one unique and shimmering in the pale light. The forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the first flake to touch the ground and signal the arrival of winter. Among the gathered animals was a small mouse named Pip, whose fur was as soft as the down of a dandelion. Pip was known for his boundless curiosity and had a habit of asking questions that others dared not voice. He raised a tiny paw and asked, "Thistle, how do we know what our role in the forest is? How do we contribute to the balance?" Thistle chuckled softly, his whiskers twitching with amusement. "Ah, Pip, that is a question that even the wisest struggle with. But remember, each of us is connected to the world around us. By being true to ourselves and living in harmony with nature, we find our place." As the day drifted into a rosy twilight, Thistle told the story of the season's dance, a magical phenomenon that occurred when the forest was in perfect harmony. It was said that on such nights, the stars would shimmer with a brilliance so intense that they seemed to paint the sky with rivers of light. The animals were entranced by the tale, their imaginations soaring to the heavens. Thistle's voice lulled them into a peaceful silence, and one by one they drifted into a gentle slumber, dreaming of stars and the quiet magic of their forest home. As the first snow began to fall, Thistle looked around at the sleeping creatures and felt a deep sense of peace. He knew that the forest's balance was safe in their hands, that they would carry his wisdom through the seasons, just as he had once learned from his elders. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak and the twinkling stars, the forest settled into winter's embrace. The creatures slept soundly, their dreams interwoven with the timeless dance of the seasons, knowing that when the world awoke, it would be to the promise of spring and the eternal cycle of life. Story 28. In the heart of the ancient forest, known as Sylvan Hollow, where the trees stood like ancient sentinels whispering secrets of the ages, a hidden world thrived beneath the canopy. This forest was a realm where sunlight danced through leaves like liquid gold, and the air carried the fragrance of earth and moss, mingling with the soft melody of birdsong. The creatures of Sylvan Hollow lived in harmony, guided by an unspoken wisdom that had been passed down through countless generations. Among them was a wise old owl named Bramble, whose feathers were the color of twilight and eyes like polished amber. Bramble had seen many seasons come and go, and he understood the delicate balance that kept their world in equilibrium. Each morning, Bramble would perch upon the highest branch of the ancient oak that stood at the forest's heart. From there, he could see the entire canopy stretching out like a vast green ocean. The forest floor below was a tapestry of ferns and wildflowers, their colors shifting with the seasons, a testament to nature's eternal cycle. As the days grew shorter and the air carried the crisp bite of autumn, the creatures of Sylvan Hollow prepared for the changes that the season would bring. The squirrels busily gathered acorns, their tiny paws moving with practiced precision, while the deer grazed on the last tender shoots of grass. Overhead, flocks of birds began their long journey south, their calls echoing like a farewell song. One chilly evening, as Bramble settled into his perch, a gentle wind began to stir, carrying with it the scent of wood smoke and the promise of the first frost. The leaves rustled softly, whispering secrets of the coming winter. It was then that Bramble noticed a peculiar glow emanating from the forest's edge, a light that shimmered like moonbeams on water. Curious, Bramble spread his wings and glided silently toward the source of the light. As he drew closer, he saw a gathering of fireflies, their luminescent bodies forming intricate patterns in the cool night air. These were no ordinary fireflies. They were the lumina, magical creatures that appeared only once a year, heralding the shift from autumn to winter. The lumina were said to bring with them the wisdom of the seasons, a gift bestowed upon the forest to ensure its continued harmony. Their arrival was a time of celebration and reflection, a reminder of the interconnectedness of all living things. As Bramble watched, a gentle voice broke the silence, resonating like a breeze through the leaves. It was Willow, the eldest of the lumina, her glow illuminating the night with a warm, gentle light. "Greetings, Bramble," she said, her voice soft as a lullaby. "We come once more to share the wisdom of the ages, to remind the forest of its ancient pact with nature." Bramble nodded, his heart filled with gratitude. "We are ever grateful for your guidance, Willow. The balance of the forest is a delicate dance, and your presence ensures we do not falter." Willow smiled, her light flickering like stars in the twilight. "The seasons teach us many things, wise owl. They show us the beauty of change, the necessity of rest, and the promise of renewal. It is a cycle as old as time itself." As the lumina danced in the air, Bramble listened intently, absorbing the wisdom they imparted. He learned of the importance of letting go, as the trees shed their leaves to make way for new growth. He understood the value of patience, as the seeds lay dormant beneath the snow, waiting for the warmth of spring to awaken them. The night wore on, and the lumina continued their ethereal dance, their light weaving stories of the earth, the sky, and the endless journey of the stars. Bramble felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that the forest would endure, its harmony preserved by the gentle, guiding hand of nature. When dawn began to paint the sky in hues of pink and gold, the lumina slowly dispersed, their light fading into the morning mist. Willow lingered a moment longer, her gaze meeting Bramble's with a knowing smile. "Remember, wise owl, that wisdom is not only found in the grand gestures of the universe, but also in the quiet moments of reflection. Cherish the forest and its secrets, for they are as much a part of you as your own beating heart." With that, Willow vanished into the soft glow of dawn, leaving Bramble alone with his thoughts. The forest awoke around him, the creatures stirring as the sun's warmth kissed the earth. Bramble returned to his perch atop the ancient oak, watching as the world below came to life. He knew that the forest would face challenges, as it always had, but he also knew that with each challenge came the opportunity to learn and grow. The seasons would continue their eternal dance, each bringing its own lessons and gifts. And as long as there were those who listened to the whispers of the trees and the wisdom of the lumina, the balance of Sylvan Hollow would remain unbroken. As the day unfolded, Bramble closed his eyes, content in the knowledge that he was a part of something greater, a timeless story written in the leaves and the stars. And so, beneath the ancient canopy of Sylvan Hollow, life went on, a testament to the enduring power of harmony and the gentle wisdom that guided it. In this hidden world, where magic and reality intertwined, the forest thrived, a living tapestry of peace and beauty, forever watched over by the wise old owl and the luminous creatures who danced in the night. Story 29. In the quaint village of Evergreen Hollow, nestled between lush green hills and surrounded by whispering pines, there lived a young girl named Lina. The village was known for its cozy cottages with smoke curling from their chimneys, gardens bursting with wildflowers, and the gentle symphony of the brook that meandered through the heart of the town. The air was always filled with the scent of fresh bread and the sound of joyful laughter from the children who played in the sun-dappled meadows. Lina was a curious soul, always eager to explore the boundaries of her little world. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew. Her heart was kind and open, and she found beauty and wonder in the simplest of things, a butterfly resting on a daisy, the sound of the wind rustling through the trees, or the way the sunlight danced on the surface of the brook. One crisp autumn morning, as the village prepared for the annual harvest festival, Lina set out on a journey that would change her life forever. She had heard whispers of a hidden world within the old forest that bordered the village, a place where magic thrived and the ordinary became extraordinary. The village elders often spoke of it in hushed tones, calling it the Enchanted Grove, a realm where time flowed differently and where secrets awaited those brave enough to seek them. With a small satchel slung over her shoulder filled with bread and cheese and a heart full of anticipation, Lina ventured into the forest. The path was narrow and winding, covered in a carpet of golden leaves that crunched softly under her feet. The trees stood tall and ancient, their branches weaving a canopy above her, filtering the sunlight into gentle beams that kissed the forest floor. As she walked deeper into the woods, the air grew cooler and the sounds of the village faded away, replaced by the gentle melody of birdsong and the rustling of leaves. Lina felt a tingling sensation in the air, a subtle hum that resonated with her very being. She followed this feeling, her heart guiding her through the maze of trees. After what felt like hours, Lina stumbled upon a clearing. In the center stood an ancient oak, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching toward the heavens. The tree exuded an aura of wisdom and strength, and at its base, nestled among the roots, was a small, intricately carved wooden box. Lina approached it with reverence, her fingers tracing the delicate patterns etched into its surface. As she opened the box, a soft, warm light spilled out, enveloping her in a gentle glow. Inside lay a simple, unassuming ring. Crafted from silver, it gleamed with an inner light that seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat. Lina slipped the ring onto her finger, and as she did, a wave of warmth and understanding washed over her. She could suddenly perceive the forest around her in a new light. The trees whispered secrets, the wind carried stories, and even the smallest of creatures had voices that spoke of ancient times and forgotten tales. Lina realized that the ring was a conduit to the hidden world, a bridge between the ordinary and the magical. With this newfound ability, Lina began to see the world with fresh eyes. She could hear the laughter of the brook, the songs of the birds, and the wisdom of the stones beneath her feet. It was as if the entire forest had come alive, welcoming her as one of its own. As she explored, Lina encountered creatures of all shapes and sizes. There was Thistle, the mischievous fox with fur as red as flame, whose eyes twinkled with curiosity. Thistle became her guide, leading her through the forest and sharing with her the wonders of the enchanted grove. Together they discovered hidden waterfalls that shimmered like liquid silver, fields of flowers that glowed with an ethereal light, and secret paths that twisted and turned in ways that defied logic. Each day was an adventure, filled with laughter and discovery, and Lena felt her heart swell with a sense of belonging and joy. But as the days passed, Lena began to realize that the ring was not just a gift, but also a responsibility. The magic of the enchanted grove was fragile, a delicate balance that needed to be protected and cherished. She learned this from Willow, the wise old owl who perched high in the branches of the ancient oak, watching over the forest with keen eyes. Willow spoke in soft, melodic tones, sharing stories of the grove's history and the role of the guardian, a protector chosen by the ring to ensure the harmony of the magical realm. Lena understood that this was her calling, a purpose that resonated deep within her soul. With Thistle and Willow by her side, Lena set out to fulfill her duties as the guardian of the enchanted grove. She learned to nurture the magic, to listen to the whispers of the wind, and to mend the threads of enchantment that wove through the forest. She became a steward of wonder, a bridge between the world of mortals and the realm of the extraordinary. As the seasons turned and the leaves changed from vibrant green to fiery red, Lena grew into her role with grace and wisdom. She discovered that the true magic of the grove lay not in the ring, but in the bonds of friendship and the beauty of the world around her. The ring was merely a key, unlocking the potential that lay within her heart. One day, as the first snowflakes began to fall, Lena returned to the ancient oak where she had first found the ring. She knelt among the roots and whispered words of gratitude to the forest and its creatures. The grove had become her home, a place of peace and wonder, and she knew that it would always be a part of her. With a gentle smile, Lena removed the ring and placed it back in the box. She knew that the magic would remain with her, woven into the very fabric of her being. As she closed the lid, a warm glow enveloped her, a comforting embrace that spoke of love and belonging. Lena stood and looked around the grove one last time, her heart full of memories and joy. She knew that her journey was not ending, but merely beginning anew. With Thistle and Willow by her side, she turned and walked back toward the village, her footsteps light and her spirit soaring. As she emerged from the forest, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world in a golden glow. The village lay before her, nestled in the embrace of the hills, its windows twinkling with warm, inviting light. Lena returned to Evergreen Hollow, her heart full of stories and wisdom. She shared her adventures with the villagers, speaking of the enchanted grove and the magic that lay hidden within the world. Her words inspired wonder and curiosity, and soon others began to venture into the forest, seeking their own tales of discovery and friendship. The village flourished, its people growing closer and more connected to the land and each other. Lena became a beloved figure, a symbol of hope and possibility, her spirit a guiding light for those who followed in her footsteps. In the years that followed, the enchanted grove remained a place of mystery and enchantment, its magic protected and cherished by those who had come to know its wonders. Lena's legacy lived on, a testament to the power of friendship, the beauty of nature, and the courage to seek the extraordinary. And as the stars twinkled above, casting their gentle light upon the world, the village of Evergreen Hollow slept peacefully, cradled in the embrace of the forest and the dreams of those who dared to believe in magic. Story 30. In a tucked-away corner of the Everwood forest, where the trees whispered ancient secrets, there stood a cozy cottage. Ivy crept up its weathered walls, and a cheerful garden surrounded it, brimming with all manner of herbs, flowers, and vegetables. This was the home of Hazel, a kind-hearted witch who spent her days tending to her garden and brewing helpful potions for the forest folk. On a crisp autumn morning, Hazel ventured out to gather ingredients for her latest brew. As she wove between the trees, she noticed something peculiar, a trail of shimmering dust leading deeper into the woods. Hazel followed the trail, her curiosity piqued, until she reached a clearing where the dust seemed to converge. At the center of the clearing stood an old oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching high above. But something was amiss. The tree's bark was dull and lifeless, and its leaves had turned a sickly brown, despite the vibrant colors of fall all around. Hazel knew that this ancient oak was the heart of the Everwood, and its well-being was intrinsically tied to the forest's magic. Concerned, Hazel sought the counsel of her wise friend, Willow the Dryad. Willow emerged from the trunk of a nearby willow tree, her form shimmering like sunlight on water. "Greetings, Hazel," she said, her voice as melodic as a babbling brook. "I sense your worry. What troubles you, dear friend?" Hazel explained the strange occurrence with the oak tree, and Willow's brow furrowed. "This is indeed grave news," she said. "The oak is the guardian of our forest's magic. If it falls ill, the entire Everwood could be in peril." Together, they set out to investigate, following the shimmering trail back to the clearing. As they approached the oak, they noticed a faint humming sound, like the buzz of 1,000 tiny wings. Willow gasped, her eyes widening. "Pixies!" But why would they afflict the oak in such a way? Hazel peered closer and spotted a swarm of mischievous pixies darting around the tree, their wings leaving behind the shimmering dust. They seemed to be siphoning the oak's magic, draining its life force. Thinking quickly, Hazel remembered an old charm to summon the wise old owl, Gwendolyn. With a wave of her hand and a few whispered words, Gwendolyn appeared, her feathers ruffled but her gaze sharp. "How may I be of service, Hazel?" she hooted. Hazel explained the situation, and Gwendolyn nodded sagely. "Ah, yes, the pixies can be quite mischievous, but they mean no true harm. I suspect they've simply become enchanted by the oak's magic and have lost their way." With Gwendolyn's guidance, Hazel and Willow crafted a special potion from herbs and moon-kissed dewdrops. They sprinkled it over the oak tree, and the shimmering dust began to dissipate. The pixies, broken from their trance, fluttered away, their wings leaving a trail of sparkling magic in their wake. Slowly but surely, the oak tree regained its vibrant color, and its leaves unfurled, green and lush once more. The humming faded, and the forest seemed to breathe a collective sigh of relief. As the sun set over the Everwood, Hazel, Willow, and Gwendolyn basked in the warm glow of the oak's restored magic. Hazel smiled, grateful for the wisdom of her friends and the enduring strength of the ancient tree. From that day on, the residents of the Everwood Forest made sure to keep a watchful eye on the mischievous pixies. But they also understood that even the smallest creatures played a role in maintaining the delicate balance of magic that sustained their wondrous home. Story 31. In the gentle embrace of twilight, when the sky blushed with shades of lavender and gold, a small village nestled between rolling hills began to hush into evening. At the heart of this village stood an old, charming bookstore, its wooden sign creaking softly in the evening breeze. Within its cozy walls, where the scent of aged paper mingled with a hint of cinnamon, a young girl named Mira often found solace. Mira was a curious soul, with eyes that sparkled like the stars overhead, and a heart that brimmed with stories yet to be told. On this particular evening, she wandered into the bookstore, her fingers trailing along the spines of books that lined the shelves like sentinels of old tales. As she moved through the labyrinth of stories, something peculiar caught her eye, a small, dust-covered box tucked in a forgotten corner. The box was unremarkable at first glance, crafted from weathered oak, with delicate carvings of swirling vines etched into its surface. But as Mira reached out to wipe away the dust, she felt a gentle warmth emanating from it, as if the box itself harbored a secret yearning to be found. With a mix of hesitation and excitement, she opened the lid, revealing a shimmering quill nestled within. The quill was unlike any Mira had ever seen. Its feathers glimmered with hues of moonlight and starlight, and as she held it, she sensed a whisper of magic coursing through her fingertips. She quickly realized that this was no ordinary quill. It was a quill of wonder, able to bring stories to life with every stroke on parchment. Eager to explore the quill's magic, Mira set off on a journey through the pages of her imagination. Her first companion was Finn, a wise old owl who perched upon her shoulder as she wrote. His feathers were a mottled tapestry of browns and golds, and his eyes held the wisdom of countless ages. Finn spoke in a soft, melodic voice, offering guidance and insight as Mira's stories unfolded. Together they crafted tales of adventure and friendship, of lands unseen and dreams unfurled. Yet as Mira delved deeper into the wonders of the quill, she discovered that its magic was not without challenges. The stories she conjured began to blend with reality, and soon the line between the two became as thin as the pages she wrote upon. One evening, as Mira penned a story of a hidden garden where wishes bloomed like flowers, she found herself transported into its lush, verdant world. The garden was a symphony of colors and scents, with blossoms that shimmered like jewels under the gentle glow of fireflies. But amidst the beauty lay a challenge, a riddle etched into the bark of an ancient tree, whose roots curled deep into the earth. The riddle whispered of a wish that could only be granted through understanding, not desire. What is it that binds us, yet sets us free? It asked in a voice as soft as the wind through leaves. Mira pondered the riddle, her heart and mind dancing through possibilities. She sat beneath the tree, feeling the cool earth beneath her and the weight of Finn's gaze upon her. It was then that a third companion joined her, a sprightly fox named Lila, with fur as red as autumn leaves and eyes that twinkled with mischief. Lila bounded around Mira, her laughter like a bubbling brook. "Think not with your mind, but with your heart," Lila advised, her voice a gentle tease. Inspired by her friends, Mira closed her eyes and listened, not just to the world around her, but to the whispers within her soul. It dawned on her then, the answer was love. Love, the thread that wove through every story, every friendship, every wish. It was both the bind and the freedom, the beginning and the end. With newfound clarity, Mira spoke the answer aloud, her voice a soft echo in the garden. The tree shivered with delight, its bark unfurling like a scroll to reveal a hidden chamber filled with glowing seeds. Each seed held a wish, a promise of hope and possibility. Mira, Finn, and Lila gathered the seeds, their hearts light with joy and wonder. As they returned to the village, the stars twinkled overhead, and the wind carried with it the sweet scent of dreams. Though the journey had changed Mira, it was not the magic of the quill that mattered most, but the wisdom she had discovered within herself. From that day forward, Mira continued to write, her stories infused with the magic of love and friendship. The quill, now resting upon her desk, served as a reminder of the journey and the gentle power of a heart open to wonder. And so, as the village settled into slumber beneath a blanket of stars, Mira's tales wove through the dreams of those around her, a gentle lullaby of hope and harmony, whispered through the pages of time. Story 32. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where shimmering nebulae painted the skies with hues of violet and gold, there lay a small, vibrant planet known as Luminara. Its lush green valleys and cerulean lakes were home to the Luminites, ethereal beings composed of light and gentle energy. The Luminites lived in harmony with their world, nurturing it with their luminous touch. One such Luminite, named Aquilo, was curious and adventurous, his glow a soft azure that twinkled with an eager spirit. Aquilo often wandered beyond the familiar meadows, eager to learn more about the universe that stretched infinitely beyond his home. Meanwhile, on a neighboring planet called Brontara, a hardy race of beings known as the Brontans inhabited the rocky terrains. The Brontans, with their tough, stone-like skin and robust physique, were known for their strength and resilience. Among them was a Brontan named Kale, whose heart was as warm as the molten core of his planet, despite his formidable exterior. The lives of Aquilo and Kale were set on a course to intersect during a rare cosmic event, a celestial convergence that would bring their worlds into closer alignment than ever before. On the eve of this great event, filled with an insatiable curiosity, embarked on a journey across the starlit expanse, his path illuminated by trails of cosmic light. As fate would have it, Kale, too, found himself drawn towards the mysterious convergence. He set forth from Brontara, his footsteps echoing with determination across the asteroid fields that lay between their worlds. The two travelers met on a small, floating isle of crystal and light, suspended between their planets. At first, there was a vast silence, punctuated only by the gentle hum of the universe. Aquilo and Kale regarded each other with a mix of intrigue and caution, their differences stark yet fascinating. Aquilo, shimmering softly, extended a glowing tendril in greeting. "Greetings, traveler. I am Aquilo from Luminara. What brings you here?" Kale rumbled a deep, earthy response. "I am Kale of Brontara. I come seeking wisdom in the convergence of our worlds. Their initial exchanges were stilted, colored by the misunderstanding of their vastly different natures. Aquilo, used to the fluidity of light and energy, found Kale's solidity and pragmatism bewildering. Similarly, Kale struggled to comprehend Aquilo's ethereal presence and abstract thoughts. Yet as they spent more time together on that floating isle, they began to appreciate the unique qualities each possessed. There was a moment, under the gentle glow of twin moons, when a sudden storm threatened their refuge. Fierce winds howled, and shards of cosmic ice rained down. Aquilo, with his luminescent glow, shielded them from the icy barrage, weaving a protective dome of light. Kale, grounding his strength in the crystalline soil, stabilized their shifting platform, preventing it from shattering under the storm's fury. In that shared challenge, they saw beyond the surface, recognizing the complementary strengths they each brought. In the calm that followed, Aquilo whispered, "I see the strength in your spirit, Kale, like the ancient stones of Luminara that have withstood the test of time." Kale grinned, a deep rumble of laughter in his voice. "And I see your light, Aquilo, not just in your form but in your courage, guiding us through the storm." Their friendship deepened with each passing day. Aquilo taught Kale the art of luminescent communication, a dance of light and color that conveyed emotions and thoughts with exquisite subtlety. Kale, in turn, shared the wisdom of the earth, teaching Aquilo how to listen to the silent stories held within stones and soil. Together, they journeyed back and forth between their worlds, bridging the gap between their peoples through tales and shared experiences. They encountered more challenges, moments where their differences threatened to pull them apart. But each time, they found ways to understand and support one another, their bond growing stronger. As the celestial convergence reached its zenith, Aquilo and Kale stood together on the isle, now a symbol of unity and friendship. The skies above blazed with a tapestry of colors, a celebration of the alliance forged between their worlds through the friendship of two unlikely companions. Before returning to their respective homes, Aquilo turned to Kale, his glow warm and steady. "Though our worlds may drift apart, our friendship will always be a beacon in the night." Kale nodded, his voice firm with resolve, "And should the darkness ever threaten, we will light the way for each other, always." With a final shared smile, they parted ways, their hearts light and full, knowing they had discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond unbreakable by distance or difference, thriving in the shared light of understanding and kindness. As they returned to their worlds, they carried with them the gifts of each other's knowledge and the promise of future adventures. And while the stars continued their eternal dance across the heavens, the friendship between Aquilo and Kale remained a shining testament to the power of unity and compassion. Story 33. In the heart of a quaint village cradled by whispering woods and gentle hills, there lived a young boy named Finn. This village, with its cobblestone paths lined by cottages that seemed to lean in for a shared secret, was a place where stories of old were spun into the very fabric of daily life. The villagers often gathered around firesides in the evenings, their faces glowing with the warmth of both the flames and the tales being woven. Finn was known for his curious spirit and kind heart. He spent his days exploring the edges of the village, where the forest began to weave its magic. The trees there were ancient and wise, their gnarled branches forming archways that beckoned to the adventurous. Finn loved the forest, for it was a world full of wonder and mystery, just waiting to be discovered. One crisp autumn morning, with the air cool and filled with the scent of fallen leaves, Finn set out on one of his explorations. The sun had just begun to peek over the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink. As he wandered deeper into the forest, he felt a soft tug at his heart, a gentle pull that seemed to guide him towards something special. Finn followed this feeling, his feet crunching softly on the carpet of leaves. The light filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled shadows that danced as the breeze rustled the branches. It was then, through the shifting patterns of light and shadow, that Finn spotted something unusual, a glimmer of light that seemed to pulse with its own heartbeat. Curiosity piqued. Finn approached and found a small, intricately carved wooden box, nestled among the roots of an ancient oak. The box was adorned with symbols that seemed to shift and change as he looked at them. Cautiously, Finn opened the box, revealing a crystal orb that shimmered with an inner glow. As his fingers brushed against it, a warmth spread through him, and he heard a whisper, not with his ears but in his mind. "Hello, Finn," the voice said, gentle and kind. "I have been waiting for you." Startled yet intrigued, Finn asked, "Who are you?" "I am the keeper of secrets," the voice replied, "and this forest holds many mysteries. You have the heart of an explorer, and it is time for you to embark on a journey." The orb pulsed softly as it spoke, and Finn felt a sense of calm wash over him. He knew this was no ordinary day, and this orb, with its soft, encouraging glow, was no ordinary object. "Where will this journey take me?" Finn asked, cradling the orb gently. "To a world hidden within your own," the keeper of secrets answered. "A world where friendship and wisdom are the keys to unlocking its wonders." With a nod, Finn accepted the call of adventure. The orb glowed brightly, and a path appeared before him, leading deeper into the heart of the forest. The air around him shimmered slightly, and he knew that he was stepping into a realm that few had seen. As he walked, Finn noticed the forest changing subtly. The trees seemed to lean closer, their whispers growing louder, and the colors around him became more vivid. The path wound its way through a landscape that felt both familiar and fantastical. It was as if the world itself was alive, breathing in time with his own heartbeat. Eventually, Finn arrived at a clearing bathed in golden light. In its center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and strong, its branches stretching toward the sky like welcoming arms. Beneath this tree, a small figure sat, cloaked in green and brown, blending seamlessly with the surroundings. "Welcome, young traveler," the figure said, standing up with a graceful motion. It was a forest sprite, its eyes sparkling with mischief and kindness. "I am Lila, guardian of this realm. You have been chosen to help us, for a great mystery has unfolded." Finn felt a thrill of excitement and responsibility. "What mystery do you speak of?" he asked, eager to learn more. Lila gestured toward the tree. "This is the Tree of Whispers, a source of wisdom for our world, but recently its voice has become faint, and we fear it is losing its power." "What can I do to help?" Finn asked, his heart full of determination. "The tree needs the essence of true friendship," Lila explained. "Only a bond forged in kindness and understanding can restore its strength. Will you help us find this essence?" Finn nodded, feeling the weight of his task, but also the promise of new friendships. "I will do my best," he promised. With Lila as his guide, Finn set out to explore the hidden world within the forest. Along the way, they encountered creatures of all kinds, each with their own stories and wisdom to share. There was a wise old owl who spoke of the importance of listening, a playful fox who taught them the joy of laughter, and a gentle deer who showed them the power of empathy. As they journeyed, Finn and Lila discovered that the essence of true friendship was not something that could be found, but something that was created through shared experiences and understanding. They laughed together, faced challenges, and learned to see the world through each other's eyes. One evening, as they sat beneath a canopy of stars, Finn realized that he had found what he was seeking. Not a tangible essence, but a bond that had grown between him and Lila. It was a friendship born of trust and respect, a light that shone brightly even in the darkest moments. With this newfound understanding, Finn and Lila returned to the Tree of Whispers. As they stood before it, the tree's branches seemed to reach down, enveloping them in a warm embrace. The air shimmered with a gentle glow, and Finn felt the tree's gratitude in the depths of his heart. "You have restored my voice," the tree whispered, its words a soft breeze. "Through your friendship, you have given me strength once more." Finn smiled, feeling a deep sense of fulfillment. He had embarked on a journey that had changed him, teaching him the true meaning of friendship and the wisdom that comes from listening and understanding. As the sun began to rise, painting the sky with the colors of dawn, Finn knew it was time to return to his own world. He bid farewell to Lila and the magical realm, carrying with him the lessons he had learned. Back in the village, life continued as it always had, but Finn was different. He shared his experiences with those around him, weaving tales of wonder and friendship that inspired others to explore the world with open hearts and minds. And so, the village thrived. its people bound by the invisible threads of friendship and the magic of shared stories. And Finn, with the crystal orb safely tucked away, knew that the hidden world was always there, waiting for those who dared to dream and believe. And in the quiet hours of the night, when the stars shone brightly and the village slept, the forest whispered its secrets, a gentle song of friendship and wisdom that echoed in the hearts of all who listened. Story 34. In a forest as old as time itself, where the whisper of the wind carried secrets from centuries past, there lay a glen untouched by the hands of man. This was no ordinary forest. It was a realm where the natural world thrived in perfect harmony, and where the creatures that dwelled there lived lives steeped in quiet magic. As dawn broke, the first light of day painted the sky in hues of rose and amber. The forest awoke in a symphony of gentle rustlings and melodic birdsong. Dew-laden leaves glistened like 1,000 tiny stars, their fresh scent mingling with the earthy aroma of the forest floor. The air was cool and crisp, a soft blanket of mist hovering just above the ground, weaving through the trunks of ancient trees whose branches arched high above, forming a vaulted canopy of green. In this enchanted forest, there was a gathering place known only to its inhabitants, a small, serene pond nestled within the heart of the glen. Its waters were as clear as glass, reflecting the verdant world above and the azure sky beyond. Around its banks grew a profusion of wildflowers, their colors a vivid tapestry of blues, yellows, and purples, with petals that would flutter gently in the breeze, as if whispering secrets to the water. Among the creatures of the forest, there was a wise old owl named Auburn, whose feathers bore the tawny hues of autumn leaves. Auburn had lived many seasons and had seen the forest change and grow. His eyes, the color of amber, held a depth of knowledge and understanding that came from a lifetime of watching and listening. Perched on a branch of a grand oak that leaned over the pond, Auburn was the guardian of the wisdom of the forest, a role he cherished deeply. One morning, as the sun warmed the earth and sent shafts of light dancing across the pond, a young fawn named Lila approached Auburn. Her coat was a soft brown, speckled with white, and her eyes were wide with wonder and curiosity. Lila had heard tales of the magical changes that occurred in the forest with the turning of the seasons, and she was eager to learn more. Auburn, Lila began, her voice soft and musical, like the babbling brook that fed the pond. Can you tell me about the magic of the seasons? How does the forest know when to change, when to rest, and when to awaken? Auburn ruffled his feathers and gazed down at the young fawn with a fondness that only grew with each new generation seeking his counsel. Ah, Lila, he hooted gently, the magic of the forest is tied to the rhythm of the earth, the dance of the sun and moon, and the whispers of the wind. It is a wisdom passed down through the ages, a balance that all creatures, great and small, must honor. With a graceful sweep of his wings, Auburn gestured to the forest around them. In spring, the forest awakens from its slumber, the world blooming with life as the warmth of the sun returns. The trees unfurl their leaves, and the air is filled with the scent of blossoms and new beginnings. This is a time of growth and renewal, where every creature plays its part in the great symphony of life. Lila listened intently, her heart swelling with the beauty of Auburn's words. She imagined the forest waking up, each bud and leaf stretching toward the sun, every creature bustling with energy and purpose. And then comes summer, Auburn continued, his voice a soothing balm. The days grow long and languid, the forest basking in the sun's embrace. This is a time of abundance, where the earth's bounty is shared among all its inhabitants. The ponds and streams run full and clear, and the nights are filled with the songs of crickets and the glow of fireflies. Lila nodded, envisioning the forest lush and green, the canopy thick with leaves that rustled like whispers in the warm summer breeze. But as the days shorten and the air cools, autumn arrives, Auburn said, a note of reverence in his voice. The forest dons a tapestry of gold and crimson, a final burst of color before the slumber of winter. The leaves fall, carpeting the ground in a soft blanket, and the creatures gather what they need to sustain them through the colder months. Lila's eyes widened with the thought of the forest transformed into a sea of vibrant hues, the air filled with the crisp scent of fallen leaves and the gentle rustle of their descent. And finally winter, Auburn concluded, his tone hushed and solemn. The forest sleeps, wrapped in a mantle of snow and silence. It is a time of rest and reflection, a pause in the cycle of life. But even in the stillness there is beauty and wonder, for beneath the snow the earth dreams of spring. Lyra gazed around her at the timeless forest, each season a chapter in the story of life, a testament to the enduring balance and harmony of nature. "Thank you, Orin," Lyra said, her voice filled with gratitude and awe. "I understand now that the magic of the seasons is a gift, a reminder that we must cherish and protect this harmony for all who call this forest home." Orin nodded, his heart warmed by the young faun's newfound wisdom. "Indeed, Lyra. Remember that we are all connected, each of us a thread in the tapestry of the forest. Our lives are woven together, and through understanding and respect, we can ensure that this harmony endures." As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a golden glow across the pond, Lyra turned to leave, her spirit buoyed by the knowledge she had gained. The forest hummed with life, a gentle reminder that even in the quietest moments, magic and wisdom abounded. And so, the ancient forest continued to thrive, a world of wonder and balance, where the hidden lives of its creatures unfolded in harmony with the seasons, each one a testament to the enduring power of nature's magic. Story 35. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, there lay a hidden glen cloaked in perpetual twilight. Here, the canopy of lush emerald leaves allowed only the gentlest dapples of golden sunlight to kiss the forest floor, illuminating the soft carpet of moss and the delicate ferns that danced with the slightest breeze. The air was filled with the earthy aroma of damp wood and the sweet perfume of wildflowers, creating a symphony of scents that wrapped around the senses like a comforting embrace. In this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest lived lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature, each playing its part in the delicate balance of their world. Among them was a wise old turtle named Bramble, whose shell was etched with the patterns of 100 seasons. Bramble was revered among the forest dwellers for his deep understanding of the natural world and his gentle, patient counsel. Bramble's closest companions were a sprightly squirrel named Pippin and a graceful deer called Lyra. Pippin, with her fur the color of autumn leaves, was full of boundless energy and curiosity, always eager to explore every nook and cranny of their woodland home. Lyra, on the other hand, moved with the serene grace of a river flowing through a quiet valley, her eyes as deep and calm as a forest pool. One crisp morning, as the first hints of autumn painted the leaves in shades of amber and crimson, Bramble gathered his friends beneath an ancient oak. Its branches stretched wide and strong, offering shelter and wisdom from the ages past. "The time has come," Bramble began, his voice as steady and soothing as the rustle of leaves in the wind, "for us to prepare for the changing of the seasons. We must ensure that the balance of our forest is maintained." Pippin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "What must we do, Bramble?" she chirped, her tail flicking with excitement. Bramble smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Each season brings its own magic and challenges. Autumn is a time of harvest and preparation. We must gather the bounty of the forest and ensure that all creatures have what they need to sustain them through the winter." Lyra nodded thoughtfully, her ears twitching as she listened to the gentle hum of the forest around them. "And how do we maintain the balance, Bramble?" The wise turtle looked out across the glen, where sunlight danced through the leaves, casting intricate patterns on the ground. "We must work together, each of us using our strengths to support one another. Pippin, your nimble paws can gather the acorns and berries that will feed many. Lyra, your keen senses will guide us to the hidden caches of food and safe havens for the colder months." With their roles clear, the friends set about their tasks, moving through the forest with a sense of purpose and unity. Pippin scampered up and down the trees, her cheeks full of acorns as she chattered happily to herself. Lyra glided silently through the underbrush, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth as she searched for hidden treasures among the leaves. As they worked, the forest seemed to come alive around them. Birds sang sweet melodies that echoed through the trees, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a peaceful harmony with the bubbling of a nearby brook. It was as if the forest itself was lending its magic to their endeavors. guiding them with unseen hands. Days passed in a blur of golden light and rustling leaves, each one bringing them closer to the heart of autumn. The forest glen transformed into a vibrant tapestry of color and life, a testament to the creatures' dedication and the power of harmony. Yet as they toiled, a gentle reminder of the forest's wisdom came to them through the subtle signs of nature. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and lavender, Bramble called his friends to him once more. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke and fallen leaves. "There is something more we must consider," he said, his voice soft but firm. "The changing seasons are not just a time for gathering and preparing, but also for reflection and understanding." Pippin tilted her head, her eyes wide with curiosity. "What do you mean, Bramble?" The wise turtle gestured with a gentle nod toward the horizon, where the first stars began to twinkle in the fading light. "Nature teaches us in whispers and signs. We must learn to listen, to understand the lessons she offers. Balance is not just about physical preparation, but also about harmony within ourselves and with each other." Lyra pondered this, her gaze thoughtful. "How do we learn to listen, Bramble?" With a knowing smile, Bramble replied, "By being present, by observing the world around us with our hearts as well as our eyes. The forest speaks to those who are willing to hear its song." And so, as the seasons continued their dance, the companions embraced this new wisdom. They spent their days not only gathering and preparing, but also pausing to appreciate the beauty and magic of their forest home. They watched as the leaves fell in a gentle cascade of color, listened to the songs of the wind through the trees, and felt the cool touch of the earth beneath their feet. In time, they came to understand that true balance was found in the harmony of all things. Each creature, each leaf, each breath of wind was part of a greater whole, a tapestry woven by the hands of time and nature. Through their efforts and understanding, they ensured that the forest thrived, not just for themselves, but for generations to come. As winter's chill began to creep into the air, the glen lay blanketed in a soft quilt of fallen leaves, the forest at peace in its slumber. Bramble, Pippin, and Lyra gathered once more beneath the ancient oak, their hearts filled with the warmth of friendship and the wisdom they had gained. "Thank you, Bramble," Pippin said, her voice a soft whisper in the twilight, "for teaching us to see the magic in our world." Lyra nodded, her eyes reflecting the soft glow of the setting sun, and for showing us that we are part of something much greater than ourselves. The old turtle smiled, his gaze tender as he looked upon his dear friends. "It is you who have taught me," he replied gently. "For in your companionship and kindness, I have found the truest form of harmony." And so, as the stars filled the night sky with their silvery light, the forest glen lay wrapped in a peaceful silence, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom, friendship, and the gentle balance of nature. The creatures of the forest slept soundly, their dreams filled with the promise of spring and the eternal cycle of life, knowing that within their hearts lay the magic of the seasons and the whispers of the ancient trees. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, there lay a hidden glen cloaked in perpetual twilight. Here, the canopy of lush emerald leaves allowed only the gentlest dapples of golden sunlight to kiss the forest floor, illuminating the soft carpet of moss and the delicate ferns that danced with the slightest breeze. The air was filled with the earthy aroma of damp wood and the sweet perfume of wildflowers, creating a symphony of scents that wrapped around the senses like a comforting embrace. In this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest lived lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature, each playing its part in the delicate balance of their world. Among them was a wise old turtle named Bramble, whose shell was etched with the patterns of 100 seasons. Bramble was revered among the forest dwellers for his deep understanding of the natural world and his gentle, patient counsel. Bramble's closest companions were a sprightly squirrel named Pippin and a graceful deer called Lyra. Pippin, with her fur the color of autumn leaves, was full of boundless energy and curiosity, always eager to explore every nook and cranny of their woodland home. Lyra, on the other hand, moved with the serene grace of a river flowing through a quiet valley, her eyes as deep and calm as a forest pool. One crisp morning, as the first hints of autumn painted the leaves in shades of amber and crimson, Bramble gathered his friends beneath an ancient oak. Its branches stretched wide and strong, offering shelter and wisdom from the ages past. "The time has come," Bramble began, his voice as steady and soothing as the rustle of leaves in the wind, "for us to prepare for the changing of the seasons. We must ensure that the balance of our forest is maintained." Pippin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "What must we do, Bramble?" she chirped, her tail flicking with excitement. Bramble smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Each season brings its own magic and challenges. Autumn is a time of harvest and preparation. We must gather the bounty of the forest and ensure that all creatures have what they need to sustain them through the winter." Lyra nodded thoughtfully, her ears twitching as she listened to the gentle hum of the forest around them. "And how do we maintain the balance, Bramble?" The wise turtle looked out across the glen, where sunlight danced through the leaves, casting intricate patterns on the ground. "We must work together, each of us using our strengths to support one another. Pippin, your nimble paws can gather the acorns and berries that will feed many. Lyra, your keen senses will guide us to the hidden caches of food and safe havens for the colder months." With their roles clear, the friends set about their tasks, moving through the forest with a sense of purpose and unity. Pippin scampered up and down the trees, her cheeks full of acorns as she chattered happily to herself. Lyra glided silently through the underbrush, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth as she searched for hidden treasures among the leaves. As they worked, the forest seemed to come alive around them. Birds sang sweet melodies that echoed through the trees, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a peaceful harmony with the bubbling of a nearby brook. It was as if the forest itself was lending its magic to their endeavors, guiding them with unseen hands. Days passed in a blur of golden light and rustling leaves, each one bringing them closer to the heart of autumn. The forest glen transformed into a vibrant tapestry of color and life, a testament to the creature's dedication and the power of harmony. Yet as they toiled, a gentle reminder of the forest's wisdom came to them through the subtle signs of nature. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and lavender, Bramble called his friends to him once more. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke and fallen leaves. "There is something more we must consider," he said, his voice soft but firm. "The changing seasons are not just a time for gathering and preparing, but also for reflection and understanding." Pippin tilted her head, her eyes wide with curiosity. "What do you mean, Bramble?" The wise turtle gestured with a gentle nod toward the horizon, where the first stars began to twinkle in the fading light. "Nature teaches us in whispers and signs. We must learn to listen, to understand the lessons she offers. Balance is not just about physical preparation, but also about harmony within ourselves and with each other." Lyra pondered this, her gaze thoughtful. "How do we learn to listen, Bramble?" With a knowing smile, Bramble replied, "By being present, by observing the world around us with our hearts as well as our eyes. The forest speaks to those who are willing to hear its song." And so, as the seasons continued their dance, the companions embraced this new wisdom. They spent their days not only gathering and preparing, but also pausing to appreciate the beauty and magic of their forest home. They watched as the leaves fell in a gentle cascade of color, listened to the songs of the wind through the trees, and felt the cool touch of the earth beneath their feet. In time, they came to understand that true balance was found in the harmony of all things. Each creature, each leaf, each breath of wind was part of a greater whole, a tapestry woven by the hands of time and nature. Through their efforts and understanding, they ensured that the forest thrived, not just for themselves, but for generations to come. As winter's chill began to creep into the air, the glen lay blanketed in a soft quilt of fallen leaves, the forest at peace in its slumber. Bramble, Pippin, and Lyra gathered once more beneath the ancient oak, their hearts filled with the warmth of friendship and the wisdom they had gained. "Thank you, Bramble," Pippin said, her voice a soft whisper in the twilight, "for teaching us to see the magic in our world." Lyra nodded, her eyes reflecting the soft glow of the setting sun. and for showing us that we are part of something much greater than ourselves." The old turtle smiled, his gaze tender as he looked upon his dear friends. "It is you who have taught me," he replied gently. "For in your companionship and kindness, I have found the truest form of harmony." And so, as the stars filled the night sky with their silvery light, the forest glen lay wrapped in a peaceful silence, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom, friendship, and the gentle balance of nature. The creatures of the forest slept soundly, their dreams filled with the promise of spring and the eternal cycle of life, knowing that within their hearts lay the magic of the seasons and the whispers of the ancient trees. Story 36. Once upon a time, nestled between lush, rolling hills and the whispering babble of a crystal-clear brook, lay the quaint village of Meadowdown. This little village was known for its charming cobblestone streets, the scent of sweet lavender drifting from cottage gardens, and the gentle chime of bells from the old stone chapel at the village square. But beyond the common sights and sounds, Meadowdown held a secret known only to those who had the heart to discover it. In a small, ivy-clad cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was a kind-hearted soul, with hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves. She was known throughout the village for her gentle nature and unwavering curiosity. Her days were filled with helping her neighbors, tending her garden, and dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as Clara wandered through the golden-hued forest that bordered Meadowdown, she stumbled upon an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a delicate, silver key, its surface intricately etched with swirling patterns that glinted in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Clara picked up the key, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her fingers as she held it. As she examined the key, a soft voice broke the gentle rustling of the leaves. "Ah, you have found it," the voice said, seemingly coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. Startled, Clara looked around until her eyes fell upon a small rabbit with fur as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes as blue as the summer sky. This was no ordinary rabbit, for it wore a tiny emerald-green waistcoat and a pair of spectacles perched upon its twitching nose. "Who are you?" Clara asked, her voice filled with wonder rather than fear. "My name is Thistle," the rabbit replied, adjusting his spectacles with a practiced paw. "I am the guardian of the Whispering Woods, and it seems you have found the Key of Whispers." Clara looked at the key in her hand, now understanding its significance. "What does the key unlock?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Thistle hopped closer, his whiskers twitching with excitement. "The key unlocks the Door of Secrets, a magical portal that reveals the hidden wonders of the forest. But beware, only those with a pure heart and a wise mind can truly benefit from its magic." With Thistle guiding her, Clara embarked on a journey deeper into the forest. The path was lined with towering trees whose branches formed a canopy of vibrant reds and oranges, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the forest's hidden magic, of creatures that sang to the moon and flowers that bloomed only under starlight. Their journey was not without challenges. At one point, they came upon a wide, rushing stream, its waters too deep and swift to cross easily. Clara paused, thinking deeply. Instead of attempting to force her way across, she noticed the pattern of stepping stones hidden just beneath the surface, revealed only to those who took the time to truly observe. With careful steps, Clara and Thistle made their way across the stream, their trust in each other growing with every challenge they faced. Along the way, they encountered other forest inhabitants who offered their unique wisdom. There was Luna, the wise old owl with feathers like moonlit shadows, who taught Clara the importance of patience and listening to the world around her. And there was Fern, the playful squirrel with a tail like a plume, who showed Clara the joy of laughter and the beauty of small, everyday wonders. Finally, after a journey filled with learning and laughter, they reached the Door of Secrets. It stood nestled between two ancient oak trees, its surface shimmering with a light all its own. Clara hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the key in her hand before turning to Thistle. "Are you ready?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Clara nodded and inserted the key into the lock. As she turned it, the The door swung open with a gentle creak, revealing a world of breathtaking beauty. A world where the trees whispered secrets of the ages, and the air was filled with a melody only the heart could hear. Clara stepped through, feeling a sense of peace and belonging wash over her. She had embarked on this journey with a heart full of curiosity and returned with a heart full of wisdom and wonder. She realized that the true magic of the key was not in the wonders it revealed, but in the journey itself and the friendships she had forged along the way. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara and Thistle made their way back to Meadowdown. The village welcomed them with open arms, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Clara placed the key in a special place in her garden, knowing its magic would always be there, ready to guide those who were willing to listen and learn. And every evening, as the village settled into the comforting embrace of night, Clara would share stories of her adventures, her voice a gentle melody that lulled the village to sleep. And so in the heart of Meadowdown, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, Clara's story of discovery and wonder was whispered from generation to generation, a reminder that the true magic of life lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself. Once upon a time, nestled between lush, rolling hills and the whispering babble of a crystal-clear brook, lay the quaint village of Meadowdown. This little village was known for its charming cobblestone streets, the scent of sweet lavender drifting from cottage gardens, and the gentle chime of bells from the old stone chapel at the village square. But beyond the common sights and sounds, Meadowdown held a secret known only to those who had the heart to discover it. In a small, ivy-clad cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was a kind-hearted soul, with hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves. She was known throughout the village for her gentle nature and unwavering curiosity. Her days were filled with helping her neighbors, tending her garden, and dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as Clara wandered through the golden-hued forest that bordered Meadowdown, she stumbled upon an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a delicate, silver key, its surface intricately etched with swirling patterns that glinted in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Clara picked up the key, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her fingers as she held it. As she examined the key, a soft voice broke the gentle rustling of the leaves. "Ah, you have found it," the voice said, seemingly coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. Startled, Clara looked around until her eyes fell upon a small rabbit with fur as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes as blue as the summer sky. This was no ordinary rabbit, for it wore a tiny emerald-green waistcoat and a pair of spectacles perched upon its twitching nose. "Who are you?" Clara asked, her voice filled with wonder rather than fear. "My name is Thistle," the rabbit replied, adjusting his spectacles with a practiced paw. "I am the guardian of the Whispering Woods, and it seems you have found the Key of Whispers." Clara looked at the key in her hand, now understanding its significance. "What does the key unlock?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Thistle hopped closer, his whiskers twitching with excitement. "The key unlocks the Door of Secrets, a magical portal that reveals the hidden wonders of the forest. But beware, only those with a pure heart and a wise mind can truly benefit from its magic." With Thistle guiding her, Clara embarked on a journey deeper into the forest. The path was lined with towering trees whose branches formed a canopy of vibrant reds and oranges, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the forest's hidden magic, of creatures that sang to the moon and flowers that bloomed only under starlight. Their journey was not without challenges. At one point, they came upon a wide, rushing stream, its waters too deep and swift to cross easily. Clara paused, thinking deeply. Instead of attempting to force her way across, she noticed the pattern of stepping stones hidden just beneath the surface, revealed only to those who took the time to truly observe. With careful steps, Clara and Thistle made their way across the stream, their trust in each other growing with every challenge they faced. Along the way, they encountered other forest inhabitants who offered their unique wisdom. There was Luna, the wise old owl with feathers like moonlit shadows, who taught Clara the importance of patience and listening to the world around her. And there was Fern, the playful squirrel with a tail like a plume, who showed Clara the joy of laughter and the beauty of small, everyday wonders. Finally, after a journey filled with learning and laughter, they reached the door of secrets. It stood nestled between two ancient oak trees, its surface shimmering with a light all its own. Clara hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the key in her hand, before turning to Thistle. "Are you ready?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Clara nodded and inserted the key into the lock. As she turned it, the door swung open with a gentle creak, revealing a world of breathtaking beauty. A world where the trees whispered secrets of the ages, and the air was filled with a melody only the heart could hear. Clara stepped through, feeling a sense of peace and belonging wash over her. She had embarked on this journey with a heart full of curiosity and returned with a heart full of wisdom and wonder. She realized that the true magic of the key was not in the wonders it revealed, but in the journey itself and the friendships she had forged along the way. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara and Thistle made their way back to Meadowdown. The village welcomed them with open arms, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Clara placed the key in a special place in her garden, knowing its magic would always be there, ready to guide those who were willing to listen and learn. And every evening, as the village settled into the comforting embrace of night, Clara would share stories of her adventures, her voice a gentle melody that lulled the village to sleep. And so in the heart of Meadowdown, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, Clara's story of discovery and wonder was whispered from generation to generation, a reminder that the true magic of life lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself. 37. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. Her days were filled with the simple joys of exploring the meadows and befriending the woodland creatures that called the forest home. One crisp autumn morning, Lily ventured into the woods as she often did, her curious eyes scanning the fallen leaves for any signs of adventure. As she rounded a bend in the well-trodden path, something caught her eye. A glimmer of golden light peeking out from beneath a carpet of rust-colored foliage. Brushing aside the leaves, Lily gasped in delight as she uncovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer and dance in the dappled sunlight. Lily's fingers traced the intricate markings, and as she did, the lid of the box sprang open with a soft click. Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet, lay a single acorn. But this was no ordinary acorn. It shimmered with an otherworldly glow, its surface smooth and polished like a precious gemstone. Lily reached out to touch it, and as her fingertips made contact, a warm tingle spread through her body, filling her with a sense of wonder unlike anything she had ever experienced. From that moment on, Lily's world was forever changed. The acorn, she soon discovered, possessed an extraordinary power, the ability to bring inanimate objects to life with the mere touch of her hand. A stick became a loyal walking companion, a pebble transformed into a playful puppy, and the fallen leaves danced and swirled at her command. At first, Lily reveled in her newfound magic, her days filled with endless delight and discovery. But as time passed, she began to realize that with great power came great responsibility. The forest creatures, once her friends, now looked to her for guidance and protection. It was then that Lily embarked on a journey, not a physical one, but a journey of the heart and mind. She sought out the wisdom of the ancient oak trees, the whispering streams, and the gentle meadow flowers, learning the ways of nature and the importance of balance and harmony. Along the way, she found unexpected allies in the form of a quirky squirrel named Nutkin, whose mischievous antics often concealed surprising insights, and a wise old owl named Hooty, whose soft hoots offered sage advice. Together, they faced challenges that tested their courage and compassion. When a greedy logger threatened to destroy the forest, it was not through force but through wisdom and diplomacy that Lily and her friends were able to sway his heart and protect their beloved home. And when a terrible drought struck the land, Lily used her magic to coax the rain clouds to open, quenching the thirsty earth and ensuring that the delicate balance of nature was restored. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Lily grew into a young woman whose kindness and understanding touched all who knew her. The acorn's power became a tool for nurturing and healing, bringing joy and wonder to those around her. And though the magic of the acorn was extraordinary, Lily knew that her greatest power lay not in the ability to command objects, but in the capacity to love and cherish the world around her, a lesson she carried with her always, like a warm embrace from the forest itself. So, as the night draws to a close and the embers of the fire fade, remember the tale of Lily and the enchanted acorn, a story of discovery, friendship, and the extraordinary magic that can be found in the most ordinary of places, if only we open our hearts to its wonders. Story 38. Once upon a time, nestled in a grove where the forest whispered secrets to the wind, there stood a small, ivy-covered cottage with a roof that sloped as if in a perpetual nod of welcome. Inside lived a gentle soul named Clara, known far and wide for her skillful weaving. Her tapestries, vibrant with colors that seemed to shimmer like the surface of a river under the moonlight, were admired by all who saw them. Yet Clara herself felt like a loose thread in the fabric of her own life. Clara loved the predictability of her days, the rhythmic clatter of loom and shuttle providing a comforting cadence. But lately she sensed a quiet discontent weaving its way through her heart, like a shadow threading through sunlight. She yearned for something more, a change she couldn't quite articulate. One autumn afternoon, as the leaves blushed with gold and russet, Clara stepped outside, her fingers wrapped around a mug of warm cider. The air was crisp and full of the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Just beyond her garden, where the wildflowers nodded in agreement with the breeze, stood an ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling like a welcoming embrace. As she wandered closer, Clara noticed something peculiar. At the base of the oak, where its roots curled like fingers through the earth, lay a small, forgotten door. It was weathered and carved with intricate runes that danced in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity fluttered in her like a new leaf unfurling, and with a gentle push, the door swung open with the softest sigh. Inside, the air shimmered with possibilities, and Clara found herself in a space that was both familiar and wondrously new. This was the realm of the forest folk, beings of gentle magic who nurtured the land and all its creatures. Their haven was alive with colors more vivid than any Clara had ever woven, a tapestry of life itself, unfurling in every direction. The forest folk welcomed Clara with smiles that glowed like the first light of dawn. Leading the way was Alder, a wise elder with eyes that twinkled like stars caught in a canopy of leaves. "Welcome, dear Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "We've been expecting you." Clara's heart fluttered with both excitement and trepidation. "Expecting me?" she asked, her voice a whisper among the leaves. "Indeed," Alder replied, gesturing for her to follow. "It's time for you to discover what's been growing inside you, like a seed waiting for spring." As Clara walked with Alder and the other forest folk, she noticed how the path beneath her feet seemed to transform with each step, a mosaic of stones and moss that mirrored her swirling thoughts. They guided her to a glen where the air hummed with a gentle magic, and the sky was a quilt of twilight hues. In the center of the glen stood a loom, unlike any Clara had ever seen. It was crafted from silver birch and moonlight, its threads spun from the dreams of the woodland creatures. "Here," Alder said, "you will weave a tapestry not with your hands, but with your heart." Clara hesitated, her fingers brushing the ethereal threads. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, the scent of pine and possibility filling her senses. As she began to weave, the threads responded to her emotions, each strand a reflection of her inner world. At first, the tapestry was a chaotic jumble of colors, a storm of uncertainty and fear of the unknown. But as Clara continued, she felt the presence of the forest folk surrounding her, their warmth and encouragement flowing into her very being. Slowly, she began to see patterns emerge, shapes that spoke of growth and transformation. With each pass of her hands, Clara wove her fears and doubts into something beautiful, a landscape of change filled with small, shimmering stars of hope. She realized that change, though daunting, was a natural part of life, much like the turning of seasons or the growth of a tree from a tiny acorn. The forest folk watched as Clara's tapestry grew, their gentle smiles reflecting her blossoming confidence. "You're doing wonderfully," Alder murmured, his voice carrying the same warmth as the sunlit glen. As the final thread slipped into place, Clara opened her eyes to behold her creation, a tapestry of her journey, vibrant and alive. It was a piece of art that mirrored her own transformation, capturing the beauty of embracing change and the strength found in vulnerability. With a newfound sense of peace, Clara thanked the forest folk for their guidance. "You've shown me that change is not something to fear, but something to welcome," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. As she stepped back through the door into her own world, Clara felt the autumn breeze brush her skin, carrying with it a whisper of the magic she had discovered within herself. The forest, once a backdrop to her life, now seemed a living tapestry of its own, vibrant and welcoming. Back in her cozy cottage, Clara returned to her loom with a heart full of inspiration. Her tapestries now carried the essence of her journey, each piece a reminder of the beauty that could be found in embracing the unknown. And so, as the days turned to weeks and the forest donned its winter cloak, Clara's heart remained open, her spirit woven into the very fabric of the world around her. She had found her place within the tapestry of life, where change was not an ending, but a beginning, a magical transformation that would continue to unfold with each new day. And so under the gentle watch of the stars and the whispering leaves, Clara's story of personal growth and magical transformation became a lullaby sung by the forest itself, a testament to the power of embracing one's true self. Story 39. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had chestnut curls that bounced as she walked, and eyes like polished amber, always alight with curiosity. Her home was a snug little cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that danced with wildflowers. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the fire with her grandmother, a wise woman renowned throughout the village for her knowledge of herbs and lore. The hearth crackled warmly, casting a golden glow over the room, where shadows played gently on the walls. One particular evening, as Lila and her grandmother were preparing to settle down with steaming mugs of chamomile tea, a soft but persistent tapping echoed through the room. It seemed to be coming from the window, which overlooked the garden now blanketed in twilight's embrace. Curious, Lila padded over to the window and pulled back the lace curtain. To her astonishment, she found a small, peculiar creature perched on the windowsill. It was a moonbeam sprite, its delicate wings shimmering faintly in the dim light. The sprite's eyes were wide with worry, its tiny hands clasped together as if in prayer. "Oh, dear Lila," the sprite fluttered its wings, causing a gentle flutter of silvery dust to cascade around it. "Something strange is afoot in the whispering woods. The songbirds have fallen silent, and the fireflies are nowhere to be seen." Lila's grandmother joined her at the window, her expression thoughtful. "These are indeed curious happenings," she murmured, her voice as soft and comforting as a woolen shawl. "Perhaps it is time for a visit to the woods. They have secrets to share if one knows how to listen." The next morning, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon, Lila set off toward the whispering woods. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the earthy scent of dew-kissed leaves. As she entered the woods, the familiar rustle of leaves underfoot welcomed her, though the absence of birdsong was unmistakable. Lila walked deeper into the forest, her senses attuned to the subtle whispers of the trees. She soon came upon a clearing where the ancient oak known as Grandfather Tree stood proudly. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the heavens, and its bark was etched with the wisdom of centuries. "Welcome, young Lila," a voice rumbled softly, resonating from the heart of the oak. It was the tree guardian, an ethereal presence that watched over the woods. "I sense you seek answers." Lila nodded, her voice barely more than a whisper. "The forest feels different. Can you tell me what has happened?" The tree guardian seemed to sigh, a gentle breeze rustling through its leaves. "There is a disturbance in the balance. The nightshade, a mischievous creature, has been playing tricks, drawing the magic away from the woods. Lila listened carefully, her mind already turning with possibilities. "How might we restore the balance?" she asked. The tree guardian's response was a soft rustle. "The nightshade is drawn to its reflection. You must craft a mirror of moonlight to capture its attention and coax it back into harmony." Thanking the tree guardian, Lila set about gathering what she needed. She collected a handful of silvery dew from the petals of moonflowers and a shard of smooth, reflective riverstone. With these, she fashioned a small mirror, its surface gleaming with a pale luminescence. As twilight descended, painting the woods in shades of blue and silver, Lila returned to the clearing. There, she placed the mirror upon a bed of moss, right where the moon's light would touch it. Then she waited, her heart steady and calm. Before long, a shadow flitted across the clearing, a dark, wispy shape that darted about with an impish energy. It was the nightshade, drawn irresistibly to the mirror's glow. The creature paused, entranced by its own reflection. Its antics momentarily ceased. With gentle words woven of kindness and understanding, Lila spoke to the nightshade. She explained how its playful tricks had unbalanced the magic of the woods, and how harmony could be restored if it chose to return to its rightful place among the shadows. The nightshade listened, its form shimmering as if considering her words. Finally, with a playful wink, it vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust. Almost immediately, the woods felt different. The air was lighter, and the soft chirping of crickets resumed its familiar melody. As Lila made her way back to the village, the moon watched over her, casting a gentle glow on her path. She felt a comforting sense of achievement, knowing she had helped restore peace to the woods she loved so dearly. Back at the cottage, her grandmother awaited her with open arms and a warm smile. "You have done well, dear heart," she said, her voice a balm to Lila's soul. "Remember, even the smallest creatures can teach us the greatest lessons." That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, she listened to the soft hum of the forest outside her window. The world was at peace, and so was she, knowing that wisdom and friendship could always light the way, even through the darkest of shadows. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, cradled by the whispers of the woods. Story 40. Once upon a time, deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. The towering trees that surrounded her humble cottage seemed to whisper secrets of a world unseen, hidden from the eyes of those who could not hear the language of nature. One crisp autumn morning, Willow ventured into the heart of the woods, her bare feet crunching on the carpet of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper, a strange warmth enveloped her, like the embrace of an old friend. Suddenly, a glimmer of light caught her eye, and she gasped in wonder. Nestled among the gnarled roots of a mighty oak lay a peculiar acorn, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. Willow reached out, her fingers tingling with anticipation, and the moment she touched the acorn, the world around her transformed. The trees stretched skyward, their branches intertwining to form a verdant canopy. Streams of sunlight filtered through, casting dappled patterns on the mossy ground. Willow spun in awe, her eyes wide with delight, for she had stumbled upon the hidden realm of the forest spirits. A gentle voice beckoned her forward, and she followed the melodic sound to a clearing where a magnificent oak tree stood tall and proud. At its base sat a wizened old woman, her face carved with lines that spoke of centuries of wisdom. "Welcome, dear child," the woman said, her eyes twinkling like stars. "You have been chosen to bear witness to the wonders of this ancient realm." Willow listened, entranced, as the woman revealed the secrets of the acorn's magic. It was a conduit, a gateway to a world where the boundaries between dreams and reality blurred, where the very essence of nature danced in harmony with the rhythms of life. From that day forth, Willow became the guardian of the acorn, tasked with protecting the delicate balance between the seen and unseen worlds. With each adventure, she learned invaluable lessons about courage, compassion, and the profound beauty that thrived in even the smallest of things. One day, as Willow wandered through the enchanted forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. A tiny creature with wings like gossamer, fluttering helplessly on the ground. As she drew closer, she recognized the creature as a sprite, one of the mischievous but kind-hearted beings that inhabited the realm. "Please help me," the sprite cried, its voice like the tinkling of silver bells. "I've lost my way, and without my wings, I cannot return home." Willow's heart ached for the little sprite, and she vowed to aid her newfound friend. Together, they embarked on a journey through the twisting paths and secret glades, encountering wondrous beings and unraveling riddles that tested their courage and wit. Along the way, they forged an unbreakable bond, defying the expectations of those who believed sprites and humans could never be true friends. Willow learned the value of empathy and the strength that lies in unity, while the sprite discovered the boundless potential of unwavering loyalty. Their quest led them to the heart of a mysterious glade, where a crystalline pool shimmered under the dappled light. As the sprite dipped her weary wings into the enchanted waters, a miraculous transformation took place. Her gossamer wings unfurled, shimmering with renewed vigor, and she took to the skies once more, her laughter like a gentle rain upon the leaves. With a heavy heart, Willow bid farewell to her friend, but the sprite made her promise to return, for their destinies were intertwined forevermore. And so, Willow continued her journey as the guardian of the acorn, her steps lighter and her heart fuller, forever changed by the power of friendship and the magic that dwelled within the hidden realm. Years passed, and Willow grew into a wise and gentle woman, her eyes reflecting the depths of the ancient forest. One fateful day, as she wandered the familiar paths, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before, its existence a mystery even to her. In the center of the glade stood a towering oak, its branches reaching skyward like gnarled fingers grasping at the heavens. Willow felt an inexplicable pull toward the tree, as if answering a call that echoed through the very fibers of her being. As she approached, she noticed a peculiar sight, a door carved into the trunk, its intricate patterns whispering of secrets long forgotten. Without hesitation, Willow reached out and turned the knob, her heart pounding with anticipation. What greeted her on the other side was a sight beyond her wildest dreams. A vast underground cavern stretched before her, its walls adorned with glowing crystals that cast ethereal radiance upon the scene. In the center, a magnificent waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool, its waters shimmering with otherworldly hues. Willow ventured forth, her footsteps echoing in the cavernous space, and as she drew nearer to the pool, she felt a profound sense of peace wash over her. It was as if the very essence of the hidden realm had been distilled into this sacred place, a convergence of all the magic and wonder she had witnessed throughout her life. Overcome with reverence, Willow knelt at the water's edge and gazed into the depths of the pool. What she saw reflected back at her was not her own face, but a kaleidoscope of images, memories of her adventures, the friends she had made, and the lessons she had learned along the way. In that moment, Willow understood the true nature of her journey. The acorn had been a catalyst, a key that unlocked the hidden realms within herself, enabling her to grow and transform in ways she could never have imagined. As she rose to her feet, Willow felt a profound sense of purpose, a calling to share the wisdom and magic she had discovered with others. From that day forth, she became a beacon of hope and wonder, guiding those who sought solace and understanding toward the hidden realms that existed within their own hearts and souls. And so, the tale of Willow and the enchanted acorn became a cherished legend, passed down through generations. It was a story of friendship, courage, and the transformative power of embracing the magic that lies within us all, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is always light to be found in the most unexpected of places. Story 41. The Whispering Woods and the Enchanted Lantern. In the quiet hamlet of Elderglen, where the stars seemed to hang a little lower and the moonlight painted silver paths on cobblestone streets, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart as bright as the sun and an imagination as vast as the night sky. Her favorite pastime was to wander into the Whispering Woods, a forest that bordered the village and held secrets as old as time itself. The villagers often spoke in hushed tones about the forest, spinning tales of enchantments and ancient spirits that roamed its shadowed paths. Despite these whispered warnings, Lila felt an irresistible pull towards the woods, a curiosity that bubbled within her like a brook in spring. One crisp autumn evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of sunset, Lila set out towards the woods, her steps light with anticipation. The air was cool, and the ground beneath her feet was a tapestry of rustling leaves, their colors a medley of gold, crimson, and amber. As she entered the forest, a gentle breeze greeted her, carrying with it the scent of pine and earth, whispering secrets that only the trees could know. Lila walked deeper into the woods, where the trees grew taller and their branches intertwined like old friends sharing stories. She marveled at the way the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. Every rustle of leaves seemed to be a greeting, every chirp of a bird a song just for her. It was here, in the heart of the whispering woods, that Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. Nestled among the roots of an ancient oak was a lantern unlike any she had ever seen. It was crafted from silver and adorned with delicate filigree, its glass panels shimmering with an iridescent glow. As Lila approached, the lantern flickered to life, casting a warm, golden light that filled the clearing. Curious and unafraid, Lila reached out and touched the lantern. To her astonishment, it felt warm and pulsed gently beneath her fingertips, as if it were alive with some kind of magic. Her heart skipped a beat, and a shiver of excitement ran through her. She lifted the lantern from its resting place, feeling its weight settle comfortably in her hands. Suddenly, a soft voice echoed through the clearing as if carried on the breeze. "Welcome, keeper of the light," it said, its tone gentle and ancient. Lila looked around, wide-eyed but strangely calm. She saw no one, yet the voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. "Who are you?" Lila asked, her voice barely a whisper. "I am the spirit of the whispering woods," the voice replied. "And you, dear child, have found the lantern of kindling. It holds the power to reveal the unseen and to guide the lost." Lila's eyes widened with wonder. "What must I do with it?" she inquired, her heart alight with curiosity. "Follow the lantern's glow, and it will lead you on a journey beyond your wildest dreams," the voice answered. "But remember, true magic lies not in the lantern itself, but in the heart of its bearer." With that, the voice faded away, leaving Lila alone in the clearing, the lantern's glow casting a circle of warmth around her. She took a deep breath, feeling a sense of purpose settle within her. The whispering woods beckoned her onward, and she knew instinctively that her adventure was just beginning. As she walked, the lantern lit her path, its glow illuminating the hidden wonders of the forest. She saw flowers that bloomed with an ethereal light, their petals whispering ancient songs. She marveled at the way the trees seemed to lean closer, their branches forming arches that guided her like silent guardians. The forest was alive with magic, and Lila felt a profound sense of connection to it all. She realized that the whispering woods were not a place of fear, but of wonder and discovery. And as she ventured deeper, she knew that the lantern was more than just a guide. It was a key to unlocking the mysteries that lay hidden within her own heart. As twilight deepened into night, Lila found herself standing before a great oak, its trunk wide enough to house a family of foxes. The lantern's light flickered, casting long shadows that danced across the forest floor. She paused, feeling a sense of anticipation in the air. It was then that she noticed a small door set into the base of the oak, almost hidden among the gnarled roots. The door was intricately carved with symbols that seemed to shift and change under the lantern's glow. With a steadying breath, Lila reached out and turned the handle, the door creaking open to reveal a staircase spiraling downward into darkness. Without hesitation, Lila stepped inside, the lantern's light guiding her descent. The air was cool and carried the faint scent of moss and earth. Her footsteps echoed softly as she made her way down the stairs, each step taking her deeper into the heart of the hidden world. At last, she reached the bottom, emerging into a cavern bathed in the soft glow of luminescent crystals. The walls shimmered with hues of blue and green, casting a serene light that filled the space. In the center of the cavern stood a pool of water, its surface as smooth as glass and reflecting the light like 1,000 tiny stars. Lila approached the pool, her reflection gazing back at her with eyes wide with wonder. She knelt beside the water, feeling a sense of peace settle over her. The lantern rested beside her, its light mingling with the glow of the crystals. It was then that she noticed something remarkable. Floating just beneath the surface of the pool was a small, shimmering orb of light. It pulsed gently, its glow resonating with the lantern's own. Lila reached out, her fingers brushing the water's surface as she touched the orb. In that moment, a vision unfolded before her eyes. She saw the Whispering Woods as they once were, vibrant and alive with magic. She saw creatures of all kinds, their forms shifting and changing, living in harmony with the land. She saw the lantern, a beacon of hope and guidance, passed down through generations of guardians. And then she saw herself, standing at the center of it all, the lantern in her hands, her heart filled with the light of understanding. She realized that the lantern was not just a tool, but a symbol of her connection to the world around her, to the magic that flowed through the woods, and to the spirit that watched over it all. As the vision faded, Lila felt a profound sense of clarity and purpose. She understood now that her journey was not just about discovering the secrets of the Whispering Woods, but about discovering her own strength and wisdom. The lantern had shown her the way, but it was her heart that would guide her. With renewed resolve, Lila stood, the orb of light rising from the pool to rest in the palm of her hand. It felt warm and alive, a piece of the forest's magic that she carried within her. She knew that her journey was far from over, but she was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. As she made her way back up the staircase, the lantern's glow lighting her path, she felt a sense of gratitude for the adventure that had brought her to this moment. The Whispering Woods were a place of wonder and magic, but they were also a place of growth and transformation, a place where hearts could be kindled and spirits could soar. When she emerged once more into the forest, the first light of dawn was beginning to paint the sky in shades of pink and gold. The woods were waking, their voices a gentle chorus that welcomed the new day. Lila stood for a moment, the lantern in one hand and the orb of light in the other, feeling a sense of peace and belonging. With a smile, she began her journey home, the path ahead bright with possibility. The Whispering Woods had taught her that magic was not just something to be found in the world around her, but something that lived within her heart. And as she walked, the lantern's light guiding her steps, she knew that she would always be a keeper of that light, a guardian of the magic that connected them all. And so Lila's adventure in the Whispering Woods came to an end, but her story was just beginning. For in her heart, she carried a light that would never fade, a light that would guide her through the darkest of nights and the brightest of days. And with each step she took, the world seemed a little brighter, a little more magical, because of the light she carried within. Story 42. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest, where the trees stood tall and wise, there existed a forgotten glade bathed in perpetual twilight. This place was known only to the creatures of the forest, and a few rare souls who dared to venture beyond the well-trodden paths. The air here was imbued with the scent of pine and earth, carrying the gentle rustling of leaves like a soft lullaby. It was a realm where magic lingered, hiding in plain sight among the shadows and the light. Elliot, a curious young boy with a heart as open as the sky, discovered this hidden world one golden afternoon. His hair, tousled by the wind, glimmered like autumn leaves in the sun. He had been wandering through the forest, drawn by a deep-seated yearning for something he could not name. Elliot loved the forest. Its secrets whispered to him, and its beauty filled him with a profound sense of belonging. As he walked, each step cushioned by a carpet of moss and fallen leaves, he stumbled upon an ancient oak with a hollow that seemed to beckon him closer. Within this hollow, nestled among roots as thick as his arm, lay a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was smooth, worn by time, and etched with symbols that seemed to pulse with a gentle glow. Elliot's fingers brushed over the box, and a warmth spread through him, as if the object were alive. He hesitated for a moment, then carefully lifted it from its resting place. As he did, a soft sighing sound filled the air, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. With the box cradled in his hands, Elliot sat beneath the oak, leaning against its sturdy trunk. The world around him faded into a serene silence, leaving only the gentle hum of nature. He turned the box over, examining it from every angle before finally deciding to open it. Inside, resting on a bed of velvet as dark as midnight, was a small, crystalline orb. It shimmered with an inner light, casting tiny rainbows that danced around Elliot like playful spirits. Mesmerized, Elliot reached out to touch it, and as his fingertips brushed the surface, a tingling sensation raced up his arm. Suddenly, the orb began to glow more brightly, and a soft voice, warm and melodic, filled the air. "Welcome, Seeker," it said, resonating with a kindness that wrapped around Elliot like a comforting embrace. "You have found the heart of the forest, a gift of magic and mystery." Elliot blinked, his eyes wide with wonder. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. "I am the guardian of this glade," the voice replied. "And you, dear child, have been chosen to carry the heart and listen to its song." The orb pulsed gently, and with each pulse, Elliot felt a connection forming, a bond with the forest and its secrets. "What do I do with it?" he asked, curiosity mingling with a sense of responsibility. "Listen," the voice advised. "Learn. The heart will guide you, reveal hidden truths, and teach you the language of the world around you. But remember, true power comes from understanding, not control." Elliot nodded, his mind awhirl with possibilities. He closed the box, feeling the weight of the orb settle within it, and tucked it safely into his satchel. As he rose to his feet, the forest seemed to awaken, the trees whispering encouragement, the leaves rustling with approval. Over the following days, Elliot returned to the glade, drawn to its serenity and the promise of discovery. He spent hours sitting beneath the ancient oak, listening to the heart's gentle murmur and learning the subtle language of the forest. Each day brought new revelations, a hidden path, a secret grove, the laughter of a brook that meandered through sun-dappled glens. One crisp morning, as the first rays of the sun painted the forest in shades of gold, Elliot encountered an unexpected visitor. A fox, its fur as red as flames, emerged from the underbrush. Its eyes, sharp and intelligent, regarded Elliot with curiosity. "Hello there," Elliot said softly, extending a hand in greeting. The fox approached cautiously, its nose twitching as it sniffed the air between them. Sensing no threat, it sat back on its haunches and regarded Elliot with a look of expectation. Elliot remembered the heart and its promise of connection. He retrieved the box from his satchel and opened it, letting the fox see the shimmering orb. The fox tilted its head, eyes reflecting the orb's light, and for a moment, Elliot felt as if he were gazing into a deep well of ancient wisdom. The fox blinked slowly, then trotted forward, brushing against Elliot's leg in a gesture of trust. Elliot smiled, a warmth spreading through him. Here was a friend, unexpected and wondrous, brought to him by the magic of the forest. From that day on, Elliot and the fox were inseparable. They explored the forest together, the fox leading Elliot to hidden places he never would have found on his own. In return, Elliot shared his discoveries and the knowledge imparted by the heart. As the seasons changed, Elliot grew in wisdom and understanding. The forest, once a place of mystery, became a living tapestry of stories and songs. He learned to read the language of the wind, to interpret the dance of the leaves, and to find beauty in the smallest details. But as Elliot's connection with the forest deepened, so too did his awareness of its fragility. He noticed signs of change, trees that stood bare in the wrong season, streams that ran dry, and animals that seemed restless, out of sync with the natural rhythm. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and violet, Elliot sat with the fox by his side, pondering the forest's plight. The heart glowed softly in his lap, its light casting gentle shadows. "What can we do?" Elliot asked aloud, his voice tinged with worry. The fox looked at him, its gaze steady and calm. Elliot felt the heart pulse in response, a silent reassurance that they were not alone. "Together we must find the source of this imbalance." The voice of the guardian spoke, its tone gentle yet resolute. "The forest has chosen you, Elliot, to be its champion. Trust in your bond with the heart and your friendship with the fox. They will guide you." Determined and hopeful, Elliot set out the next morning with the fox at his side. They traveled deeper into the forest than ever before, following signs and whispers that only they could perceive. The journey was long and arduous, but Elliot's heart was buoyed by a sense of purpose and the unwavering companionship of his fox friend. As they ventured onward, the forest revealed more of its wonders, a hidden waterfall that sang with the voices of 1,000 dreams, a glen where flowers bloomed in colors more vibrant than any rainbow. Yet alongside these marvels, Elliot also saw the signs of distress, trees that wept sap like tears, birds that called mournfully to the empty sky. One evening, as they rested beneath a canopy of stars, Elliot felt a shift in the air, a subtle change that sent a shiver down his spine. The fox, ever perceptive, rose to its feet, ears pricked and alert. "We're close," Elliot murmured, sensing that the source of the forest's imbalance lay just ahead. Together they pressed on, their path illuminated by the silvery light of the moon. Finally, they arrived at a clearing unlike any other. Here, in the center, stood a tree of immense size and age, its branches stretching wide like the arms of a guardian embracing the world. But this tree, once the heart of the forest, was withering. Its bark was cracked, its leaves brittle and lifeless. Approaching the tree, Elliot felt the heart in his satchel grow warm, its light pulsing in harmony with the tree's faint heartbeat. He understood then that the heart and the tree were connected, two halves of a greater whole. Elliot knelt before the tree, placing the heart upon the earth at its roots. He closed his eyes, reaching out with his mind and spirit to the guardian voice within the orb. "Please," he whispered, "show me how to help." In response, the heart flared with light, and Elliot found himself enveloped in a vision. He saw the forest as it once was, vibrant and alive, its creatures thriving in harmony. But then a shadow fell over the land, a darkness born of neglect and imbalance, threatening to unravel the delicate weave of life. The vision shifted, and Elliot saw himself, the fox by his side, standing as a beacon of hope. He saw the heart, its light spreading across the forest, mending the fractures and restoring balance. Elliot understood. The heart's power was not his to wield, but to share. To heal the forest, he needed to awaken the magic within every living thing, to remind them of their place in the grand tapestry. With newfound clarity, Elliot rose and turned to the fox, his faithful companion. Together they began to circle the great tree, the heart's light guiding their steps. As they moved, Elliot spoke, his voice carrying the ancient words of the forest, words of renewal and rebirth. The fox joined in, its voice a melody that wove through Elliot's words, binding them with the rhythm of nature. Around them the air shimmered, and the forest seemed to sigh in relief, the shadows retreating as light spread like a healing balm. They continued until the first light of dawn touched the clearing, bathing it in gold. The great tree, once withered, now stood tall and proud, its branches laden with leaves that sang with the wind. The balance had been restored, the forest's heartbeat strong and steady. Elliot felt a deep peace settle within him, a warmth that mirrored the light of the heart. He turned to the fox, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thank you," he said simply, knowing that their friendship had been the key to unlocking the forest's magic. The fox yipped softly, its eyes reflecting the dawn's light, and nuzzled Elliot's hand, a bond unspoken yet deeply felt. Elliot knew that his journey was only beginning. There were more mysteries to uncover, more stories to learn. But he was ready, for the heart of the forest was with him, and the friendship he had forged with the fox was a strength that would guide him through any challenge. As they left the clearing, the forest seemed to embrace them, its song a gentle promise of adventure and discovery. Elliot walked with a light heart, the fox by his side, knowing that together they would keep the magic of the forest alive. And so, beneath the canopy of leaves that whispered secrets only they could hear, Elliot and his fox friend ventured forth, guardians of the hidden world, champions of the magic that danced in the spaces between shadow and light. Together they embraced the mysteries of the forest, finding joy in every step and wonder in every breath. And as the sun rose higher in the sky, painting the world in vibrant hues, they knew that they had found their place in the ever-spinning tapestry of life. Story 43. Title: The Whispering Grove. Underneath the pale glow of the moon, nestled in the heart of the whispering woods, there was a grove known only to a few. Cloaked in mystery and enchantment, this grove was said to hold the secrets of the forest, whispered by the tall, ancient trees that stood like guardians around its periphery. It was here that the story of a young girl named Leora began, a tale spun with magic, friendship, and self-discovery. Leora was a gentle soul, with eyes the color of a clear summer sky, and hair that tumbled down her back like a cascade of golden leaves. She lived on the outskirts of the woods, in a quaint cottage with her grandmother, who often spoke of the wonders hidden in the forest. Though Leora had heard these tales countless times, she had never ventured beyond the familiar paths, until one fateful night when the winds carried a peculiar melody to her ears. It was a soft, haunting tune that seemed to call her name, weaving through the branches and rustling the leaves. Curiosity ignited within her, a flame that refused to be extinguished. So she wrapped herself in her favorite cloak, a deep green that matched the forest, and set out under the starlit sky, guided by the moonlight that danced across her path. As she wandered deeper into the woods, the air around her began to change, filled with the scent of pine and earth, mingled with a hint of something sweet and elusive. The trees stood taller here, their bark rough and ancient, their leaves whispering secrets she could almost understand. Her heart beating with a mix of excitement and trepidation, Leora followed the melody until she found herself standing at the edge of the whispering grove. Bathed in the moon's gentle glow, the grove was a sight to behold. Flowers of every hue blossomed in wild abundance, their petals glistening with dew like tiny jewels. A narrow stream wound its way through the clearing, its waters shimmering like liquid silver, and in the center of it all stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching wide, as if embracing the sky. As Leora stepped into the grove, the melody grew stronger, resonating through her very being. She felt a warmth spread from her heart, as if the grove itself welcomed her presence. It was then she noticed a small, curious object resting at the base of the oak tree, a locket, its surface etched with intricate designs that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. Drawn to it, Leora knelt beside the locket, her fingers tracing the delicate patterns. As she touched it, a gentle warmth spread through her hand, and she felt a connection, as if the locket knew her. With a soft click, the locket opened, revealing a tiny glowing ember inside. The light was mesmerizing, a soft, golden glow that seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat. In that moment, the world around her shifted. The grove was no longer just a clearing in the woods. It was alive with magic. The trees whispered in a language she could almost grasp. The flowers swayed in rhythm with an unseen breeze, and the stream sang a tune of its own. Leora felt a sense of belonging, as if she had found a hidden part of herself in this enchanted place. But as she marveled at the wonders around her, she noticed she was not alone. From behind the oak emerged a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a fox, but not just any fox. Its fur was a deep, lustrous red with a tail tipped in gold and eyes that gleamed with intelligence and warmth. The fox regarded her with a gentle curiosity, as if assessing her worth. "Welcome, Leora," the fox spoke, its voice soft and melodic, echoing the grove's whispers. "I am Auri, guardian of the Whispering Grove. You have found the heart of the forest." Leora blinked in surprise. "The heart of the forest?" she repeated, her voice a hushed whisper. Auri nodded, stepping closer. "The locket you hold is the source of the grove's magic. It connects all things within the forest. It chose you, Leora, for you have a heart as kind and pure as the grove itself." Leora felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sense of purpose she had never known before. "But why me?" she asked, her voice laced with wonder and doubt. "Because you listen," Auri replied with a gentle smile. "Few hear the forest's whispers, but you do. You have a gift, Leora, and with it, you can help the forest and those who dwell within it." As the night wore on, Auri shared tales of the grove and its magic, of the balance that must be maintained, and the creatures that depended on it. Leora listened, her heart swelling with a sense of duty and determination. She understood now that the journey she had embarked upon was more than she had ever imagined. It was a calling. From that night forward, Leora visited the grove often, learning from Auri and the forest itself. She discovered hidden paths that led to secret glades, befriended creatures both great and small, and grew in wisdom and strength. The locket around her neck became a symbol of her bond with the forest, its glow a constant reminder of the magic she held within. But as with all tales, challenges arose. The forest, though vibrant and alive, was not without its shadows. One day, while exploring a distant part of the woods, Leora encountered a darkness she had never felt before, a creeping shadow that sought to consume the light of the grove. It was a presence that chilled her to the bone, a void that drained the warmth from her heart. She knew then that her true test had arrived. With Ori by her side, she delved into the heart of the darkness, guided by the whispers of the grove and the light of the locket. Through trials and tribulations, Leora faced her fears and doubts, drawing strength from the friendships she had forged and the wisdom she had gained. She learned that true power lay not in magic alone, but in the courage to stand for what was right, the compassion to heal, and the love that bound all creatures together. In the end, it was not a battle of force, but of heart. Leora reached out to the darkness, offering it the warmth of her spirit and the light of the grove. With a final, resounding whisper, the darkness relented, its anger and pain soothed by the love that surrounded it. As the shadows lifted and the light returned, the forest sang a song of renewal and hope. Leora stood at the center of the grove, the locket glowing with a radiant light, her heart full of peace. In that moment, she understood the true magic of the Whispering Grove, that even in the darkest of times, love and friendship could light the way. And so, with the forest thriving and the bond between them stronger than ever, Leora's journey of discovery came to a gentle, fulfilling end. The Whispering Grove, with its secrets and wonders, would forever be a part of her soul, a testament to the power of kindness, courage, and the enduring magic of the natural world. And as she returned to her cottage, the moonlight guiding her path, Leora knew that she was truly home. Story 44. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Luminara. In the small village of Amberley, nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, tales of enchantment and mystery were as old as the trees themselves. The woods were a place of wonder, where the air was thick with secrets and magic lingered in the rustling leaves. Yet it was also a place avoided by many, for deep within its heart lay a hidden world, known only to those with the courage to seek it. The village was a cozy cluster of thatched roof cottages, surrounded by fields of lavender that swayed gently in the breeze, filling the air with a soothing fragrance. The villagers were kind and simple folk, their days marked by the rhythm of the seasons and the quiet pleasures of rural life. In one such cottage lived a young girl named Leora. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Leora was known for her gentle nature and the way she seemed to understand the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds. She often spent her afternoons wandering the edges of the Whispering Woods, listening to the stories the forest had to tell. One cool autumn evening, as the setting sun painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, Leora sat at her window, gazing out at the woods. Her heart longed for adventure, and she felt a pull towards the trees, as though they were calling her name. "Leora," her mother called from the kitchen, "come help me with supper." Leora reluctantly tore her gaze from the window and joined her mother. As they prepared the meal, her mother spoke of the coming winter and the preparations they must make. But Leora's mind drifted back to the woods, to the stories of hidden worlds and magical beings that her grandmother used to tell. That night, as the village lay quiet under a blanket of stars, Leora lay awake in her bed, listening to the gentle rustle of the leaves outside. Unable to resist the call of adventure any longer, she quietly slipped out of bed, wrapped a warm cloak around her shoulders, and tiptoed out of the cottage. The moon cast a silvery glow over the landscape as Leora made her way towards the Whispering Woods. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. As she entered the woods, the trees seemed to lean in, welcoming her into their embrace. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest came alive. The leaves whispered secrets, and the branches formed intricate patterns against the sky. Leora felt a sense of wonder and awe, as though she were stepping into a dream. After walking for what felt like hours, Leora came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its twisted branches reaching towards the heavens. Beneath the tree lay a small, flickering light, like a star fallen to earth. Curious, Leora approached the light and discovered it was a lantern, crafted from delicate glass and metal, its surface etched with intricate patterns. The lantern glowed with a soft, warm light that seemed to pulse with life. As she reached out to touch it, a voice, gentle and melodic, echoed through the clearing. "The Lantern of Luminara," it said. a beacon for those who seek the hidden world. Leora looked around, but saw no one. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. The voice replied, "I am the spirit of the forest, and I have watched over these woods for centuries. The lantern is a gift for those with pure hearts and the courage to seek the truth." Leora felt a thrill of excitement mixed with apprehension. She had heard of the Lantern of Luminara in her grandmother's tales, a magical object that could reveal the hidden world within the Whispering Woods. "Will you accept the lantern and embark on a journey of discovery?" the voice asked. Leora nodded, her heart pounding with anticipation. "Yes, I will." As she lifted the lantern, its light grew brighter, illuminating the clearing with a warm, golden glow. The air shimmered, and the world around her seemed to shift and change. The trees swayed gently, their leaves whispering secrets in a language she couldn't quite understand. With the lantern in hand, Leora began her journey deeper into the woods. The path before her was bathed in light, and she felt a sense of peace and purpose guiding her steps. As she walked, Leora encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. A family of fireflies danced around her, their tiny lights twinkling like stars. A wise old owl perched on a branch, its eyes gleaming with wisdom. And a gentle deer with antlers like branches nodded in greeting as she passed. Each encounter filled her with a sense of wonder and belonging, as though she were part of a world she had always known in her heart. The forest seemed endless, a labyrinth of trees and shadows, but Leora felt no fear. The lantern's light guided her, and she trusted in its magic to lead her to the hidden world. As she journeyed deeper, the air grew cooler and the shadows longer. The forest was silent now, save for the gentle rustle of leaves. Leora felt a sense of anticipation, as though she were on the brink of discovering something extraordinary. Finally, she reached a glade where the moonlight danced upon a shimmering pool. The water was as clear as glass, reflecting the stars above. At the center of the pool stood a small island, and on it, a stone altar, ancient and weathered by time. Leora approached the water's edge, her reflection rippling in the surface. The lantern's light cast a golden glow over the pool, revealing a path of stepping stones that led to the island. With each step, Leora felt the weight of the forest's magic surrounding her, a tangible presence that filled her with awe. When she reached the altar, she placed the lantern upon it, the light casting intricate patterns over the stone. In that moment, the air shimmered, and a figure appeared before her, ethereal and radiant. It was the spirit of the forest, its form shifting like the wind through the trees. "Welcome, seeker of truth," the spirit said, its voice a melody of the earth. "You have come far, guided by the light of Luminara. What do you seek?" Leora took a deep breath, her heart filled with the courage of her journey. "I seek to understand the world hidden within these woods, to learn its secrets and share its wonders." The spirit smiled, its light flickering like the lantern. "You have shown courage and kindness, and the forest has embraced you as one of its own. The hidden world is within you, a place of wisdom and magic that can only be found by those who seek with an open heart." As the spirit spoke, Leora felt a warmth spreading through her, a connection to the forest and all its creatures. She understood now that the hidden world was not a place to be found, but a state of being, a way of seeing the world with wonder and love. "You are part of the forest, Leora," the spirit said, "and its magic will be with you always. Go forth and share its light with the world." With those words the spirit faded, leaving Leora standing by the altar, the lantern's light still glowing brightly. She returned to the village, her heart filled with the magic of the Whispering Woods. She knew that her journey had changed her, that she carried the hidden world within her. And so, Leora became a storyteller, sharing the tales of her adventures with the villagers. Under her guidance, they learned to see the magic in the everyday, to find wonder in the world around them. The Whispering Woods remained a place of mystery and enchantment, a source of inspiration for all who dared to listen to its whispers. And Leora, with the Lantern of Luminara as her guide, continued to explore its secrets, her heart forever open to the magic of the hidden world. Story 45. Once upon a time, in the heart of a sprawling, ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets only the wind could understand, there lived a community of creatures unlike any other. Nestled beneath the emerald canopy, the forest was a symphony of life, each creature playing its part in a delicate, harmonious tune. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves, their surfaces glistening with morning dew like tiny jewels scattered across a vibrant green carpet. Rays of sunlight filtered through the dense branches, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor where wildflowers blossomed in a riot of colors, violet, gold, and crimson. In this enchanted place, the animals lived in a world of balance, each one understanding its role in the grand tapestry of life. Among them was a wise old fox named Fendrel, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves, fiery and warm. Fendrel was known far and wide for his wisdom, passed down through countless generations. He was the keeper of the forest's stories and the guardian of its ancient magic. One crisp morning, as the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of damp soil, Fendrel gathered the younger creatures of the forest for a tale. They gathered around him, eyes wide with anticipation, their breaths forming delicate clouds in the cool air. There was Bramble, the curious rabbit with ears as long as the day, and Tilly, the little hedgehog with a coat as soft as the velvet night. "Today," Fendrel began, his voice as soft as the rustling leaves, "I will tell you the story of the season's dance, a magical phenomenon that binds our forest in harmony." The creatures leaned in closer, their hearts beating in time with the gentle rhythm of the forest. "Long ago," Fendrel continued, "the forest was a place of chaos, with each season vying for power, causing the world to swing from bitter cold to scorching heat in the blink of an eye. The trees would crack under the pressure of snow one day, only to be scorched by the relentless sun the next. The creatures were confused and frightened, unable to find their place in such turmoil. The forest seemed to hold its breath, listening to Fendrel's tale. Then came a time when the elders of the forest, wise and ancient as the stars, convened to bring peace to the land. They decided that each season would have its time to reign, ensuring a balance that would allow all life to flourish. Thus the season's dance was born. Fendrel's eyes sparkled like the dew-kissed leaves as he spoke of the dance. Spring would awaken first, painting the world with fresh blooms and gentle rains. Summer followed, with its golden warmth and long, lazy days. Autumn arrived next, wrapping the forest in a tapestry of fiery colors and crisp air. Finally, winter would blanket the world in a soft white silence, allowing the earth to rest and renew. The young creatures sighed in wonder, imagining the dance of the seasons as a gentle, flowing ballet across their beloved home. "But," Fendrel cautioned, "this balance is delicate. Each being in the forest must respect and contribute to it, for the dance to continue. Our actions, however small, ripple through the forest like a stone tossed into a still pond." Tilly, the hedgehog, spoke up, her voice as soft as a whisper. "How can we help, Fendrel? What can we do to keep the balance?" Fendrel smiled, his gaze warm and reassuring. "By understanding our place and helping one another. When you share the fruits of the earth, you honor the bounty of summer. When you gather leaves and twigs for the winter, you respect the gifts of autumn. Each act of kindness, each moment of sharing, keeps the dance alive." Bramble, the rabbit, nodded thoughtfully. "So, by living in harmony with each other and the seasons, we ensure the magic continues." "Exactly," Fendrel replied, his voice like a gentle caress. "And remember, the forest always listens. It sees the kindness in your hearts and rewards it with its own gifts." As Fendrel's tale came to an end, the sun began its slow descent, casting a golden glow over the forest. The creatures lingered, absorbing the serenity of the moment, feeling the interconnectedness of their world more deeply than ever before. The days turned to weeks, and the lessons of the season's dance wove themselves into the fabric of their lives. Each creature took to heart the wisdom of Fendrel's story, nurturing the balance of their world through simple acts of care and camaraderie. In time, the forest flourished, a vibrant testament to the power of harmony and the enduring magic that resided within its ancient boundaries. The creatures thrived, their lives an intricate tapestry of friendship and wisdom, woven together by the timeless dance of the seasons. And under the watchful gaze of the old fox, they knew that as long as they remembered the story of the season's dance, their beloved forest would always remain a haven of peace and enchantment. And so, as the moon rose high to sprinkle silver light over the tranquil landscape, The creatures nestled into their cozy dens, lulled to sleep by the soft whispers of the wind, carrying the promise of another beautiful day. Story 46. In the soft twilight of a universe filled with countless stars, there existed a peculiar planet known as Lumina, a place aglow with a warm, perpetual twilight. The sky was a tapestry of swirling purples and golds, and the air carried a gentle, sweet aroma akin to blooming lilacs. Lumina was known for its luminous flora and gentle creatures, but it was also a world where paths often crossed in unexpected ways. On one such evening, when the sky shimmered with the brilliance of 1,000 tiny moons, two travelers found themselves in a serendipitous meeting. The first was a young being named Zephyr, hailing from the airy plains of Arion, a planet where the winds sang songs of old and every creature was gifted with wings. Zephyr's feathers were a soft azure, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and wonder. His heart longed for adventure, to see beyond the horizon of his wind-swept home. The second was a wanderer named Mira, from the oceanic depths of Nereida, a world where the seas glowed with bioluminescent life. Mira's skin shimmered like the surface of the sea under a full moon. Her hair danced like seaweed in a gentle current, and her eyes held the depths of the ocean's mysteries. She had ventured beyond her watery domain in search of stories and the secrets of the stars. Their meeting was not a planned one. Zephyr had been gliding through the skies of Lumina, entranced by its beauty, when a sudden gust of unfamiliar wind threw him off course. He landed, rather ungracefully, in a clearing where Mira was setting up camp for the night. Startled by the sound, Mira turned, her eyes widening at the sight of the winged newcomer tangled in a thicket of luminous vines. "Oh dear," Mira exclaimed softly, her voice like the gentle lapping of waves. "Are you all right?" Zephyr, flustered and a little embarrassed, untangled himself with a sheepish grin. "I'm fine, just a bit wind-blown," he chuckled, brushing off his feathers. "I didn't mean to intrude." "Nonsense," Mira replied with a kind smile. "Any friend of the stars is welcome here." And so, under the canopy of twinkling lights, a friendship began to blossom. They spent the evening exchanging tales of their homelands, their voices mingling with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant calls of Lumina's nocturnal creatures. Zephyr spoke of the skies that carried the songs of Arion, while Mira shared the mysteries of the deep, the rhythm of the tides in her heart. Yet, as with all new friendships, misunderstandings were inevitable. Zephyr, ever the inquisitive one, was fascinated by Mira's tales of the sea, but often interrupted with a barrage of questions, eager to know more. Mira, unused to such interruptions, found herself growing frustrated, feeling that her stories were being lost in the whirlwind of Zephyr's curiosity. One evening, as they sat by a shimmering brook that wound its way through the forest, Mira's patience wore thin. "Zephyr," she said gently, but with a hint of exasperation, "sometimes it's important to listen fully before asking more." Zephyr blinked, taken aback. "I didn't mean to be rude," he replied, his voice tinged with remorse. I find your stories so fascinating that I can't help myself." "Perhaps," Mira suggested softly, "we could learn to understand each other's ways. I will try to be more patient, and you, perhaps, could pause and reflect a little longer." Zephyr nodded, understanding dawning in his eyes. "I'll do my best," he promised, and they shared a warm, comforting silence, the brook's gentle babbling filling the space between them. Their bond grew stronger as they faced shared challenges in the days that followed. Lumina, for all its beauty, held its own mysteries and obstacles. There were paths that twisted and turned unexpectedly, and creatures that tested their wits and resolve. One such moment came when a sudden storm swept across the land, with winds that howled like lost spirits and rain that fell like a curtain of silver. They found themselves seeking shelter in a cave, the entrance hidden by a cascade of glowing vines. Inside, the storm's fury was muted, replaced by the soft echoes of their breath and the distant rumble of thunder. Zephyr, who was used to dancing with the winds, felt a pang of unease in the confined space. Mira, sensing his discomfort, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "It's all right," she murmured, her voice a soothing balm. "We'll weather this storm together." Zephyr nodded, grateful for her presence. "Thank you," he whispered, his heart warming at the gesture. As the storm raged on, they shared stories to pass the time, each learning to appreciate the other's perspective. Zephyr listened more intently, finding joy in the rhythm of Mira's words, while Mira found herself swept up in Zephyr's enthusiasm, his questions now a welcome part of their conversations. When the storm finally passed, they emerged from the cave to find the world washed anew, the air crisp and fragrant. They laughed together, feeling a renewed sense of camaraderie, their friendship strengthened by the trials they had faced. Their journey continued, with each day bringing new wonders and lessons. They learned to navigate the challenges of Lumina, drawing strength from each other, their bond a testament to the power of understanding and support. One evening, as they sat atop a hill, watching the stars dance in the sky, Mira turned to Zephyr. "I've always believed the stars tell stories," she mused softly, her gaze drifting across the celestial tapestry. Zephyr nodded, his heart full. "And I've learned that sometimes the best stories are shared," he replied, his words carrying the warmth of their friendship. In that moment, beneath the vast expanse of the universe, they understood the true meaning of companionship, a shared journey, filled with laughter, understanding, and the gentle support that only true friends can offer. As the night deepened, they wrapped themselves in the comforting embrace of their newfound friendship, knowing that, no matter where their paths might lead, they would always carry the light of this connection within their hearts. And so, in the gentle glow of Lumina, under a sky that held the promise of infinite adventures, Zephyr and Mira drifted into a peaceful sleep, their dreams intertwined with the stars. Story 47. Here is a bedtime story about personal growth and magical transformation. Once upon a time, deep in an enchanted forest, there lived a young deer named Willow. Willow was a gentle and kind creature, but she struggled with fears that held her back from embracing her true self. Every spring when the flowers bloomed, Willow felt a stirring inside, a yearning for something more. But the familiar paths and shady glades felt so safe and comfortable. Even though her spirit longed to explore the mysteries beyond the forest's edge, her hooves felt rooted to the ground. Willow's best friend, a wise old oak tree named Oakley, could sense her inner turmoil. "Dear Willow," he said one sunny morning as she grazed near his sturdy trunk, "I see the questions shining in your eyes. Why do you resist the call to journey forth and discover what wonders await?" "Oh, Oakley," Willow sighed, nestling under the shelter of his broad canopy. "I know there is so much to see and experience out there, but I'm afraid of what lies beyond the safety of our forest home. What if I get lost or hurt? What if I'm not ready?" Oakley's leaves rustled with a gentle, reassuring laugh. "My sweet friend, you were born ready. The metamorphosis you seek is already unfolding within you, just as my buds unfurl into leaves each spring. All you need is courage to spread your wings." Willow blinked in surprise as she looked down at her slender legs. Where there had once been spindly fawn limbs, now emerged graceful shafts of pure light, tipped with dainty golden hooves. Her body began to emanate a soft, warm radiance, like sunbeams filtering through the trees. "What's happening to me?" she gasped with a mixture of wonder and trepidation. "You're becoming your truest self, Willow," Oakley explained. "A beautiful forest spirit who shines her inner light to illuminate the world." Over the next few days and weeks, Willow's transformation blossomed at an unhurried pace, much like the wildflowers carpeting the sun-dappled meadows in their vibrant colors. Her friend Oakley, ever a steady and patient presence, offered boundless wisdom and encouragement. Soon Willow felt an unmistakable sense of confidence and freedom welling up inside her luminous being. One misty dawn, she turned to Oakley with a smile. "I'm ready to explore what lies beyond our forest home," she announced. "Then you must follow your heart, my glowing friend," Oakley replied. "But remember, you can always return here to be revitalized by the strength and serenity of these timeless woods." And so Willow's magical journey of discovery began. Along the way, she encountered many new faces and fascinating lands. There were gorgeous sunlit meadows, rolling hills that brushed the bellies of billowy clouds, and craggy snow-capped peaks that took her breath away. In each new realm, Willow met allies who became treasured friends, like Zephyr, the playful wind sprite whose tickling breezes raised laughter from the deepest wellsprings of joy, or Ruby, the dragon pup, still mastering her fire breath but overflowing with fierce warmth and loyalty. There were challenges, too, from rushing rivers to cross and winding caves to navigate. Whenever Willow felt her inner light wavering, she remembered Oakley's wisdom and drew strength from the radiant truth of who she was. Though her outer journey eventually looped back to the enchanted forest of her birth, Willow remained ever changed. Her fearful roots loosened, replaced by an expansive sense of wonder. She glowed with a serene confidence born from listening to her heart's call. Most importantly, Willow shared her hard-won gifts with all she encountered, leaving a trail of illumination and uplifting hope. For she realized that, like her, every being in existence had an essential light to uncover and shine forth through embracing their personal metamorphosis. To this day, you can find Willow still journeying and exploring the vast mystical lands and skies, her path ever forward as a luminous forest spirit. She delights in using her light to reveal unseen beauty and warm the souls of any who feel lost or afraid to blossom into their fullest, most magical selves. Story 48. Story 49. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her unruly red curls and freckled cheeks gave her an air of whimsy, but it was her curiosity and bravery that truly set her apart. Willow's favorite place in the world was the old oak tree that stood tall and proud at the edge of the village. Its gnarled branches beckoned her with promises of adventure, and it was here that she would spend countless hours, lost in daydreams and stories. One spring day, as Willow sat beneath the oak's comforting shade, something remarkable happened. A tiny door, no bigger than her hand, appeared in the tree's trunk. Willow gasped, her heart racing with excitement. Could it be a hidden world within the tree itself? Without a second thought, she reached out and turned the miniature doorknob. The little door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit passage that seemed to stretch on endlessly. Willow's eyes widened in disbelief, but her sense of wonder quickly overtook her apprehension. Taking a deep breath, she crouched down and stepped through the doorway, emerging into a magical realm unlike anything she had ever imagined. The world within the oak tree was alive with vibrant colors and the sweet fragrance of wildflowers. Tiny mushrooms dotted the mossy ground, and streams of crystalline water trickled over smooth pebbles. As Willow wandered deeper into this enchanting place, she encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. Fairies with gossamer wings, pixies with mischievous grins, and talking animals who greeted her with kindness. One such animal, a wise old badger named Bramble, took Willow under his wing and introduced her to the wonders of this hidden realm. He explained that the oak tree was a magical gateway, and only those with pure hearts and open minds could enter. Bramble became Willow's guide, teaching her about the delicate balance of nature and the importance of protecting this secret world. Together, they embarked on countless ventures, exploring every nook and cranny of the oak tree's inner sanctum. On one particularly memorable journey, Willow and Bramble stumbled upon a clearing where a cluster of glowing mushrooms grew. Bramble warned her that these were no ordinary fungi. They possessed the power to grant wishes, but only to those who truly understood the weight of their desires. Willow, ever the curious soul, couldn't resist the temptation to make a wish. She closed her eyes and wished for the ability to understand and communicate with all living things. In an instant, the world around her came alive with a symphony of voices, the whispering trees, the chattering squirrels, and even the soft melodies of the wind itself. At first, this newfound ability was overwhelming, but with Bramble's guidance, Willow learned to embrace her gift and use it to forge deeper connections with the natural world. She became a bridge between the hidden realm and the human village, advocating for the protection of the forest and its inhabitants. As the seasons changed and years passed, Willow's friendship with Bramble and the other creatures of the oak tree grew stronger. They faced challenges together, solving mysteries and overcoming obstacles with wisdom and courage. One such mystery unfolded during a particularly harsh winter, when the once vibrant oak tree began to wither and fade. Willow and her friends worked tirelessly to uncover the cause, ultimately discovering that a nearby stream had been polluted by human carelessness. With her newfound understanding of the natural world, Willow rallied the villagers to clean up the stream and restore balance to the forest. Slowly but surely, the oak tree regained its strength, its branches reaching towards the sky once more. Through her journey within the hidden world of the oak tree, Willow had transformed from a curious young girl into a compassionate, determined guardian of nature. She had faced her fears, embraced her gifts, and forged friendships that defied all expectations. As the years passed, Willow grew into a wise woman, her hair now streaked with silver. But her spirit remained as vibrant as ever, and she would often return to the oak tree, opening the little door and stepping into the magical realm that had shaped her so profoundly. And as she sat beneath the whispering branches, surrounded by her dearest friends, Willow would share the tales of her adventures with the next generation of wide-eyed, curious children. For she knew that the hidden world within the oak tree was not just a place of magic, but a sanctuary of wonder, friendship, and personal growth, a legacy to be cherished and protected for all time. Story 50. Once upon a time, nestled between the rolling hills and whispering woods, lay the quaint village of Bramblebrook. It was a place where the morning sun kissed the rooftops with gentle warmth, and the evening breeze carried the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. The villagers were a close-knit bunch, their lives intertwined like the ivy that clung to the stone cottages. In this serene corner of the world, magic was spoken of in hushed tones, a relic of old tales and distant memories. In a small cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Leora. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as bright as the summer sky, Leora was known for her curious spirit and kind heart. Her days were spent exploring the fields and forests that surrounded Bramblebrook, her laughter echoing through the trees like a melody carried on the wind. Leora's closest companion was a wise old owl named Horace. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, and his eyes held the depth of ancient knowledge. Horace had been Leora's friend for as long as she could remember, guiding her with gentle wisdom and watching over her adventures with a protective gaze. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in shades of gold and crimson, Leora set out on a new adventure. She had heard whispers from the villagers about a hidden world within the heart of the forest, a place where the ordinary and extraordinary intertwined. The stories spoke of a magical glade, a sanctuary for creatures unseen and wonders untold. With Horace perched on her shoulder, Leora followed the winding path into the woods. The forest was alive with the symphony of chirping crickets and rustling leaves, a lullaby that soothed the soul. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor as they ventured deeper into the woodland realm. As they journeyed, Leora noticed something peculiar. A faint glow seemed to emanate from beneath the moss-covered roots of an ancient oak tree. Intrigued, she knelt down, brushing aside the leaves and twigs to reveal a small, ornate box. It was crafted from polished wood, inlaid with delicate silver filigree that shimmered in the dappled light. "What do you suppose this is, Horace?" Leora wondered aloud, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns on the box. Horace tilted his head thoughtfully. "It appears to be a relic of the old magic, Leora. Handle it with care, for such objects often carry both wonder and responsibility." With a gentle touch, Leora opened the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft velvet, lay an exquisite amulet. It was a pendant of silver and sapphire, glowing with a soft, ethereal light. As she held it in her hand, a warmth spread through her as if the amulet recognized her touch. "It's beautiful," Leora marveled, slipping the chain around her neck. The moment the amulet settled against her heart, the forest around her seemed to shift. The colors grew more vibrant, the sounds clearer, as if the world had come alive in a way she had never experienced before. With Horace by her side, Leora continued her journey, drawn by an unseen force that guided her deeper into the forest. The path led them to a secluded glade, where the air was thick with enchantment. Here the trees stood tall and proud, their branches adorned with blossoms that glowed like stars. A gentle stream babbled nearby, its waters sparkling with 1,000 tiny rainbows. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree unlike any other. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark a tapestry of twisting vines and emerald moss. From its branches hung clusters of luminescent fruits, each one pulsating with a soft, inviting light. As Leora approached the tree, a soft voice echoed through the glade, warm and welcoming. Welcome, Leora, guardian of the amulet. You are in the realm of the Whispering Woods, a sanctuary for all that is magical and true. Startled, Leora looked around, searching for the source of the voice. Who's there? She called, her curiosity tinged with awe. I am the spirit of the woods, the voice replied, gentle as a summer breeze. I have watched over this land for centuries, preserving the balance between the seen and unseen. Leora felt a sense of peace wash over her, the presence of the spirit comforting and reassuring. Why have I been brought here? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. The amulet chose you, dear child, the spirit explained. It seeks a heart pure of intent, one who can see beyond the veil of the ordinary. You possess the ability to bring harmony between our worlds. As the spirit spoke, Leora felt the weight of responsibility settle upon her shoulders. Yet it was not a burden, but a promise of purpose and belonging. What must I do? She asked, determination in her voice. There is a storm brewing, one that threatens to disrupt the balance of our worlds, the spirit warned. An ancient feud between the creatures of the forest has awakened, and only through understanding and unity can peace be restored. Leora nodded, her resolve unwavering. I will do whatever it takes to help, she vowed, her hand clutching the amulet. Horus hooted softly in agreement, his wings ruffling with anticipation. With the guidance of the spirit, Leora set out to mend the rift that threatened the Whispering Woods. Her first task was to speak with the dryads, the tree spirits who guarded the forest. Their home was in a grove of silver birch trees, where the air was thick with the scent of earth and rain. The dryads emerged from their arboreal homes, their forms shifting between wood and flesh. They regarded Leora with curiosity, their eyes reflecting the wisdom of the ages. Why have you come, child of the outside? One of them asked, her voice like the rustle of leaves. I seek to understand the discord that has taken root in the forest, Leora replied, her tone respectful and earnest. I wish to help restore harmony. The dryads exchanged glances, a silent conversation passing between them. Finally, another spoke, her voice tinged with sorrow. Our kin, the sylphs, have grown distant. They dwell in the upper reaches of the forest, where the wind sings a different song. We once danced together in harmony, but now distrust has taken root. Leora listened intently, her heart aching for the fractured bonds between the forest dwellers. What caused this rift? She asked gently. It began with the loss of the Heartstone, the first dryad explained. A gem of great power, it was a symbol of our unity. Without it, our connection has withered, leaving space for fear and misunderstanding. Leora thanked the dryads for their honesty and promised to seek out the sylphs. As she and Horus continued their journey, she pondered the wisdom in the dryads' words. She understood that the Heartstone was more than a mere object. It was a representation of the unity and trust that bound the forest together. The path to the sylphs' domain was steep and winding, leading them to the treetops where the air was crisp and the sky stretched wide. The sylphs, ethereal and graceful, greeted Leora with wary curiosity. Their translucent wings shimmered in the sunlight, casting iridescent shadows on the leaves. What brings you to our realm, earthbound one of the sylphs inquired, her voice melodic and airy. I come seeking understanding and reconciliation, Leora answered, her gaze steady and sincere. The dryad spoke of the lost Heartstone and the rift it has caused. I wish to help bridge the divide. The sylphs exchanged looks, their expressions a mixture of hope and skepticism. Finally, a sylph with wings the color of twilight spoke. The Heartstone was entrusted to the care of both our kin. It vanished one stormy night, leaving only whispers of betrayal in its wake. Leora listened carefully, her mind piecing together the fragmented story. I believe the Heartstone still exists, hidden away, waiting for the right moment to be found, she mused aloud. Perhaps it lies in a place where both worlds touch, yet remain separate. The sylphs considered her words, their gazes softening. If you can find the Heartstone, perhaps the wounds can begin to heal, the twilight-winged sylph agreed, hope flickering in her eyes. With a promise to return, Leora left the sylph's domain, her mind racing with possibilities. The amulet around her neck pulsed with a gentle warmth, guiding her thoughts like a beacon in the night. She realized that the Heartstone's hiding place must be at the confluence of the two realms, where the magic of the forest and the world beyond intertwined. Determined to find the Heartstone, Leora retraced her steps to the enchanted glade. As she approached the magnificent tree at its center, she felt the amulet's warmth intensify, the sapphire glow resonating with the energy of the glade. Leora knelt before the ancient tree, her fingers brushing the soft earth. "Spirit of the woods," she called softly, her voice a gentle plea, "guide me to the heartstone, so that I may help restore the harmony that has been lost." The spirit's voice answered, a soothing presence that enveloped her like a warm embrace. "The heartstone lies within, child. It is a part of the forest, yet hidden from sight. Trust in your heart and the amulet's guidance." Closing her eyes, Leora let the amulet's warmth flow through her, connecting her to the pulse of the forest. Images danced in her mind's eye, visions of roots intertwining, branches reaching skyward, and the gentle rhythm of life that flowed through the whispering woods. With newfound clarity, Leora rose and approached the tree once more. Her hands moved with a purpose not entirely her own, guided by the amulet's magic. She reached into a hollow within the tree's trunk, her fingers brushing against something cool and smooth. When she withdrew her hand, she held the heartstone. It was a gem of unparalleled beauty, its surface swirling with colors that mirrored the forest's vibrant hues. As she held it aloft, the glade seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, the air shimmering with renewed energy. With the heartstone in her possession, Leora returned to the dryads and sylphs, her heart filled with hope and determination. She gathered them in the glade, where the spirit of the woods watched over them with a gentle presence. Holding the heartstone high, Leora addressed the gathered spirits, her voice carrying the weight of the forest's ancient wisdom. "This is a new beginning, a chance to mend what was broken and rebuild the bonds of trust and friendship." The dryads and sylphs regarded the heartstone with reverence, its light reflecting in their eyes. Slowly, tentatively, they began to approach one another, their hands reaching out in gestures of reconciliation. As they joined hands, the heartstone blazed with a brilliant light, its magic weaving through the forest like a gentle breeze. Leora watched as the bonds of friendship and unity were reformed, a tapestry of harmony that enveloped the whispering woods. In that moment, Leora understood the true power of the amulet and the heartstone. It was not the objects themselves, but the connections they represented, the trust, understanding, and love that bound the creatures of the forest together. With the rift healed and harmony restored, Leora bid farewell to the dryads and sylphs, her heart light with the knowledge that she had played a part in preserving the magic of the whispering woods. Horus flapped his wings in approval, his eyes twinkling with pride. As they made their way back to Bramblebrook, Leora felt a deep sense of peace. The village was bathed in the warm glow of twilight, the stars beginning to twinkle in the vast sky above. She knew that the magic of the forest would always be a part of her, a reminder of the power of friendship and understanding. That night, as Leora lay in her cozy bed, the amulet resting on her bedside table, she drifted into a peaceful sleep. Her dreams were filled with visions of the whispering woods, the gentle rustle of leaves, and the soft, comforting presence of the spirit. And so, the story of Leora and the whispering woods became a cherished tale in the village of Bramblebrook, a reminder that even in the simplest of places, magic could be found in the hearts of those who believed in the power of friendship and the beauty of the world around them. Story 51. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest, where the trees seemed to hum gentle lullabies with the wind, lay a quaint village known as Willowbrook. It was a place where magic danced lightly on the air, mingling with the scent of wildflowers and warm, earthy moss. The cottages, with their thatched roofs and colorful gardens, nestled snugly against the hillside, each one surrounded by a low stone wall that seemed to hug the homes gently. In this serene village lived a thoughtful young girl named Clara. She had a keen eye and a curious heart, always noticing the little things others might miss. Her days were filled with adventures and discoveries, but lately something peculiar had been happening. Each morning, the villagers awoke to find their garden gates mysteriously open, tools scattered about, and sometimes even small trinkets missing. The villagers were puzzled but not alarmed, for they knew their village was a safe and gentle place. Still, they were curious, and so they turned to Clara, hoping she might unravel the mystery. With a nod and a determined glint in her eyes, Clara promised to investigate. She started her quest by visiting the gardens at dusk, just as the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving streaks of coral and lavender in the sky. The air was cool and sweet, carrying the scent of honeysuckle. Clara crouched by the hedges, her notebook in hand, and waited patiently. As the moon rose, casting silver beams across the village, Clara noticed something unusual. From the corner of her eye, she saw a soft glow weaving through the gardens. It wasn't the light of fireflies which flickered gently above her, but something more deliberate. She followed it quietly, her footsteps muffled by the soft grass. To her surprise, Clara discovered a small group of creatures, no taller than her knee, with shimmering wings and bright, curious eyes. They were busy at work, tending to the gardens with care, though their methods were a bit chaotic. Clara watched as they rearranged stones, polished leaves with tiny cloths, and gathered forgotten trinkets into neat piles. "Hello there," Clara called softly, not wanting to startle them. The creatures paused, their wings fluttering like the pages of a book caught in a breeze, and then they turned to face her. "We mean no harm," one of them spoke, its voice like the tinkling of a bell. "We are the Glimmerfolk, caretakers of the night." Clara smiled warmly, her heart filling with understanding. "But why open the gates and scatter things about?" she asked gently. The Glimmerfolk exchanged glances, their eyes twinkling in the moonlight. "We were trying to help," explained another, its voice soft and melodic. "But we did not understand the ways of your village. We thought the tools were to be used, and the gates should breathe with the gardens." Clara chuckled softly, touched by their sincerity. "Your intentions are kind," she assured them, "but perhaps we can learn from each other. I could show you how we tend our gardens, and you can teach me the ways of the night." And so began a delightful exchange of knowledge. Each evening, as the stars blossomed in the sky, Clara and the Glimmerfolk worked together. The creatures taught Clara about the secret language of plants and the songs of the earth, while Clara explained the villagers' ways, showing them how to care for the gardens in harmony with the day. As the days passed, the mystery of the open gates was resolved, and the village thrived with newfound magic. The Glimmerfolk, now understanding the balance between night and day, helped the gardens flourish in ways the villagers had never imagined. Flowers bloomed with vibrant colors, and the air was filled with a melody of nature's own making. The villagers, grateful for Clara's wisdom and the Glimmerfolk's friendship, held a small celebration under the twinkling stars. There was laughter and joy, a gentle reminder that misunderstandings could be mended with kindness and cooperation. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Willowbrook continued to be a place where magic and harmony danced hand in hand, a cozy haven where mysteries were welcomed as friends and solved with the warmth of understanding. As Clara lay in bed that night, her heart full of contentment, she knew that the world was a little brighter and a little more magical, thanks to the friends she had found. And as she drifted into dreams, the village slept peacefully, cradled in the gentle arms of the forest, where the trees sang their lullabies to the stars above. Story 52. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled amidst whispering woods and rolling hills, there was a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled like the morning dew on a sunlit meadow. Lila lived in a small cottage with her grandmother, a wise woman known by all as the keeper of old tales and forgotten lore. Every evening, after the sun had dipped below the horizon and the sky was painted with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the crackling fireplace, eagerly listening to her grandmother's stories. These tales spoke of enchanted forests, hidden worlds beneath the earth, and magical objects that held the power to transform lives. One chilly autumn night, as the wind howled softly against the windows, Lila's grandmother began a story about a peculiar object known as the Whispering Locket. "This locket," her grandmother began, her voice a gentle murmur against the backdrop of the crackling fire, was said to have the power to reveal truths and guide those who listened with an open heart. Intrigued, Lila asked, "Where is this locket now, Grandma?" Her grandmother smiled mysteriously, her eyes twinkling with secrets. "Some say it lies hidden deep within the heart of the Whispering Woods, waiting for a worthy soul to discover it." That night, as Lila lay in bed, the story of the whispering locket lingered in her thoughts, weaving itself into her dreams. She imagined the locket glowing softly beneath the canopy of ancient trees, whispering secrets of the world to those who dared to listen. With the dawn came a newfound determination. Lila decided that she would embark on a journey to find the whispering locket. She felt a curious pull towards the woods, as if the very trees were calling her name with the rustle of their leaves. The next morning, with a knapsack filled with bread, cheese, and a canteen of fresh spring water, Lila set off towards the whispering woods. The path was dappled with sunlight, and the air was filled with the scent of pine and earth. Birds chirped a cheerful melody, and squirrels scurried across the forest floor, pausing curiously to watch Lila as she passed. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the light grew dimmer, filtered through the thick canopy of leaves overhead. The air was cooler here, carrying the faint scent of moss and damp earth. Lila felt a tingling sense of excitement mixed with trepidation, for she knew she was entering a place where magic lingered in every shadow. Hours passed as Lila wandered deeper into the woods, guided by intuition and the occasional whisper of the wind. She paused to rest beside a gentle brook that babbled over smooth stones, its water clear as crystal. Here, she met a peculiar friend, a small, golden fox with eyes as bright as amber. The fox approached Lila with a cautious curiosity, its bushy tail flicking playfully. Lila extended her hand, and to her delight, the fox nuzzled its nose against her fingers. "Hello there," Lila said softly. "Are you a guardian of these woods?" The fox tilted its head, as if considering her words, then darted off a few paces, pausing to look back at her with an inviting gaze. It seemed to beckon Lila to follow, and with a sense of wonder, she did. They journeyed together through the forest, the fox leading Lila through hidden trails and secret glades. Along the way, Lila marveled at the beauty around her, the delicate ferns that unfurled in the shade, the vibrant mushrooms that dotted the forest floor, and the symphony of birdsong that filled the air. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the woodland, the fox led Lila to a clearing bathed in the golden light of dusk. At the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching towards the sky like the arms of a wise old sage. Nestled among the roots of this grand tree was a small moss-covered stone altar. Upon it rested a locket, its silver surface glinting in the fading light. Lila's heart leaped with recognition. This was the whispering locket from her grandmother's tales. With a sense of reverence, Lila approached the altar. The locket seemed to hum softly, resonating with a melody that only her heart could hear. She reached out and gently lifted the locket from its resting place, feeling its cool weight in her palm. As she held the locket, a soft voice echoed in her mind, warm and wise. "What truth do you seek, dear child?" Lila closed her eyes, allowing the calm of the moment to wash over her. She thought of her grandmother, of the stories and wisdom she'd shared. She thought of her own place in the world, and the courage it took to seek the unknown. "I seek to understand my path," Lila whispered, her voice blending with the gentle rustle of leaves. The locket pulsed gently, and Lila felt a warmth spread through her, as if the very essence of the woods embraced her. Images danced before her mind's eye, her grandmother's loving smile, the friends she had yet to meet, and the adventures that awaited her beyond the horizon. In that moment, Lila understood that the journey she had embarked upon was not just about finding the locket, but about discovering the strength and wisdom within herself. The locket had guided her, but it was her own heart that had shown her the way. With newfound clarity, Lila opened her eyes and looked at the fox, who watched her with knowing eyes. She smiled, and the fox seemed to nod in approval, its tail flicking contentedly. As the stars began to twinkle in the sky, Lila returned the locket to the altar, feeling a sense of gratitude and peace. The fox led her back through the forest, the path now familiar and welcoming. The journey home was filled with a quiet joy, the forest around her alive with the magic of the night. When Lila finally emerged from the woods, the village was bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. Her grandmother was waiting by the garden gate, her eyes full of pride and love. "Did you find what you were looking for?" her grandmother asked, embracing Lila warmly. "I did, Grandma," Lila replied, her voice filled with the wisdom of her journey. I found the whispering locket, but more importantly, I found myself. Her grandmother smiled, her heart full of understanding. Together, they walked back to their cozy cottage, where the fire crackled merrily in the hearth, casting a warm glow across the room. As Lila lay in bed that night, she felt a deep sense of contentment. The forest had whispered its secrets, and she had listened with an open heart. Her dreams were filled with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft glow of moonlight, a reminder that magic was everywhere, waiting to be discovered. And so, Lila's story became one of many, passed down through generations as a tale of courage, friendship, and the timeless journey of self-discovery. In the quiet village by the Whispering Woods, the legend of the Whispering Locket lived on, inspiring those who dared to seek their own truths. As the night deepened, the village lay in peaceful slumber, the stars watching over all with their gentle light. And in the heart of the woods, the ancient oak stood sentinel, its branches whispering secrets to the wind, a reminder that the world was full of wonder for those who listened with their hearts. Story 53. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, where the cottages are thatched with golden straw and the cobbled streets are lined with the scent of blooming lavender, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions, and her heart was as warm as the hearth that crackled in her home each evening. Lila lived with her grandmother, a wise woman whose stories of the world beyond their village were as captivating as the stars that blanketed the night sky. One crisp autumn morning, Lila set out to explore the edges of the great willow forest, a place where whispers of magic were said to dance among the trees. The forest was alive with the colors of fall, leaves of amber and scarlet twirling gently to the earth, creating a soft carpet beneath her feet. The air was crisp and carried the earthy aroma of pine and moss, mingling with the distant hint of wood smoke. As Lila wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar object half buried in the leaves. It was a delicate, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with symbols that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, she gently brushed away the leaves and lifted the box, feeling a gentle warmth emanating from it. Upon opening the box, Lila discovered a small, radiant stone resting inside. It pulsed with a soft, steady glow, casting a gentle light that felt like a hug from the sun itself. She held it carefully, and as she did, a whisper of a voice seemed to float through her mind, gentle and kind. With wisdom and heart, your path will be clear. Intrigued and a little bewildered, Lila returned home, the mysterious stone tucked safely in her pocket. That evening, as the fireplace crackled and her grandmother's knitting needles clicked rhythmically, Lila recounted her discovery. Her grandmother listened with a thoughtful smile, her eyes twinkling in the firelight. "This stone," her grandmother said softly, "is said to be a guide, a friend to those who seek with an open heart. It will show you wonders, but only if you listen closely to its secrets." The following days were a blur of wonder for Lila, as she and the stone embarked on a journey not just through the forest, but within herself. Each day she would venture a little further, the stone lighting her path under the canopy of rustling leaves. Along the way she met the forest's residents, gentle creatures with whom she formed bonds of friendship. There was Thistle, the wise old owl whose feathers glistened like moonlight on water, and who spoke in riddles that led Lila to ponder deeply. Then there was Fern, the sprightly fox with a coat of fiery red, who taught Lila the joy of play and the importance of taking time to revel in the beauty of the world around her. Together, they discovered hidden glades and sparkling streams, places where the air felt thick with magic and time seemed to pause, allowing moments to stretch into infinity. Each location whispered secrets to Lila, gentle nudges that encouraged her to look at the world with new eyes. Yet, as their exploration continued, Lila sensed a growing challenge. In the heart of the forest lay the ancient Tree of Whispers, a colossal oak said to be as old as time itself. The tree was shrouded in mystery, and it was said that those who could hear its whispers would gain insights beyond their years. However, the path to the Tree of Whispers was fraught with illusions, trickster trails that led wanderers astray. Many had tried to reach it, but only those with clarity of heart and mind could succeed. Lila, with the stone's light and her newfound friends, felt a pull to attempt the journey. Resolved, Lila set off with thistle and fern by her side. As they ventured deeper, the forest grew denser, the trees towering like ancient sentinels. The air felt different here, charged with an energy that tingled on the skin. The path twisted and turned, often doubling back on itself, confounding even the sharp-eyed thistle. It was in one such moment of confusion that Lila remembered the stone's whisper. With wisdom and heart, your path will be clear. She closed her eyes, letting go of doubt and fear, and listened, not just with her ears, but with her heart. The gentle hum of the stone began to resonate, and she felt a shift, a subtle realignment of her senses. Opening her eyes, the path before her seemed to shimmer, revealing a trail bathed in a soft, inviting glow. Trusting in the stone and the guidance of her friends, Lila led the way, each step taken with mindful purpose. As they neared the Tree of Whispers, the air grew still, the forest holding its breath in anticipation. The tree stood majestic and vast, its bark a tapestry of time, its branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. Lila approached, placing her hand gently on the trunk, feeling the life thrumming beneath her fingertips. For a moment there was silence, and then a gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it the softest of whispers. Words not spoken but felt, wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. The whispers spoke of balance, of the harmony between listening and speaking, of the wisdom found in stillness. In that moment, Lila understood. The journey had not been to conquer or claim, but to learn and grow, to find the strength within herself and to appreciate the bonds of friendship that had guided her. The stone's glow dimmed to a gentle warmth, its purpose fulfilled. With a heart full of gratitude, Lila thanked the ancient tree, thistle, fern, and the stone for their guidance. As they made their way back through the forest, she felt a deep sense of peace, a quiet joy in knowing that she carried the lessons of the journey within her. Upon returning to Willowbrook, Lila shared her tales with her grandmother, who listened with pride and love. The stone was placed on the mantelpiece above the hearth, a reminder of the journey and the wonders of the world, both seen and unseen. And so, as the seasons turned and the fires burned bright in the hearth, Lila lived her days with an open heart, forever guided by the wisdom of the forest and the gentle glow of the magical stone. And every night, as she drifted to sleep beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, she knew that the world was filled with magic, just waiting to be discovered. Story 54. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willowbrook, nestled between gentle rolling hills and whispering woods, lived a young boy named Finn. His days were filled with the sweet simplicity of village life, gathering wildflowers with his friends, listening to the soothing lull of the babbling brook, and exploring the endless wonders of the forest that bordered his home. Willowbrook was a place where the grass was always a lush emerald, and the air carried the fragrance of honeysuckle and freshly baked bread. Each evening, the sun would cast a golden glow across the thatched rooftops, promising the village another peaceful night. One serene afternoon, as Finn wandered through the forest, his gaze fell upon something peculiar. It was a small, ornately carved box, half hidden beneath a blanket of fallen leaves. The box was crafted from a rich, dark wood and adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Finn carefully lifted the box into his hands. As he did, a gentle warmth spread through his fingers, as though the box were alive with a quiet, comforting pulse. With a soft click, the box opened to reveal a single, delicate feather inside, iridescent and gleaming with colors that danced like the northern lights. This was no ordinary feather. It whispered secrets to Finn's heart, unlocking a sense of magic he had never known. The feather granted Finn an extraordinary ability to understand the language of the forest creatures, and so began his wondrous journey of discovery and wonder. Finn's first encounter was with a wise old owl named Sage, who perched regally on a gnarled branch. Sage's eyes, deep and knowing, regarded Finn with a hint of amusement. "Ah, young one," he hooted softly, "the forest speaks to those who listen. What brings you to our sacred woods?" Finn explained his newfound gift, and Sage nodded sagely, his feathers rustling like pages of an ancient book. "There is much to learn in these woods, but remember, wisdom is the key to understanding." With Sage as his guide, Finn journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, where sunlight wove through the canopy in threads of gold. Along the way, he met a myriad of creatures, each with a story to tell and a lesson to share. There was Willow, the gentle deer, who taught Finn the importance of patience and observation. Her eyes, soft and brown like the earth, held a serenity that calmed Finn's restless spirit. Then there was Bristle, the mischievous squirrel with a knack for finding the hidden treasures of the forest floor. Bristle's chatter was a constant reminder that joy could be found in the smallest of things, and his laughter echoed through the trees like a playful melody. As Finn's journey continued, he found himself in a secluded glade where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the ground was carpeted with soft moss. Here, he encountered a challenge, a riddle posed by the enigmatic Mist, an ethereal fox with eyes like liquid moonlight. Mist spoke in a voice that was both melody and mystery. To unlock the secret of the forest's heart, you must answer this. What is it that speaks without words, guides without force, and is felt but never seen? Finn pondered the riddle, feeling the cool breeze brush against his cheek, hearing the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. He closed his eyes, letting the symphony of the forest fill his senses. And then, with a smile, he answered, "It is love." Mist nodded, her eyes twinkling with approval. "Indeed, young Finn, love is the language that binds us all, the unseen force that guides our hearts." With the riddle solved, the forest unveiled its deepest secret, a hidden grove where the ancient wisdom of nature was inscribed on the stones, like whispers of time. Here, Finn learned that true magic lay not in power or grand gestures, but in the kindness shared between friends, the quiet moments of understanding, and the gentle touch of love that connected all living things. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft twilight glow, Finn returned to Willowbrook, his heart forever changed. The village welcomed him home with open arms, unaware of the magical journey he had undertaken. Yet Finn carried with him the lessons of the forest, whispering them to those who would listen, weaving them into the fabric of village life. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Willowbrook continued to thrive, a place where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, and where the gentle power of love and wisdom prevailed. With a heart full of warmth and a spirit enriched by the wonders of the forest, Finn drifted into peaceful slumber, knowing that the magic of the feather and the lessons it had taught would remain with him always. And in the quiet of the night, the forest whispered its eternal lullaby, cradling Willowbrook in its timeless embrace. Story 55. Story 56. In a galaxy where stars shimmered like scattered gems in a velvet sky, the planet of Luminara glistened with ethereal beauty. Its crystalline forests and azure rivers were home to the Luminae, a gentle species known for their bioluminescent skin that glowed in hues of calming blues and greens. Among them was a young Luminae named Ori, whose heart was as bright as her skin. Ori loved to wander the forests at dusk when the world was bathed in twilight, and the symphony of night creatures began their serenade. On one such evening, as the soft breeze carried the scent of blooming starflowers, Ori stumbled upon a curious sight, a small, silver spaceship nestled awkwardly among the towering crystals. Its metallic surface reflected the moonlight, casting a silvery glow over the clearing. Cautiously, Ori approached, her glow intensifying with both curiosity and apprehension. Suddenly, the ship's door hissed open, and out tumbled a being unlike any she had ever seen. He was short and stout, with a shell-like exterior that shimmered with a spectrum of colors under the moonlight. His large eyes blinked in surprise as he noticed Ori, and he raised a hand, a universal gesture of peace. "Greetings," he said, his voice resonating like the gentle hum of wind chimes. "I am Kor from the planet Terracor. My ship has malfunctioned, and I seem to be stranded." Ori, her heart filled with compassion, nodded and responded, "Welcome to Luminara, Kor. I am Ori. Please, let me help you." Despite their initial awkwardness, a bond began to form between them. Ori led Kor through the forest, explaining the wonders of her world, while Kor shared tales of his home, a planet where dense jungles intertwined with vast oceans. They talked late into the night, their voices blending with the whispers of the forest. Yet, their friendship was not without its challenges. One day, as they explored the crystal caverns, Kor accidentally toppled a delicate formation, causing a cascade of shimmering shards. Ori's glow dimmed with dismay, and a silence fell between them. "I am sorry," Kor said, his voice tinged with regret. "On Terracor, such formations are durable. I did not realize." Ori, though initially upset, saw the genuine sorrow in Kor's eyes. She realized that understanding and forgiveness were far more precious than any crystal. "It's all right, Kor," she said softly. "We all make mistakes. Let's fix it together." With patience and teamwork, they began to gather the fallen shards, piecing them back into a semblance of their former beauty. As they worked, they laughed and shared stories, their bond growing stronger with each shard they placed. One evening, a fierce storm swept across Luminara, its winds howling through the trees. The rain fell in torrents, turning the forest paths into rivers. Ori and Kor took shelter in a small cave, their hearts pounding with the storm's fury. In the dim light of the cave, Ori's glow cast a gentle radiance, and Kor's shell shimmered with a calming iridescence. As they huddled together, Ori noticed Kor shivering. Without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around him, sharing her warmth. "Thank you, Ori," Kor whispered, his voice steadying with comfort. "Your kindness is a beacon in this storm." "You've been a wonderful friend, Kor," Ori replied, her voice a soft lullaby amidst the tempest. "Together, we can weather any storm." As the storm raged outside, they shared stories of courage and resilience, finding solace in each other's company. In that moment, they understood that true friendship was not just about sharing the good times, but also standing by each other through the challenges. When the storm finally passed, the world outside was transformed. The air was crisp with the scent of rain, and the forest sparkled with droplets like diamonds on emerald leaves. Ori and Kor stepped out into the fresh dawn, their hearts light with renewed camaraderie. Together, they ventured back to the clearing where Kor's spaceship awaited. With Ori's help, Kor had managed to repair the ship, its silver surface gleaming with promise. Yet, as they stood before it, a bittersweet feeling lingered in the air. "You'll always have a place in my heart, Kor," Ori said, her glow reflecting the morning light. "And you in mine," Kor replied, his shell shimmering with gratitude. "Though I must return to Terracor, our friendship will span the stars." With a final, heartfelt embrace, they parted ways, Kor boarding his ship and Ori waving from the ground as the vessel rose gracefully into the sky. The ship's thrusters ignited, leaving a trail of shimmering light that danced across the heavens. As the stars began to twinkle in the evening sky once more, Ori felt a sense of peace. She knew that the bond she shared with Kor was unbreakable, a testament to the power of understanding, forgiveness, and shared adventures. And so, under the starlit canopy of Luminara, Ori continued her twilight wanderings, her heart aglow with the warmth of newfound friendship, a light that would guide her through any darkness, just as she had been a beacon for Kor. Story 50. In the serene village of Willow Grove, nestled amidst rolling green hills and surrounded by whispering woods, lived a gentle soul named Lyra. Lyra was known for her caring heart and love for nature, yet she often felt a whisper of unease deep within her, a longing for something she couldn't quite name. This feeling was like a tiny pebble in her shoe, persistent and urging her to change, though she feared the unknown. Lyra lived in a quaint, ivy-covered cottage at the edge of the forest. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending her vibrant garden and listening to the melodies of the wind as it danced through the leaves. The villagers adored her for her kindness and often sought her wisdom, but Lyra secretly wondered if she was missing out on a greater adventure. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden sunlight poured through the canopy of trees, Lyra decided to wander deeper into the forest than ever before. She followed the path as it wound like a playful ribbon through the woods, the air rich with the scent of pine and earth. It was there she met a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, shimmering dragon named Finn. Finn was a curious and cheerful dragon, his scales glistening with a spectrum of colors that shifted and changed like the sky at sunset. He had been watching Lyra for a while, drawn to her gentle spirit and sensing her inner turmoil. With a voice as soft as a summer breeze, he greeted her. "Greetings, dear Lyra. I am Finn, a guardian of these woods. I sense you are seeking something, perhaps even without knowing what it is." At first, Lyra was startled by the dragon's presence, but his warm eyes and gentle demeanor quickly set her at ease. "I don't know," she admitted, her voice barely louder than a whisper. "I feel as though there's something more I should be doing, something I should become, but I don't know what it is." Finn nodded knowingly. Change can be daunting, but it is through change that we grow. Perhaps a journey of discovery is what you need. And with those words, Finn promised to accompany Lyra on a magical journey, one where she would learn not only about the world, but also about herself. Their journey began that very day. Finn led Lyra through hidden paths and enchanted glens, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like golden rain. They visited the ancient oak with a trunk wide enough to hold secrets 1,000 years old, where Finn introduced her to the wise owls who nested there. The owls shared stories of the forest's history, tales of resilience and change, teaching Lyra the importance of embracing the unknown. As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself growing more comfortable with the idea of change. Each new experience was like a brushstroke on the canvas of her life, adding depth and color. She learned from the playful brook that danced over stones, whispering secrets of adaptation and flow. She marveled at the caterpillars transforming into butterflies, their delicate wings a testament to the beauty of transformation. Throughout their travels, Lyra was never alone. Finn was a constant companion, always there to offer encouragement and wisdom. He taught her to see the magic in everyday moments, from the way the stars twinkled like diamonds in the night sky to the way the morning dew coated the world in a shimmering veil. One day, as they rested by a serene lake under the silver glow of the moon, Lyra turned to Finn, her voice brimming with newfound understanding. "I've learned so much, yet I feel there's still more within me waiting to grow." Finn smiled, his scales reflecting the moonlight like 1,000 tiny mirrors. "You've discovered that growth is a journey, not a destination. You've learned to trust in the process, to embrace the changes that come your way." With Finn's guidance, Lyra realized that the unease she once felt was not a burden but a gift, a call to explore, to learn, to grow. She understood that change was not something to fear, but something to welcome, for it brought with it the promise of new beginnings and endless possibilities. As their journey came to a close, Lyra returned to Willow Grove, her heart full of peace and her spirit alight with the knowledge she had gained. The village welcomed her back with open arms, and she shared her experiences with them, inspiring others to embark on their own journeys of self-discovery. Lyra's garden flourished more than ever, a testament to her inner growth. Each bloom told a story of courage and transformation, a reminder of the beauty that lies in embracing change. And though Finn returned to his home in the forest, his presence lingered in Lyra's heart, a gentle reminder of the magic of friendship and the power of personal growth. Under the starlit sky, Lyra sat by her garden, feeling the warm embrace of the universe. She had found what she was seeking, not something outside of herself, but the courage to grow, to change, and to become the best version of who she was meant to be. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a soul full of peace, she drifted into a restful sleep, her dreams guided by the gentle whispers of the forest and the shimmering presence of her dear friend, Finn. Story 58. In a hidden glen of the ancient forest, where towering trees stood like sentinels and gentle streams whispered their timeless songs, the creatures of the woodland lived in a delicate balance. Among the tall oaks and whispering willows, a tapestry of life thrived, woven together by the seasons and the gentle hands of time. Here the air was crisp with the scent of pine and earth, and the sun filtered softly through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. In this magical place, where the line between reality and enchantment blurred like the morning mist, lived a wise old tortoise named Bertram. Bertram was known throughout the forest for his gentle nature and profound wisdom, passed down from generation to generation. His shell, a mosaic of greens and browns, was like a living map of the forest, etched with the stories of ages past. One golden morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the dew-laden leaves, Bertram awoke to a soft rustling nearby. Peeking out from beneath a cluster of ferns was a young squirrel named Pippa, her fur a vibrant russet that matched the autumn leaves. Pippa was curious and spirited, always eager to learn from the world around her. "Good morning, Bertram," Pippa chirped, her eyes bright with wonder. "I heard the wind singing a different tune last night. Do you know what it means?" Bertram smiled, his eyes twinkling with the reflections of the forest. "Ah, Pippa, the wind carries the wisdom of the seasons," he replied in his soothing, gravelly voice. "When it whispers, it tells of changes to come, of balance and harmony that must be maintained." Intrigued, Pippa settled beside Bertram, her fluffy tail curling around her paws. "Tell me more," she urged, eager to soak in the knowledge like sunlight. "The forest is a living tapestry," Bertram began, "and each creature, each leaf, and each breeze plays its part. The wind you heard is the herald of winter, reminding us of the time to prepare, to gather, and to reflect." As Bertram spoke, the forest around them seemed to come alive with the essence of his words. The leaves rustled softly, adding their own gentle chorus to his tale. Pippa listened intently, her heart beating in rhythm with the world around her. "Long ago," Bertram continued, "there was a time when the balance of the forest was threatened. The river ran dry, and the trees wilted under an unrelenting sun. It was through the wisdom of the elders and the unity of the creatures that harmony was restored." Pippa's eyes widened in awe. "How did they do it?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "They listened to the forest," Bertram replied, his voice like a warm embrace. "They learned to understand its needs and to care for it as it cared for them. The secret lies in the harmony of give and take, in nurturing the land that nurtures us." As the morning sun climbed higher, casting a gentle warmth over the glen, Pippa felt a deep sense of peace settling within her. She looked around, seeing the forest with new eyes, each tree and creature a vital part of the whole. Bertram watched her with a gentle smile, knowing that the seeds of wisdom had taken root. "Remember, little one," he said, "the forest is our home, and we are its guardians. With wisdom and kindness, we can preserve its magic for generations to come." With that, Pippa scampered up a nearby tree, her heart full of the promise of a new day. She would share Bertram's wisdom with her friends, ensuring the harmony of the forest would continue to thrive. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, the forest settled into a tranquil hush. The creatures nestled into their homes, wrapped in the comfort of Bertram's timeless tales. And so, in the quiet heart of the ancient forest, a gentle balance was maintained, woven together by the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. The trees stood tall, the streams sang softly, and the wind carried with it the enduring harmony of a world at peace. Story 59. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees murmured secrets to the wind, stood the quaint village of Lumina Hollow. This village was known for its cozy cottages with thatched roofs, winding cobblestone pathways, and gardens that shimmered with dewdrops like tiny stars. Every evening, the villagers gathered around the great fire pit in the town square, sharing stories under the blanket of twilight, while the scent of blooming night jasmine filled the air. One such evening, as the sun melted into the horizon, a peculiar event stirred the peaceful rhythm of Lumina Hollow. A soft, tinkling sound, like that of distant chimes, echoed through the village. It was gentle yet persistent, and no one could quite pinpoint its source. The sound seemed to float on the breeze, sometimes coming from the old well, other times drifting from the boughs of the ancient oak that stood proudly in the center of the square. At first, the villagers thought it to be the playful wind, but as days turned into a week, their curiosity grew. The sound was soothing, almost like a lullaby, but its mystery beckoned for an explanation. Determined to uncover the source, the villagers called upon their resident wise woman, a gentle soul named Marin, known for her deep understanding of the magical and mundane alike. With her hair as silver as moonlight and eyes as bright as the morning sky, Marin was a beloved figure in Lumina Hollow. She listened to the villagers' concerns with a kind smile and promised to look into the matter. The very next morning, with the first light of dawn, Marin set out to investigate, accompanied by her faithful companion, Bramble, a sprightly squirrel with a bushy tail and a penchant for acorns. Together they wandered through the village, Marin humming softly to herself, while Bramble chattered excitedly, darting here and there. As they approached the old well, the sound grew clearer, a gentle tinkling that seemed to resonate from within its moss-covered stones. Marin leaned closer, her ear to the cool, damp surface, and closed her eyes, listening intently. "Ah, it's a melody," she murmured, recognizing the rhythmic pattern. "But what could be singing from the depths of this well?" Bramble tilted his head, his tiny eyes filled with curiosity. "Maybe it's the water sprites," he suggested, his voice a whisper on the wind. Marin chuckled softly, patting Bramble on the head. "Perhaps, my dear friend, but let's see if we can find more clues." They continued their exploration, following the sound as it danced through the village. It led them to the ancient oak, its branches stretching wide like protective arms over the square. Marin ran her fingers over the bark, feeling the pulse of life within the tree. "There's magic here," she said softly, sensing the gentle hum of energy that enveloped the oak. "But it feels different." As they pondered, a rustling above caught their attention. From the depths of the oak's leafy canopy emerged a creature no larger than Bramble himself. It was a delicate being, with wings that glimmered like stained glass in the sunlight. A gentle glow surrounded it, casting a warm light on Marin and Bramble below. "Greetings, wise Marin," the creature said, its voice as soft as the chiming sound that had puzzled the village. "I am Lyra, a guardian of this oak." Marin bowed her head in respect. "Greetings, Lyra. We've been curious about the beautiful music we hear throughout our village. Could it be your doing?" Lyra nodded, her wings fluttering gently. "Indeed it is. I sing to the trees and the wind to keep the balance of magic in these woods, but I sense that my song has traveled further than intended." Marin smiled warmly. "It has become a mystery to us, one that brought much wonder and joy, yet we were eager to understand its source." Lyra's light flickered with happiness. "I am glad my song has brought joy. I shall adjust my melody so it rests more quietly upon the woods." Before Marin could respond, Bramble chirped, "But Lyra, why did the song change? It was never heard before." Lyra's glow dimmed slightly, a hint of bashfulness in her expression. "Oh, it was a new tune I've been practicing. I did not realize it would carry so far." Marin laughed, a sound as gentle as a breeze rustling through leaves. "Your song was a gift to us, even as it was a surprise. Thank you, Lyra, for sharing your magic with Lumina Hollow." With a graceful nod, Lyra promised to visit the village more often, her songs weaving joy and tranquility into the fabric of the village life. As she fluttered back into the branches, the air felt lighter, filled with a sense of camaraderie and shared understanding. Marin and Bramble returned to the village square, where the villagers awaited eagerly. Marin recounted their adventure, her words painting a vivid picture of Lyra and her enchanting melody. The villagers listened in awe, their hearts warmed by the tale of friendship and the gentle spirit of the woods. As night embraced Lumina Hollow, the villagers gathered once more around the great fire pit. The strange chimes had transformed into a cherished memory, a gentle reminder of the magical world that embraced their village. With hearts at ease and minds at peace, they settled into their homes, the night wrapping them in its comforting embrace. And so, under a canopy of stars, Lumina Hollow returned to its tranquil slumber, the whisper of Lyra's song a soft, soothing lullaby that cradled the village in dreams as sweet as the scent of night jasmine. Story 60. In the heart of the ancient verdant wood forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, lay a hidden world unknown to most. This forest thrived under the gentle guardianship of creatures both seen and unseen, each playing a role in the delicate balance of nature. The air was perpetually infused with the heady scent of moss and pine, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze sounded like the forest's own quiet symphony. At the center of this lush wilderness was a particularly grand oak, known as the elder tree. Its vast branches stretched towards the sky, and its roots delved deep into the earth, connecting it to all the life surrounding it. This venerable tree was the heart of the forest, a living repository of wisdom and magic. It was said that the elder tree had witnessed the changing of countless seasons, each one leaving its mark in the rings of its trunk. As spring unfurled her emerald banners across the landscape, a gathering began beneath the oak's expansive canopy. This was a time of renewal and celebration, marking the beginning of another cycle of growth and abundance. Creatures of every kind convened here, the nimble-footed deer with their gentle eyes, the wise old owls with feathers as soft as the dusk, and the industrious squirrels, their fur a flash of russet among the greenery. Even the tiniest of beings, like the glittering dragonflies and the industrious ants, found their place in this circle of life. Among these creatures was a young fox named Rowan. With fur as bright as autumn leaves and eyes the color of amber, he was known for his curiosity and kindness. Rowan had grown up hearing the stories of the elder tree and the magic that pulsed throughout the forest, and he dreamed of understanding the mysteries that lay hidden within the woods. On this particular day, the air was alive with the scent of blooming wildflowers and the distant song of the river winding its way through the forest. Rowan found himself seated at the foot of the elder tree, listening intently to the stories being shared. The forest elders, wise creatures who had lived through many seasons, spoke of the importance of harmony and balance, of how every creature, no matter how small, contributed to the whole. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm, golden light across the forest floor, an unexpected visitor arrived. It was Zephyr, a gentle spirit of the wind, who often roamed the skies and danced among the treetops. Zephyr's presence was as light as a whisper, and whenever he appeared, the leaves would shimmer and sway, as if greeting an old friend. "Rowan," Zephyr called softly, his voice barely more than a breeze, "come walk with me." Intrigued, Rowan rose to his paws and followed the wind spirit. They moved through the forest, Zephyr guiding him with a playful gust here, a gentle nudge there. The world around them seemed to come alive with vibrant colors and sounds, the call of a distant owl, the trickle of a nearby brook, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. As they wandered deeper into the woods, Zephyr began to share stories of the seasons and the magic they carried. "Each season brings its own gifts," Zephyr explained. "Spring brings renewal and hope, summer warmth and abundance, autumn wisdom and reflection, and winter rest and resilience. The forest thrives because each season knows its place and purpose." Rowan listened intently, his heart swelling with understanding. He realized that just as the seasons worked together, so too did the creatures of the forest, each with their own role to play in maintaining the harmony of their home. Their journey led them to a clearing where the ground was carpeted with soft, fragrant moss and the sky above was a canvas of twinkling stars. Here Zephyr paused, allowing Rowan to take in the beauty of the world around him. "Remember this, young Rowan," Zephyr continued, his voice gentle and wise. "True strength lies not in power or force, but in understanding and cooperation. The forest flourishes because its inhabitants work together, respecting the balance of nature." Rowan nodded, feeling the truth of Zephyr's words resonate deep within him. He understood now that his own small acts of kindness and curiosity could contribute to the greater good of the forest. He felt a renewed sense of purpose, ready to play his part in this intricate dance of life. As Zephyr prepared to depart, he left Rowan with one final message. "Cherish the stories of the elders, for they are the threads that weave the tapestry of our world. Pass them on, and you will keep the magic of the forest alive for generations to come." With that, Zephyr took to the skies once more, a gentle breeze rustling through the treetops. Rowan watched him go, feeling a serene sense of peace settle over him. He knew that he was part of something much larger than himself, a timeless cycle of life and magic. Returning to the elder tree, Rowan rejoined the gathering of creatures, his heart full of newfound wisdom. As the stars twinkled above and the night wrapped the forest in its tranquil embrace, the stories continued to be shared, each one a testament to the enduring harmony of the natural world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the elder tree, the forest thrived, a sanctuary of life and wonder, where creatures great and small lived in balance with the seasons and with one another. Rowan, with his bright eyes and gentle heart, became a guardian of the forest's secrets, ensuring that the wisdom of the past would light the path for all who followed. In the quiet of the night, as the last embers of the day faded into darkness, a sense of comfort and resolution settled over the forest. It was a place where magic and reality entwined, a haven of peace and possibility, forever cradled in the arms of nature. 61. In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a whispering silver stream, there existed a small, unassuming shop known to the villagers simply as the Curious Corner. This shop, with its ivy-clad walls and a wooden sign swaying gently in the breeze, was a treasure trove of trinkets and baubles that seemed to hold a timeless charm. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden sun began to dip beyond the horizon, casting a warm glow over the cobblestone paths, a young girl named Clara wandered into the curious corner. Clara was known for her inquisitive nature, a girl whose eyes sparkled with the fire of discovery, and whose heart was filled with dreams yet to be dreamt. As Clara meandered through the shop, her fingers lightly brushed against dusty tomes and polished stones, until she came upon a peculiar item that caught her eye, a small, seemingly ordinary teapot with a delicate floral pattern. It was nestled on a high shelf, partially hidden by a cascade of silk scarves. Intrigued, Clara reached up and carefully lifted the teapot down, feeling a strange warmth emanate from it. The shopkeeper, an elderly woman with kind eyes and a voice as soothing as a lullaby, noticed Clara's interest. "Ah, the teapot of whispers," she said with a gentle smile. "It is said to hold the secrets of the heart for those who choose to listen." With a nod of encouragement from the shopkeeper, Clara decided to take the teapot home, her curiosity piqued. That evening, as the moonlight bathed her room in a silvery glow, Clara sat by her window with the teapot cradled in her lap. She could hear the soft rustling of leaves outside, the world slowly settling into the tranquility of night. As she traced the teapot's intricate patterns, a soft voice began to whisper from within. "Tell me, young one, what is it that you seek?" the voice murmured, as gentle as the breeze. Startled yet enchanted, Clara whispered back, "I wish to understand the true magic in the world, to see beyond the ordinary." The teapot seemed to hum in response, and from its spout, a tendril of mist unfurled, forming the image of a winding path through an enchanted forest. "Then a journey you must take," the whisper continued, "and along the way you shall find what you seek." With a newfound sense of purpose, Clara embarked on her journey the very next day. She set out into the forest, where the air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. The trees stood tall, their leaves rustling like a symphony composed by the wind. As Clara ventured deeper, she encountered her first helper, a wise old owl perched upon a gnarled branch. The owl's feathers were a soft blend of browns and whites, and its eyes gleamed with ancient wisdom. "To find magic," the owl hooted softly, "one must first find the magic within. Look not just with your eyes, but with your heart." Clara thanked the owl, its words resonating with her, and continued on her path. The forest soon opened into a meadow where wildflowers danced in the gentle breeze, their colors vivid under the sun's embrace. Here she met a playful squirrel with a bushy tail and a mischievous twinkle in its eye. The squirrel bounded over to Clara, offering her a nut as a gift. "Remember," it chattered, "sometimes the smallest acts of kindness can reveal the greatest magic." Clara accepted the gift with gratitude, her heart warmed by the squirrel's generosity. She pressed onward, her spirit buoyed by the encounters she'd had. As dusk began to settle once more, Clara reached the edge of a serene lake, its surface smooth as glass and reflecting the twinkling stars above. She paused to rest, her reflection gazing back at her with a soft serenity. In that moment of stillness, the teapot whispered again, its voice a gentle caress. "You have seen what is to be seen, and felt what is to be felt. Now, share your newfound understanding with the world." Clara realized that her journey had indeed uncovered the magic she sought, not in fantastical spells or grand spectacles, but in the wisdom of nature, the kindness of strangers, and the quiet strength within her own heart. With a heart full of gratitude and wonder, Clara returned to her village. She shared her experiences with the villagers, her words imbued with the gentle magic she had discovered. And though the teapot remained a silent companion on her shelf, it had given her the gift of seeing the world through a lens of enchantment and peace. And so, Clara's days were filled with quiet joy, her nights with dreams as soft as the whispering winds. The village thrived in the warmth of her kindness, and the curious corner continued to offer secrets to those who dared to seek them. In the end, the teapot had been right all along. The true magic lay in the journey, in the heart, and in the gentle acts that bind a community together. And as Clara nestled into her bed each night, she knew she was exactly where she was meant to be, at peace with the ordinary, which was, after all, extraordinary in its own right. Story 62. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the gentle rustling of leaves sang lullabies to the moon, there was a small, unassuming glade that the villagers of Elderglen rarely traversed. It was a place of serene beauty, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the ground was carpeted with soft moss that glimmered like emerald velvet under the sunlight. This glade was the gateway to a hidden world, known only to those with the purest of hearts and sharpest of eyes. One such heart belonged to a young girl named Leora. With hair that tumbled like cascades of sunlight and eyes as bright and curious as a robin's, Leora was the kind of child who saw magic in the mundane. She lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who spun tales of wonder by the fireside, her voice weaving threads of enchantment that captivated young Leora's imagination. It was from these tales that Leora learned of the Enchanted Glade, a place her grandmother described as a realm of endless possibilities, where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred like the morning mist. One crisp autumn morning, when the world was painted in hues of amber and gold, Leora set off into the woods with a heart full of adventure. She followed the winding path, her feet crunching through a carpet of fallen leaves, until she reached the glade. There, the air was different, thicker, almost palpable, with the promise of secrets waiting to be unveiled. As she stepped into the clearing, the glade seemed to sigh, welcoming her into its embrace. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching toward the sky like the arms of an old guardian. Nestled in its roots was a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Leora felt an irresistible pull toward it, as if the box itself was whispering her name. She knelt beside it, tracing the elaborate patterns with her fingertips. The wood was warm and alive under her touch, humming with a gentle energy that resonated with her very soul. With a soft click, the box opened, revealing a shimmering stone, no larger than a robin's egg. It pulsated with a faint, ethereal glow, casting delicate patterns of light across Leora's face. As she held it in her palm, she felt a rush of warmth and a sense of profound peace. It was as though the stone was a conduit, connecting her to the very heart of the forest. Leora knew, instinctively, that this was no ordinary stone. It was the heart of the woods, a fabled treasure her grandmother had often spoken of. A stone said to hold the power to bridge worlds and bring forth the hidden wonders of nature. Yet with such power came responsibility, for the heart was also a guardian of balance, a keeper of harmony between the seen and unseen. As Leora held the heart, the world around her shifted subtly. The glade seemed to come alive, the leaves whispered secrets, the flowers turned their faces toward her, and the very air vibrated with anticipation. She realized that she was now a part of something greater, a guardian of the glade, entrusted with the care of its mysteries. Her first challenge came in the form of a shadow that crept into the forest, a blight that threatened to suffocate the vibrant life within. The trees began to wither, their leaves turning to ash, and the air grew heavy with sorrow. Leora, with the heart clutched to her chest, felt the forest's pain as if it were her own. Determined to save her beloved woods, Leora embarked on a journey to seek the source of the shadow. Guided by the whispers of the heart, she ventured deeper into the forest than ever before. The path was fraught with obstacles, tangled underbrush that snagged her clothes, murky bogs that threatened to swallow her whole. But Leora pressed on, her resolve as unyielding as the ancient trees. Along her journey, she encountered a curious creature, a fox with fur as silver as moonlight and eyes that twinkled with mischief. His name was Reuven, and though he appeared sly, there was a kindness in his gaze that put Leora at ease. Reuven offered his aid, his nimble paws guiding her through the treacherous terrain. Together they formed an unlikely friendship, one forged in shared purpose and mutual respect. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, Leora learned to listen, not just with her ears, but with her heart. She discovered the language of the woods, the songs of the streams, and the stories etched into the bark of ancient trees. The heart revealed to her the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate web of life that bound every creature to the land they called home. It was this wisdom that led them to the source of the shadow, a dark, twisted entity born of imbalance and greed. It sought to consume the heart, to wield its power for its own ends, and in doing so threatened the very fabric of the forest. Leora understood then that true strength lay not in power, but in harmony. With Reuven by her side, she faced the entity, her heart filled with the light of the heart. She spoke not with words, but with the essence of the forest itself, extending a hand not in conflict, but in understanding. The shadow hesitated, its dark tendrils quivering in uncertainty. In that moment, Leora saw the truth. It was not a creature of malice, but of sorrow, born from the neglect and forgotten dreams of those who had once cherished the woods. She reached out with compassion, offering the shadow a place within the balance of the forest. Slowly the shadow began to dissolve, its darkness giving way to light. Where once there was despair, there was now hope, a new beginning woven into the tapestry of the glade. The forest breathed a sigh of relief, its life force restored, its harmony renewed. With the threat vanquished, Leora and Reuven returned to the glade, where the ancient oak stood proud and strong. The heart of the woods glowed warmly in Leora's hand, a testament to her courage and compassion. She knew that she was not just a guardian of the glade, but a part of its eternal story, a story of friendship that defied expectations, of wisdom that overcame adversity, and of a journey that transformed a young girl into a true caretaker of the earth. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of twilight, Leora nestled the heart back into its wooden box, returning it to the roots of the oak. She understood now that the heart was not hers to keep, but to protect and cherish, just as she cherished the friendships and lessons she had gained. With a heart full of gratitude, Leora and Reuven bid farewell to the glade, their bond stronger than ever. As they walked back through the whispering woods, the forest seemed to hum with contentment, its leaves whispering a gentle song of thanks. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Leora returned home to her grandmother, who welcomed her with open arms and a knowing smile. Together, they sat by the crackling fire, the warmth enveloping them like a tender embrace. As Leora recounted her adventure, her grandmother listened with eyes that sparkled with pride and love. In the quiet of the night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the woods and the promise of new adventures yet to come. For she knew that as long as there were stories to tell and hearts to guide, the world would always hold a place for those who dared to see beyond the ordinary into the extraordinary realms of wonder and possibility. Story 63. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight filtered through ancient, towering trees and cast dappled patterns on the soft forest floor, there nestled a quaint little village. The village was known as Willowbrook, famous for its lush gardens and the gentle, melodic hum of the river that wound its way through the land. In Willowbrook, the residents lived harmoniously with the magical creatures that dwelled in the forest. Among these creatures were the Fae, tiny beings with wings like gossamer, who tended to the flowers and whispered secrets to the wind. There were also the wise owls, who perched high above in their leafy abodes, watching over the village with kind, knowing eyes. One peaceful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, an unusual event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that each morning the flowers in their gardens were blooming in peculiar patterns, spirals and stars, unlike anything they had seen before. The villagers were puzzled, for these flowers seemed to change their formations overnight, as if by some unseen hand. Among the villagers was a gentle-hearted girl named Leora. Her curiosity was as boundless as the forest itself, and she had a knack for noticing the smallest details. Leora loved the mysteries of the woods and often spent her days exploring its hidden paths and listening to the stories told by the forest creatures. Determined to uncover the mystery of the changing flowers, Leora set out one misty morning, her heart full of excitement. She wandered through the village, her senses alive with the scent of fresh earth and the sound of leaves whispering in the breeze. As she approached the edge of the village, she was greeted by the soft, musical laughter of the Fae, who flitted around her like a shower of glittering rain. "Good morning, Leora," sang a Fae with wings that shimmered like pearls. "What brings you to the woods today?" "Good morning, dear friends," Leora replied with a smile. "I'm hoping to solve the mystery of the enchanted flowers. Have you seen anything unusual in the forest? The Fae exchanged knowing glances, their eyes twinkling with mischief and delight. Perhaps you should speak with Elderwise, suggested another Fae, her voice as gentle as a lullaby. He knows many things and might have the answers you seek. Eager to visit Elderwise, the wise old owl, Leora thanked the Fae and made her way deeper into the forest. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and as she walked, the ground beneath her feet felt like a soft, comforting carpet of moss. Elderwise's home was a grand, ancient oak tree, its bark gnarled and wise, and its branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. Leora approached the tree with reverence and called up into the leafy heights. Elderwise, wise owl of the forest, may I speak with you? From high above, a gentle hoot echoed through the branches, followed by the soft rustling of feathers. Elderwise descended gracefully, his eyes as deep and mysterious as the night sky fixed kindly upon her. Ah, young Leora, he said, his voice a warm, resonant melody. What brings you to my tree this fine day? Leora explained the strange occurrences in the village gardens, her voice filled with wonder and a touch of concern. Elderwise listened intently, nodding his head with understanding. Ah, the flowers, he mused, his gaze turning thoughtful. I have heard whispers of a playful spirit who roams the woods at night. This spirit, known as the petal weaver, delights in creating beauty in the most unexpected ways. Leora's eyes widened with intrigue. The petal weaver? How fascinating. But why would this spirit visit our village? Elderwise chuckled softly, a sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. The petal weaver is drawn to places where love and harmony dwell. Your village, with its kind hearts and gentle ways, is a beacon to such a spirit. Perhaps it seeks to share its joy with you all. Leora nodded, her heart swelling with warmth at the thought. Thank you, Elderwise. I shall share this with the villagers. Perhaps we can find a way to welcome the petal weaver. With a grateful heart, Leora made her way back to the village, her mind alive with ideas. As evening fell and the stars began to twinkle in the clear night sky, the villagers gathered in the square, eager to hear what she had discovered. Leora shared Elderwise's wisdom, her voice soft and soothing as she spoke. The petal weaver means us no harm. It seeks to share its joy and art with us. I believe if we welcome it with open hearts, we might come to understand its ways. The villagers nodded, their faces alight with understanding and acceptance. That night they decided to leave small gifts of appreciation in their gardens, tiny lanterns, delicate ribbons, and fragrant herbs, hoping to show the petal weaver their gratitude. As the moon cast its gentle glow over Willowbrook, the petal weaver appeared, unseen by human eyes, but sensed in the gentle rustling of petals and the soft shimmer of moonlight on the flowers. It saw the villagers' gifts and felt their warmth and gratitude. The next morning, the village awoke to a wondrous sight. Each garden was a tapestry of breathtaking beauty, with flowers arranged in patterns that spoke of joy and friendship. The air was filled with a sense of magic and peace, and the villagers knew their hearts had made a new friend. From that day on, the petal weaver became a cherished part of Willowbrook's lore, its visits bringing delight and wonder to the village. And Leora, with her gentle spirit and love for the mysteries of the world, continued to explore the forest, knowing that the greatest magic of all was the love and kindness shared among friends. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, the tale of Willowbrook and the petal weaver lulled the village into a restful slumber, their dreams filled with the colors and fragrances of a world where magic and friendship intertwined like the petals of a never-ending blossom. Story 64. Once, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between whispering woods and meandering streams, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her spirit was as bright as the morning sun, and her curiosity as deep as the night sky. Lila lived with her grandmother, Esme, in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village. Their home was filled with the warmth of laughter and the scent of fresh herbs drying by the fireplace. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves painted the ground in shades of amber and gold, Lila set off to explore the woodland paths she'd wandered since she was a tiny child. The forest, with its towering oaks and singing bird life, was a world of secrets and whispers, where every rustle of leaves suggested a hidden tale. While meandering through the familiar trails, Lila stumbled upon a small, peculiar object, partially buried beneath a tangle of roots. It was a thimble, seemingly ordinary, yet it shimmered in the dappled sunlight with a gentle, iridescent glow. Intrigued, she slipped it onto her finger, and at that very moment, a soft, melodious chime filled the air, as if the forest itself was humming a welcoming tune. Unbeknownst to Lila, this was no ordinary thimble. It held a secret, the ability to reveal the true nature of things. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she noticed subtle changes around her. Leaves sparkled with a gloss of hidden patterns, and stones beneath her feet whispered stories of ancient times. Every creature she encountered seemed to gaze at her with knowing eyes, as if acknowledging her newfound gift. Curious and a little overwhelmed, Lila returned to her grandmother, seeking guidance. Esme, with wisdom etched into her gentle smile, listened intently. "Ah, my dear," she said, "you found the thimble of truth. It chooses its bearer and unveils the unseen. But remember, with great insight comes great responsibility." Emboldened by her grandmother's words, Lila decided to explore her village through the lens of her magical thimble. She soon discovered that the baker's cat, often seen lounging lazily by the window, was actually a guardian of the village's dreams, protecting them from nightmares. The ancient oak in the village square was a keeper of time, its roots entwined with memories of generations past. But it was not long before Lila faced a challenge that would test her wisdom. The village had long suffered from a mysterious ailment affecting the crops, causing them to wither before the harvest. The villagers, though kind and hard-working, were at a loss, and fear of famine loomed. Determined to help, Lila ventured to the heart of the forest, accompanied by her two closest friends. Oliver, a mischievous squirrel with a heart of gold, and Tamsin, a wise old turtle who had seen more seasons than anyone could count. Oliver, with his nimble paws, would dart about, gathering clues, while Tamsin, with her steady pace and thoughtful nature, provided counsel. As they journeyed deeper, the forest grew denser. Shadows stretched long, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth. Lila felt the thimble warm upon her finger, guiding her steps to a hidden glen bathed in silvery moonlight. In the center stood an ancient willow, its branches drooping low, whispering secrets in the night breeze. Lila approached, feeling a pull in her heart. She placed her hand upon the willow's gnarled trunk, and the thimble vibrated with a gentle hum. Suddenly, images flooded her mind, of the village, of the crops struggling under a strange, unseen weight. And then she saw it, the source of the ailment. A tangled web of forgotten promises and neglected kindnesses, woven over years, had settled like a shadow over the fields. Understanding dawned upon Lila. The solution was not in force or confrontation, but in healing the bonds between people, in nurturing the goodwill that once flourished. She shared her vision with Oliver and Tamsin, who nodded in agreement, their eyes shining with shared purpose. Returning to the village, Lila and her companions gathered the villagers. With gentle words, she spoke of the need to rekindle the connections between them, to share their hopes and dreams, to support one another with open hearts. The villagers, inspired by Lila's wisdom and the sincerity in her voice, came together. They shared meals, exchanged stories, and worked the fields as one community. Slowly the shadow lifted, and the fields began to thrive once more, vibrant and abundant. As the harvest festival approached, the village was filled with joy and gratitude. Lila, with her magical thimble, had not only revealed the truth, but had also reminded them of the power of unity and kindness. That night, under a sky dusted with stars, Lila sat with her grandmother by the crackling fire. The thimble, nestled in her palm, glowed softly, a testament to her journey and the wisdom she had gained. Esme, with a proud smile, whispered, "You have done well, my dear. You have seen with your heart and healed with your spirit." And so the village of Willowbrook thrived, its fields lush, its people united. Lila, the girl with the thimble, continued to explore the wonders of her world, guided by the truth and bound by the love of her community. And as she drifted into dreams, the forest sang its lullaby, a gentle reminder of the magic that lay in every corner of life, waiting to be discovered. Story 65. In a quaint village nestled among rolling hills and emerald forests, there lived a young apprentice named Lila. The villagers knew her by her gentle smile and the tiny bluebird that often perched on her shoulder. Lila was learning the art of herbal magic from Elder Willow, a wise and kind-hearted mentor who knew the secrets of the forest and the whispers of the wind. One crisp autumn evening, as golden leaves danced in the twilight breeze, strange occurrences began to unsettle the peaceful village. The air was filled with an unusual melody that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere all at once. It was a hauntingly beautiful tune, like the soft strum of a harp mingling with the gentle rustling of leaves. Though it brought no harm, the melody lingered in the villagers' hearts, leaving them with a curious sense of wonder. Lila, intrigued by the mystical music, decided to unravel its mystery. With Elder Willow's blessing, she set out on her quest, guided by her faithful bluebird companion, who chirped encouragingly. The pair wandered into the heart of the forest, where the melody grew stronger, weaving through the trees like a silken thread. As they ventured deeper, they came upon a clearing bathed in silver moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. Lila noticed something peculiar about this tree. Its bark shimmered softly, and tiny glowing creatures flitted between its leaves, casting a gentle glow upon the forest floor. "Ah, the luminous sprites," Lila whispered to her bluebird, recognizing the magical creatures from Elder Willow's tales. The sprites were known to be shy but helpful, often leading travelers to hidden wonders and treasures. Lila approached the oak reverently, her heart filled with a sense of awe and gratitude. "Dear luminous sprites," she called softly, "I seek the source of the enchanting melody that fills our village. Can you guide me?" The luminous sprites twinkled with delight, their light pulsing in a rhythm that seemed to echo the mysterious melody. They danced around Lila, creating a path of light that led deeper into the forest. Following the trail, Lila found herself at the entrance of a hidden glade. There, she discovered a beautiful ethereal harp woven from vines and moonbeams. It stood alone, its strings gently vibrating, crafting the melody that had captivated the village. Curious, Lila examined the harp closely. She noticed a small inscription on its base, written in the flowing script of the forest folk. "Harmony of Hearts," it read. Lila realized that the harp was not just a magical artifact, but a conduit for the emotions and wishes of those who listened to its song. Sitting beside the harp, Lila pondered the meaning of its melody. She closed her eyes, allowing the music to wash over her, bringing clarity and understanding. The harp's song was a call for unity and compassion, a reminder of the bonds that held the village together. With newfound insight, Lila decided to share this message with the villagers. She returned to the village, her heart light and her mind clear. The bluebird sang joyfully, echoing the harmony she felt within. Gathering the villagers in the town square, Lila recounted her journey and the harp's message. She explained how the melody was a reflection of their own hearts, a reminder to cherish their connections and support one another through kindness and understanding. The villagers listened intently, their hearts touched by Lila's words. As the moon rose high above, casting its gentle glow, they joined hands, creating a circle of unity and warmth. Together, they sang a simple song of friendship, their voices blending harmoniously under the starlit sky. From that night onward, the village thrived with renewed spirit and camaraderie. The strange melody no longer seemed mysterious, but rather a cherished part of their lives, a gentle reminder of the power of unity and love. As for Lila, she continued her apprenticeship with Elder Willow, her heart full of gratitude for the wisdom she had gained. The luminous sprites often visited her, their playful lights dancing in her garden, a testament to the magical bond she had formed with the forest. And so, in the cozy village beneath the starry sky, the gentle mystery was resolved, leaving the villagers with a story of warmth and wonder to share by the fireside, as the melody of the harp played softly in their hearts. Story 66. Once upon a time, in a forest as old as the mountains themselves, a world of wonder unfolded with each changing season. Here, the boundaries between the natural and the mystical blurred, revealing secrets known only to those who walked the ancient paths with open eyes and open hearts. As winter's icy grip loosened and the first tender buds emerged, a hush fell over the woodland. Deep within the hollow of a gnarled oak, a family of dormice stirred from their slumber, their whiskers twitching with anticipation. For it was in this sacred time of rebirth that the forest's most cherished rite took place. On the first night of the vernal equinox, when day and night stood in perfect balance, the Dormice elders would gather the young ones close and share the ancient tales. Tales of the Great Spirit who breathed life into the forest, weaving its intricate tapestry of flora and fauna into a harmonious whole. As the elders spoke, their words carried the weight of generations past, echoing through the trees like whispers on the wind. They told of the delicate dance between all living things, each playing its part in maintaining the balance that sustained the forest's vibrant beauty. The young Dormice listened raptly, their eyes wide with wonder, as the elders described the magic that flowed through the woodland's veins. How the first spring rain carried the rejuvenating essence of renewal, nourishing the earth and coaxing forth a symphony of new life. They learned of the dryads, graceful tree spirits who tended the ancient boughs, their laughter like tinkling bells as they danced among the budding leaves, and of the sprites who rode the gentle breezes, trailing stardust in their wake, whispering secrets to those who knew how to listen. As the seasons turned, each brought its own enchantments. In summer, when the forest basked in the golden warmth of endless days, the elders told of the playful nymphs who frolicked in sun-dappled glades, their joyous laughter echoing through the canopy. They spoke of the wise old oak who stood as a guardian, its roots delving deep into the earth, drawing strength from the ancient stones below, and of the hidden groves where otherworldly creatures gathered on moonlit nights to dance and sing, their voices weaving intricate melodies that stirred the very soul. When autumn's vibrant cloak adorned the trees, the elders wove tales of the mighty stag who led his herd through the rustling leaves, his antlers a crown of majesty. They told of the crones who tended the sacred fires, their gnarled hands deftly coaxing forth the glowing embers that would nurture the forest through the long, cold nights ahead. And as winter's crystalline embrace descended once more, the elders would speak of the great bear who slumbered in his den, dreaming of the spring to come, of the silent sentinels who kept vigil over the frozen landscape, their boughs laden with pristine snow, awaiting the cycle's renewal. Through it all, the young Dormice learned that the forest's true magic lay not in any singular wonder, but in the intricate tapestry that bound all life together. They understood that each creature, cata a plant, cata stone and stream played its part in maintaining the delicate equilibrium that had endured for eons. And so, as the ancient tales concluded and the first pale rays of dawn filtered through the canopy, the Dormice elders would smile knowingly. For they knew that the wisdom they had imparted would echo through the generations to come, ensuring that the forest's secrets would never be forgotten, and its magic would endure forever. Story 67. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and vibrant meadows, where the air was always infused with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs, there lived a gentle young woman named Clara. Clara was known for her kindness and her deep love for the woods that surrounded her home. Every morning she would wander through the forest, her senses alive with the whispering leaves and the song of the brook that wound its way through the ancient trees. Yet, despite her love for the world around her, Clara felt a heaviness in her heart, an uncertainty about the changes that life seemed to be whispering on the breeze. She cherished the familiar patterns of her days, the way the morning sun painted golden streaks on her kitchen floor, the comforting chatter of her neighbors, and the steady rhythm of village life. The thought of anything disrupting this brought a shiver of apprehension. One late afternoon, as Clara sat by the brook, dipping her fingers into the cool, flowing water, she noticed something unusual. A tiny, luminescent butterfly, unlike any she had seen before, fluttered down to rest on her hand. Its wings shimmered with an iridescent glow, shifting colors like the sky at dusk. Clara watched, mesmerized, as the butterfly fanned its wings, casting a soft, magical light around them. "Hello," came a gentle voice, startling Clara slightly. She looked around, but the woods were empty, save for the rustling leaves and the babbling brook. "Down here," the voice said. Clara blinked in surprise, realizing the voice was coming from the butterfly itself. "Oh my," she whispered, her heart fluttering with the unexpected magic of it all. "I am Lumi," the butterfly introduced, its voice as soft as a whispering breeze. "I've come to help you see the beauty in change. Clara hesitated, unsure. Change frightens me, she confessed, her voice barely above a murmur. Everything seems so uncertain and vast. Lumi nodded understandingly, its wings glinting in the fading light. Change can be daunting, but it is also the canvas upon which new beginnings are painted. Would you allow me to guide you? Though hesitant, something in Lumi's presence soothed Clara's fears, and she nodded. Yes, I'd like that. With a gentle flutter, Lumi led Clara deeper into the woods than she had ever ventured before. The forest air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and the ground beneath her feet was a tapestry of fallen leaves, soft and inviting. Clara felt a quiet strength in the ancient trees, their branches forming a cathedral of green above her. As they walked, Lumi spoke softly of the magic woven into the fabric of the world, a magic that thrived on change and growth. Clara listened, her heart opening to the possibilities she had never dared to consider. In a clearing, bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Lumi paused and gestured with its delicate wings to a cluster of wildflowers. Look closely, Clara, it encouraged. Clara knelt down, her fingers brushing against the petals that seemed to hum with a quiet energy. What is it? She asked, sensing something wondrous just beyond her understanding. These flowers, Lumi explained, are like moments of change. They bloom with the promise of transformation, revealing colors and patterns unseen before. Each one is unique, yet all are part of the same cycle. Clara watched in awe as the flowers began to shift, their hues blending and changing before her eyes. She felt a warmth spread through her, a gentle acceptance of the changes she had feared. As the colors danced, she realized that change was not something to be fought against, but embraced, for it was through change that beauty and wisdom unfolded. Feeling lighter, Clara rose to her feet, a newfound calm settling within her. Thank you, Lumi, she said softly. I think I'm beginning to understand. Lumi alighted on her shoulder, its presence a comforting weight. Remember, Clara, you are never alone. Friends and loved ones are like stars in the night sky, guiding you through the darkness. With Lumi's words echoing in her heart, Clara returned to the village, her steps sure and steady. She found her friends waiting, their faces illuminated by the warm glow of lanterns as they gathered to share stories and laughter. As the evening wore on, Clara felt the gentle support of her friends, each one a beacon of kindness and understanding. She realized that her own growth was mirrored in their companionship, each moment of change a new thread in the tapestry of their shared lives. In the days that followed, Clara embraced the changes that came her way, her heart open to the magic of possibility. She discovered that within her was a strength she had never known, a resilience born of the gentle guidance of a tiny butterfly and the love of those who surrounded her. And so, in the quiet of the forest and the warmth of her village, Clara found her peace. She learned that the beauty of personal discovery was not in resisting change, but in welcoming it with an open heart, trusting in the magic of transformation and the friends who walked the journey beside her. Under the starlit sky, as the village drifted into slumber, Clara lay in her bed, the soft rustle of leaves whispering through her window. She smiled, her heart full and content, knowing that the beauty of life lay in its ever-changing dance, a dance she was now a willing part of. And as she closed her eyes, she felt the gentle flutter of Lumi's wings, a reminder that she was never truly alone. Story 68. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy of towering oaks whispered secrets in the language of rustling leaves, there lay a world unseen by hurried eyes. Here the boundary between the earthly and the enchanted was as thin as a spider's silk, shimmering with the dew of dawn and the gold of setting sun. This was a realm where the natural creatures lived hidden lives, weaving tales of harmony and balance in concert with the rhythm of the seasons. As the first blush of spring unfurled across the forest, a gentle awakening stirred among its denizens. The air was laced with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers, and the babble of brooks was a lullaby for all who dwelled within. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Berwin, whose shell was etched with the stories of centuries. Berwin moved slowly, but his mind was sharp as the breeze that danced through the budding branches. Berwin had a special bond with a young squirrel named Leora. Her fur was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Leora loved to scamper through the treetops, her heart beating in time with the flutter of new leaves. She was always eager to learn, and Berwin, with his ancient wisdom, was her favorite teacher. One bright morning, as the sun cast dappled patterns on the forest floor, Leora found Berwin near a gnarled oak, basking in the warmth. "Berwin," she chattered, her voice as lively as the songbirds, "why do the seasons change? And what makes the weather dance between sun and rain?" Berwin opened his eyes slowly, a smile creasing his leathery face. "Ah, Leora, that's a tale old as the forest itself," he began, his voice deep and soothing, like the murmur of distant thunder. "The seasons are the breath of the earth. Each one has its time and purpose, a harmony that holds the world together." He gestured with a slow movement of his head towards the sky, where clouds drifted lazily. "It is said that the winds carry whispers from the ancients, and with them the magic that changes leaf to bloom, bloom to fruit, and fruit to rest. This magic, dear Leora, is the balance we all must keep." Leora listened, her eyes wide with wonder. "But how do we keep this balance, Berwin?" "Through respect and care, my dear," Berwin replied. "Each creature, no matter how small, plays a part. The bees that dance from flower to flower, the roots that drink from the earth, and even the rain that nourishes us all. We live not just for ourselves, but for the world around us." As spring gave way to the golden hues of summer and the forest buzzed with life, Leora took Berwin's words to heart. She watched as the bees hummed their tireless song, gathering nectar with a precision that only nature could command. She marveled at the way the sun's warmth coaxed the sweet scent of pine into the air, a fragrance that mingled with the laughter of brooks and the rustle of leaves. The forest was a tapestry of life, each thread vibrant and essential. Leora learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to feel the pulse of life beneath her paws. She understood the importance of her place within this delicate dance. As the sun began to dip lower in the sky, painting the forest in hues of amber and sienna, the whispers of change rustled through the leaves once more. The air grew crisp, and the scent of earth and wood smoke mingled, signaling the approach of autumn. One evening, as the moon hung low and round like a lantern, Leora found Berwin nestled beneath a canopy of red and gold. "Berwin, the air feels different, and the forest is changing again," she observed, her voice now tinged with the wisdom she had gathered through the seasons. Berwin nodded, his eyes reflecting the gentle glow of the moon. "Yes, Leora, the earth is preparing to rest, and soon the world will be blanketed in the quiet of winter. It is a time for reflection and renewal." Leora settled beside him, the crisp leaves crunching softly beneath her. "And when will spring return, bringing its magic and life?" "In time, dear Leora," Berwin said softly. "The world turns in its gentle rhythm, a cycle that teaches us patience and trust. We must honor the gifts of each season, for they are the heartbeats of the earth." As the stars twinkled like fireflies in the vast expanse above, Leora understood the deep truth in Berwin's words. The forest, with all its hidden lives and magical phenomena, was a testament to the power of balance and harmony. Each season brought its own gifts and lessons, a reminder that life was a wondrous journey, best traveled with kindness and wisdom. With this knowledge cradled in her heart, Leora curled up beside Berwin, their breaths mingling in the cool night air. Together they listened to the lullaby of the forest, a melody as timeless as the stars above. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the moon, the ancient forest continued its eternal dance. A sanctuary of peace and magic, where creatures great and small lived in harmony with the world and each other. Story 69. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, there lay a little village named Willow Glen. The village was surrounded by trees so tall that their tops seemed to brush the clouds, and every morning the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the gentle rustle of leaves whispering secrets to the wind. The villagers were kind-hearted folk, living in harmony with nature and each other, in cottages that seemed to have sprouted from the earth itself. In this peaceful hamlet lived a young girl named Lila. Lila was known for her curiosity and her penchant for adventure. Her hair was like spun gold, catching the sunlight in a halo around her head, and her eyes sparkled like the clear blue lake that lay on the village's outskirts. Lila's best friend was a gentle, wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle had a shell that glistened like polished stone, and he carried with him the wisdom of the ages, speaking in a slow, deliberate manner that always seemed to calm the winds and hush the forest creatures. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to hues of amber and gold, Lila and Thistle set out on their usual walk along the forest path. The air was cool and invigorating, filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Lila loved this time of year, when the world seemed to be painted in shades of warmth, and the forest was alive with the songs of migrating birds preparing for their long journey south. As they walked, Lila noticed something unusual. A faint glimmer caught her eye from beneath a pile of leaves. Curiosity piqued. She knelt down and brushed the leaves aside, revealing a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with patterns of swirling vines and flowers, and at its center was an emblem of a tree with deep roots and flourishing branches. "Thistle, look at this!" Lila exclaimed, her voice tinged with wonder. "What do you think it is?" Thistle regarded the box with his wise old eyes, blinking slowly. "It seems to be a very special box, Lila. Perhaps it holds a secret waiting to be discovered." With trembling fingers, Lila opened the lid, and inside she found a delicate silver key, its bow shaped like a tiny, intricate tree. The key gleamed in the dappled sunlight, and Lila felt a strange warmth spreading through her as she held it. She sensed that this key was no ordinary object. It was imbued with magic. "What do you suppose it unlocks?" Lila mused aloud, her imagination already conjuring images of hidden doors and secret worlds. "There is only one way to find out," Thistle replied, ever the voice of calm reason. "We must search and see what lies ahead." And so began their journey, a quest to uncover the mystery of the silver key. Lila and Thistle wandered through the forest, following paths both familiar and new. The trees whispered encouragement as they passed, and the forest seemed to guide them with a gentle hand. As the afternoon sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across their path, they reached a part of the forest that Lila had never seen before. It was a grove of ancient oaks, their trunks thick and gnarled, their branches twisting and reaching toward the heavens like the arms of giants. In the center of the grove stood a massive tree, larger than any Lila had ever encountered. Its bark was a deep, rich brown, and it exuded a sense of timelessness and majesty. Lila approached the tree, drawn by an invisible force. As she laid her hand on its trunk, she felt a gentle thrumming beneath her fingers, as if the tree had a heartbeat of its own. "Do you feel that, Thistle?" Lila whispered, her voice filled with awe. Thistle nodded slowly. "This tree is ancient and wise, Lila. It holds many secrets within its bark." Just then, Lila noticed something extraordinary. Set into the trunk of the tree was a small, ornate lock, crafted in the same style as the key she held. Her heart raced with excitement as she inserted the key and turned it. There was a soft click, and the lock fell away, revealing a hidden door. With bated breath, Lila pushed the door open, and she and Thistle stepped inside. They found themselves in a hidden world, a place of wonder and magic. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. Before them lay a path lined with flowers of every color imaginable, their petals glistening like jewels. The path wound its way through the trees, leading deeper into this enchanted realm. As they walked, Lila marveled at the beauty around her. She saw butterflies with wings that shimmered like rainbows, and birds whose songs were as sweet as the finest melodies. The forest creatures here were unlike any she had seen before, gentle and curious, coming close to greet her and Thistle with friendly eyes. "It's as if this place is waiting for us," Lila said, her voice filled with wonder. "Yes, Lila," Thistle agreed. "I believe this world has been hidden away, waiting for someone who possesses both the key and the heart to appreciate its wonders." The path led them to a clearing where a crystal-clear spring bubbled forth from the earth. The water sparkled in the sunlight, and as Lila and Thistle approached, they saw their reflections gazing back at them, smiling and serene. "This place is magical, Thistle. I feel different here," Lila said, her voice soft with emotion. "Perhaps it is the magic of the forest, or perhaps it is the magic within you that is awakening," Thistle replied with a knowing smile. They spent the afternoon exploring this hidden world, discovering its secrets and marveling at its beauty. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold. Lila and Thistle made their way back to the door in the ancient tree. "Do you think we can return here?" Lila asked, a note of longing in her voice. "I believe so, Lila," Thistle said. "As long as you hold the key and the desire in your heart, this place will remain open to you." With a final glance at the enchanted forest, Lila and Thistle stepped through the door and back into their own world. The door closed softly behind them, the lock once again hidden from view. As they walked home, the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, and Lila felt a deep sense of peace and contentment. She knew that she had discovered something truly special, a place where magic and wonder flourished, a hidden world that had awakened something within her. From that day on, Lila and Thistle often returned to the enchanted forest, each visit bringing new discoveries and deepening their friendship. The hidden world became a place of refuge and joy, a reminder of the magic that lay within the natural world and within themselves. And as the years passed, Lila grew into a wise and compassionate young woman, her heart forever touched by the magic of the forest and the gentle wisdom of her dear friend Thistle. She learned that the greatest treasures were not always those that could be seen or touched, but those that lay within the heart, waiting to be discovered. And so, in the quiet village of Willow Glen, beneath the ancient trees and the starry sky, Lila found her own kind of magic, a magic that would stay with her always, as warm and comforting as a crackling fire on a cold winter's night. Story 70? Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Whimsy Hollow, where the lanes were cobbled with candy stones and the rooftops shimmered like rainbow scales, there lived a peculiar family of hedgehogs known as the Twiddlepuffs. The Twiddlepuffs were no ordinary hedgehogs. Each member of the family had a unique magical trait. Fizz, the youngest, could make flowers bloom with a sneeze, while his sister, Tilly, had a giggle so infectious that it could make even the grumpiest of frogs join in a chorus of laughter. Their home was a delightful burrow nestled beneath a towering lollipop tree, where the air always smelled of mint and honey. Inside, the walls were lined with shelves of shimmering trinkets, each one a memento of adventures past. The fireplace crackled softly, its flames dancing a merry jig, while the scent of freshly baked acorn pie wafted through the air, inviting and warm. One sunny morning, as the dew still clung to the grass like tiny jewels, a peculiar event unfolded in Whimsy Hollow. The village's magical fountain, known for its sparkling waters that granted the most joyful dreams, had suddenly stopped flowing. The fountain, crafted from glistening crystal and adorned with carvings of playful otters, stood silent, its usual melody of tinkling waters replaced by an ominous hush. The villagers gathered around, their faces a mix of concern and curiosity. Among them was the wise and whimsical Mayor Pippin, a rabbit with spectacles perched precariously on his twitching nose and a waistcoat filled with pockets of peculiar odds and ends. "We must solve this riddle," declared Mayor Pippin, peering at the fountain with a thoughtful frown. "For without our dream water, the nights will grow restless and the dreams mundane." Fizz and Tilly, always up for an adventure, volunteered to help. With a spark of determination in their eyes, they set off on a quest to uncover the mystery. Their first stop was the cozy cottage of Granny Wobble, an elderly turtle with a pant for storytelling and a fondness for treacle. "Ah, yes," Granny Wobble mused, adjusting her spectacles with a slow, deliberate motion. "The fountain's heart is a crystal teardrop, known to be enchanted. It is said to be the source of its magic." "But where has the crystal gone?" Tilly asked, her eyes wide with wonder. "To find the crystal," Granny Wobble continued, "you must follow the path of the moonbeams, for they will lead you to the enchanted grove where whispers of old magic dwell." With Granny Wobble's cryptic advice in mind, Fizz and Tilly set off towards the edge of Whimsy Hollow, where the trees intertwined like old friends whispering secrets. As night fell, the moon cast a silvery glow across their path, illuminating a trail of moonbeams that danced like ribbons in the night. The journey was filled with delightful surprises. Along the way, they encountered Whisk the squirrel, who was renowned for his incredible juggling skills. Whisk joined them on their quest, juggling acorns and pine cones with such flair that it lifted their spirits and added a touch of whimsy to their travels. Eventually, the trio arrived at the enchanted grove, a place where the air shimmered with possibilities, and the trees whispered in a language only the heart could understand. In the heart of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its bark etched with ancient runes that glowed softly. Just as they approached, a small, mischievous sprite named Glimmer appeared, her wings sparkling like diamond dust. "I know what you seek," she chimed, her voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. The crystal teardrop was borrowed by the wind, who wished to compose a melody unlike any other. "Can we get it back?" Fizz inquired, his nose twitching with excitement. "Of course," Glimmer giggled. "All you need is a song of friendship, for the wind loves nothing more than the harmony of kindred souls." And so, beneath the canopy of the enchanted grove, Fizz, Tilly, and Whisk began to sing. Their melody was a lilting tune that spoke of laughter and dreams, of adventures shared and dreams fulfilled. The wind, who had been listening from afar, was so moved by their song that it returned the crystal teardrop, placing it gently in Fizz's tiny paws. With the crystal in hand, the trio made their way back to Whimsy Hollow, where a crowd of villagers greeted them with cheers and hugs. Mayor Pippin beamed with pride as he placed the crystal back in the fountain, and with a joyous gurgle, the waters began to flow once more, sparkling like 1,000 stars. That night, as the village drifted into slumber, the dreams that visited each villager were more vibrant and joyful than ever before. And as for Fizz and Tilly, they snuggled into their cozy burrow beneath the lollipop tree, the warmth of friendship and adventure weaving through their dreams like a gentle lullaby. And so, in the heart of Whimsy Hollow, where magic and laughter danced hand in hand, the Twiddlepuffs slept soundly, knowing that the world was just a little bit brighter because of their journey. And as the moon cast its silvery glow over the village, the fountain sang its familiar song, a melody of dreams and delight that carried through the night, whispering promises of more whimsical adventures to come. Story 71. In the heart of a quaint little village, nestled at the edge of an ancient whispering forest, there lived a young woman named Leora. The village was a place where time seemed to slow, where the golden hues of autumn leaves lingered long into winter, and the scent of warm bread and pinewood fires filled the crisp air. Leora, with her hair like golden wheat fields and eyes the color of the summer sky, found herself standing at the threshold of change, yet hesitant to cross it. Leora had always been content with the rhythm of village life. She enjoyed the gentle rustling of the trees, the melody of the brook that wound its way through the forest, and the comforting routine of daily chores. But lately, a restlessness had begun to stir within her, like a whispering breeze urging her towards something she couldn't quite see or name. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with shades of lavender and rose, Leora took a walk into the forest. The path was familiar, lined with moss-covered stones and flanked by towering oaks whose branches intertwined like old friends, sharing secrets. Yet as she wandered deeper, she felt a subtle shift in the air, a tingling sensation that made her skin prickle with anticipation. It was then she stumbled upon a curious sight. In a small clearing bathed in moonlight stood an ancient tree unlike any she had seen before. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, with roots that twisted like the stories of old. But what caught her breath was its leaves, each one a shimmering crystal, catching the moon's light and casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the forest floor. Drawn by an invisible thread, Leora approached the tree, feeling a strange sense of familiarity, as if it had been waiting for her all along. As she rested her hand upon its trunk, a gentle warmth spread from her fingertips, and she felt a soft, thrumming energy beneath her palm. "Welcome, dear one," a voice like rustling leaves whispered. Startled, Leora looked around, but saw no one. It was as if the tree itself had spoken, its voice resonating within her very soul. "Who are you?" Leora asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am the guardian of change," the voice replied, a soft echo in the night. "I exist to guide those who seek transformation and to mirror the growth within their hearts." Leora felt a rush of emotions, curiosity, fear, and a deep yearning for something she could not yet understand. "But I fear change," she confessed. "I am not ready to leave behind what I know." The tree's leaves shimmered, casting a gentle glow. "Change is not about leaving behind, but about embracing what is to come. It is a journey of discovery, a dance between what was and what will be. As Leora stood beneath the tree's protective canopy, she felt a sense of peace wash over her. It was as if the tree's wisdom seeped into her very being, whispering of courage and potential untapped. In the days that followed, Leora returned to the forest often, seeking the comfort of the guardian and the clarity that each visit brought. She spoke of her fears, her dreams, and her longing for understanding. And with each whispered word, the tree offered gentle guidance, teaching her to listen to the winds of change and to trust in the path that unfolded before her. Leora's transformation was subtle at first, like the first green shoots of spring pushing through winter's snow. She began to notice the beauty in uncertainty, the thrill of not knowing what each new day might bring. She learned to see challenges as opportunities for growth and to find strength in vulnerability. As she embraced these lessons, the magical tree responded in kind. Its crystal leaves began to change, reflecting Leora's journey. They shimmered with hues of emerald and sapphire, colors that spoke of renewal and wisdom. The forest, once a place of quiet solitude, became a vibrant tapestry of life and possibility. But Leora was not alone in her journey. Her friends, a merry band of villagers, noticed the subtle changes in her demeanor, the newfound lightness in her step. They rallied around her, offering support and encouragement. There was Tamsin, the wise herbalist whose laughter was as infectious as her healing balms were effective. Alden, the gentle blacksmith with hands as strong as his heart was kind, and little Lyra, with eyes full of wonder and questions that sparked joy in all who heard them. Together, they learned from one another, sharing stories and wisdom gleaned from the forest. They too were touched by the magic of the guardian, finding their own paths to growth and understanding. Tamsin discovered new herbs hidden within the forest's depths, their properties unknown but powerful. Alden forged tools that sang with the harmony of the elements, and Lyra's laughter seemed to weave a spell of joy that lifted the spirits of all. As the seasons turned, Leora's journey of transformation blossomed like the vibrant wildflowers that carpeted the forest floor in spring. She found herself stepping into roles she had once feared: organizer of village gatherings, a confidant for those seeking solace, a storyteller weaving tales of the forest's magic for eager listeners. And through it all, the guardian stood as a silent witness, its crystalline leaves reflecting the growth of those who sought its wisdom. It had become a beacon of hope and transformation, a reminder that change was not to be feared, but embraced with open arms. One evening, as the village gathered beneath the stars to celebrate the harvest, Leora stood before them. The bonfire crackled and danced, sending sparks into the velvet sky, and the villagers' faces glowed with warmth and anticipation. "My friends," Leora began, her voice steady and clear, "we are all like the leaves of the guardian tree, ever changing, ever growing. Let us not fear what lies ahead, but instead embrace it with courage and joy." The villagers erupted into applause, their hearts swelling with pride and love for the young woman who had become a beacon of strength and hope. And as the celebration continued, beneath the watchful gaze of the guardian, Leora felt a deep sense of peace settle within her. For she had learned that change, though daunting, was a gift, a chance to discover new facets of herself, to forge bonds that transcended fear, and to step into a future bright with possibility. And in that moment, as the stars twinkled above and the forest whispered secrets of its own, Leora knew she had found her true place in the world. And so the village thrived, nestled at the edge of the ancient, whispering forest. Its people, guided by the wisdom of the guardian, embraced change not as an end, but as a beautiful beginning. And in their hearts, they carried the magic of personal discovery, a flame that would never fade, even as the seasons turned and the years unfurled like a tapestry of dreams. Stories of two. Once, in a small village cradled between emerald hills and a golden sea of daisies, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her eyes, sparkling like the morning dew on a spider's web, often wandered far beyond the horizon, where she imagined lands of untold wonders. Her favorite place was the edge of the whispering woods, where trees stood so tall and thick that their tops seemed to tickle the heavens. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of ripe apples and the sky was painted in hues of orange and pink, Lila felt a gentle tug at her heart. It was as if the woods themselves were calling out to her, whispering secrets through the rustling leaves. With a deep breath of courage and a heart full of wonder, she decided to venture into the unknown. As she stepped past the familiar boundary of the village, the forest enveloped her in a cool embrace. The path was lined with moss that felt like the softest velvet beneath her feet. Sunlight streamed through the branches in playful patterns, and Lila felt as though she was walking through a living cathedral of nature. The air was alive with the symphony of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook nearby. A little way into her journey, Lila stumbled upon a clearing where the ground was carpeted with mushrooms of all shapes and colors. Sitting atop one of the largest mushrooms was a peculiar creature with fur the color of twilight and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. It was a wisp fox, a creature as rare as it was wise, known for guiding lost travelers. "Welcome, dear Lila," the wisp fox greeted, its voice as soft as a lullaby. "I see you have a heart full of questions. Would you like some answers?" Lila, though surprised that the creature knew her name, nodded eagerly. "Yes, please. I wish to learn about the wonders of these woods." The wisp fox flicked its bushy tail and smiled. "Then follow me, for this forest holds more magic than you can imagine." As they ventured deeper, the forest unfolded like a storybook. They passed trees with bark that shimmered like silver and leaves that sang gentle tunes when the wind caressed them. They walked alongside streams that flowed with water as clear as crystal, reflecting the sky's ever-changing moods. At one point, they came across a glen where luminous butterflies danced in the air, their wings casting rainbows with every flutter. Lila reached out, and one alighted on her finger, its tiny heart beating in rhythm with her own. It was in that moment she realized the importance of gentle curiosity and respect for the wonders of the world around her. Suddenly, the path divided into three. Lila hesitated, unsure which way to go. The wisp fox looked at her kindly. "Sometimes, the right path is the one that calls to your heart, not your mind." Remembering the gentle tug she felt that morning, Lila chose the path to the right, which was lined with glowing fungi that lit up under her steps like warm, welcoming lights. The path led them to a serene pond, its surface like a mirror reflecting the sky. By the water's edge sat an elderly turtle, wise with the weight of centuries. The turtle looked up and spoke slowly. "Every journey brings new lessons, young one. It's the courage to take the first step that shapes who we become." Lila pondered the turtle's words, feeling a warmth spread through her. She realized that it was her curiosity and bravery that had brought her here, and that sometimes simply daring to explore could be the most rewarding adventure of all. As the sun began to dip behind the trees, painting the sky with strokes of lavender and gold, Lila knew it was time to return home. The wisp fox led her back to the edge of the forest, where the village lay in the gentle embrace of twilight. "Thank you for guiding me," Lila said, her heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom. The wisp fox nodded, its eyes twinkling. "Remember, Lila, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered. Keep your heart open and your spirit curious." With one last look at the enchanting forest, Lila stepped back into the familiar world of her village. The evening air was cool and comforting, and the first stars began to appear in the sky. She felt a peaceful contentment, knowing that the magic of the whispering woods would always be with her, in her heart and in her dreams. And so, with a smile and a heart full of dreams, Lila returned home, ready to share tales of her wondrous journey, to inspire others to listen to the whispers of the world and explore the magic waiting just beyond the horizon. Story 73. In a lush, whispering forest where sunbeams threaded through the canopy like golden threads, the air was perfumed with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the earthy aroma of damp moss. Here, amid the rustling leaves and gentle babbling of a brook, lay a world both ancient and alive, where every creature understood its role in the grand tapestry of nature. In a cozy nook beneath the roots of a towering oak tree lived a wise old tortoise named Tullius. His shell was a mosaic of green and brown, polished smooth by the passage of time. Tullius was known far and wide for his deep understanding of the forest's mysteries, and many sought his counsel when the balance of nature seemed to waver. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was adorned in a brilliant cloak of amber and crimson, a young squirrel named Pippin scampered up to Tullius's doorstep. Pippin's eyes were wide with worry, reflecting the dappled sunlight like polished hazelnuts. "Tullius," he chattered, his voice a blend of youthful eagerness and concern, "the acorns are not falling as they should. The trees are whispering of a change, and the wind carries a chill that speaks of something amiss." Tullius nodded, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "Ah, young Pippin," he said, his voice as warm as a sunlit glade, "the forest speaks to those who listen. Let us venture to the heart of the woods, where the oldest tree, the grandfather oak, may offer guidance." Together they embarked on their journey, their path cushioned by a carpet of fallen leaves that crunched softly underfoot. The air was alive with the chatter of birds and the distant call of a doe, creating a symphony that sang of the forest's rich life. As they traveled, the gentle rustle of the wind seemed to echo the harmony of nature, a reminder of the delicate balance that sustained the forest. Tullius and Pippin soon reached the grandfather oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like ancient arms embracing the heavens. The tree's bark was etched with the stories of countless seasons, and its leaves whispered secrets only the wise could hear. With a deep, resonant voice that seemed to rise from the very earth, the grandfather oak spoke. "Tullius, keeper of wisdom, and Pippin, seeker of truth, the forest is indeed in need of balance. The seasons have shifted, and the rhythm of nature's dance has faltered." Tullius listened intently, his heart attuned to the subtle language of the forest. "What must we do to restore harmony, Grandfather Oak?" he inquired, his voice carrying the weight of generations. The grandfather oak sighed, a sound like the softest breeze through a meadow. "Seek the guardian of the seasons, the elusive spirit of the zephyr. Only through her guidance can the balance be restored, and the acorns fall once more." With this knowledge, Tullius and Pippin set off once again, their journey bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, the air became cooler, carrying the crisp scent of pine and the faintest hint of snow. They soon arrived at a hidden glade, where the spirit of the zephyr danced among the swirling leaves. She was a vision of grace, her form ever-changing like the seasons themselves, with eyes that mirrored the sky. "Welcome, travelers," she greeted them, her voice as soft as a breeze through willow branches. "I sense the forest's plea for balance. To restore it, we must rekindle the harmony between all creatures and the land." Tullius bowed his head in respect. "We seek your wisdom, spirit of the zephyr. How can we aid in this renewal?" The spirit smiled, her presence calming as a lullaby. "Gather the creatures of the forest and remind them of their place in this wondrous world. Each must remember their role, and together they shall sing the song of harmony." With purpose renewed, Tullius and Pippin returned to the forest, their hearts filled with hope. They called upon the animals, each bird, each fox, each tiny beetle, sharing the spirit of the zephyr's message. Under the soft glow of the moon, they all gathered in a circle, united in their shared purpose. As the creatures of the forest joined paws, wings, and fins, a gentle melody rose among them. It was a song of connection, of life and love, of the intricate dance they all performed as part of nature's grand design. The air shimmered with magic as the harmony wove itself into the fabric of the world, restoring balance to the land. Slowly, like a gentle rain after a long drought, the acorns began to fall, dotting the forest floor with the promise of new life. The trees sighed in relief, their branches swaying in gratitude as the forest breathed as one. As dawn painted the sky in hues of soft lavender and gold, Tullius and Pippin stood together, watching the first light of a new day. The forest was alive with the sound of renewal, and a sense of peace settled over the land. "Thank you, Tullius," Pippin chirped, his eyes bright with newfound understanding. "The forest is truly a wondrous place when we listen and work together." Tullius nodded, his heart full. "Indeed, young Pippin, wisdom and friendship are the keys to overcoming any challenge, and together we have ensured the forest's harmony for generations to come." And with that, the forest awoke to the gentle embrace of a new season, where every creature, great and small, played their part in the timeless symphony of nature, a song that would linger in their hearts forever. Story 74. The Whispering Leaf. In the heart of a quaint little village named Willowbrook, where the houses seemed to tiptoe around a crystal-clear stream, there lay a secret that only the most observant of souls could discover. The village was nestled between rolling hills that wore mantles of wildflowers in spring and donned cloaks of snow in winter. The air was always perfumed with the scent of pine and fresh earth, a comforting aroma that enveloped the villagers like a warm embrace. It was here that young Maya, a curious girl with twinkling eyes and a heart as vast as the sky, spent her days exploring the world around her. She was the kind of child who believed that every rock, every tree, and every whisper of the wind held a story waiting to be told. Her best friend was a sprightly squirrel named Pip, whose fur was the color of toasted almonds, and who followed Maya wherever her adventures led. One chilly autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced lazily to the ground, Maya and Pip stumbled upon something extraordinary. Deep within the whispering woods, a place where the trees were so ancient and towering that they seemed to touch the heavens, Maya found a leaf unlike any she had seen before. It was not the vibrant orange or fiery red of the season, but a shimmering silver, glistening as if kissed by moonlight. Maya gently picked up the leaf, marveling at its cool, silky texture. As she held it, she could feel a soft hum resonate through her fingertips, a gentle vibration that seemed to whisper secrets of the forest. Intrigued, Maya and Pip decided to bring the leaf back to the village, eager to share their discovery. As they walked, Maya noticed that the leaf seemed to respond to her thoughts, glowing ever so slightly brighter when she was happy and dimming when she felt uncertain. She realized that the leaf was not just a curious object, but a magical one, capable of communicating in its own silent language. Upon returning to Willowbrook, Maya showed the leaf to her grandmother, the village's wise elder. Her grandmother's eyes widened in recognition, and she pulled Maya close, her voice a soft murmur. "This is a whispering leaf," she explained. "It holds the wisdom of the forest and can guide those who listen with their hearts." Maya was fascinated. She spent her days learning to understand the leaf's subtle cues, its gentle glow guiding her through the complexities of life. It taught her patience as she waited for its light to respond, and empathy as she learned to feel the emotions it reflected. One evening, as the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, a shadow fell over Willowbrook. A thick fog descended, obscuring the familiar paths and casting an eerie silence over the village. The villagers, usually bustling with laughter and warmth, retreated into their homes, unease settling like a heavy blanket. Maya, however, felt a tug at her heart, a gentle urging from the whispering leaf. She knew that something was amiss, and that the leaf was guiding her towards a mystery that needed unraveling. With Pip by her side, she ventured back into the whispering woods, the silver leaf casting a soft glow to light their way. The forest was different in the fog, the trees looming like silent sentinels and the air thick with the scent of damp earth and pine. Yet Maya felt no fear, only a sense of purpose. The leaf's glow brightened, leading her deeper into the woods until she arrived at a clearing she had never seen before. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching wide like the arms of a giant. It was here that Maya noticed something peculiar, a faint, rhythmic pulsing emanating from the base of the tree, as if the very earth beneath it was breathing. Maya approached cautiously, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and excitement. As she neared the oak, she saw a small, hidden door nestled within its roots, almost invisible under the thick carpet of moss. The pulsing seemed to grow stronger, resonating in time with her own heartbeat. With a deep breath, Maya reached out and touched the door, the whispering leaf glowing with encouragement. The door swung open silently, revealing a staircase spiraling down into the heart of the earth. Maya hesitated for a moment, feeling Pip's reassuring presence beside her, before descending into the depths below. The staircase led to a hidden cavern, its walls adorned with shimmering crystals that bathed the chamber in a soft, ethereal light. In the center of the cavern lay a pool of clear, still water, reflecting the myriad colors of the crystals above. The air was warm and fragrant, filled with the scent of wildflowers and honey. As Maya stepped closer to the pool, she saw her reflection, but it was not her reflection alone. In the water, she saw images of the villagers, each one captured in a moment of joy, kindness, or courage. She realized that the pool was a mirror of their best selves, a testament to the goodness that lived within each of them. The whispering leaf pulsed gently in her hand, and Maya understood that the pool was a source of magic for Willowbrook, a wellspring of the love and light that bound the village together. But the fog had disrupted its harmony, casting a shadow over the village. Determined to restore the balance, Maya turned to the whispering leaf for guidance. It glowed with a brilliant light, illuminating the cavern and filling Maya with a sense of peace and clarity. She knew what she had to do. Kneeling beside the pool, Maya dipped the whispering leaf into the water, watching as the silver shimmer spread across the surface. The pool seemed to come alive, ripples of light dancing across its surface, and the air filled with a gentle hum that resonated deep within Maya's soul. Slowly, the fog that had enveloped Willowbrook began to dissipate, the heavy silence lifting as the village was bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. The villagers emerged from their homes, their laughter and chatter returning as the shadow that had clouded their hearts vanished. Maya, her heart filled with joy, returned to the village with Pip, the whispering leaf still glowing softly in her hand. The villagers gathered around her, their eyes wide with wonder and gratitude. Her grandmother embraced her, whispering words of pride and love. From that day on, the whispering leaf became a cherished symbol of hope and harmony in Willowbrook. Maya learned that the true magic lay not in the leaf itself, but in the love and kindness it inspired. She and Pip continued their adventures, exploring the world with open hearts and curious minds. And so, the village of Willowbrook thrived, its people united by the magic of the whispering leaf and the wisdom it imparted. Maya grew into a wise and compassionate leader, her heart forever guided by the lessons she had learned on her journey. As the years passed, the story of the whispering leaf became a cherished tale, passed down through generations as a reminder of the power of friendship, courage, and love. And though the leaf eventually faded, its legacy lived on in the hearts of the villagers, a beacon of light that would never dim. In the gentle embrace of the whispering woods, where the trees still whispered their ancient secrets, Maya and Pip found their place, forever part of the magic that made Willowbrook a haven of peace and happiness. And in the quiet moments, when the moon cast its silver glow upon the village, the whisper of a leaf could still be heard, a gentle reminder that magic was all around, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to listen with their hearts. Story 75. In the distant reaches of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, vibrant planet known as Luminara. Its skies shimmered in hues of lavender and gold, and its lush landscapes teemed with life. Among its gentle inhabitants was Lyra, a creature of light and song, whose translucent wings caught the sun's rays and scattered rainbows across the fields as she fluttered from one blossom to the next. On a nearby planet shrouded in twilight and mystery lived Corin, a towering being of earth and stone. His world, Teros, was a place of deep valleys and echoing caverns, where the ground whispered ancient secrets. Corin's strength was matched by his gentle heart, and he wandered his land with a quiet reverence for the beauty of the stones and the life they cradled. One fateful day, as the stars aligned in a cosmic dance, a curious portal opened between these two worlds. Lyra, drawn by its shimmering allure, darted through the portal, her heart filled with wonder and a touch of trepidation. She found herself in the shadowed realm of Teros, where the air was cool and the scent of earth was rich and comforting. Corin, who had been exploring near the portal's edge, watched in awe as the delicate creature emerged. Her light was a stark contrast to the muted tones of his world, and for a moment they simply stared at one another, two beings from different worlds, brought together by the whims of the universe. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Lyra's melodious trills and chirps seemed like mere music to Corin's ears, while his deep rumbling tones were too low for her to comprehend fully. Yet there was a spark of curiosity in both their hearts, a desire to bridge the gap between them. Over time, they learned to communicate through gestures and shared experiences. Lyra would guide Corin to the hidden nooks where flowers bloomed in the shadows, their colors vibrant even in the dim light, while Corin showed Lyra the secret paths within the caverns, where crystals glowed with an inner fire. Their bond deepened as they faced challenges together. One day, a fierce storm swept across Taros, its winds howling through the valleys, and its rains turning paths into torrents. Lyra, unused to such weather, found herself struggling against the gale. Corin, with his sturdy form, shielded her with his broad back, guiding her to the safety of a cavern where they waited for the storm to pass. In that quiet refuge, they shared warmth and stories, their differences fading as they found comfort in each other's presence. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra and Corin discovered the true meaning of friendship. They learned to appreciate each other's strengths and to lend support in times of need. Lyra taught Corin the joy of laughter, her tinkling giggles echoing through the caverns, while Corin showed Lyra the beauty of silence, the way it allowed the heart to listen more deeply. One day the portal shimmered once more, signaling that it was time for Lyra to return to Luminara. The thought of parting was bittersweet, yet both knew that their friendship had transcended the boundaries of their worlds. As Lyra prepared to leave, she touched her wings lightly to Corin's forehead, a gesture of gratitude and affection. Corin, in turn, placed a small crystal in her hands, its glow a reminder of the light they had found in each other. With a final, shared glance of understanding and warmth, Lyra stepped through the portal, her heart full of memories and a newfound wisdom about the strength of friendship. Back on Luminara, Lyra often gazed up at the stars, her thoughts drifting to her friend on Taros. And on Taros, Corin would sit in the quiet of a cavern, feeling the gentle hum of the crystal Lyra had touched, knowing that their bond was as enduring as the stones of his world. In the vastness of the universe, Lyra and Corin had discovered the simple truth that true friendship knows no bounds, and that even the most unlikely companions can find understanding and joy in one another. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, their friendship endured, a testament to the harmony that could be found in diversity and the strength that could be born from shared hearts. Story 76. Once upon a time, nestled in a quaint village where cobblestone paths wound through mossy green hills, there stood an ancient bookshop called the Rustling Pages. The shop was a treasure trove of stories, its shelves overflowing with dusty tomes and leather-bound volumes that whispered tales of far-off lands and forgotten times. The air inside was perpetually filled with the comforting aroma of old paper and ink, mingling with the faint scent of lavender from the garden outside. In this bookshop, a young girl named Clara spent her afternoons. Clara had a curious heart and an imagination as vast as the skies above the village. She loved to lose herself among the pages, discovering new worlds and meeting characters who felt like dear friends. Yet what Clara cherished most was her time spent with Mr. Whittle, the kind, bespectacled owner of the Rustling Pages. Mr. Whittle had been a fixture in the village for as long as anyone could remember, his gentle demeanor and twinkling eyes a source of comfort to all who entered his shop. One rainy afternoon, as droplets tapped a melodic rhythm against the window panes, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar book tucked away in a corner. Its cover was worn and unassuming, but when she opened it, she found its pages blank, save for a small, hand-drawn map. Curiosity piqued, she showed the book to Mr. Whittle. "Ah, you've found the Book of Whispers," he said with a smile, his voice as warm and rich as hot chocolate on a cold day. "It's said to hold a secret, but only those with a true heart can uncover it." Intrigued, Clara decided to take the book home and study the map more closely. That night, as the village lay wrapped in the quietude of slumber, Clara sat by her bedroom window, the book open on her lap. She traced the lines of the map with her finger, feeling a tingling sensation as she did so. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to shimmer, and before she knew it, Clara was standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the scent of pine and earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Birds chirped a gentle melody, and a brook babbled softly nearby. Clara felt a sense of wonder wash over her, but also a hint of uncertainty about this unexpected adventure. As she began to walk, Clara encountered a peculiar creature perched on a fallen log. It was a squirrel, but unlike any squirrel she had seen before. Its fur was a soft shade of lavender, and its eyes sparkled with an intelligence that seemed almost human. "Welcome, traveler," the squirrel chirped, its voice as light as a summer breeze. "I am Sylvie, guardian of the Whispering Woods. What brings you here?" Clara explained her discovery of the book and the map, her voice tinged with both excitement and bewilderment. Sylvie listened attentively, her bushy tail twitching thoughtfully. "The Book of Whispers has brought you here for a reason," Sylvie said. "Many seek its secrets, but few are chosen. You must journey to the heart of the forest to uncover what you seek. Fear not, for I shall accompany you." With Sylvie as her guide, Clara ventured deeper into the woods. They were soon joined by another unexpected companion, a wise old owl named Osric, who had a penchant for riddles and an encyclopedic knowledge of the forest's lore. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, and his eyes gleamed with kindness. Together, the trio navigated the forest's winding paths, each step bringing them closer to the heart of the forest. Along the way, they encountered various creatures, each with their own stories and wisdom to share. There was a family of rabbits who spoke of the importance of community, a fox who taught them the value of patience, and a chorus of frogs who sang songs about the beauty of the present moment. As they journeyed, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the forest, her senses sharpening to the world around her. She felt a deep connection to the land and its inhabitants, a bond that seemed to strengthen with each passing moment. Eventually, the group arrived at a serene glade, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. At its center stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching skyward as if in silent prayer. Clara knew instinctively that they had reached the heart of the forest. "Here lies the secret of the Book of Whispers," Sylvie said, her voice barely a whisper itself. "But to uncover it, you must look within your own heart." Clara approached the tree, her heart beating in time with the gentle rustling of its leaves. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, feeling the earth beneath her feet and the life that pulsed around her. In that moment of stillness, Clara understood. The secret was not a tangible thing, but a realization, a deeper understanding of herself and the world. She saw the importance of kindness, the strength in wisdom, and the magic in friendship. Her journey had been one of discovery, not only of the forest's wonders, but of the light within her own heart. When Clara opened her eyes, the glade seemed to shimmer with a newfound radiance. She turned to Sylvie and Osric, gratitude filling her words as she thanked them for their guidance and companionship. With a gentle smile, Sylvie nodded. "The forest is always here, as are we, should you ever need us again." As the first stars began to twinkle in the evening sky, Clara found herself back in her bedroom, the Book of Whispers resting quietly on her lap. She felt a warmth inside, a comforting glow that she knew she would carry with her always. And so, Clara's days of adventure were not confined to the pages of books alone, but lived on in her heart, a testament to the magic of discovery, friendship, and the gentle wisdom of the world around her. As she drifted off to sleep, the forest's melody lingered in her dreams, a lullaby of whispers guiding her into the night. Story 77. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a placid, shimmering lake, there was a small cobblestone cottage that stood at the edge of an ancient forest. The cottage, with ivy clinging to its stone walls and a wooden door that creaked with age, belonged to a kindly old woman named Clara. Clara was known throughout the village not just for her herbal remedies and wisdom, but also for her stories about the world beyond the hills. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced down from the trees in hues of gold and crimson, Clara discovered a peculiar item in her garden. It was a simple-looking, well-worn wooden spoon. But as she held it, she felt a gentle warmth spreading through her fingers, as if the spoon was alive with a soft, pulsing heartbeat. Intrigued, Clara brought the spoon inside her cozy kitchen, where the scent of fresh-baked bread mingled with the earthy aroma of drying herbs. She placed the spoon on her wooden table, and as she did, an astonishing thing happened. The spoon shimmered with a faint, luminescent glow, casting a gentle light that filled the room with a comforting warmth. Curious about the spoon's secret, Clara decided to take it to her dear friend Henry, the village's wise blacksmith. Henry, with his thick beard and twinkling eyes, was known for his knowledge of all things mysterious. As Clara entered his workshop, the clang of hammer on anvil rang out, mingling with the smell of hot metal and burning coal. Henry examined the spoon with a thoughtful gaze. "This," he said, "is no ordinary spoon. It is a spoon of stories, an ancient relic said to hold the tales of the world. It is said that when stirred in a pot, it can reveal the truths hidden in the depths of hearts and minds." Clara was fascinated. "But what should I do with it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Henry smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Perhaps it is time for a journey, Clara. A journey to discover what stories this spoon has to tell." Encouraged by Henry's words, Clara decided to embark on a journey into the heart of the ancient forest, where she had never ventured before. She packed a small satchel with her herbal remedies, the spoon, and a loaf of her crusty bread. As she stepped onto the forest path, the air was filled with the scent of pine needles and the distant chatter of birds. As Clara walked deeper into the forest, the trees seemed to whisper secrets, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. She followed a winding stream, its water sparkling under the dappled sunlight, until she arrived at a clearing where a gentle waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool. In the clearing, Clara met a curious creature named Finn. Finn was a small, fluffy creature with a coat as soft as a cloud and eyes as bright as the morning sun. Finn was known in the forest for his playful nature and boundless curiosity. "What brings you here, Clara?" Finn asked, his voice like a soft melody. Clara smiled and showed Finn the wooden spoon, explaining its mystical properties. Finn's eyes widened with excitement. "Oh, we must discover its story. Let's stir the spoon in the pool's water and see what it reveals." With Finn's encouragement, Clara knelt by the pool and gently stirred the spoon in the water. As she did, the surface of the pool shimmered and began to swirl with colors, forming shapes and images that danced in the water's depths. To Clara's amazement, a story unfolded before them. It was a tale of a forgotten village, hidden deep within the forest, where a great oak tree stood as the heart of the community. The tree, however, had fallen into a deep slumber, its branches drooping with sorrow, causing the village to fade from memory. "The tree needs to awaken," Finn said, his voice filled with determination. "But how can we help?" Clara pondered, her mind racing through the stories and wisdom she'd gathered over the years. Then it struck her, a memory of a tale told by her grandmother about the power of laughter and joy, and how it could awaken even the deepest slumber. "Laughter!" Clara exclaimed. "We must bring laughter back to the tree." With renewed purpose, Clara and Finn set off to gather the creatures of the forest. They met with the chatty squirrels, the wise old owl, and the mischievous foxes, each eager to help. Together they devised a plan to hold a grand festival beneath the oak tree, filled with music, stories, and joy. As the sun began to set, casting a golden hue over the forest, the festival began. Clara, with her spoon of stories, told tales that made everyone laugh until their sides ached. Finn led games that had the squirrels and foxes dancing and the owl hooting with delight. As the laughter echoed through the forest, a magical thing happened. The great oak tree began to stir, its branches lifting towards the sky, leaves shimmering with vibrant life. The village, hidden in the tree's shadow, slowly reappeared, its people awakening with smiles and gratitude. Clara and Finn watched in awe as the tree, now filled with life and joy, stood proudly at the heart of the village once more. The grateful villagers thanked Clara, Finn, and all the forest creatures for their kindness and wisdom. As the stars twinkled overhead, Clara knew it was time to return home. The journey had changed her, filling her heart with the magic of friendship and the power of laughter. The spoon, now resting in her satchel, had shared its first story, but Clara knew there were many more tales waiting to be discovered. And so, with a warm heart and a gentle smile, Clara returned to her cottage by the lake, where the fire crackled softly in the hearth, and the night embraced the village with a blanket of peace. And from that day on, Clara continued to share the stories of the spoon, spreading joy and wonder wherever she went, knowing that the simplest of objects could hold the most extraordinary secrets. Story 78. Once upon a time, In a village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her eyes were the color of the morning sky, and her heart was as vast as the ocean. Lila spent her days exploring the meadows and woods around her home, but her dreams were filled with places she had yet to discover. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lila stumbled upon an ancient map tucked inside an old book in her grandmother's attic. The map was unlike any she had seen, with swirling lines and shimmering ink that seemed to change color in the light. At its center was a place called the Enchanted Hollow, a realm rumored to be filled with wonder and magic. With a spark of excitement in her heart, Lila decided she would find this mysterious place. She packed a small satchel with her favorite blanket, a loaf of bread, and a flask of warm tea. As she stepped outside, the morning sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, and she could feel the promise of adventure in the crisp air. Lila followed the map's winding path through towering trees and across babbling brooks. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the songs of birds, creating a symphony that carried her forward. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like emeralds. The fox greeted her with a nod and, sensing her quest, offered to guide her through the forest. Together, they traversed paths cloaked in mist and fields carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vivid against the earth. The fox led Lila to a clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of honey, and a gentle stream sparkled under the sun's golden rays. Here, the fox pointed to a small, hidden trail that seemed to disappear into the earth itself. With a grateful heart, Lila thanked her new friend and ventured down the trail. The path led into a tunnel of vines and twinkling lights, and as she walked, the air shimmered with a gentle hum, like the whisper of a lullaby. The tunnel opened into the Enchanted Hollow, a place that seemed to exist just between a dream and reality. The hollow was a world of wonders. Trees with trunks of silver leaves stretched up to the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Flowers with petals of iridescent colors glowed softly, and the ground was covered in moss that felt like the plushest carpet beneath Lila's feet. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their gentle babble a soothing melody. As she explored, Lila met creatures she had only ever dreamed of. There were butterflies with wings like stained glass windows, glowing softly in the dim light. She watched as a family of gentle deer with antlers adorned in soft ferns grazed nearby, their presence serene and calming. But the most wondrous creature she encountered was a small, luminescent being called a starling. It hovered in the air, its wings twinkling like the night sky, and spoke in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. The starling told Lila of the heart of the hollow, a place where wishes were whispered and dreams were born. With the starling as her guide, Lila traveled to the heart of the Enchanted Hollow. There she found a pool of water so clear and still that it reflected the world above like a perfect mirror. The starling encouraged her to look into the pool and whisper her heart's deepest wish. Lila closed her eyes, and with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, whispered her wish for courage and the strength to explore the unknown. As her words floated into the air, the pool shimmered, and a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and confidence. With her journey nearly complete, Lila realized it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her new friends, each one leaving her with a token of their world, a silver leaf, a tiny fern, and a single glowing petal. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the fox rejoined her, leading her back to the edge of her village. Under the light of the setting sun, Lila returned home, her heart brimming with stories and newfound courage. She tucked the tokens from the hollow into her satchel, reminders of her journey and the friends she had made. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the wind carried the scent of the forest through her window, and the stars outside twinkled with a familiar glow. Lila knew that whenever she needed courage, she only had to close her eyes and remember her journey to the Enchanted Hollow, where magic and dreams lived in harmony. And so, with a heart full of wonder and the whisper of the hollow in her dreams, Lila slept peacefully, ready for whatever adventures awaited her in the days to come. Story 79. Once upon a time, in the distant reaches of the galaxy, there existed a small, buzzing spaceport known as Nexus Station. It was a place where travelers from countless planets came together, each bringing the peculiarities of their home worlds. Among the throng of beings, two very different creatures found themselves drawn into an adventure neither had anticipated. First was Tali, a delicate creature from the verdant world of Lusharia. She resembled a walking blossom, with petals that shimmered in hues of blue and violet, and a voice that echoed like the gentle rustle of leaves. Lusharians were known for their affinity with nature and their ability to communicate with all living things. Tali had come to Nexus Station in search of rare seeds to bring back to her planet's gardens. Then there was Drox, a sturdy, metallic being from the industrious planet of Farron. Drox's body was a marvel of engineering, a patchwork of gears and glowing circuits. Faronians were skilled in technology, but not known for their emotional depth. Drox had arrived at the station on a quest to find new alloys that could withstand the harshest conditions. On a particular day, as the chaos of the spaceport swirled around them, Tali and Drox collided in a busy market corridor. Tali's seeds scattered across the shiny floor, while Drox's metallic limbs clattered as he tried to regain his balance. "Oh dear," Tali exclaimed, her petals bristling with embarrassment. "I'm so sorry." Drox, adjusting his optics, replied in a voice that hummed like a gentle engine. "No, it was my fault. I wasn't watching where I was going." As they both stooped to collect Tali's scattered seeds, a misunderstanding unfolded. Drox, unfamiliar with the organic delicacy of Lusharian flora, accidentally crushed a seed under his metal fingers. Tali gasped softly, a hint of sorrow in her eyes. "That was a rare one," she murmured, her voice tinged with disappointment. Drox, feeling a pang of something unfamiliar, guilt, offered, "I'll help you find another. I've seen a vendor selling seeds just down the corridor." Reluctantly, Tali agreed, and together they ventured deeper into the market. Along the way, Drox's candid curiosity about the seeds sparked a conversation. Tali shared stories of her lush home, where the air was sweet with the scent of blossoms, and the sky danced with colors at dawn and dusk. In return, Drox spoke of Farron, where the skies were often hidden behind a veil of smog, but the night was illuminated by the glow of factories and the rhythmic hum of machinery. Their differences were vast, yet as they talked, a bridge of understanding began to form. Tali marveled at Drox's tales of invention and innovation, while Drox found himself enchanted by Tali's descriptions of a world so full of life and color. Their quest for the seed vendor led them to the outskirts of the market, where a small, unassuming stall was nestled between towering crates of exotic goods. The vendor, a wizened old Gricthorian with a voice like gravel, eyed them with suspicion. "What do you want?" he croaked, his three eyes blinking out of sequence. Tali stepped forward, her demeanor gentle yet firm. "We're looking for a Lusharian seed, a rare one. Would you happen to have any?" The Gricthorian grumbled, rummaging through his collection. Eventually, he produced a small, shimmering seed that seemed to pulse with a gentle light. "This is what you're looking for, but it's not cheap," he warned. Drox, understanding the importance of the seed, offered to pay with a portion of the precious Faronian alloys he had brought to trade. The vendor agreed, and Tali's eyes sparkled with gratitude. "Thank you, Drox," she said softly. "This means a lot to me." Drox, feeling a warmth spreading through his circuits, simply nodded. "It's the least I could do after my clumsiness." As they returned to the heart of the spaceport, a sudden announcement crackled through the station's speakers. A solar storm was approaching, threatening to disrupt travel and communication throughout the sector. Panic rippled through the crowd, and travelers hurried to secure passage before the storm hit. Tali and Drox found themselves caught in the throng, but instead of being swept away by the chaos, they grew more determined to stick together. In the midst of the frenzy, they discovered that the storm's arrival would trap them at Nexus Station for several days. With no choice but to wait out the storm, Tali and Drox decided to make the best of their situation. They found refuge in a quaint corner of the station, a small garden dome where exotic plants from various worlds grew under artificial sunlight. It was here, surrounded by the calming presence of greenery, that they began to truly understand one another. In the serene atmosphere of the garden dome, Tali taught Drox about the art of Lusharian meditation, a practice that involved tuning into the symphony of life around them. As Drox attempted to still his mechanical mind, he experienced a strange new sensation, a sense of peace and connection he had never known. In return, Drox shared the wonders of Feronian technology with Tali, demonstrating how his internal systems worked and explaining the intricacies of his design. Tali, fascinated by the precision and ingenuity, found herself seeing Drox not just as a machine, but as a reflection of the beauty that could be found in creation of all kinds. As the days passed, the storm outside raged on, but inside the garden dome, a bond was forming. They laughed and shared stories, their initial misunderstandings giving way to a deeper appreciation for each other's perspectives. One evening, as they watched the swirling vortex of the storm through the dome's transparent ceiling, Tali turned to Drox with a thoughtful expression. "I've learned so much from you, Drox. You've shown me that even things that seem cold and mechanical can have a warmth all their own." Drox, feeling an unexpected emotion welling up, replied, "And you've taught me that even a being of metal and circuits can find beauty in the natural world. I think we make quite the team." Their mutual support became evident when a sudden power outage plunged the station into darkness. Panic threatened to erupt among the stranded travelers, but Tali and Drox, guided by their newfound friendship, sprang into action. Using his internal battery, Drox provided a temporary source of light and power, while Tali, with her calming presence and gentle words, reassured those around them. Together they organized a safe, comfortable space for everyone to wait until the power was restored. In that moment, under the dim glow of Drox's lights and the comforting rustle of Tali's petals, the travelers of Nexus Station found solace. It was a testament to the unlikely bond between a being of metal and a creature of petals, and the strength they found in each other's company. Finally, as the solar storm subsided and the station's systems flickered back to life, Tali and Drox prepared to part ways. Their journey together had come to an end, but the friendship they had forged would linger in their hearts. As they stood at the threshold of the garden dome, Tali offered Drox a small, vibrant blossom from her world. "To remember our time together," she said with a smile. Drox accepted the gift, carefully placing it within a compartment in his chest. "And this," he said, handing Tali a small, sparkling gear from his own body, "to remind you of our shared adventure." With a final embrace, they promised to keep in touch across the stars, knowing that no distance could diminish the friendship they had discovered. As Tali and Drox departed, each to their own world, they carried with them the lessons they had learned, that true friendship transcends differences, that understanding can overcome any misunderstanding, and that even the most unlikely companions can find harmony in each other's presence. And so in the vastness of the galaxy, under the endless tapestry of stars, Tali and Drox's story continued to echo, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in friendship and the warmth of a bond forged through shared trials and heartfelt understanding. Story 80. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a place where magic wound itself into the very fabric of everyday life. This was the village of Willowbrook, a realm where the sun painted the sky with hues of gold and pink each evening, and the stars blinked like 1,000 tiny lanterns in the velvet night. Willowbrook was known for its peculiar charm and gentle enchantments, but lately it had become the stage for a puzzling mystery that left even the wisest of villagers scratching their heads. Strange occurrences had begun to unfold, candles flickering without a breeze, teapots whistling tunes without a flame, and gentle chimes sounding from the old oak tree by the square, though no one was there to ring them. Among the kind-hearted inhabitants of Willowbrook was a young girl named Lila. She had eyes the color of the morning sky and a heart as warm as freshly baked bread. Lila loved the village and its quirky magic, but the recent oddities piqued her curiosity. Determined to uncover the source of the strange happenings, she set out with her faithful companion, a wise old tabby cat named Oliver, whose whiskers twitched with an air of knowing far beyond his years. As dusk painted the sky in lavender hues, Lila and Oliver began their investigation. They wandered through the cobblestone streets, where lanterns flickered with a soft glow, casting playful shadows on the walls of quaint cottages. The air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the distant sound of a babbling brook. Their first stop was the bakery, where the sweet aroma of cinnamon buns greeted them warmly. Mrs. Pumpernickel, the baker, was kneading dough with a smile as wide as a crescent moon. "Ah, Lila, dear, come to solve our little mystery, have you?" She chuckled, wiping flour from her hands. "Yes, Mrs. Pumpernickel," Lila replied, her voice a gentle melody. "We've noticed the odd happenings and thought perhaps we might find some clues." Mrs. Pumpernickel leaned closer, her eyes twinkling like the stars. "Well, I've noticed the bread rising faster than usual, almost as if it has a mind of its own. Perhaps it's the work of the mischievous brownies." Brownies were small, magical creatures known for their playful antics and love of baked goods. Lila nodded thoughtfully. "We'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Mrs. Pumpernickel." With Oliver padding silently by her side, Lila continued to the village square, where the ancient oak tree stood. Its leaves rustled softly, whispering secrets only the wind could hear. As they approached, a gentle chime echoed through the air, though the tree's branches were still. Intrigued, Lila looked up and spotted a tiny, shimmering figure perched among the leaves. It was a sprite, its wings glistening like dewdrops in the morning sun. "Hello there," Lila called softly, her voice filled with wonder. The sprite fluttered down, landing gracefully on Lila's outstretched hand. "Greetings, child of Willowbrook," it chimed, its voice like the tinkling of distant bells. "I am Sylvan, guardian of this tree. What brings you to my realm?" "We seek to understand the strange occurrences in our village," Lila explained gently. "Do you perhaps know what might be causing them?" Sylvan's wings fluttered with delight. "Ah, the magic of Willowbrook has been mischievous of late. The brownies have been restless, their playful spirits heightened by the full moon's approach. They mean no harm, only seeking to share their joy." Lila's eyes brightened with understanding. "Perhaps we can find a way to help them channel their energy without causing confusion." With a nod of agreement, Sylvan whispered a plan to Lila. They would host a moonlit festival for the brownies, a celebration where their antics could be welcomed and enjoyed. That evening, as the moon rose full and bright, Lila and the villagers gathered in the square. Lanterns were hung from every branch, casting a soft, inviting glow. Tables were set with sweets and treats, and music filled the air, an enchanting melody that beckoned all magical creatures to join in the revelry. As the brownies appeared, their giggles like the rustle of leaves, they danced and played, their joy contagious. Lila watched, her heart full as she saw the village come alive with laughter and light. Even Oliver, usually reserved, found himself pawing at a stray ribbon with uncharacteristic abandon. The festival continued deep into the night, a celebration of magic and harmony. As the first light of dawn painted the horizon, the brownies thanked the villagers with a gentle breeze that wrapped them in warmth and contentment. With the mystery resolved and balance restored, Lila returned home, her heart as light as the morning mist. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she knew that in Willowbrook, where magic and kindness intertwined, there would always be a place for wonder and friendship. And so, beneath the gentle gaze of the moon and stars, the village of Willowbrook settled into a tranquil hush, wrapped in the comforting embrace of another enchanting day. Story 81. In the heart of an ancient forest, where towering trees whispered secrets to the skies and streams danced over smooth stones, lay a world hidden from the hurried eyes of humankind. Here, in the gentle embrace of nature, the creatures of the forest lived in harmonious balance, guided by the rhythms of the earth and the wisdom passed down through countless generations. The forest was alive with the gentle symphony of life. The air was rich with the scent of pine needles and moss, while the ground was cushioned by soft layers of fallen leaves that crunched lightly underfoot. Sunlight filtered through the thick canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, and lending a golden glow to the world beneath. It was spring, the season of renewal, when the earth awakened from its winter slumber. The forest creatures were busy with the tasks of the season. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving a melodious tapestry through the air. Squirrels chattered merrily as they gathered nuts, their bushy tails flicking with excitement. And in the sheltered glades, the deer moved gracefully, their eyes soft and watchful. Among these creatures lived an old, wise tortoise named Elder Mossback. His shell was a tapestry of lichen and moss, and his eyes held the depth of centuries. Elder Mossback was known far and wide for his stories, which he shared beneath the ancient oak that stood at the heart of the forest. Creatures of all kinds would gather there, drawn by his gentle voice and the warmth of his tales. One particular spring morning, as the mist lifted from the forest floor and the first rays of sun kissed the dew-laden leaves, Elder Mossback began to speak. The animals gathered around, their eyes wide with anticipation. Once, in a time long forgotten, the forest was threatened by a great imbalance. He began, his voice a soothing rumble that seemed to resonate with the very earth itself. The seasons had forgotten their dance, and winter lingered too long, casting a chill over the land. A shiver ran through the assembled creatures, for they knew the importance of the season's dance, each one flowing into the next, bringing with it the changes that nurtured life. In those days, continued Elder Mossback, there lived a young fox named Fern. She was clever and kind-hearted, with a coat as red as the autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like the stars. Fern had always been a curious soul, eager to learn the secrets of the forest and her inhabitants. The animals leaned in closer, captivated by the tale of Fern, who was known to them as a figure of legend. Fern was troubled by the endless winter, Elder Mossback said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. She saw the hardship it brought to her friends, the struggle for food and warmth. Determined to help, she sought the wisdom of the ancient beings who dwelled in the forest's hidden places. The forest seemed to hold its breath as Elder Mossback spoke of Fern's journey. She traveled to the heart of the forest, where the trees grew so tall and thick that they whispered only to the sky. There, in a grove untouched by time, lived the season's circle, ancient spirits who watched over the world. As Fern approached, the spirits appeared before her, he said, describing their forms, spirits of mist and shadow, of light and wind, each one embodying the essence of a season. Fern bowed her head respectfully, her heart full of hope and courage. The spirits listened as Fern spoke of the forest's plight, her voice steady and sincere. Winter, represented by a figure draped in frost and snow, stepped forward. "We did not realize our dance had faltered," Winter said, his voice like the soft crunch of snow underfoot. "We have become lost in our own rhythms." Fern, with her gentle wisdom, proposed a solution. "Perhaps," she suggested, "if you each share your gifts with us, the forest can remind you of your dance." The spirits considered her words, and slowly they nodded in agreement. Thus, a pact was made. Spring brought forth a rain of blossoms, new life unfurling in vibrant hues. Summer followed with warm breezes and sunlight that kissed the earth. Autumn painted the world in gold and crimson, while winter, now mindful of his place, brought the gentle hush of snow. Through Fern's courage and kindness, Elder Mossback concluded, the seasons found their balance once more, and the forest thrived in harmony. The creatures around Elder Mossback nodded, their hearts warmed by the tale. They understood the lesson woven into the story, the importance of balance, of listening and understanding, and the power of a single kind heart to make a difference. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a soft twilight over the forest, the animals slowly dispersed, each carrying a piece of the story with them. Elder Mossback watched them go, a gentle smile on his ancient face. In the heart of the forest, beneath the watchful eyes of the stars, life continued its timeless dance, guided by the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. And so, the forest remained a sanctuary of harmony and peace, where the whispers of old stories lingered like a gentle breeze, reminding all who listened of the beauty of balance and the magic of the natural world. Story 82. In a cozy cottage tucked away in a woodland glade, there lived a young rabbit named Hazel. She had always been content hopping amongst the ferns and wildflowers, her soft brown fur blending seamlessly with the earthy surroundings. Yet, deep within her heart, a flicker of curiosity burned, a yearning for something more. One dewy morning, as Hazel nibbled on a crisp dandelion leaf, a glimmering light caught her eye. She followed the ethereal glow to a clearing where a magnificent butterfly floated before her. Its wings were a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. "Greetings, young Hazel," the butterfly spoke in a melodious voice. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of transformation." Hazel's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking butterfly? This must be a dream." Zephyr fluttered closer, trailing stardust in her wake. "Dreams are the seeds of change, my dear. You have a great journey ahead, one that will test your courage and reshape your very being." Uncertainty flickered across Hazel's features. Change was a daunting concept, and she had always found solace in the familiar. "But I'm just a simple rabbit," she protested. "What journey could possibly await me?" With a warm chuckle, Zephyr replied, "The most wondrous transformations often begin with the smallest of seeds. Look within, and you will find a spark waiting to be fanned into a brilliant flame." Before Hazel could respond, a rustling came from the undergrowth, and two of her dearest friends emerged, Oakley the wise old oak tree, and Flutter the hummingbird. "Do not fear, little one," Oakley rumbled, his bark rough yet comforting. "We will be with you every step of the way." Flutter zipped excitedly around Hazel's head. "Oh, this is going to be such an adventure. You'll see. It will be simply dazzling." Reassured by her friend's presence, Hazel turned to Zephyr. "What must I do?" The butterfly's wings shimmered with magic. "Seek the enchanted grove, where the veil between worlds grows thin. There, you will undergo a transformation that will reveal your true self." With a deep breath, Hazel nodded. Though apprehensive, she knew this was a journey she must embark upon. And so, with Oakley and Flutter by her side, Hazel set off into the unknown, her paws treading paths she had never dared explore before. The forest seemed to come alive with each step, whispering secrets in the gentle whispers of the wind. After many twists and turns, they arrived at the Enchanted Grove, a vibrant meadow where moonbeams danced across a shimmering stream. Hazel gazed in awe at the ethereal beauty surrounding her. Suddenly, a warm glow emanated from within her, and she felt her body beginning to shift and change. Her fur transformed into downy feathers of the richest brown, and her paws melded into delicate wings. Oakley and Flutter watched in wonderment as their friend emerged from her cocoon, reborn as a magnificent owl. Hazel stretched her wings, reveling in her newfound form, and took to the skies with a joyous hoot. As she soared above the treetops, bathed in the soft moonlight, Hazel realized that the spark Zephyr had spoken of was her own inner strength and resilience. The journey had been one of self-discovery, revealing the beauty and grace that had been within her all along. With a grateful heart, Hazel descended to her friends, her eyes shining with wisdom. "Thank you," she said, her voice now a gentle coo. "Without your guidance and unwavering support, I may never have found the courage to spread my wings." Oakley and Flutter beamed with pride, for they knew that their friend had blossomed into her truest, most radiant self. From that day forth, Hazel took to the night skies, her keen eyes ever watchful for those in need of guidance. And whenever a fellow creature felt lost or uncertain, she would share the lessons she had learned. That change, though daunting, can be an opportunity for growth and transformation, and that true beauty lies not in physical form, but in the courage to embrace one's authentic self. Story 83. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang softly to the rhythm of the wind and the ground was carpeted with a thick, velvety layer of moss, lay the tranquil village of Willowbrook. The village was known for its charming cottages, each with unique, colorful shutters and gardens spilling over with vibrant flowers. Smoke curled lazily from chimneys, filling the air with the comforting aroma of burning wood and freshly baked bread. The villagers of Willowbrook were accustomed to a serene life, surrounded by the gentle magic that infused the forest. It was a place where the birds could be heard chatting with the squirrels, and the streams giggled as they danced over smooth stones. However, lately, a series of strange occurrences had set the villagers at witter with curiosity and mild concern. Every morning, just as the sun kissed the horizon, small objects would mysteriously move from their places. Teacups would relocate from kitchen tables to garden walls, and watering cans would be found hanging from tree branches, as if the trees themselves had decided to tend to the gardens. Though these happenings were harmless, they had puzzled the villagers, who were keen on understanding the playful mischief. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her inquisitive nature and gentle heart. Lila had a particular fondness for the magical creatures that dwelled in the whispering woods, and often spent her afternoons exploring the forest paths, befriending the creatures she met along the way. Her best friend was a wise old owl named Oliver, who had feathers the color of moonlight and eyes that gleamed with ancient wisdom. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves crunched underfoot and the air was filled with the scent of cinnamon and cloves, Lila set out to unravel the mystery of the moving objects. She donned her favorite woolen cloak, the one her grandmother had knitted, and tucked a notebook under her arm to record her observations. Her first stop was the quaint cottage of Mrs. Poppy, the village baker, who greeted Lila with a warm smile and a plate of freshly baked scones. "Oh, Lila dear," Mrs. Poppy chuckled, "those teacups of mine have quite the wanderlust. I found them perched on the windowsill this morning, enjoying the sunrise." Lila noted the incident in her book, and with a scone in hand, continued her investigation. She meandered through the village, speaking with the blacksmith whose tools had mysteriously rearranged themselves, and the gardener whose watering cans had taken to the trees. As she walked, Lila listened closely to the whispers of the forest, for she knew that the woods held secrets and stories untold. The rustle of leaves and the babble of brooks were like a melody, guiding her deeper into the heart of the forest where the oldest magic lay. It was here, in a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, that Lila found Oliver perched on a low branch. The owl blinked thoughtfully as Lila approached, her curiosity evident in her bright eyes. "Hello, Oliver," Lila greeted, giving a small bow. "I seek your wisdom in solving a curious puzzle. The objects in our village have taken to wandering in the night, and I wonder if the forest knows why." Oliver ruffled his feathers, considering the question. "Ah, young Lila," he hooted softly, "the forest is alive with ancient magic, and not all of it is understood by those who dwell in cottages. Sometimes the magic decides to play, to remind us of its presence and its joy." "But why now?" Lila asked, settling onto the soft moss beside the owl. "Why have the objects begun to move only recently?" Oliver tilted his head, his eyes reflecting the gold of the autumn leaves. "Perhaps the forest wishes to share a message or a lesson. Have you noticed anything else that might offer a clue?" Lila thought for a moment, recalling her observations. "The objects always move at dawn, when the first light touches the village, and they seem to gather in places where they can see the sunrise." The owl hooted in agreement, a sound like the gentle rustle of leaves. "Very good, Lila. The dawn is a time of new beginnings, of light overcoming darkness. Perhaps the forest wishes to teach the village the importance of embracing change and seeing the world from a new perspective." With the wisdom of Oliver's words, Lila felt a spark of understanding. The forest's magic was not a mystery to be solved, but a reminder to be cherished. The moving objects were an invitation for the villagers to pause, to appreciate the beauty of their world, and to find joy in the unexpected. Armed with this insight, Lila returned to the village and gathered the villagers in the town square. As the sun dipped behind the trees, casting a warm glow over Willowbrook, she shared Oliver's message. "The forest is inviting us to see our world anew," Lila explained, her voice clear and steady, "to find joy in the little changes, and to embrace the magic of each sunrise." The villagers listened, nodding as the truth of her words resonated in their hearts. From that day forward, they welcomed the playful magic of the forest, delighting in the whimsical surprises that greeted them each morning. And so, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, nestled in the heart of the whispering woods, where the air was always filled with the scent of fresh bread and the gentle hum of ancient magic. The villagers learned to cherish the dawn, to seek out the beauty in each day, and to find comfort in the knowledge that they were part of a world filled with wonder and possibility. As for Lila, she continued her explorations, guided by the wisdom of her friend Oliver, and the understanding that sometimes the greatest mysteries are those that invite us to open our hearts and see the world through eyes of wonder. And each night, as the stars twinkled overhead and the forest whispered its lullabies, Willowbrook slumbered in peace, comforted by the magic that cradled them all. Story 84. Once upon a starry night, in a cozy woodland village, there lived a young hedgehog named Willow. Though small in stature, Willow's heart was vast, filled with dreams of adventure and self-discovery. However, like the tightly furled leaves that protected her, Willow found herself resistant to change, preferring the comfort of her familiar burrow. One crisp autumn morning, Willow awoke to find her world transformed. The once vibrant forest now slumbered under a blanket of golden leaves, and a chill wind whispered of winter's approach. Willow shivered, her quills prickling with apprehension. How could she embrace this new season when every fiber of her being longed for the warmth of summer? As Willow ventured forth in search of sustenance, she encountered her dear friend, Oakley, a wise old oak tree whose branches had weathered countless seasons. "Greetings, little one," Oakley rumbled, his deep voice like the creaking of ancient wood. "I sense your unease with the changing tides." Willow nodded, her eyes downcast. "Everything feels so different, so unfamiliar. I fear I am ill-equipped to handle such upheaval." Oakley chuckled, a sound like rustling leaves. "My dear Willow, change is the natural order of life. Just as the forest sheds its vibrant cloak each autumn, only to be reborn in spring's verdant embrace, so too must we embrace the cycles of growth and renewal." Sensing Willow's skepticism, Oakley gestured towards a nearby clearing with a gnarled branch. "Behold the beauty of transformation," he whispered. In the heart of the clearing stood a magnificent weeping willow tree, its slender branches adorned with delicate, crystal-like leaves that shimmered in the morning light. As Willow drew nearer, she gasped in wonder, for the leaves seemed to emanate a soft, ethereal glow, casting prismatic patterns upon the forest floor. "This is no ordinary tree," Oakley explained. "It is a manifestation of the magic that courses through our woodland realm, a living embodiment of the cycle of renewal. Each autumn, as the leaves turn to crystal, they capture the essence of the changing season, only to melt away come spring, replenishing the earth with their life-giving energy." Willow's eyes widened with childlike wonder as she beheld the crystalline splendor. In that moment, she felt a profound connection to the weeping willow, as if its roots had entwined with her very soul. Over the following weeks, Willow found herself drawn to the willow's enchanting presence, marveling at the ever-changing patterns cast by its luminous leaves. As winter's icy grip tightened upon the forest, Willow's once prickly nature softened, and she began to embrace the beauty of each season's unique gifts. One frosty night, as Willow huddled beneath the willow's crystalline canopy, she was joined by her friends, Oakley, the wise old oak, Flutter, a kind-hearted butterfly, and Burrow, a loyal rabbit with a penchant for cozy nooks. Together they shared stories and laughter, their bonds strengthened by the willow's nurturing embrace. As the first blush of spring crept over the horizon, Willow witnessed a miraculous transformation. The once crystalline leaves began to melt, their radiant droplets seeping into the earth, nourishing the slumbering seeds that would soon burst forth in a riot of new life. In that moment, Willow understood the profound truth Oakley had imparted, that change, though often daunting, was an essential part of growth and renewal. Just as the willow shed its crystalline cloak to nurture new beginnings, so too must Willow embrace the cycles of her own life, shedding her fears and insecurities to make way for the boundless potential within. From that day forth, Willow greeted each season with open arms, her heart filled with gratitude for the enduring magic of the woodland realm. And though the weeping willow's crystalline leaves would return with the autumn chill, Willow knew that within her burned an eternal flame, the inextinguishable light of hope, resilience, and the courage to embrace life's ever-changing tapestry. Story 85. Once upon a time, nestled deep within the heart of a vast and ancient forest, there lay a village unlike any other. This village, known as Luminara, was a place where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of old to anyone who cared to listen. Each cottage was quaintly adorned with climbing ivy and surrounded by vibrant gardens, creating a tapestry of colors that danced in the golden light of the setting sun. In this enchanting village lived a young girl named Anwen. Anwen was known for her boundless curiosity and the sparkle of wonder that never left her hazel eyes. She spent her days exploring every nook and cranny of Luminara, often accompanied by her faithful companion, a clever little squirrel named Thistle. Together, they would venture into the heart of the forest, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy like streams of liquid gold, and the ground was a plush carpet of moss and fallen leaves. One crisp autumn morning, as the world was painted in hues of amber and rust, Anwen and Thistle embarked on a journey to the farthest edge of the forest, where the trees grew tall and wise, their branches reaching out like ancient arms. It was said among the villagers that beyond those trees lay a hidden world, a place where magic was as natural as the air they breathed. Anwen's heart danced with excitement at the thought of discovering this realm. As they wandered deeper into the forest, Anwen noticed a peculiar glimmer beneath a pile of freshly fallen leaves. With a gentle brush of her hand, she uncovered an exquisite pendant, its surface shimmering with an iridescent light that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The pendant was shaped like a teardrop, and within it swirled a myriad of colors, like the northern lights captured in a single drop of dew. "Look, Thistle," Anwen whispered, cradling the pendant in her palm. "It's beautiful." Thistle chittered softly in agreement, his small eyes reflecting the pendant's glow. Anwen felt an inexplicable pull towards the pendant, as if it held secrets waiting to be unveiled. She slipped it around her neck, feeling its warmth spread through her like a gentle summer breeze. As they continued their journey, Anwen felt a strange sensation, as though the forest itself was awakening to her presence. The leaves rustled with a language she could almost understand, and the path seemed to unfold before her, guiding her steps. It wasn't long before they reached the heart of the forest, where the trees formed a natural archway, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. Anwen paused at the threshold, her heart pounding with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. "Do you think this is the entrance, Thistle?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Thistle nodded, his tiny tail flicking with excitement. Together, they stepped through the archway and into a world that defied all imagination. Beyond the archway lay a realm of breathtaking beauty, where the air was filled with the sweet melody of birdsong and the faint tinkling of unseen bells. The sky was a tapestry of swirling colors, painting the world in a perpetual twilight that shimmered with magic. Here the flowers glowed with an inner light, and streams of crystal-clear water wound their way through fields of emerald grass. As Anwen and Thistle explored this hidden world, they encountered creatures that seemed to have stepped out of a dream. Gentle deer with antlers adorned with flowering vines, iridescent butterflies that danced in the air like living jewels, and wise old owls with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. It was in this magical setting that Anwen met Lila, a kind-hearted fairy with wings that shimmered like sunlight on water. Lila was perched upon a toadstool, her delicate wings fluttering as she watched them with a curious smile. "Welcome to the Glade of Whispers," Lila said, her voice as soft as a breeze through the leaves. "We have been waiting for you, Anwen." Anwen blinked in surprise. "You know my name?" Lila nodded, her eyes twinkling with a light of their own. "The forest speaks of you, young seeker. It senses your heart's desire to understand its mysteries." Anwen felt a warmth spread through her chest at Lyra's words. "I've always felt drawn to the forest," she admitted. "It's like it holds secrets just waiting to be discovered." Lyra's smile widened. "Indeed it does, and you, Anwen, have found the pendant of verity, a magical object that reveals the truth within all things." Anwen glanced down at the pendant, its colors swirling with a gentle luminescence. "What do you mean by reveals the truth?" "The pendant of verity has the power to see beyond appearances," Lila explained, her voice like the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. "It can unveil the true nature of things, allowing you to understand the world and yourself more deeply." Anwen's heart leapt with curiosity. "How do I use it?" "By listening," Lila replied simply. "Listen with your heart, and the pendant will guide you." Encouraged by Lyra's gentle wisdom, Anwen placed her hand over the pendant and closed her eyes, focusing on the rhythmic pulse of its light. As she listened, she felt a shift within herself, as if a door had opened to a deeper understanding. In the days that followed, Anwen and Thistle explored the Glade of Whispers, discovering its many wonders and mysteries. With each new encounter, Anwen learned to see beyond the surface, to understand the heart of the creatures and the forest itself. She discovered that the world was a tapestry of interconnected lives, each thread woven with care and purpose. Through her journey, Anwen formed a bond with Lyra, and together they shared stories and laughter beneath the starlit sky. Lyra taught Anwen the language of the forest, the songs of the wind, and the secrets of the streams. In return, Anwen shared tales of her village, of the people she loved, and the beauty of the world beyond the forest. One evening, as the twilight deepened into a velvety night, Lyra revealed to Anwen a hidden grove within the glade. There, the trees formed a circle around a shimmering pool of water, its surface reflecting the stars like 1,000 tiny lanterns. "This is the pool of reflection," Lyra said, her voice a soft song. "It holds the memories of the forest, the stories of those who have come before. With the pendant of verity, you can glimpse these memories and learn from them." Anwen knelt beside the pool, her heart filled with a mixture of awe and reverence. She leaned over the water, and as she gazed into its depths, the pendant began to glow with a gentle light. Images danced across the surface, scenes of joy and sorrow, of friendship and courage. Through the memories, Anwen saw the stories of those who had walked the forest paths before her. She witnessed their triumphs and challenges, their moments of kindness and bravery. Each story touched her heart, weaving a tapestry of understanding and compassion. As the final image faded, Anwen felt a profound sense of connection to the world around her. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering the magic of the forest, but about understanding the magic within herself. With this newfound wisdom, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart forever changed by the wonders of the hidden world. She shared her experiences with the villagers, inspiring them to look beyond the surface and see the beauty and truth in all things. As the seasons turned, Anwen continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her bond with the forest and its inhabitants growing ever stronger. The pendant remained a cherished reminder of her journey, a symbol of the wisdom she had gained and the magic that lived within her heart. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars, Anwen's story became a part of the forest's tapestry, a tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. As the years passed, Anwen's once youthful curiosity matured into a profound wisdom that was respected and cherished by the villagers of Luminara. She became known as the Story Keeper, for her ability to weave the tales of the forest into lessons that taught love, empathy, and understanding. The children of the village would gather at her feet by the warm glow of the hearth, eyes wide with wonder as she recounted the stories of her adventures in the Glade of Whispers. Each story carried with it a gentle lesson, a reminder that true magic was not found in grand gestures or spells, but in the quiet moments of connection and compassion. One winter's eve, with snowflakes cascading gently from the sky, Anwen felt a familiar tug at her heart, a call from the forest that she could not ignore. With Thistle by her side, now older and wiser, she made her way through the snow-draped trees to the familiar archway of the Glade of Whispers. Lyra awaited her there, her wings shimmering with a soft, silvery glow that mirrored the moonlight. "Welcome back, dear friend," she greeted, her voice a melody of warmth and joy. Anwen smiled, her heart swelling with the familiarity of their friendship. "It's good to be home," she replied, her voice a whisper in the stillness of the winter night. As they walked together through the glade, Lyra shared news of the forest, of new life and the changes that time had wrought. Anwen listened with a heart full of gratitude, her love for this hidden world as strong as ever. "Anwen," Lyra said softly, pausing beneath a towering oak, "the forest has a gift for you, a token of gratitude for all that you have given to us." Curious, Anwen followed Lyra to the pool of reflection, where the water lay still and silent beneath a blanket of snow. As she approached, the pendant around her neck began to glow, casting a gentle light upon the surface of the pool. With a soft murmur, the water parted, revealing a small, intricately carved box that shimmered with the iridescence of the pendant. Anwen reached out, her fingers brushing against the smooth wood, and she felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of peace and fulfillment. "This is the box of echoes," Lyra explained, her voice filled with reverence. "It holds the echoes of your heart, the memories and wisdom you have gathered on your journey. It is a reminder that your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest." Tears of gratitude filled Anwen's eyes as she accepted the box, feeling the weight of its significance. She knew that her journey had come full circle, that the magic of the forest was now a part of her, as she was a part of it. With the box in hand, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart filled with a sense of purpose and belonging. She continued to share her stories, her wisdom growing with each passing season, her love for the village and the forest as enduring as the stars in the night sky. And so, the tale of Anwen and the Glade of Whispers became a cherished part of Luminara's history, a story passed down through generations, reminding all who heard it that magic was not just something to be found, but something to be lived, in every act of kindness, every moment of understanding, and every thread of connection that bound their hearts to the world around them. As the years turned to decades, Anwen's legacy endured, her stories becoming a source of inspiration and guidance for the villagers of Luminara. Her presence was felt in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in the hidden world she had discovered. The villagers often spoke of the storykeeper with fondness and admiration, recounting her tales by the fireside during long winter nights and beneath the starry sky on warm summer evenings. Anwen's stories became a bridge between generations, a reminder of the power of love, friendship, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. Children who had grown up listening to Anwen's stories would often venture into the forest themselves, guided by the lessons she had imparted. They would seek the archway to the Glade of Whispers, their hearts filled with the same wonder and curiosity that had once guided Anwen on her journey. Although the forest remained a place of mystery and magic, Anwen's wisdom had taught the villagers to respect and cherish its secrets, to walk its paths with reverence and gratitude. The bond between the village and the forest grew stronger with each passing year, a testament to the enduring legacy of the young girl who had once listened to the whispers of the trees. Anwen herself continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her friendship with Lila deepening with each encounter. Together, they would sit by the pool of reflection, sharing stories and laughter as the stars twinkled above them like 1,000 tiny lanterns. One evening, as the forest was bathed in the silver light of the moon, Lila placed a gentle hand on Anwen's shoulder. "You have given so much to the forest, dear friend," she said, her voice filled with warmth and gratitude. "Your heart has touched the lives of all who dwell here." Anwen smiled, her eyes reflecting the stars above. "The forest has given me more than I could ever repay," she replied softly. "It has taught me to see the beauty and magic in every moment, to cherish the connections that bind us all." Lila nodded, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "Your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest, Anwen. It will continue to inspire and guide those who come after you." With a heart full of gratitude, Anwen returned to Luminara, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic of the forest. The pendant around her neck, the box of echoes in her hand, were cherished reminders of her journey, symbols of the wisdom and love that had shaped her life. As the years passed, Anwen grew older, her hair turning silver like the moonlit sky, her eyes still shining with the same wonder and curiosity that had defined her youth. She remained a beloved figure in the village, her stories a source of comfort and inspiration for all who heard them. Eventually, Anwen's journey came to a gentle close, her spirit at peace with the world she had come to love so deeply. Her passing was marked by a quiet reverence, a celebration of a life well lived, a story well told. The villagers of Luminara gathered by the hearth, their hearts filled with gratitude for the storykeeper who had shared her wisdom and love with them. They spoke of Anwen's legacy, of the magic and beauty she had brought into their lives, and the lessons she had imparted. As the years turned to centuries, Anwen's story continued to be told, a timeless tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. And somewhere deep within the heart of the ancient forest, the Glade of Whispers remained, a hidden world where magic was as natural as the air they breathed, a place where the spirit of Anwen lived on, in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in its embrace. Story 86, Story 87, Story 88, Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99.